Chapter 251. Not an expert in techniques of the devil path. The monks wanted to go forth when Monk Ming Xian said, "Hold it, fellow senior brothers, let me subdue this devil and kill this monster." Before the monks could even say anything, Monk Ming Xian had already rushed forward and winked at Qin Mu while saying in a low voice, "When you fight with me, do a few blows before admitting defeat. Once you admit defeat, they will be too embarrassed to kill you. Also, don't use devil techniques, or they will be infuriated again. The heart of this little monk isn't bad. He's much better than old monk Jingming." Qin Mu's gaze flickered, and he smiled. "You and I shall exchange some pointers." Monk Ming Xian immediately made a move, and it was Thunderclap 8 strikes, Spring Thunder on the lonely EC. As he moved, thunder rang through the area as though an overflowing river was surging into the sea as the Spring Thunder suddenly exploded. When this move was executed, it had the illusions of a divine art. The vital qi that was both in front and behind Monk Ming Xian could be faintly seen transforming into majestic mountains with the river water surging down from them. It looked like it had come from the sky and smashed into the sea. When the moves of Thunderclap 8 strikes were executed to this extent, they were almost no different from a divine art. Rilai's Mahayana Sutra of Great Thunderclap Monastery was indeed worthy of its reputation. Qin Mu also executed Thunderclap 8 strikes, which were just as impressive and majestic. Mountains and rivers, a vast sea and spring thunder, as well as world-shaking booms, exploded as the muscles on these two people flexed. The tendons were like fine dragons snaking here and there under the skin, pushing the circulation of strength to its maximum, cheering up the monks. "Ming Xian, beat this devil to death," a dried-up, thin old monk shouted out. "This devil actually cultivates our Great Thunderclap Monastery's technique. It's a blasphemy against Buddha, so beat him to death." Qin Mu's move changed and transformed into thousand-armed Buddha, and in that instant, his palm transformed into afterimages which made it seem as though he had 1,000 arms. Each movement of a palm caused the sound of thunder as if a huge Buddha was waving his 1,000 arms to subdue devils. All the monks had a change in expression when they saw this. Qin Mu, this devil from Heavenly Devil Cult, had already comprehended every single essence of Thunderclap 8 strikes. Just based on this 1,000-armed Buddha, his attainment surpassed 80 to 90% of the monks in the monastery. The voices of the monks grew softer as they muttered in their hearts. "Seems like Ming Xian's attainment in this move is inferior to his. He probably can't win." Ming Xian also executed 1,000-armed Buddha to fight back, and he immediately knew that his attainments were lacking. His body trembled as he executed winning skill and EXP. Andied exponentially. Countless Buddhist scriptures surrounded his body like a huge bell which rang non-stop. The 2,000-armed Buddhas clashed, and the superior one was determined at that instant. Qin Mu's palm hit the huge bell which was the Buddha scriptures, and rings of Buddha rays burst forth from the wall of the bell. At this moment, where did Qin Mu look like a devil? He was clearly an eminent monk that had achieved his Tao. A young Buddha that had green dragons surrounding him as he looked extremely dignified. The next instant, Monk Ming Xian saw Qin Mu's palm breaking through the huge bell and changing into a fist mudra that hit him in the heart, astonishing him. Qin Mu's fist had gone precisely through the flaw in his Rilai's Mahayana Sutra. With his fist as a mudra, he exploited that flaw and went straight for the body. This strike had hit him straight in his lethal point. However, Qin Mu's fist didn't have much power. He retracted it after giving a gentle punch. The hearts of the monks calmed down. This devil's cultivation isn't high, only his moves are exquisite. Monk Ming Xian composed himself and immediately countered, only to see Qin Mu slithering around him like a dragon. With his 1,000 arms moving about, countless flaws appeared on the Buddhist scripture bell in an instant. The lethal points in the heart of his brows, his ears, his eyes, the back of his heart, his sea of qi, his jade occiput were all marked once by Qin Mu. In the blink of an eye, he had received hundreds of fatal attacks. These attacks were all aimed at the flaws of Monk Ming Xian's Rilai's Mahayana scripture. He was stunned for a moment, then felt like he was a cauldron that was leaking water everywhere. There were fatal flaws everywhere, and cold sweat uncontrollably rolled down his forehead. To remove the flaw, he had acted according to his initiative and changed Rilai's Mahayana Sutra. He thought he had erased the weak spot on his throat, but instead, he had affected the rest of his body, creating more flaws in his technique. The cultivation of this devil is indeed not high. All the monks were put at ease now. If he can't break through Ming Xian's golden bell body protection, no matter how intricate his moves are, there will be no power behind his attacks. Qin Mu stopped, and Monk Ming Xian came to a realization. He swiftly expressed his thanks. "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Only now do I know that Rilai's Mahayana Sutra can't be carelessly changed." Qin Mu shook his head. "It's not that you cannot change, You just lack an opponent who can allow you to express your talent and potential to its fullest extent. If you had a person that had profound knowledge and wide horizons, he could push you to improve, to continuously change your technique. In that case, you would achieve perfection. Monk Ming Xian immediately looked at him, and Qin Mu shook his head again. I don't have the ability. You can go find Rulai Le. T him impart to you Rulai's Mahayana Sutra directly. I, as your opponent, will limit your improvement. Monk Ming Xian acknowledged this, but said, Rulai is all about destiny. I don't know if I have this destiny. Crap. His expression changed, and he stamped his feet. This is bad. If you had lost to me, they wouldn't be able to steel themselves to beat you to death, but now that you defeated me, they will certainly kill you. What should we do? Ming Xian fall back. A middle-aged monk came forward with a slightly grim expression as he scolded, Junior brother Ming Xian, aren't you too kind-hearted? This is subduing the devil, yet you held back and did not take his life. Are you going to leave this devil alive to bring chaos to the world? This is a grave sin. Monk Ming Xian opened his mouth, wanting to say something, when that monk swept his sleeves at him. Are you not going to fall back and reflect on yourself? Monk Ming Xian could only fall back feeling grieved. When had I held back? I clearly executed my full strength. The middle-aged monk looked at Qin Mu and said, Cult Master Qin, you're the cult master of Heavenly Devil Cult, while I'm merely a monk with no reputation in the Heavenly Dragon Cloister of Great Thunderclap Monastery. This isn't considered the big bullying the small, right? Qin Mu smiled. It's not. I'm the big that's bullying the small. The middle-aged monk chanted one of the many names of Buddha and said, Cult Master Qin, I shall let you understand the vastness of Buddhism. Look at this dragon pillar beside you. The dragon form on this dragon pillar is one of the 100 dragons portraits of our Great Thunderclap Monastery. This little monk will use it to send Devil Cult Master to paradise. Qin Mu examined the dragon pillar beside him, paying attention to the dragon portrait of a ferocious heavenly dragon. With its sharp claws clasping down, it looked like it was subduing devils. The middle-aged monk suddenly moved and came speeding over with heavy footsteps as he shouted, I hope Cult Master can be reborn into a good family in your next life and not be a devil again.
Boom.
He smashed a madra downwards and thunder boomed. What he executed was Tempest of the 9 Dragons from Thunderclap 8 Strikes. His vital chi had transformed into a green dragon whose form was none other than the heavenly dragon on the dragon pillar beside Qin Mu. The green dragon surged forward with bursts of thunder, just like a dragon king descending onto the world. Qin Mu retracted his gaze from the dragon pillar, and his vital chi suddenly burst forth. It was similar to Tempest of the 9 Dragons, and when the 2 dragon forms clashed, the roaring of dragons continued endlessly. 90 green dragons appeared around the 2 people, and they were the dragon force formed by the fist skills. Each person had 45 dragons. The 90 dragons clashed as the dragon-shaped vital chi threaded around the dragon pillars to fight.
Great.
Cultivation, Senior Brother Tan Xian. All the monks cheered. When their voices faded away, the middle-aged monk couldn't resist letting out a grunt. He could feel Qin Mu's magic power overwhelming him as the unpredictable transformations of the dragon forces in his fist left him confused. Qin Mu had also used the dragon form on the pillar, but there were 100 changes in that form, so even though Qin Mu had used one kind, the countless changes within it made his opponent unable to guard against all of them. He has received the true teachings of our Heavenly Dragon Cloister. The eyes of the middle-aged monk revealed despair when the 45 dragon forces formed by his vital chi instantly disintegrated. The 45 dragon forces from Qin Mu merged into one and rushed at his chest with a whoosh. Qin Mu had received the true teachings of the 100 dragons portraits in Heavenly Dragon Cloister after reaching this place and seeing the reliefs for the first time. This was something that was simply impossible. The middle-aged monk instantly understood that things were bad and executed the other dragon forms of 100 dragons portraits in hopes of solving the transformations of the dragon force in Qin Mu's fist. His cultivation was higher than Monk Ming Xian's, and he had awakened his 6 directions divine treasure, which meant he had an extraordinary ability. His vital chi could materialize to form divine arts. Heavenly Dragon Cloister was one of the cloisters in Great Thunderclap Monastery. The monks cultivating here were mostly in 5 elements or 6 directions realm. There were some stronger practitioners of 7 stars realm, like Monk Xian Kong who had incinerated himself earlier. Of course, the abbot of Heavenly Dragon Cloister was very powerful, but at this moment Old Monk Jingming, was accompanying Old Ma and Blind with the other old monks and was unable to excuse himself. The middle-aged monk was considered one of the more outstanding experts in Heavenly Dragon Cloister, but his vital chi cultivation couldn't be compared to that of Qin Mu. The transformations in his dragon force were also way inferior. Crap, I can't solve them. Monk Tan Xian's expression changed, and his chest exploded with a bang. 45 dragon forces burst from his body, and 49 ferocious dragons' heads opened their jaws wide to roar angrily at everyone. The blood light scattered all around, and a lot of fresh blood flew in all directions, landing on the faces and clothes of the monks. Qin Mu shook his head. If you don't have any murderous intentions, I will hold back and not harm your life. But if you insist on killing me, I won't hold back. The monks were all in a daze. Suddenly, a monk pointed at Qin Mu and said in anger, he used techniques of the Devil Path to kill senior brother Tand Xian. What he used were the techniques of the Devil Path. Qin Mu's gaze landed on him, and he said slowly, Thunderclap 8 strikes is a devil. Skill? I'm in 5 elements realm, and he is in 6 directions realm, and I used the same move as him to kill him, yet you guys don't want to admit that his skill was inferior, so you say it's the Devil Path? Rulai, your disciples have shamed you. Deluding people with lies, I'll kill you. A voice shouted out angrily, and a yellow-robed monk came rushing over with boundless vital chi surging about him. He had the cultivation of 6 directions realm, and his technique was incomparably overbearing, his power like rolling thunder. Qin Mu didn't bother to look at him and raised his hand to send Junior Protector Sword out. Sword lights burst forth as the sun set in surging river. The yellow-robed monk was instantly filled with thousands of holes, and his corpse landed on the ground. With an ice-cold expression, Qin Mu said, This is Sunset Sword skill of Yuan Empire. A monk pounced behind him, wanting to land a fatal blow, but a gate suddenly opened behind Qin Mu's body. It was Gate of Heaven Influence. The monk rushed into the gate and saw the light of a lamp shining in the distance. The soul of that monk was instantly sucked into Yudu and left with the boat. Qin Mu closed the Gate of Heaven Influence behind him and said coldly, This isn't a technique of the Devil Path as well. This is Yudu's Gate of Heaven Influence. Kill this devil. Another monk came rushing over, and Qin Mu punched in his direction. Sa Mo Yi. The soul of that monk was dragged out of his body and disintegrated in the air. Qin Mu then said angrily, This is a technique of the Devil Path. Do you understand? I'm absolutely not an expert in techniques of the Devil Path. Chapter 252, Monk Ming Xian. Kill the heavenly devil cult master and take revenge for our senior brothers. Everyone's emotions were stirred up at the same time, and they came swarming over at Qin Mu like bees. He frowned slightly, and his body trembled. 1,000-armed Buddha burst forth, and the Buddha rays shone brilliantly, with incomparably resounding Buddha voice lingering around Heavenly Dragon's cloister. Qin Mu was like an unmovable Buddha withstanding attacks from all directions. With exploding bangs that rang out continuously, the monks flew off in all directions. They smashed into the dragon pillars, and some of them split into 3-5 pieces on the spot. Qin Mu shook his body, and the 1,000 arms that were both in front and behind him vanished. The Buddha rays also vanished. He swept his gaze over the monks that were lying everywhere and brushed his sleeves. This is the Thunderclap 8 strikes of your great Thunderclap monastery. Is this technique of the Devil Path too? Technique is only righteous when used righteously. When used for evil, even Thunderclap 8 strikes or Rulai's Mahayana Sutra will become of the devil. Old Ma coughed and looked towards the flabbergasted old monk Jingming beside him. Senior brother, your heavenly dragon cloister is getting a little messy. Think we should go take a stroll through Heart Meditation Cloister. Old monk Jingming looked at Qin Mu resentfully. Most of the monks that Qin Mu had beaten and killed were his disciples. However, since old Ma and Blind was beside him, he didn't dare to make a move recklessly. He was especially worried about the blind man beside him. Even though that man's eye sockets were empty, he could feel a murderous intent that circled his throat whenever he wanted to make a move. If he really dared to make a move, he was certain that the bamboo cane of this blind man would pierce his throat the next instant. His Rulai's Mahayana Sutra had a flaw which left a weak spot at his throat, and no matter how he changed it, it didn't get fixed. The other old monks of Heavenly Dragon Cloister also didn't dare to make a move. While standing beside Old Ma and Blind, they felt like there were 2 Mount Merus pressing down on them. If they made a move, their bodies would be smashed into pieces. Cold sweat broke out on Monk Jingming's forehead, and he said, Junior brother, your disciple killed my monks of Heavenly Dragon Cloister and even destroyed some 100 dragons' portraits. Old Ma remained silent. Blind said calmly as he propped himself on his bamboo cane, Senior brother Jingming, Heavenly Dragon Cloister being destroyed is your own fault. If you didn't point out that Mu'er was the devil cult master, this wouldn't have happened. Don't blow things up. Once it happens, the mess won't be so easy to clean up. A droplet of cold sweat rolled down Monk Jingming's forehead as he coughed. His voice was like a loud bell when he said, Cult Master Qin is a guest from afar. Do not be impudent, fall back. Once he had said that, the monks over by the relief seemed relieved and immediately helped their companions that were laying on the ground. Old Ma said, Mu'er, come back. Blind beamed at the youth. You fought, destroyed, and also lectured. We are guests, so it's not good to be too impudent. Old Ma said we should take a stroll around Heart Meditation Cloister. Won't you come along? Qin Mu acknowledged their words and bowed to Monk Ming Xian. Little monk, if you can't stay in Great Thunderclap Monastery any longer, come find me in Heavenly Saint Cult. Monk Ming Xian was bewildered. How can I not stay here any longer? My master treats me very well, and these senior and junior brother take good care of me as well. I won't turn bad. You too, don't be the devil cult master anymore. Won't it be better to abandon evil and turn good? Buddhism says that the sea of bitterness has no bounds. Repent, and the shore will be at hand. Qin Mu shook his head and said firmly, You are a true monk. Sometimes, true monks are not tolerated in the monastery of fake monks. When the monastery can't tolerate you anymore, you'll have to go find your Tathagata, your perfect awakening. Read less Buddhist scriptures. Most of those that write them have never been realized, and if they can't become Buddha, how can they guide you down that path? Destroy the Buddha and Great Thunderclap Monastery in your heart, and you will become your own Buddha. The world will become your Great Thunderclap Monastery, and all living things will become your Tao friends, your senior brothers. He stretched his finger out and touched Monk Ming Xian on his heart with a smile. Here lies a real Buddha. He then touched Monk Ming Xian at the heart of his brows. Here lies a fake Buddha. Don't let your belief become your devil, your restraints, and the obstruction to your perception. What you should do is lift your head to face the world and have a clear conscience. Place a scale in your heart and let it become your principle when weighing good and bad, right and wrong, righteous and evil, Buddha and devil. Walk outside more to see what people do and not what the Buddhist scriptures say. It's impossible to become Buddha by only staying in the monastery and thinking about good and evil. Monk Ming Xian's mind was blown, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Qin Mu turned around to walk to Old Ma. On his way, he greeted Monk Jingming. Sorry, great masters, for disturbing your peace. Monk Jingming returned his greeting and said, Devil cult master is courteous. Their cultivations aren't there, and cult master's devil nature is too great. You're good at bewitching people's hearts and ruthless in your attacks, a natural old devil. Qin Mu shook his head. The cultivation of my mind is still shallow. If people want to kill me, I can only retaliate. The state of mind of you great masters is profound. If people wanted to kill you, would you retaliate? When he finished saying this, his gaze turned unfriendly and Junior Protector's sword came whooshing out of its sheath. The gaze of old Monk Jingming and the rest landed on the shining sword blade, and they shook their heads slowly. Qin Mu returned the treasured sword back into its sheath and let out a pent-up breath before smiling. I thought that you eminent monks that have achieved Tao had achieved the state of not being afraid of life and death, not afraid of honor and disgrace. But you are still the same as me, an ordinary human that has a devil nature. Farewell, Grandpa Ma, Grandpa Blind. What kind of place is Heart Meditation Cloister? Old Ma brought them away while saying, Heart Meditation Cloister is where Great Thunderclap Monastery's monks cultivate their hearts. The cultivation in that place is different from here. For cultivation, monks will first cultivate their hearts. There are many monks there who cultivate unspoken meditation. Blind let out a sigh of relief and smiled. It's good that they don't cultivate speaking. This saves the effort of talking about the acts of monks in reality while they talk about Buddhist teachings. After all, when you want to talk to them about tidying up their sect, they will talk to you about Buddhist teachings. If you talk to them about logic, they will talk to you about Buddhist teachings. But if you talk to them about Buddhist teachings, they will come over to beat you. These Buddhist believers can't even do what they preach. Old Ma hesitated and stopped. In that case, let's not go to Heart Meditation Cloister. Qin Mu was bewildered and cried out, Are the monks in Heart Meditation Cloister like this as well? Old Ma shook his head. There's still some who don't cultivate unspoken meditation in Heart Meditation Cloister. It's good that you tag along, since if I was the only one here, they would definitely come to nag at me. But you are the devil cult master, so they will want to nag at you more, and if they can't convince you, what happened in Heavenly Dragon Cloister will be reenacted. Blind shook his head. In that case, let's not go. Great Thunderclap Monastery is full of fake monks, with few that can do what they preach. As long as you say that they do something wrong, they will quarrel with you. The hardest thing to do is to convince a person. They can't break the obstruction in their awareness and always like to complicate the simplest logic, leaving you befuddled. If you followed their topic, you would have certainly lost. Old Ma said, The best logic is still in truth. In the end, it comes down to what is done. In this world, there truly are not many real monks. Most of them are fake, those that open their mouths and quote classics like spewing out a deluge of heavenly flowers. They only know how to speak and not do. It's already fortunate if there is one true monk among 100. Rulai is old and has neglected the teachings. Lately, he seems to be lacking the strength even if he has the mind to do it. Old Ma originally didn't like to talk much, but since he was revisiting his old haunts, his words subconsciously grew in number. Monk Jingming looked at them walking farther away, then glanced at his own companions in dismay. Evil nature. This heavenly devil cult master truly has an evil nature. An old monk sighed. Rulai wants him to stay in the monastery, but I'm afraid this isn't the luck of our great Thunderclap monastery. Another abbot said, I can't understand why Rulai wants him to stay. He's the devil cult master, which devil cult master of heavenly devil cult is easily swayed. Old monk Jingming said, You guys don't have to guess blindly. Rulai's intention is to use Buddhist teachings to influence him, to let him know the vastness of Buddhism, abandoning evil to become good, converting him to Buddhism. Rulai had thought to take him as a disciple, yet heavenly devil cult's patriarch reached out first and snatched him away. The old monks were all bewildered. They knew that he and old Rulai had a deep master and disciple bond. So many things were not hidden from him. Because of this, they trusted his words and asked, There was such an incident. That Kakara staff is a keepsake, yet he gave it away to a monkey. Rulai felt that the destiny was Brock. And so he didn't go find him. But actually, there's a second reason as to why Rulai made him stay. Heavenly Devil Cult is starting to prosper because they have this cult master Qin. He also has a close relationship with Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor. As to the snow disaster, Heavenly Devil Cult Master was farsighted and ordered the entire Devil Cult to support the Emperor in sending disaster relief. Now, with the Emperor and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor as the arms of Heavenly Devil Cult, it will definitely prosper. The old monks' expressions changed, and they stamped their feet. What must we do? Old monk Jingming said, If this cult master Qin got trapped in Great Thunderclap Monastery, the momentum of Heavenly Devil Cult will be broken. With the devil weakened and Buddha rising, our Great Thunderclap Monastery will be fortuitous. Even if Heavenly Devil Cult will try to find another Devil Cult master, they probably won't find another one as outstanding as him. As for the third intention, there seemed to be Buddha rays flickering on and off in his eyes as he said faintly, is because of the next Rulai. Old Rulai didn't have the boldness of Heavenly Devil Cult Patriarch to choose a little brat as the cult master, but he still admires Ma Wangxin and feels that he's the most suitable to inherit his cassock and alms bowl. What a pity. The other old monks looked at one another and said in unison, What a pity. Little monk Ming Xian came walking over muddle-headed and said to old monk Jingming, Master, I. Old monk Jingming saw that he was in a daze and straightened him out. Good child, you've been bewitched by the words of Heavenly Devil Cult Master. A devil is best at bewitching the hearts of people, and it's even worse if he's the Heavenly Devil Cult Master. But I feel that what he said made sense. Old monk Jingming laughed loudly. Good child, there are many Buddhist scriptures in our monastery that judge devils. Go and see what your seniors say. You will then straighten out your thinking without me needing to enlighten you. Monk Ming Xian was still ill at ease. Old monk Jingming frowned. He could see that the impact Qin Mu's words had brought to this little monk was too strong, so it was best to give him tasks that didn't require much thinking. Go and help your senior brothers up, then lift the dragon pillars up. Even though they are broken, they can still be fixed. Monk Ming Xian acknowledged his words and went to help his senior brothers of Heavenly Dragon Cloister and treat the injured. However, those monks didn't give him a pleasant look and drove him away by brushing their sleeves. Monk Ming Xian was stunned. He went to lift up the collapsed dragon pillar, but a couple monks walked over and pushed him to the side. When he squeezed forward again, he was pushed down to the ground. He looked at everyone in a daze before getting up quietly to go to the depository of Buddhist texts to read Buddhist scripture. Yes, however, he couldn't absorb any logic that he read. Old monk Jingming was tidying up Heavenly Dragon Cloister when he suddenly saw monk Ming Xian carrying a little bundle down the mountain. His heart moved slightly, and he called out, Ming Xian, have you brought your Buddhist scriptures? Monk Ming Xian stopped and said, Master, I brought a Heart Sutra. Monk Jingming nodded. Go down the mountain and return back soon. The Sea of Bitterness has no bounds. Repent and Mount Meru will be at hand, where Great Thunderclap Monastery is. Monk Ming Xian knelt down and gave 2 kowtows to him before turning to leave. Behind him, the bell of Great Thunderclap Monastery rang as the sun was high up in the middle of the sky. Its light cast a long shadow of the little monk down the mountain. Chapter 253. Fo Xian. When Monk Ming Xian came to Eternal Peace Empire, he could still see clouds in the sky. The influence of the snow disaster had yet to fade, and soldiers continued to send disaster relief everywhere. The victims were still escaping for their lives while many bandits were plundering houses. Starving people were fleeing all over the place, unable to find any way to get by. There's a white and tender monk here. The starving people were delighted when they saw Monk Ming Xian. We can eat him without washing. He immediately ran away. The starving people, who've been lacking food for quite a long time, could only give up since they couldn't catch up to him. One of them said, I told you not to make a noise. When he was close, we could have just pounced on him and taken a bite. This way, that white and tender monk wouldn't have been able to run away. Monk Ming Xian's heart was alarmed, and he trembled in fear. After starving for 2-3 days, he still couldn't find anything to fill his stomach. Yet, he had been chased over a dozen times by other starving people. Great Thunderclap Monastery was serene, but the outside world was vicious, with famine everywhere. Such things were not written about in the Buddhist scriptures, since only when one was full and warm could they think about Buddhist scriptures. The Heart Sutra that he had brought along was also useless. It couldn't solve his problem of having no food. His current whereabouts were slightly farther away from civilization, so it was too far for the imperial court to help. There were many victims of the disaster and starving people, as well as many corpses of those who had died strewn across the roadside. There were also wild wolves and dogs which had become demons by eating human corpses. They formed packs and went around hunting those that were still alive. Dogs were normally tame, but when a disaster came, they did not scoff at human flesh. They reproduced fast and were even fiercer than wolves. This is hell. Monk Ming Xian shed tears when he saw demons and corpses everywhere. Monk, do you have a child? A thin victim with a pale face grabbed onto his clothes while holding in he. Our embrace a child. Her face was pale and bony, starved. Give your child to me, I'll give mine to you, you can eat my child, and I'll eat yours. Monk Ming Xian screamed and broke free to escape. Rely. Monk Ming Xian ran countless miles until he could no longer run. He then knelt down onto the floor and shouted sorrowfully, Are you not seeing this human world in Great Thunderclap Monastery? He walked forward muddle-headed, stumbling with every other step. When he saw a monastery in front of him, he went inside and saw a couple of humans hanging from the roof. They were stripped of their skin from head to toe, and there were some monks that were squatting in the corner, holding a metal basin with meat. When they saw him, they immediately said in astonishment, Abbot, Abbot, there's a monk that's been left on his own. The old abbot came out in a hurry. Where are you from, monk? There aren't a lot of rations left here, and even the land has been gnawed a few times by the starving people. Yuan Ding, give him a bowl of food and let him leave. My Buddha of compassion. A basin of human flesh was placed in front of Monk Ming Xian, stunning him, and he felt the Buddha in his mind crumble and collapse. He jumped up and frantically smashed the Buddha statue nearby, pushing it down and smashing it into smithereens. The other monks came over in a hurry to stop him and said angrily, This monk is crazy. He's been possessed by the devil. To blaspheme against Buddha, to deceive and destroy the ancestors. Monk Ming Xian let them beat him and didn't retaliate. Soon, he turned into a bloody mess. At that moment, a group of officers with men arrived and slew the monks in the monastery. The monks were eating human flesh. They are really becoming lawless. General, there's still a monk here who doesn't look human anymore from all the beatings. They're still breathing. The soldiers brought Monk Ming Xian for the general to take a look. He won't die. Monk, I see you have the ability. Why didn't you retaliate when they beat you? Monk Ming Xian said with a stupefied expression, I have flaws all over me. The general smiled. It's good to have flaws. Who doesn't have them? Only experts know that they have flaws. You have some ability, so follow me to protect the land. These immigrants even gnaw on the land to dig out the grains that were just planted. Come people, burn this monastery down. The soldiers came forward to set fire, and soon the monastery started burning. Monk Ming Xian nodded, but then he remembered something. He immediately ran toward the fire. My scripture. The general ordered his men to hold him back. What scripture do you have? How thick is it? Only 2 pages. Such a cold weather, yet such a thin scripture, can't even be used for fire. The general raised a single finger, and sorrow could be seen in his eyes. We just need to have 1 season of harvest and all the people in the world will have things to eat and no longer starve. This world will become human world once more, and not hell. Therefore, protecting the land is of utmost importance. We can't let the immigrants ruin it. When the world is peaceful once more, you can go and read your Buddhist scriptures. When that time comes, I'll give you bucket loads of them myself, so you can read whichever you want. Monk Ming Xian was stunned. Only read scriptures in times of peace. Then how could they save those that were suffering? How could they enlighten all living things? If they could not be used during times of chaos, able only to save people from suffering during times of peace, what use did they have? Cult Master Qin is right. Those that write Buddhist scriptures are not really relays. When Monk Ming Xian left with the officers and their men, his plain cotton clothing and grass shoes that were once white were covered in bloodstains. From today onwards, I'll be my own Relay. I'll write my own Buddhist scriptures. In Great Thunderclap Monastery, the bell's ring was long and drawn out, and Qin Mu looked toward the west. There he saw great ruins, which had been through a grave disaster. He then looked toward the east, and there lay Eternal Peace Empire, which was experiencing a snow disaster. Great Thunderclap Monastery was right in the middle of both of them, not receiving any disaster or calamity. It was indeed a good place. The monks on the mountain had no worries and only needed to concentrate on studying Buddhism without being mindful of the disasters outside. Great Thunderclap Monastery has over 4,000 cloisters, Heavenly Dragon Cloister and Heart Meditation Cloister being the more high-end cloisters. Every cloister is responsible for different things, and what they comprehend is different. If there are any outstanding disciples, they will be taught by the old monks, so they won't need to move around from cloister to cloister, Old Ma explained. For example, let's take that monk Ming Xian. He was specially taught by monk Jingming, so he had a teacher to guide him and was more outstanding among the other monks. Those with the highest comprehension and Buddha nature, meanwhile, are taught personally by Rulai. Qin Mu looked down and saw the mountain's peaks were like petals of a lotus surrounding the main golden peak, which was in the center. There were tens of thousands of temples and monasteries with incense burning in front of them. Great Thunderclap Monastery does have its good points. It has quite a similarity with Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor on the teaching of disciples, Qin Mu said while nodding. Old Ma brought them around the mountain to visit the wonders there. At this moment, he led them toward an awe-inspiring pagoda. Heaven's cloister's first heaven is Yamaraja Cloister. The second heaven is Sagara Nagaraja Cloister, which represents a state of mind in Rulai's Mahayana Sutra. If you went to the topmost realm, there would be Sakra Cloister and Brahma Cloister there. If you would, to count from that top, Brahma Cloister would be the first heaven. Qin Mu raised his head and was shaken. This pagoda was way too majestic. It was a magnificent sight with an air about it of truly standing above mountains and rivers. They walked into the pagoda and came to the first cloister, Yamaraja Cloister, where they saw a few young monks were cultivating Rulai's Mahayana Sutra. An old monk immediately came forward and said, Ma Wangshan, we just want to walk around here. The old monk had a troubled expression when he said, this is where we cultivate Rulai's Mahayana Sutra. Suddenly, another voice spoke up. Senior brother, our Buddha said that there's nothing to hide in Great Thunderclap Monastery. We can let them go anywhere. The old monk looked over and immediately said, Fozi. A young monk walked in and greeted Old Ma, senior brother. He then also greeted Qin Mu, Cult Master Qin. Qin Mu returned the greeting and smiled. So, it's Fozi Fo Xian. I saw you outside Imperial College once, but we've never met me before. This monk had a clean round head and gave off a feeling of something precious. His eyes were bright like jewels, and his earlobes were like droplets of water. A red mark was drawn at the heart of his brows, which was very extraordinary. He was none other than Fozi Fo Xian. Fozi Fo Xian had once followed old monk Jingming to block the gate of Imperial College, and Qin Mu had went to take a look. Because the young patriarch didn't give him any benefits and Qin Mu still had to paralyze the Green Bull, they didn't exchange blows. When Imperial Physician Yu and the rest had paralyzed Imperial College, Si Yunxiang had sneaked out to fight and forced Fozi Fo Xian to retreat after being defeated. Fozi Fo Xian sized up Qin Mu and saw that even though this heavenly devil cult master looked like a gentleman that was polite, cultured, and refined, he had a very invasive gaze. He could feel a wild and unruly bearing bursting forth from his gaze, stabbing into the inner hearts of others. This made his heart leap up uncontrollably. The devil nature of this person is quite serious. Fo Xian said to the old monk, Rulai said that there's no problem even if we show cult master Qin Rulai's Mahayana Sutta. Without Buddha nature, there's absolutely no way to cultivate Rulai's Mahayana Sutra of our Great Thunderclap Monastery. What's more, Senior Brother Ma also used Rulai's Mahayana Sutra, so if he wanted to teach cult master Qin, he would have done so a long time ago. Two benefactors and Senior Brother Ma, please study to your heart's content. The old monk calmed down and started explaining to the little monks the marvel of the first heaven, Yamaraja Heaven. He no longer had any qualms about Qin Mu and the rest being here. After a moment, Qin Mu comprehended something and used what he just heard about Rulai's Mahayana Sutra. He felt cold and warmth in his body as if he had descended into hell and become Yamaraja. Fo Xian saw precious rays suddenly coming out from the youth's body, and his heart jumped slightly. Those are Buddha rays. He had comprehended the first heaven of Rulai's Mahayana Sutra just by standing here. Could he have a Buddha nature? Isn't he a devil? Old Ma also saw the Buddha rays that had suddenly burst forth from his body and said, Mu'er, you have already achieved the first heaven of Rulai's Mahayana Sutra, so there's no need to listen here anymore. Let us head to the next level. Qin Mu followed Old Ma and Blind to Sagara Nagaraja Cloister, and Fozi Fo Xian hurried after them. There was also an old monk here talking about all kinds of marvels of Sagara Nagaraja Heaven. Not long later, Fozi Fo Xian saw the Buddha rays on Qin Mu's body becoming stronger. He was greatly shaken. It was impossible for people with devil nature to cultivate Rulai's Mahayana Sutra. Qin Mu was the heavenly devil cult master, a devil among devils, but he could actually cultivate to the second heaven of Rulai's Mahayana Sutra just by standing and listening for a while. Wasn't that just too shocking? One has to know that the reason Foxian was called Fozi was because he had a pure and limpid heart of a newborn. Back when he had first come to this place, he had also managed to cultivate Rulai's Mahayana Sutra to the fourth heaven in a short time, shaking Great Thunderclap Monastery. He was then honored with the name of Fozi. From what he heard, it had been the same for Ma Wangshan as well. Foxian had heard about his legend, and it was rumored that Ma Wangshan had managed to cultivate to the fifth heaven in one shot. Due to this, old Rulai had extremely high expectations for him, grooming him to become his replacement. The devil of Heavenly Devil cult can't have as great a Buddha nature as me. Foxian thought to himself. When they came to the third heaven, Qin Mu comprehended the mental state of Kandra from Rulai's Mahayana Sutra, cultivating Kandra heaven. Buddha rays appeared behind his head, and they were as splendid as moonlight. Yet there were not many monks who had cultivated to this heaven in the whole Kandra cloister. When in the fourth heaven, Qin Mu comprehended the mental state of Surya, and Buddha rays shone from the back of his head like a blazing sun. He was like an eminent monk who had achieved his Tao. Chapter 254. The Root of the Trouble. Foxian drew in a shaky breath. He had also broken through four heavens one after another, cultivating to the mental state of Surya. When he reached Marisai Cloister, he couldn't cultivate it right away, yet even so, it was enough for him to be called Fozi. Didn't this mean that Qin Mu also had the Buddha heart and was no inferior to him? If Qin Mu continued forward and broke through the mental state of Marisai heaven, wouldn't it meant that this devil's Buddha heart was even stronger than Foxian's own? How could a devil have a greater Buddha nature than someone who cultivates Buddhism? After coming to Marisai Cloister, Qin Mu listened to the scripture, and not long later, flames of light came from his body. Foxian's mind was blown, and he became muddle-headed. Qin Mu, this devil, actually managed to cultivate to the fifth heaven in one go, which was the same aptitude as Ma Wangshan's, the same kind of Buddha heart. How was that possible? He was a devil. He was clearly a devil, so it should have been impossible for him to cultivate Rulai's Mahayana Sutra. Foxian composed himself. He was the monk with the highest aptitude and comprehension in the last 100 years and had the best Buddha heart, so he had never expected to be surpassed by a devil. Everyone came to Haridi Cloister, and Qin Mu was finally got stuck. He didn't manage to cultivate the sixth heaven of Rulai's Mahayana Sutra. Foxian was dazed. Qin Mu had cultivated 5 heavens in one go, which was already the aptitude for becoming Rulai. If he converted to Buddhism, Master would most likely choose him as the next Rulai. Foxian started to worry about his personal gains and losses. I can't let him become Rulai's disciple. The next Rulai can only be me. Once this thought was born, it could not be stopped. Fozi, I've heard that Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor came here once. How many heavens did he cultivate? Qin Mu suddenly asked. Foxian composed himself and said, Imperial Preceptors coming here is something that happened 100 or 2 years ago. I've heard from seniors in the monastery that Rulai had followed him then, and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had comprehended 7 heavens in a short while. Qin Mu jumped in shock and shook his head. As expected of the genius that appears once every 500 years, I can't compete with him. Old Ma was also astonished. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor actually managed to comprehend 7 heavens in one go. Remarkable. If he entered Buddhism, he would have become Rulai. If he entered a Tao sect, he would have become a Tao master, and if he had entered your Heavenly Saint cult, he would have become the sacred cult master. Such a talent, there is no one who can compare with that. Blind also exclaimed in admiration. Cripple was not treated unjustly by having his leg chopped off by him. Old Ma and Blind brought them through all levels of the 20 Heavens Pagoda, and 2-3 days passed without them noticing it. Qin Mu had listened to all 20 heavens of Rulai's Mahayana Sutra once, and had exclaimed in admiration at the exquisiteness of it all. They were no inferior to great educational heavenly devil scriptures. He had no intention of cultivating Rulai's Mahayana Sutra, but he could use other people's knowledge to improve himself. Rulai's Mahayana Sutra was worthy for him to use as a reference. Foxian looked at Qin Mu, and his gaze flickered. Cult Master Qin's aptitude isn't bad as well. Cult Master, since our great Thunderclap Monastery has shown our Rulai's Mahayana Sutra to you, I wonder if Tli Monk can browse your great educational heavenly devil scriptures. Qin Mu took out a ball of thread from his Taodai sack and said generously, What harm is there? Anyone in our cult can learn great educational heavenly devil scriptures, so there's no problem even if it was taught to outsiders. He pulled onto the head of the thread, giving it a gentle pull. Instantly, countless words swarmed out and rolled into the sky. Qin Mu didn't hide anything, and just showed the entire great educational heavenly devil scriptures in front of Foxian. When Foxian saw the first sentence of Great Educational Heavenly Devil Scriptures, his expression changed. He felt the ideals before him clashing with Buddhism's ideals. As he looked over and saw the 7 writings of creation, he couldn't help frowning. This is truly the technique of a devil cult. There's no compassion in it at all. All it's teaching is evil skills. Cult master, put it away. This little monk can't look at this. Qin Mu was bewildered, but did as asked and retrieved Great Educational Heavenly Devil Scriptures, which were still a ball of thread. At this moment, a monk suddenly hurried over and spoke in a low voice to Foxian. The message astonished its recipient, and he saluted the group while remaining calm and collected. 3 benefactors, it's already late, so may the 3 of you return back to your rooms to rest. Blind yawned and said, we're guests, so we shall comply with whatever's convenient for the host. Mu'er, Old Ma, let's return to our rooms to rest. The 3 of them walked out of the pagoda, and Blind suddenly said, just now, the monk told Foxian that the Crown Prince of Eternal Peace Empire came to request an audience with Old R'lyeh. Qin Mu was stunned. Eternal Peace Empire's Crown Prince? What was he doing by coming to Great Thunderclap Monastery at this time? What scheme was he playing by requesting an audience with Old R'lyeh? Blind's ears twitched, and he said, Foxian had the monk lead Eternal Peace Crown Prince to Hall of Great Strength, while he went to Thousand Buddha's Pagoda himself to inform R'lyeh. He entered Thousand Buddha's Pagoda, but I can't see or hear what's happening inside it. R'lyeh has come out and told the monks around to do their best to chant the incantations, suppressing Li Tianqing. Old Ma's expression changed slightly, and he said in a hurry, how could the Buddha skills of those monks suppress Li Tianqing? R'lyeh is careless. The 1,000 Buddhas in the pagoda are dead, so even if their energy can be excited by the incantations of the monks, it won't be enough to suppress Li Tianqing. Quick, to 1,000 Buddha's pagoda, so that Li Tianqing won't escape. The 3 of them immediately hurried towards the Golden Peak, but Qin Mu was much slower than the others. When he passed by his room, he saw the dragon Qilin still lying asleep, and the old monk beside him still reciting scriptures for him. Fatty dragon, Qin Mu hurriedly shouted out. And the dragon Qilin woke up and ran over, leaving the old monk behind. That old monk shouted out angrily, brute, no wisdom at all. Qin Mu jumped onto the dragon Qilin's back and said, head to the Golden Peak at your fastest speed. But cult master, you haven't given me anything to eat these days. Head to the Golden Peak as fast as you can, and I'll give you 2 buckets. Qin Mai immediately told him. The dragon Qilin was instantly motivated and dashed toward the Golden Peak in a frantic rush. Inside the 1,000 Buddha's pagoda, there were corporeal bodies of the previous relays, while outside there were monks sitting on the roof as well as by the windows and door. They chanted Buddhist incantations to excite the corporeal bodies of old relays. Through those corporeal bodies, the incantations transformed into texts with forms which were like huge dragons that flew to and fro, surging into the heart of Granny C's brows to suppress and refine her heart devil, Li Tianqing. These last couple days, Old R'lyeh had personally led all the monks in using the Buddha nature hidden in the corporeal bodies to suppress and refine Li Tianqing. The effects could already be seen by how Granny C was waking up more and more frequently due to Li Tianqing's primordial spirit having been weakened by a lot. This was why Old R'lyeh had been at ease to leave, handing the task over to the monks. After all, there were so many corporeal bodies of the previous relays to keep watch. Yet at this moment, Granny C's pupils became incomparably dark, and she chuckled. A voice that was brimming with seductiveness came from the pagoda, and it was like a lover whispering sweet nothings beside one's ears. That voice tunneled into the monks' ears, into their hearts, and instantly, all the monks' Buddha hearts were thrown into chaos as devils were born within them. Hold on, an old monk shouted out sternly. Don't listen to her voice. Just as he said these words, a beautiful face popped out from the pagoda and smiled sweetly at him. A devil was born in that old monk's Buddha heart, and the wheel of Buddha rays behind his head dimmed. He then fell from the pagoda. This is bad. Another old monk chanted out the many names of Buddha before raising his 2 fingers to stab his eyes, planning not to see Granny C's appearance. With resolution, he dug out both of his eyes, but then gentle laughter reached his ears, tunneling into his Buddha's heart and making it itch. That old monk gritted his teeth and stabbed his ears, piercing his eardrums, so he couldn't hear her voice. The old monk's head was covered in blood as he loudly chanted Buddhist scriptures, exciting the corporeal bodies of the previous relays that were in the pagoda. Since he couldn't see and hear, he wasn't aware of the monks falling off from the pagoda and crashing loudly against the floor. Suddenly, he felt a soft and slender lily-white hand that had the perfect temperature caressing his face and bald head. The body of the old monk trembled, and the Buddha rays behind his head suddenly dispersed. He fell from 1,000 Buddha's pagoda, as well. Qin Mu pushed the dragon Qilin to rush to the Golden Peak only to see all the monks falling off and crashing into the ground. Old Ma and Blind broke through to chase after Granny C, who had already escaped the suppression of Thousand Buddha's pagoda. The speed of the three of them was extremely fast, and they disappeared in a flash. Even the Dragon Qilin could only watch the dash behind them, having no way to catch up. Qin Mu was stunned. You guys. The Golden Peak was in a mess, and Old Ma and Blind had both rushed away, leaving him to sit by himself on the back of the Dragon Qilin. The youth was stunned for a moment, then said resentfully, I wonder if Great Thunderclap Monastery will be willing to let me, this heavenly devil cult master, go. It's not a good feeling to be in the enemy's camp without any elder to support you. Just as old R'lyeh sat down in the Hall of Great Strength, thinking to chat with Eternal Peace Crown Prince, a monk came rushing in to report, Revered one of the world, Li Tianqing has escaped. Stunned, old R'lyeh shook his head. I've underestimated him. I thought that as an upright devil cult master, he would find it disdainful to learn the art of charm. Never would have I expected that he would still have tricks up his sleeves. Since I can't suppress and refine him, let Heavenly Devil Cult Master leave the mountain. Eternal Peace Crown Prince was astonished. Heavenly Devil Cult Master is in Great Thunderclap Monastery? Is he the palace grandee of my imperial court? Old R'lyeh nodded in agreement. It's him. Eternal Peace Crown Prince was delighted. Buddha, this person is Heavenly Devil Cult Master, one who did much evil, so he can't be let off. Why don't we just rid this world of that evil on this mountain? Old R'lyeh shook his head. He had a favor to ask from me by coming up the mountain, so I had him stay. However, since I couldn't do what he requested, I will have to allow him to leave the mountain. Our Great Thunderclap Monastery cannot act like a devil. Eternal Peace Crown Prince still wanted to say more, but Fozi Fo Xian got up and said, Revered one of the world, I shall send Cult Master Qin down the mountain. Old R'lyeh nodded and looked towards Eternal Peace Crown Prince. Crown Prince, this old monk knows your intentions for coming, and also knows what you are planning. It's because this concerns all living things under this world that this old monk had come over in a hurry and let Li Tianqing take advantage of this. You should have met Teacher Poor, and the rest, right? Eternal Peace Crown Prince nodded. They can't handle my father, so we earnestly request Buddha to lend a hand. Old R'lyeh smiled. His Majesty's Nine Dragons Monarch technique has already been cultivated to its maximum, so there are indeed not many people who can handle his Majesty. But this old monk is one. At this moment, Fozi Fo Xian came to find Qin Mu. Cult Master Qin, revered one of the world ordered me to send you down the mountain. Chapter 255, Severe Devil Nature. Thanks for the trouble, Fozi. Qin Mu expressed his thanks. Since Fozi Fo Xian followed him, he didn't ride the Dragon Qilin but had jumped off to walk with him. This was courtesy. The sky is already dark. We should have let Cult Master remain here for another night. The two people walked down the mountain without hurry. Even though their footsteps weren't fast, they were still 10 times faster than ordinary people. Fo Xian said, Even though Cult Master Qin only spent a little time in Great Thunderclap Monastery, you have created quite a mess. There are some monks that have lost their lives while others return to their normal lives, but even so, R'lyeh still lets Cult Master leave the mountain. Qin Mu smiled. R'lyeh has a wide breadth of mind which I admire very much, as expected of the number one awakened of Buddhism. R'lyeh had abandoned sectarian bias and was willing to save Granny C, for which I'm very grateful to him. Fo Xian smiled back at him. Cult Master, I would like to take another look at Great Educational Heavenly Devil Scripture. Is that possible? Qin Mu took out Great Educational Heavenly Devil Scriptures and opened them up, revealing countless passages of text. Fozi Fo Xian browsed through them as he walked and shook his head. Truly harmful skills. Every divine art and every technique teaches how to take the lives of others, and even the methods of cultivation are very evil. Qin Mu was astonished. Fozi, why do you say that? Look at this heavenly devil creation technique, which strips skins to make them into clothes. The souls, spirits, qi, and blood all have to be sealed in order to make clothes that can be constantly changing. Isn't this an evil skill? Qin Mu smiled. Heavenly devil creation technique mainly cultivates the inner body. Using this technique to seal your own soul, spirit, qi, and blood can prevent outside magic from invading you. It isn't to strip skin and make clothes. If one wanted to transform, they could do it by matching heavenly god creation technique with spirit creation technique. Fo Xian shook his head. Cult Master, you are the one who has comprehended wrongly, who hasn't heard about the evils of heavenly devil technique. You are still young, so how much could you have read? It's thus normal that you have comprehended wrongly. Take a look at this pre-celestial creation technique. This is clearly a devil technique that can only be cultivated by plucking the pre-celestial qi of a newborn child. Those who cultivate this technique will never age, but how many newborn babies must be harmed for that? Qin Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he corrected him the monk. The so-called pre-celestial qi isn't referring to infants, but to the state of infants. Before an infant is born, they are in pre-celestial state, the beginning of yin and yang, preserving their origin. A placenta connects pre-celestial to the mother, so there's no need to breathe, thus their souls are pure and flawless. Fozi, you have understood wrongly. There's no need to eat the placenta or the infant to cultivate this technique. Instead, you have to treat yourself like an infant. Foxian shook his head. Cult Master, you're still going to deny it? Isn't this Earth Aeon creation technique a devil technique used for gathering devil flames from the sun and earth to refine all living things? The more people are refined to death, the more damned souls there will be, and the greater power the skill will have. In the end, the devil flames will turn into hell, all for the Aeon of Earth. Qin Mu smiled. This technique has the word creation, so it's used to cultivate spirit, to strengthen one's primordial spirit. Using other people's souls to strengthen one's primordial spirit, how's that not a devil technique? Foxian asked. Qin Mu shook his head and said, this technique can be combined with pre-celestial creation technique, preserving the origin of one's heart and spirit, turning oneself into an infant state and connecting oneself to the earth. By plucking the chi of Mother Earth, one can strengthen their primordial spirit as well as create all living things. Fozi, I have been cultivating great educational heavenly devil scriptures these few days, and my spirit embryo is abnormally strong. The effects of these two techniques are not small. You can also cultivate them. Foxian smiled. I won't cultivate, I just want to criticize. Qin Mu took a deep look at him. Foxian looked magnanimous and didn't seem to be lying, so Qin Mu smiled at him. In that case, Fozi may continue. Foxian continued to browse as they walked away from Great Thunderclap Monastery. Your heavenly devil cult is worthy of the devil word. The devil nature in its teachings is too heavy. These techniques, skills, and divine arts are both shocking and frightful. This technique that's called sending funeral technique. If one wants to cultivate it, are they going to exterminate an entire family? Qin Mu shook his head. This technique is actually the technique of our heavenly saint cult's funeral hall, and what they cultivate are paper humans and paper horses. They help people arrange funerals, drive away ghosts, and bring good fortune to their descendants. Fozi, if you're going to look at the scriptures with prejudice, there's no need for you to browse anymore. I'm afraid your Buddha's heart will be spoiled. Foxian laughed. Cult Master Qin, my Great Thunderclap Monastery has already shown you Rulai's Mahayana Sutra, and you don't want me to read great educational heavenly devil scriptures? Qin Mu smiled slightly. All right then, as you wish. The two of them continued down the mountain, and the more Foxian read, the more he shook his head. When they reached the bottom of the mountain it was already the dead of the night. Through this time, he had managed to read more than half of great educational heavenly devil scriptures. Qin Mu looked around. In front of him was Eternal Peace Empire. If he had gone down the other side of the mountain, they would have faced great ruins, but since it was shrouded by darkness at this time, it couldn't be stepped into. The New Year's was already over, and it was the second month of the year. In the sky, the stars were sparse, but the moon was shining brightly. It was a crescent that gave off a serene light that was brighter than usual. This was near Great Thunderclap Monastery, so the dark clouds above had been long removed by the eminent monks. Because of that, the sky was especially clear. There were some villages nearby that believed in Buddhism and worshipped Buddha. However, the land around here belonged to Great Thunderclap Monastery, so all the people around were farmers. They didn't have to pay rent to the imperial court, but send offerings to Great Thunderclap Monastery for using the land to produce crops. Qin Mu wanted to return to eternal peace. The first reason for that was to continue cultivating, while the second was to manage Heavenly Saint cult. Li Tianqing had also run in the direction of Eternal Peace Empire when he had broken free from Thousand Buddha's pagoda. Foxian was still reading great educational heavenly devil scriptures when the two of them came to the mountain gate. The monk guarding the gate was sitting with a lantern while an Elefure strange beast was sleeping next to him. There were also some retainers nearby who got up the moment they saw them. Foxian went up to inquire about their origin, and one of them answered, "We are the retainers of the Crown Prince. Since we're all ordinary people, we can't enter the monastery and have to stay outside to wait. I'm sending the devil cult master down the mountain, so I don't have the time to entertain everyone. I beg your pardon." Foxian called the Elefure over and led this strange beast over. "Cult Master Qin, I'll need another hour to finish reading. If Cult Master doesn't mind, I would like to continue to send you off. The Elefure of my Great Thunderclap Monastery listens to Dharma all year round and has a profound cultivation, so it can definitely match up to your Dragon Qilin." Qin Mu revealed a smile. "It's best this way." The Elefure and the Dragon Qilin moved at the same pace while Buddha rays appeared behind Foxian's head to shine onto great educational heavenly devil scriptures for him to continue studying it. "Devil Cult Master?" The eyes of the retainers of the Crown Prince lighted up, and they asked, "Which Devil Cult Master?" The monk who was guarding the mountain gate said, "Which one could it be?" That is Cult Master Qin of Heavenly Devil Cult. He came with a tumultuous momentum and bewitched many of the monks in the monastery to return to normal lives. During these couple of days, there were chaos continuously leaving the mountain to return to normal lives, some of them being my senior uncles. The retainers looked at one another and smiled. We can find our merit here. Heavenly Devil Cult killed Sun Nantua and eradicated Nantua Monastery, and we actually managed to meet him here of all places. Let's go and get our merit. Good men, don't do evil and kill people, don't harm Fozi, the gate monk said in a panic. The retainers of the Crown Prince smiled. Don't worry. Qin Mu sat on the back of the dragon Qilin and kept looking up at the moon in the sky, bobbing up and down as the dragon Qilin moved. Now was the 8th day of the 2nd month, and the crescent was very curved. Soon, Fo Xian let out a breath of relief and returned great educational heavenly devil scriptures to Qin Mu. Little monk has finally finished reading. Those scriptures are truly a devil classic. Why does Cult Master Qin keeps looking at the moon in the sky? There's no moon in Great Ruins. Qin Mu retracted his gaze and gently touched great educational heavenly devil scriptures. They turned into a ball of thread, and he smiled. Thus, every time I see the moon, I find it very beautiful and captivating. Furthermore, I want to see the boundary of Great Thunderclap Monastery. Fo Xian was slightly stunned and asked curiously, the boundary of Great Thunderclap Monastery? Qin Mu nodded. When he saw the moon being blocked by the dark clouds in the sky, he leaped off the back of the dragon Qilin. Half of the place where he had landed was lit up by the moon while the other half was in the darkness, left by the dark clouds. The boundary of Great Thunderclap Monastery should be around here. Please take a look, Fozi. The eminent monks of Great Thunderclap Monastery removed all the dark clouds in their territory, so the dark clouds here belong to Eternal Peace Empire and have nothing to do with Great Thunderclap Monastery. Fo Xian also jumped down from the Elefure and raised his head to look at the sky before looking at the ground. He said in astonishment, I never knew Great Thunderclap Monastery had a boundary. In this case, there should be a boundary stone nearby. Qin Mu's interest was spiked, and he smiled. Why don't we find it? Fo Xian seemed to also have the temperament of a youth, and the two young men started to search around. After some time, they found a broken cliff which was a mountain peak. Only half of the 30 yards tall mountain peak was left, and on it, a few words were written. They said Great Thunderclap Monastery Boundary. Fo Xian clapped his hands together and laughed. There's really such a boundary stone. Even though I'm a monk of Great Thunderclap Monastery, I've never heard seniors mentioning this before. Cult Master Qin, I've heard that Heavenly Devil Cult doesn't cultivate the heart and doesn't have much requirements regarding the frame of mind. The techniques of your Heavenly Devil Cult are fast to cultivate, but because you YS cultivate techniques and not the heart, you're easily possessed by the devil. While standing under this boundary stone, Qin Mu raised his head to examine the handwriting. There's such a saying. Fo Xian's gaze flickered, and he said, Buddhism techniques cultivate the heart, so if we added the fast cultivation of great educational heavenly devil scriptures, wouldn't it be perfect? Qin Mu was still examining the words on the boundary stone, so he said absent-mindedly, This I do not know. Fo Xian looked at his back at Qin Mu's back, while he looked at the boundary stone in front. Neither of them spoke another word. Suddenly, Buddha rays shone brilliantly, and a thick devil chi emanated. Under the boundary stone, the world was split by the Buddha and devil, one righteous and one evil clashed with a bang. Qin Mu turned around, and the Buddha rays behind his head shone brightly. He was like a huge yellow-robed Buddha whose every raise of the arms and every lift of the feet would result in thunder. What he executed was Rulai's Mahayana Sutra. Meanwhile, Fo Xian emanated the sinister devil chi as devil flames blazed around his body. What he executed was Earth Aeon creation technique. The two of them suddenly clashed under the boundary stone without saying a word. Qin Mu's vital chi created clouds above his head. Within them, 5 heavens with 10,000 Buddhas could be seen faintly. In the meantime, the devil chi around Fo Xian raged, and the devil flames burned more and more furiously. The two of them leaped up like rabbits and soared down like falcons under the boundary stone of Great Thunderclap Monastery. But suddenly, a loud bang rang out as Fo Xian grunted and moved a step back. Qin Mu took a step forward and struck with palm after palm, his every hit as heavy as the boundary stone of Great Thunderclap Monastery. Fo Xian moved back continuously, fresh blood flowing from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Qin Mu smashed another palm down, and he was like a huge Buddha, striking with colorless karma fire. Fo Xian raised his hand to receive the blow, and the sound of bone cracking could be heard. He then moved back and felt his back leaning against the boundary stone, making his heart sink. Qin Mu struck again, and Fo Xian gave another grunt as he crumbled and sat down under the boundary stone. He raised his hand and said, Enough, I admit defeat. Qin Mu raised his fist and smashed down with fist after fist. After a moment, he stood up, while Foxin was left a bloody mess. Your devil nature is severe. I'm going to leave you alive to see how you'll ruin Great Thunderclap Monastery in the future. Qin Mu pulled back his fists, his fingertips dripping with blood. Looking at Foxin, who was beyond recognition, he said softly, You misinterpret every technique you see in great educational heavenly devil scriptures, and you're more like the devil than the devil. If I leave you alive, Great Thunderclap Monastery will definitely be destroyed in your hands. Foxin still had breath and wanted to say something, but a sword light struck him at that moment. It pierced through the heart of his brows, and the flying sword penetrated his skull, nailing him to the boundary stone. As he died, he could hear a voice shouting in delight. The devil cult master is finally dead. The devil nature of this wretch is so heavy. Fozi is still too kind-hearted and didn't land the fatal blow. Someone else left. In the end, we're still the ones who got to finish him. Sever his head and collect the reward from the Crown Prince. Chapter 256. Invite Dao's sword, slay true dragon. Qin Mu stared with wide eyes, beyond startled. He had a grotesque and variegated feeling and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just then, that sword light had avoided him and went straight for the heart of Foxin's brows, penetrating his skull. Even if he wanted to stop it, he couldn't make it in time. The aim of this sudden sword light was to slay him, the heavenly devil cult master. However, when he clashed with Foxin, he had used Rulai's Mahayana Sutra, so his Buddha rays shot to the heavens, while Foxin had used great educational heavenly devil scriptures, which gave him a severe devil nature. The owner of the flying sword was over a mile away from them, so with the hazy moonlight, he had simply sent the sword flying based on the rays he saw from afar, taking Foxin's life. The retainers of the Crown Prince naturally had extremely high abilities and cultivated orthodox sword techniques. On top of that, Foxin had been already heavily injured by Qin Mu, and so he lost his life carelessly just like that. Beside the boundary stone, the dragon Qilin was staring at the Elefure. Before the two strange beasts could even start to fight, the battle had already ended. The Elefure let out a sigh of relief when he saw Qin Mu not killing Foxin, yet to its surprise, a sword light came from nowhere. It was so sudden that the Elefure had no time to react. The figures began flying over, and Qin Mu didn't think twice before moving back onto the dragon Qilin. When the Elefure saw Foxin's death, its mind was left in a huge mess, and the creature was overwhelmed by the dragon Qilin's aura. Qin Mu jumped onto the back of his mount, and the dragon Qilin immediately fled from the scene as fire clouds grew under his feet. That head is mine, one of the Crown Prince's retainers shouted out. No one shall take my credit. He came to the boundary stone and pulled out his flying sword from the heart of Foxin's brows. When he got ready to cut Foxin's head off, he was slightly stunned. How come he doesn't have hair? As the other retainers rushed after, they were bewildered when they saw Fozi riding on the dragon Qilin to escape, while the Elefure that guarded Great Thunderclap Monastery stood motionless. Qin Mu turned his head back, and the heavenly devil cult master smiled towards these retainers of the Crown Prince under the moonlight, making their hearts fall into the abyss. Heavenly devil cult master. The retainers of the Crown Prince felt their whole bodies turn cold as they thought what to do next. Since the one riding the dragon Qilin was Heavenly Devil Cult Master, there was only one person that could be lying there under the boundary stone. They turned their suddenly stiff necks and saw the retainer with the sword standing helplessly. He stretched his hand out to try and block the sword hole in the heart of Foxin's brows, but there was no use. He stood up, thinking to drag the body away, but then saw the rest of his companions when he turned his head around. This retainer was out of his wits and turned around to look at the corpse of Fozi under the boundary stone before looking back at the other retainers. He then looked at the corpse again, repeating the movement of his head for the third time. What do I do? He sounded like he was sobbing. We all came here together so you guys can forget about leaving me alone. If you sabotage me, you guys won't escape death as well. Killing Fozi is a grave crime, and the Crown Prince will execute all of you as well. The other retainers also had no idea how to proceed, but then, one of them said with a parched throat, we might as well go all the way. Burn the corpse and eliminate all evidence, pushing the blame onto Heavenly Devil Cult Master. There's already more than enough shit on Heavenly Devil Cult Master, so one more thing won't make a difference. Someone in the crowd reminded, but that Elefure saw what happened. They all turned to look at the Elefure. Kill this deer, and no one will know. They sprung into action, and countless flying swords flew out from their sheaths, coming down from the sky like sword rain which came for the Elefure. The body of the Elefure trembled as the animal revealed its true body, which was dozens of times larger. The Elefure braved the sword rain and charged at the group, ignoring the flying swords. They could prick its skin, but not injure its organs. A huge bang could be heard when the huge deer horn stabbed 2 people and smashed them into the boundary stone. 2 new blood stains appeared on the boundary stone. The other 2 people immediately flew away, but this Elefure was not an unusual strange beast. It had the face of a horse, the hooves of a cow, the tail of a donkey, and the horns of a deer. Listening to the Dharma of Great Thunderclap Monastery for close to 200 years, it had cultivated remarkable abilities and was incomparably strong. The Elefure shook its head, and the deer horns flew out. One of them pierced through the chest of one man, nailing him to the ground. In the meantime, the Elefure caught up to the other person and stomped him to death. That strange beast then shook its head, and the deer horns flew back to its head. After looking back at the corpse of Fozi under the boundary stone, the Elefure turned and sprinted back to Great Thunderclap Monastery. Even though flying swords covered the creature's body, they created only external injuries. There was no decrease in the running speed. Not long later, the sky had brightened, and a few elderly monks came to the place of the boundary stone under the lead of the Elefure. Those old monks examined the situation with grim expressions. Fozi actually died just like this. A yellow-robed old monk frowned and said, "The sword wound was indeed left behind by the retainers of the Crown Prince, not the sword skill of Heavenly Devil Cult. It also a match with the weapons of those retainers. It's just that Rulai is now discussing with Crown Prince the great plans regarding the future of the world, to change the dynasty and correct the reform of Emperor Yanfeng, returning everything to its origin. This is a plan of extreme importance. If it was spoiled by this, it's saddening to see Fozi pass away, but it's only mortal flesh that's gone. He can finally be free from the struggles in this sea of suffering." Another old monk said, "We can't let the death of Fozi spoil the plans of extreme importance. Rulai doesn't need to know about this incident. It's enough that we the Arhats of the Hall of Arhats knows about this. However, Fozi is dead, and the retainers of the Crown Prince are also dead. We can't hide this from them. We will tell Rulai and the Crown Prince that it was Heavenly Devil Cult Master who did this." Out of goodwill, Fozi sent Heavenly Devil Cult Master out of the monastery, but Heavenly Devil Cult Master launched a sneak attack on him at the boundary stone, killing Fozi. The retainers of the Crown Prince had gone to stop him, but they were all ruthlessly killed by him as well. The expressions of yellow-robed old monks changed, and an Arhat shouted out, "A monk cannot lie." The old monk's long eyebrows fluttered as he said with an emotional sigh, "There's no need for you guys to say anything, I'll do it. After saying it, I'll return to a normal life and leave the monastery. In comparison to the future of Great Thunderclap Monastery, what's the harm in giving up my clean reputation?" "Excellent, excellent. Senior brother is righteous." All the monks put their palms together and paid their respects to him. When the monks from Hall of Arhats returned to Great Thunderclap Monastery, old Rulai had already finished the discussion with Eternal Peace Crown Prince. He got up to send him off and said, "Your Highness should immediately return to the capital city. If the Emperor dies and the world is without a ruler, I'm afraid the other princes will assume the throne if your Highness is not in the capital city." Eternal Peace Crown Prince said sternly, "Buddha is absolutely right." That long-eyebrowed monk came forward at that moment and said, "Revered one of the world, Heavenly Devil Cult Master has done much evil." Fozi had gone to send him out, but his life was taken. The retainers of the Crown Prince had gone forward to save Fozi, but their lives were also lost, so their souls went to paradise. Eternal Peace Crown Prince was furious. That devil actually dared to do something like this? I didn't find trouble with him, so he came to kill my people instead. Buddha, this devil even dares to kill Fozi. He's truly impudent. We can't just let him off like this. Old Rulai took a look at the Arhats from the Hall of Arhats. They looked down, not speaking a word. Your Highness does not need to trouble himself with this matter. Return to the capital city as soon as possible. Great Thunderclap Monastery will settle the incident regarding Heavenly Devil Cult Master. Old Rulai had a warm expression as he looked towards the long-eyebrowed monk. "Changmei, how long have you been in the Hall of Arhats?" "Revered one of the world, it's already been 209 years. Old Rulai said in an amiable manner, "You shall settle the incident regarding Heavenly Devil Cult Master. For that, I shall allow you to return to your normal life." Monk Changmei was greatly shaken. He raised his head to look at Old Rulai, but Old Rulai had already turned around to speak to Eternal Peace Crown Prince. "Your Highness, return to the capital city. There must be no delay." Eternal Peace Crown Prince agreed, and hurried down the mountain while thinking to himself, "This Buddha's sure is a profound mystery." Monk Changmei tidied up and also left the mountain thinking to himself, "Old Rulai had that I lied, so he chased me out of Great Thunderclap Monastery without me bringing it up, as expected of the wise and awakened one. This is a realm I can never reach in my life, so I should just make use of this body to do more things for Great Thunderclap Monastery." After going down the mountain and walking a short distance, he suddenly heard a voice coming from the sky. Monk Changmei, why don't you come with me? Monk Changmei raised his head and saw a luxurious flying ship, which had stopped in the sky. The crown prince stood on the bow of that ship, inviting him over. His heart moved slightly, and he immediately rose into the sky and landed on the ship with a greeting. Your Highness, I'm no longer a monk. The surname of my normal family is Su. My name is Justa, he thought for a while before breaking into laughter. I haven't used my secular name for over 200 years. It's been so long that I've already forgotten it. Please excuse me, Your Highness. Even if you return to your ordinary life, you're still half a monk and half an ordinary person. I'll just call you Su Changmei, said Eternal Peace Crown Prince. Su Changmei expressed his thanks and said, I will go with this name. What did Your Highness call me for? Heavenly Devil Cult Master. Eternal Peace Crown Prince said, this devil from the devil cult has too many tricks up his sleeves, and even Sun Nontua died from his schemes without any traces to be found. When Imperial College was having holidays and he planned to return to Great Ruins alone. I ordered people to spread the news and lured experts from all over to give chase, but he was still able to escape alive. I've also received news that the strong practitioners that chased after him, Lu Wenshu from Poor Logic Sect, Wanderer Qingyu, Arhut Pushan, Daoist Ku Yi, and even Daoist Qingshan had been killed. Heavenly Devil Cult's power is no weaker than that of Great Thunderclap Monastery. I'm afraid that if you chase after him, you will only be harmed by him. Su Changmei's heart trembled. Lu Wenshu, Wanderer Qingyu, these people were all famous existences, especially Daoist Qingshan. He was a righteous practitioner of life and death realm. His abilities were no weaker than those of Su Changmei himself. Even Daoist Qingshan had been killed? Eternal Peace Crown Prince then added, I was waiting for you here to remind you to take your time in making a decision. You are not out to kill just anybody, it's the cult master of Heavenly Devil Cult, the #1 sacred ground of the Devil Path. Why don't you follow me back to the capital city and plan slowly? Su Changmei nodded in agreement. Your Highness, revenge must be taken for Fozi. Eternal Peace Crown Prince smiled. I don't only want to take the head of Heavenly Devil Cult Master, but for whole Heavenly Devil Cult to be uprooted and completely eradicated. This is what your Great Thunderclap Monastery would agree with without prior consultation, I'm sure. Don't worry, even though you're no longer an Arhut of Great Thunderclap Monastery, after I ascend to the throne, I'll allow you to found your own sect and be your own abbot, to become Buddha. In Kunlun Jade Void Mountains Dao sect, a Dao child ran over in a hurry to Dao Master and said, Dao Master, Rulai has come to visit. The other asked quickly, how many people? One person. Old Dao Master let out a sigh of relief. Then he has not come to fight. Quickly, invite. Never mind, I shall invite him personally. After a while, Old Rulai and Old Dao Master sat down, and he dismissed his followers. Old Rulai also didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I have met Eternal Peace Crown Prince. Old Dao Master's heart trembled slightly, and he said, the Crown Prince is not as good as His Majesty. He's not a wise ruler. His Majesty knows how to rule the country too well, which is why there's this natural disaster. Dao brother, look at this snow disaster that caused the people to struggle for their lives. Do you want an even greater disaster to descend? Dao sect should know about the records from Morning Emperor Emptiness era, right? Old Dao Master mumbled and said, your Buddhism refers to it as Morning Emperor, Emptiness era, Emptiness Calamity, whereas my Dao sect refers to it as Founding Emperor era, Founding Emperor Calamity. I've also seen the records of Founding Emperor era and the prospering divine kingdom that had been wiped out. Countless living beings had suffered from that calamity and were turned to ashes. I'm quite worried about this matter. After a moment, he continued, a small country with a small population that discards conventional wisdom, which is held holy and sacred. This is the lesson my Dao sect learned from that Founding Emperor calamity. With a small country and few people that don't believe in any experienced and wise saints, everyone could live well and happy without any worries. Wouldn't that be excellent? It was fine in the past, with small countries with small populations listening to the orders of their sect. We need a new emperor. A dead emperor is better than all living things being dead, said Old Rulai. Dao Master gave him a glance and asked, what benefits did the Crown Prince promise you? Old Rulai shook his head and said, I didn't ask for any benefits from him. Dao Master smiled. I believe you. Since they were done, he rose and said, that Dao sword of mine hasn't been used for a while. I wonder if it has turned blunt, if it'll be able to slay a true dragon. Old Rulai rose to express his thanks. Much thanks to senior brother for assisting. Chapter 257, Not Your Fault. As Qin Mu traveled forward, he saw desolation caused by the disaster. There were starving people everywhere, small and large tragedies sprung up everywhere, and plague ran amok. When compared to the peaceful territory of Great Thunderclap Monastery, these places were simply hell. Luckily, There were numerous college and primary school scholars sending medical help to suppress the plague, or else the disaster would have become even more severe. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had constructed many primary schools and colleges to replace private schools, and they revealed their worth at this moment. Even though the power of each and every one of these scholars was weak, they were astonishing together. They were equivalent to numerous small sects. Qin Mu saw officers with their men wiping out demons and monsters that were taking advantage to create even more chaos. The county magistrate was even guarding the land personally and advising the immigrants to return home since the rations the emperor sent for disaster relief would be transported soon. There were even some disciples of Tao sect and Buddhism helping disaster victims, but they were more casual. Compared with the power of the empire, their reach was limited, and they would only help wherever they went. Some people took this chance to impart their teachings and give birth to numerous evil cults, but they were all half-baked. This level of natural disaster can't wipe out such an empire, Qin Mu thought to himself. The new crops were already planted, so as long as they waited until the harvest season, the people would be appeased. The timing of this disaster in Eternal Peace Empire was extremely strange, though. It happened precisely after the entire empire was thrown into chaos and most of the rations had been exhausted by the wars. With this snow disaster added into the fray, it was enough to shake the foundation of the empire. I wonder if Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor has returned to the court, if the emperor is still sending disaster relief. Also, where did this natural disaster come from? This is not something that sacred grounds like Tao sect and Great Thunderclap Monastery can create, but that requires a god's power. He raised his head to look up at the sky in suspicion. Why had this happened? Why did heaven want a disaster to descend on Eternal Peace? For the orthodox teachings of gods in the human world? Before Eternal Peace, it was a world that was ruled by sects which formed countries of all sizes. Some of these sects had ancient inheritances and legends which said that they had been created by gods. In that case, was it because the orthodox teachings of gods in the human world were being wiped out by Eternal Peace Empire, which angered the gods into sending such a natural disaster? Or was there a more profound reason behind this? Qin Mu found some disciples of Heavenly Devil Cult and made a few inquiries. Heavenly Devil Cult was currently following the authorities to send disaster relief, and most of the disciples in the cult had been mobilized, covering all of the lands. The hall masters of every hall had also donated money out of their pockets, and were all beyond broke. The problem was that some merchants were still hoarding to profit, and some influential families were not selling. The emperor was angered and killed a bunch of them, then found some officials that took bribes and bent the law, coveting the money for disaster relief, and so he killed another bunch of them. There were also some people that took this chance to sell official positions, and the emperor killed one more bunch. A Heavenly Devil Cult disciple who had followed the emperor to send disaster relief had seen quite a number of things. When he spoke, his face was wide with a smile full of exultation. The emperor even faces assassins, most of whom were existences of the cult master level. However, there were civil and military officials in the entourage, and the emperor personally went into battle as well. He was extremely powerful. It's a pity cult master was not there. Qin Mu asked, who are the strong practitioners that had tried to assassinate the emperor? I've heard it was Teacher Poor, True Lord Tian, and those guys. There were also some strong practitioners from beyond the Great Wall. Qin Mu's expression changed slightly. Alliance with the cult master level strong practitioners from beyond the Great Wall? Is Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor back? I haven't seen him. Qin Mu mumbled for a moment, then asked, where's the emperor now? He's at Bazhou Prefecture, that's 5,000 miles away from here. That Heavenly Devil Cult disciple soon added, the emperor had gone to the south and cleared the influential families that had refused to sell their rations before going to the north, and is now at Bazhou. That place is still considered stable. Qin Mu composed himself and asked, what about the capital city? Which of the first-ranking high officials are left behind? The crown prince was left behind to supervise the empire and the officials related to him. Qin Mu's expression became grim. The capital city was supposed to be supervised by the crown prince, yet he had run to Great Thunderclap Monastery. Teacher Poor, True Lord Tian, and their friends who had almost died in the hands of Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had been saved by old R'lyeh who had promised they would convert to Buddhism and not meddle with the affairs of the secular world. Yet Teacher Poor and the rest had run out again. When he added the crown prince paying a visit to old R'lyeh to that knowledge, things seemed to be getting serious. They say that the imperial court is the largest sacred ground in the world. I wonder if it really clashed with Great Thunderclap Monastery, who would come out on top. Qin Mu muttered to himself irresolutely before shifting his thoughts away. Can we contact the hall masters? Now that every hall is helping disaster victims, it's quite hard to contact them. If we wanted to gather all the halls, it would probably take a month or two. Qin Mu shook his head and left without saying anything. Sitting on the back of the dragon Qilin, he hurried towards Bazhou. Baz Ho was about 5,000 miles away, and the journey was long. Even if the dragon Qilin didn't rest, he would only be able to reach there the next day. But rest was necessary, so he reckoned that he would only reach Baz Ho on the night of the next day. If only my treasure ship was still around, it would be so much easier. What a pity it's ruined. Qin Mu ordered the dragon Qilin to rush forward at full speed and promised him a bucket of food every day. The dragon Qilin's spirit was roused, and he sprinted towards Baz Ho while stepping on his fire clouds. Night fell in no time, and Qin Mu raised his head to look at the aspects of the celestial bodies to determine the direction before ordering the dragon Qilin to continue on his way. When the sun had risen, the dragon Qilin couldn't maintain his speed anymore and started foaming from exhaustion. He couldn't run anymore, and his speed became slower and slower. Qin Mu made him stop and looked around to determine his location. Taking out the geographic map of Eternal Peace, he noticed he was only 1,000 miles away from Baz Ho. He let out a sigh of relief and fed the dragon Qilin. He headed forward at a steady pace, allowing the dragon Qilin to rest his feet. He didn't walk far before he saw a house in the desolate mountains. The place should be a recently built one since everything seemed new. Qin Mu walked over, wanting to knock on the door when it opened, and a woman came face to face with him. Both of them were stunned. Muir, the woman with Machel. SS Beauty was stunned in place when she saw him. Looking around, she asked bewilderment, "How did you find this place?" "I spent quite an effort to shake off Blind and Old Ma, yet was actually found by you." Qin Mu was surprised and delighted. "Granny, why are you here?" He suddenly became alert. "Are you Granny or Li Tianqing?" Granny C moved aside to let him into the house. "The old devil is temporarily suppressed by me." Even though old Rulai didn't manage to get rid of him, he was still able to injure his vitality greatly, so we are currently evenly matched, and thus we made an agreement. He will only come out at night while I'll come out during the day. Qin Mu asked suspiciously, "If you are really Granny, why did you have to avoid Grandpa Ma and Grandpa Blind? Why do you have to hide here?" Granny C rolled her eyes at him. "Rascal, suspecting even Granny now? If I was the old devil, why would I have to lie if I wanted to harm you?" Qin Mu thought about it and felt that it was really the case. Compared to Granny C, he was pathetically weak. If she was Li Tianqing, she wouldn't need to waste her energy to lie to him. He then walked into the house. If she was Li Tianqing, she could have charmed him with just a gaze with her seductiveness. He was even more of a woman than a woman. This house was very simple as it was just constructed. There was little furniture, and looking around, Qin Mu found that the tables were all crooked or slanted. This put him at ease. Granny C didn't have deft hands like Grandpa Ma. She could make pieces of clothing, but her carpentry was pitiful, so these tables and chairs were definitely made by her. Qin Mu sat down on one chair to rest, and felt uncomfortable as the chair was higher on one side and lower on the other. Because of that, he was absolutely certain that the chair had been made by Granny C. He asked curiously, "Why does Granny not want to return to Great Ruins?" Granny C shook her head and walked out of the house. After a moment, a few pieces of wood floated into the house as she planned to make a bed. Qin Mu didn't care much about resting, and immediately went up to help. Granny C was the saintess of the cult, and even if she had lived in disabled elderly village for over 40 years, she had not learned Old Ma's craft at all. On the other hand, Qin Mu was an expert in crafting all kinds of furniture. Granny C couldn't help, so she went to fetch water from the riverside and came back to polish the bronze mirror. She said, "I can't go back now. What would be the point? In Great Ruins, there's the darkness blocking the way. If the old devil came out to create a ruckus again, how long could the old bones of village chief and the rest last? Wouldn't it be better to just stay here and wear down the old devil's temperament?" Qin Mu quickly finished making the bed and moved it into the house. He saw the mirror was all bumpy from Granny C's polishing and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He immediately took the mirror into his hand and transformed his vital chi into white tiger vital chi. After some calculation, his vital chi thread polished it finely and leveled the bronze mirror. He then went to make a dressing table. Granny C saw the dragon Qilin sprawled out on the ground in deep sleep and Qin Mu's bloodshot eyes that were filled with exhaustion. She said, "You have hurried all night? Go to sleep first." "You won't leave?" "I won't." Qin Mu relaxed and went to sleep on the bed. Even though there was no bedding, he was used to sleeping outdoors and fell asleep quickly. It was unknown how long had passed when Qin Mu woke up in a daze and saw Granny C spacing out in front of the bronze mirror on the dressing table. She held scissors, which were pointed at her face, in her hands. "Granny!" Qin Mu shouted out in a panic. Granny C turned around and placed the scissors down. With a smile, she said gently, "Rulai said there's only one way to destroy the heart devil, and it's to remove his infatuation with his face. Muir, I don't want to harm you anyone, especially you." Qin Mu saw her raising the scissors again, and his tears flowed out uncontrollably. Granny, it's not your fault. I've never blamed you. I can't do it. Stunned, Granny C placed down her scissors with a smile. Mooer, help me do it. Qin Mu got up from the bed and took the scissors from her hand and placed them gently back into her little basket. It's not your fault. No one can blame you. You've already hidden for over 40 years, never using your appearance to meet anyone. He squatted down and raised his head to look at the face that was so beautiful that there could be no other like it. This was the true appearance of the closest kin that had raised him up. Qin Mu revealed a smile. If it was me, I could at most persevere for a day or two. I couldn't last 40 years. It's not your fault for growing to be like this. Which beautiful woman would be willing to cover their own face forever and use an old face to meet people? He stood up and said, Granny, I will get rid of Li Tianqing. But for now, you stay here. I'll go to Basho. Something might be happening there. Granny C nodded gently. Qin Mu walked out of the room, then turned back with a smile. Granny, you should eat and drink when you should. Don't torture yourself. Rascal, lecturing me again, she retorted angrily. Qin Mu laughed and kicked the dragon Qilin awake. Still sleeping? Get up and hurry on. Chapter 258. Emperor, Dao Master, Rulai. Many people don't realize what the reform was for, why they had to reform their lives. They say, wasn't it well in the past? Everyone was living comfortably, was joyous and harmonious, while your reforms, aren't they just to satisfy your ambition of an emperor? By offending the blue bloods and the sects, aren't you doing it to expand the territory of eternal peace? All the natural calamities and man-made disasters over the years have been your fault. We've had to suffer all of them because of that reform. But this is a fallacy. In Basho Prefecture, Emperor Yanfeng led a group of civil and military officials through a street while looking at workers manning the porridge stall to feed the people lining up for food. Emperor Yanfeng went over and came to the front of a porridge stall. The worker was about to kneel down when Emperor Yanfeng held him back and said, There are few rules in such cold weather and frozen land. How much is one serving? Your Majesty, an adult gets a bowl of porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a ladle of dried vegetables. Emperor Yanfeng nodded and dismissed him. He picked up the ladle and distributed food to the disaster victims, while behind him stood the civil and military officials of the imperial court. He then continued, We had all lived well in the past. We were never common people. Minister of Agriculture, tell them, before imperial preceptors reform, how many people could be fed with 6 aries of fertile land. Minister of Agriculture immediately said, Before the reform, 6 aries of fertile land could produce 330 pounds of crops. However, at that time, all the land belonged to influential families, monasteries, and Taoist temples, so there was no land in the hands of farmers. A farmer's family had 7-8 people, and they took care of 5 hectares of land, which had grain, fruits, vegetables, and herbs. After slogging for a year and harvesting for 2 seasons, there was no surplus grain, and they could barely fill their stomachs. They could have 1 to 2 meals of meat every month, and would starve if they met with natural calamities or man-made disasters. Back then, many elderly would automatically go up the mountain or jump into rivers during years of disaster so that they wouldn't be a burden to their families. Meanwhile, the influential families, monasteries, and Taoist temples were hoarding great amounts of grain and gold. Emperor Yanfeng said, 5 hectares of land to only feed a family of 7 to 8. After painstakingly planting a year's worth of grain, where did it go? Tell them, how many people can be fed by 6 areas of land after the reform? Minister of Agriculture continued, Your Majesty had ordered imperial preceptor to manage the reform and reclaim all the land. Influential families, monasteries, and Taoist temples can no longer manage any land. An adult male can manage 5 hectares of land, 1 hectare of which would be fertile land. In the recent years, there was a growth in population, so the rules had been changed. An adult male can now manage 2.5 hectares of land and half a hectare of fertile land. Imperial preceptor had also made martial arts practitioners and divine arts practitioners to help with agriculture. To provide a stable crop, rain was provided during drought and water drainage during floods, thus there was no starvation for 160 years. Nowadays, 6 aries of land can produce 820 pounds of crops. 440 pounds are used for the land tax, but farmers no longer find it too expensive to eat meat. 330 pounds, 820 pounds. Emperor Yanfeng picked 2 steamed buns and placed them in the bowl of a starving person before giving him a ladle of dried vegetables while sighing ruefully. What is Buddha? This is Buddha, a living Buddha, a breathing Buddha, the Buddha of all common people. It's not by taking on the title of Rulai or Tao Master and giving talks on chicken soup for the soul would one become Buddha or Tao Master. Minister of Agriculture, let me ask you again, since imperial preceptors' reform was good and the rations have also increased, why are there still starvation whenever a natural disaster breaks out? Minister of Agriculture had a troubled expression and hesitated. This Say it.
Yes.
Other than the increase in population, there are still things like the eating of meat and wars. Feeding livestock requires grain, as well as feeding strange beasts in the army, training soldiers, fighting wars. All of it requires grain. But the most important reason is still the circulation of cultivated land. There are some pieces of land that were bought back by the influential families, sects, and temples, who then once again became landowners. Grain has once again returned into their hands. The reason why the sects were able to rebel the previous time was because they had the money and the rations. That's why they were so daring. Still, this issue of starvation shouldn't have been so severe. It was all because after fighting the war, the empire's treasury had been emptied and the influential families, sects, and temples refused to give out rations. The effect caused by the previous rebellion of the sects is huge. Emperor Yanfeng turned his head back and took a glance at the officials. Influential families, sects, monasteries, and Taoist temples were always seated high above, eating exotic delicacies daily, talking about wind, flowers, snow, and the moon, chatting about paths, skills, and divine arts, discussing immortality and longevity. There are farmers feeding them, but who of them is willing to lend a hand to those farmers? If the farmers refuse to comply, they will send disasters and calamities on them straight away. Is this snow disaster strange? No, it isn't. When sects ruled their own countries, these kind of snow disasters weren't rare, either. However, it wasn't God sending those calamities, nor was it heaven. It was the sects sending those calamities and disasters to make the common people comply and not dare to rebel. Imperial preceptors' reform made sects have to work for farmers, for merchants. This is what made them displeased, and they didn't want to do it. In the meantime, Imperial Preceptor created more reforms and founded primary schools, colleges, and Imperial College. He used them to pass Tao and the abilities of sects to the people of the world, to let them be able to protect themselves, and the sects were even more displeased. They wanted to rebel, to kill people. Little did they think that their ancestors from 8 generations back were all farmers, none of them an exception. Look and listen clearly. I have executed them this time, and if you guys act like them the next time, I will execute you guys as well. The officials I want aren't from those sects that are high above or any experts or Buddhas. The officials I want are those that are able to handle matters in a down-to-earth manner. Scholars must be able to work for farmers, artisans, and merchants. There are actually some scholarly officials who think they are a level higher than others. Damn it, scribe, allow me to say a profanity. Damn it, they only know how to grumble and view themselves highly. I wish for more than anything to execute them. The civil and military officials lowered their heads and didn't dare to say a word. 2 scribes looked at each other, both of their expressions troubled. The older scribe then said softly, "Your Majesty, Son of Heaven, needs to watch his language. I don't say profanities frequently. Wasn't I really angered, which was why I had scolded people? Pardon me, scribe." While he had been speaking, the person in queue for food was a high monk who was holding on to a golden alms bowl with a smile. "That was a very good speech, Your Majesty. However, now that the natural disaster has come, the righteous path is to stop the disaster and save the common people from suffering." Emperor Yanfeng took a look at this high monk and gave him a bowl of porridge, 2 steamed buns, and a ladle of dried vegetables before saying, "Not only was my speech good, what I do is even better. High monk, eat slowly, don't bother the people of the secular world." That high monk agreed, and carried his golden alms bowl away. Rely. The people behind Emperor Yanfeng were stunned when they saw that high monk. After he left, an old Taoist came from the back. His clothes were disheveled, and his hair was slightly messy. While carrying a bowl, he smiled. "Has Your Majesty eaten?" Emperor Yanfeng had a grim expression as he scooped porridge for him and shook his head. "Not yet. Your Majesty should eat more. It's easier to be moved if you're full." Emperor Yanfeng nodded and grabbed 2 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge. He said to the civil and military officials, "Come and eat some too. We have trouble." The civil and military officials looked at the monk and Taoist like they had met formidable foes, but the 2 people only squatted down at the corner of a wall. They drank the porridge and ate the buns and dried vegetables, enduring hardship gladly. The officials went forward and took a serving each before squatting down beside another wall. Emperor Yanfeng soon did the same and ate silently. After eating, he came to the front of pressure well to wash his bowl. And the officials all lined up behind him. Rulai and Tao Master also came forward to wash their bowls while saying, "It's been a while since we ate meals of the human world. They have a different kind of flavor to them now. And these ministers have been eating them for months." Emperor Yanfeng said seriously, "Tao brothers should eat them more and not let yourselves stay too high above. Staying high above is to keep ourselves from the secular world." Old Tao Master smiled. "You are the emperor of the human world, so you naturally rule over the secular people. Whereas we who cultivate Tao and Buddhism have to be far away from the secular world. If we got tainted, it would be hard to break free." Emperor Yanfeng smiled and asked, "Tao Master, can you become a real god? Dao Master shook his head. Emperor Yanfeng asked Rulai, Rulai, can you become a true Buddha? Rulai shook his head. The divine bridge is broken. Who can become a true god or Buddha? Then what bullshit are you spouting? Staying far from the secular world and saying you are very powerful is, scribes, I have spouted profanities again. Don't record them. I know. You guys can fall back. You're not needed here, Emperor Yanfeng said as he walked out of the city accompanied by the civil and military officials. He stopped then and turned back with a smile. Even though it's according to the rules of the imperial court and not the rules of the martial world, there's no need for so many people. Those of Divine Bridge realm stay. Others may fall back. Most of the civil and military officials stopped in their tracks. Only 7 people followed Emperor Yanfeng. They were Grand Marshal Monk Yuan Kong, Sitishio Licheng, Sikong Wei Pingbo, General of Heavenly Strategies Qin Baiyue, King of Mount Tai Ling Xihua, Grand General of White Horse Quan Dinggu, and High Official Su Yunji. Including the Emperor, there were 8 people. Rulai and Dao Master paid no attention and continued to walk forward. Emperor Yanfeng led everyone forward, walking past the outskirts of the city. When they came to the fields outside the city, he stopped to look at the crops and asked an old farmer, "Will there be harvest?" "Will," that old farmer said in a loud voice. Emperor Yanfeng smiled and turned back to look at the ministers behind him. "There's going to be harvest," Dao Master said. "Your Majesty, there might be harvest this year, but there might not be the next year. Old Dao has brought a scroll which records the story of great ruins. It's called the Founding Emperor Calamity Classics. Your Majesty can slowly take a look while we walk. If your Majesty still insists on the reform after finishing the scroll, this world is going to change." Rulai sighed. Dao Master is merciful. Dao Master shook his head. He doesn't know the danger of this. If he knew, he would be like us. When he was done, he passed the Founding Emperor Calamity Classics into the hands of Emperor Yanfeng. "Your Majas. Tai, be careful of tricks," High Official Su Yunji warned. Emperor Yanfeng smiled. "No harm." He took the Founding Emperor Calamity Classics from Dao Master's hands and read them in detail. They continued to head forward at a leisurely pace. Emperor Yanfeng flipped page after page and read through the Founding Emperor Calamity Classics. Dao Master and Rulai never hurried him, quietly walking nearby. After covering over 100 miles, Emperor Yanfeng had finished reading the Founding Emperor Calamity Classics and composed himself. He raised his head to look at the sky, but did not say anything. Old Dao Master asked, "Your Majesty has the well-being of all living things in mind, so you should know what to do, right?" Emperor Yanfeng was in a daze for a time. Then, he suddenly said, "When I was young, Eternal Peace Empire didn't have such a large territory and the emperor wasn't so respected. At that time, all the sects and influential families were still riding roughshod over people. I had once followed an envoy out of the country to visit a place called Yuanqi Country, which is now Yuan Prefecture. There was a lightning disaster there, and the sky was covered in dark clouds which shrouded Yuanqi Country. The lightning crackled and struck non-stop, killing livestock and common people alike. The Emperor of Yuanqi Country brought his civil and military officials to kneel and beg for forgiveness from the lightning disaster. The common people of that country were also kneeling on the ground, begging heaven to grant them a pardon. In that lightning disaster, the emperor was electrocuted to death. Only after the event did I learn the heaven in their words wasn't the heavenly gods but Hidden Lightning Sect. That year, the harvest hadn't been good, so the goods offered to Hidden Lightning Sect were lacking, and Hidden Thunder Sect sent a calamity on them. What had caused the disaster was the cult's legacy spirit treasure, Nine Heavens Lightning Luring Cover. The emperor had put all the blame on himself, which was why Hidden Lightning Sect had electrocuted him and changed the emperor. At that time, I was already thinking. He looked at Dao Master and Rulai and said slowly, enunciating every word, "I had to overthrow you guys. Now, I have done it, but what Imperial Preceptor and I have done is still not enough, so there is this snow disaster. It was sent by a god. Then I shall overthrow that god." Dao Master couldn't resist asking, "Your Majesty isn't going to put the well-being of all living things in mind? Do you want to turn eternal peace into the likes of great ruins? When you and Imperial Preceptor carried out your reform and took down the many sects to conquer such a huge territory, this old Dao didn't stop you, did I? However, if you continue with your reform, heaven will be angered and all living things will be in danger." Old Rulai said, "Think thrice, Your Majesty. You have your own beliefs, and I have mine." Old Rulai sighed and said to Dao Master, "Old Dao friend, let's just change the emperor." Dao Master fetched his Dao sword and nodded. "Oh well, I said what I could. What can I do if Your Majesty remains stubborn? We'll just have to change the emperor." Emperor Yanfeng looked around and saw old Taoists, old monks, teacher poor, and the rest walking in from all directions, surrounding them in the middle. Their numbers were much greater than his own. the expression of General of Heavenly Strategies, and the rest changed drastically. Emperor Yanfeng was stunned, then broke into laughter. R'lyeh, Dao Master, I thought you would go by the rules of the martial world. Never would I have thought you guys would go by the rules of the imperial court. R'lyeh shook his head. We have no choice, so we seek forgiveness from your majesty. Dao Master, Dao friends, let us send his majesty on his way. Chapter 259, Cow Cart. The land 100 miles west of Bazhou City was filled with murderous intent, and even the air there seemed to have solidified. The vital qi around the old Taoists and old monks raged and formed into gods whose aura could swallow mountains and rivers. Dao Sect and Great Thunderclap Monastery had long legacies which were even greater than that of Heavenly Devil Cult. To these two sacred grounds, Heavenly Devil Cult was still considered a young cult. From the gods that were formed by the vital of old Taoists and old monks there, they could see the gods that had appeared in the course of history. There was one with 3 heads and 4 arms, another with a tortoise's shell and a horsetail whisk, another was a hoopoe with a leopard's tail, one was a Vajrayaksa, and many others. As for Teacher Poor, True Lord Tian, and the rest, they were a different sight. Even though their legacies weren't as ancient as those of Dao Sect and Great Thunderclap Monastery, they were still incomparably powerful. Some of the gods that appeared behind them were wise saints, some were women holding onto golden insects, and some were poor gods that wore clothes filled with holes. The qi appearance of the first-ranking high officials of the imperial court was different from them, however. Behind General of Heavenly Strategies, Qin Baoyue wasn't a god, but a pair of golden truncheons. They shone with a brilliant light, and on their bodies were 8 blades that spun continuously. This man had frequently participated in wars and didn't cultivate to become a god or Buddha, so he treated his weapons as a god who took charge in battle. The god behind Grand Marshal Monk Yuan Kong wasn't a Buddha, either, but an ascetic monk who was wrapped in chains and holding a Buddhist's monk knife. He had a battle posture and looked very much like the man himself. Behind King of Mount Tai Ling Shihua were 9 dragons coiling around Mount Tai, with Mount Tai as the altar to worship them. He was in charge of the offering of sacrifices to the ancestors. Sikong Wei Pingbo was in charge of the water cons. Revancy in Eternal Peace Empire, so his vital qi didn't form a god behind him, but a long river dam that was constructed from earth, wood, and water. His god was Water Conservancy. Situ Xiuliqing was a female official who was in charge of the empire's treasury. She was responsible for all the finances in the world. The god that her vital qi formed was no god, either, but a string of great abundance coins that slithered around like a huge python. Her god was money. High official Su Yunji was also a female official. She could open her own bureau, so her rank was on par with the 3 counselors. She was a free civil official, but she had reached the highest official position. She was in charge of all primary schools and colleges, so what had transformed from her vital qi also wasn't a god, but a book and a ruler. Behind Grand General of White Horse Quan Dingwu was a steed that was blazing with flames, and on that horse was a god bathed in the flames of war. He had 8 arms which held a knife, shield, spear, pike, sword, and halberd. He had 4 faces which looked in 4 sides and 8 directions while flames spewed out his eyes like beams. All the 4 faces were the general's own face. From this, one could see that cult master-level strong practitioners of the imperial court were different from those of the sections. Dao Sect and Great Thunderclap Monastery worshipped gods and Buddha, so the gods behind them were all gods and Buddhas. On the other hand, the strong practitioners of the imperial court treated whatever they managed. Each of them had different duties and each had their own specialty. Even Monk Yuan Kong, who was from Buddhism, treated himself as an ascetic monk that was cultivating in battle and didn't show the bearing of a great Buddha. A long-eared monk's expression changed slightly, and he said in a low voice, Imperial Preceptor's reform has caused all these evil and unorthodox paths that don't worship the gods. They would rather worship all this rubbish than gods and Buddhas. Grand General of White Horse pointed at this long-eared monk and sneered, Use what you learn, act with your knowledge. Long-eared monk, your skills acquired through religious practices are shallow. It'll be hard for you to escape death. How can cultivating your entire life be any worse than achieving enlightenment to become a god or Buddha? Emperor Yanfeng said leisurely. These are all people's own abilities, so relying on gods and Buddhas is the unorthodox path. By doing their jobs properly and cultivating them into the realm of gods and Buddha, will they become gods and Buddhas. The old Taoists of Dao Sect frowned, and old Dao Master shook his head. Cultivating their jobs to the realm of God? In that case, won't they still have to work for mortals even after becoming gods? This is once again the teachings of Heavenly Devil Cult. None other than the everyday use of common people. Emperor, you've been influenced by Imperial Preceptor and Heavenal. Why Devil Cult? Emperor Yanfeng smiled. If I went to Heavenly Devil Cult, I just might be able to become the cult master. Since it's the devil path, there's no need for further words. The old Taoists adjusted the treasure swords on their backs, and it was hard to say who had shouted out the first to die. Once this word was out, murderous air overflowed into the heavens, and the trembling cold wind became incomparably bone-piercing. Yet at that moment, an old man walked over while pulling onto a cow cart that went gullu-gullu. Everyone pulled their murderous air back and stood quietly, looking down without saying a word. The old man was astonished when he saw the entire sky filled with gods and Buddhas. The cow shivered in fear, unable to even pull the cart any more on its shaky legs. The old man was so angry that he whipped that cow a few times until it exerted its force to slowly pull the cart out of this place where they shouldn't be. When the old man and the cow cart disappeared into the distance, the battle was about to erupt. Yet when the strong practitioners of the Divine Bridge realm were about to make a move, they suddenly heard another gullu-gullu sound of the turning wheel. Another cow cart came driving over, and everyone saw another old man walking over while pulling onto that cow cart. When he saw everyone, he trembled in fear and used a lot of effort to move the cow cart away. Everyone let out a sigh of relief and was about to make a move when the gullu-gullu of the wheel turning was heard again. An old Taoist said angrily, "In such cold weather and frozen land after a natural disaster, where did so many cow carts come from?" Everyone was astonished. That was indeed the case. Now that there were calamities everywhere, all the livestock had been eaten, so how did 3 cow carts just pass by them one after another? Furthermore, why here of all places? An elderly couple sat on the next cow cart. One of them was a white-haired old woman while the other was an old, yet not that old man. Everyone waited quietly for the cow cart to pass. However, that cow cart stopped nearby. That cow seemed to be fearless, and the old man and old woman jumped down without much care. As if they were about to perform a conjuring trick, they opened up the cloth on the cart and gave a gentle shake before pulling it off. Instantly, dozens of weirdly shaped people appeared on the cow cart, filling it up until they were almost spilling out. Heavenly Devil Cult's left and right guardians, 12 cult protector elders, and also 2 heavenly kings. Dao Master looked down with a helpless expression. "We only saw 2 people and a cow coming on a cow cart, so I never expected to see 16 people springing out. What a great trick, Heavenly Devil Cult." Left Guardian Kong Lingxian raised his head and chuckled. "We like to perform conjuring tricks as we traveled through the martial world to make a living by getting tips from officials. We're sorry to have embarrassed ourselves in front of the lords." Right Guardian Shui Bai beamed at everyone. "Old bald donkey, old Taoist, the cult master ordered us to follow the emperor when he went home for New Year, so now that the emperor is in trouble, the old brothers and I can't ignore it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to take the punishment once cult master comes back." The 12 cult protector elders and 2 heavenly kings of Heavenly Devil Cult jumped down from the cow cart. Heavenly King Shur and Heavenly King Yu stretched their bodies and paid their respects to everyone with a smile. "Everyone here are all high figures, so we, the little old men, pay our respect. Cult Master handed us a living and breathing emperor, so if you guys killed him and we had to return a dead emperor to him, we could only use our lives to appease his anger." Beggar Sect Master Chi Dio shouted out loudly, "Evil and unorthodox path. The Imperial Court associates with a filthy Heavenly Devil Cult, so fellow friends of Great Thunderclap Monastery, feel free to subdue the devils."
Deep.
A shout burst forth, and thunder rumbled in the sky once the battle erupted. In an instant, violent gusts of air surged forth in all directions, flattening portions of a forest nearby. This battle far surpassed the one to pacify the rebellion by Imperial Preceptor. Even though there were many cult master-level existents in that battle, they were all a level inferior when compared to the cult master-level strong practitioners of the 3 big sacred grounds. With the Imperial Court being equivalent to 1 big sacred ground as well, one could well imagine the power of the strongest practitioners from the 4 big sacred grounds clashing at the same time. However, the whole nest of Great Thunderclap Monastery and Dao Sect had come out to fight this time, whereas there were only half of the strong practitioners from the Imperial Court and Heavenly Devil Cult. Since Dao Master and Rulai were present as well, the situation of the opposing side wasn't optimistic. Once a battle starts, people will fall. The long-eared monk found Quan Dingwu straightaway, and the 2 strong practitioners of Divine Bridge realm opened up all of their divine treasures, cracking the heaven and rending fissures in the earth. The long-eared monk was the head of Great Thunderclap Monastery's Hall of Arhats, and was proficient in Buddhism and victorious fighting skill. Meanwhile, Quan Dingwu was the Grand General of White Horse, riding horses and killing people all his life, eradicating countries and sects as he went through fire and water. When Imperial College was just founded, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had gathered all the experts in the world to study the path, skills, and divine arts. One of them was Quan Dingwu, and he could be said to be one of the top strong practitioners of Eternal Peace Empire. When the victorious fighting skill met with the skill of slaughter, a sea of blood overflowed into the sky, and flames of war blazed furiously atop it. This vision seemed like a real existence, and it had been formed by the murderous heir of Quan Dinggu. A huge Buddha stood over the sea of blood, and in front of it was the long-eared monk. Compared to the huge Buddha, he seemed to be much smaller. Through the sea of blood and flames, a person rushed towards him, and it was Quan Dinggu. The horse behind him stepped on the flames of battle, and the person behind the horse was like a monstrous god of slaughter, looking terrifying and incomparably fierce. Evil and orthodox path. Death cannot wipe out the crimes of those who don't cultivate true Buddhism. Golden color appeared around the body of the long-eared monk as he interlocked his arms. Chanting the incantations of Buddhism, he executed 2 kinds of mudra at the same time. They were incomparably intricate and struck towards the lethal points on Quan Dinggu. To the monk's surprise, Quan Dinggu did not dodge, but allow the skills to hit him. The arms formed by vital qi, which were under Quan Dinggu's armpits, flailed as he wielded the knife, shield, spear, pike, sword, and halberd to strike. The knife severed the arms of the long-eared monk, the shield bashed open his skull, the spear pierced through his chest and lifted him up, the pike penetrated his heart, the sword light sliced his throat, and the halberd hung his body high up. Behind them, the god of slaughter clashed against the huge Buddha while the sea of blood and flames swirled around them like a whirlpool. "You didn't dodge," the long-eared monk said astringently as he hung on the long halberd. A huge shield smashed down and shattered him into pieces. Killing people on the battlefield only requires 1 or 2 moves, so what's the point of dodging? The battlefield requires a skill for slaughter. If I matched your fighting style, wouldn't I be taking my weak side to match your expert one? Quan Dinggu spat out a huge mouthful of blood. The 2 mudras from the long-eared monk had almost shattered his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. His ribs and shoulder blades were crushed, causing him to suck in cold air from the pain. Suddenly, a golden bright palm came smashing down, and a loud boom rang out. Another monk had come rushing over, his hands carrying emptiness as he squashed him with an 18 heavens pagoda. This building was filled with gods and Buddhas that crushed all of Quan Dinggu's bones. Monk Yuan Kong, you are also a Buddhist. Why did you have to take the devil path and become part of the hawks and hounds of the imperial court? Nun Hong Yin from Great Thunderclap Monastery's Hall of Great Teachings blocked Grand Marshal Monk Yuan Kong and tried to persuade him. It's time for you to come to your senses and stop making mistakes. If you continue to make them, you will forever be unable to achieve the spiritual state. Monk Yuan Kong's eyes burst open and he shouted out, "What's this spiritual state? With a Buddha in heart, one will never achieve the spiritual state. His Majesty has ordered me to manage the laws of the army, so I chain myself down with iron laws. When I break these chains, I'll be able to achieve the spiritual state." Nun Hongyin was furious and swung her horsetail whisk over. "You've been tainted by the devil. Let me get rid of it for you." The huge battle erupted, and the old Taoists of Tao sect sent out their swords. In an instant, the sky was full of sword lights. They came from the sword skills of 14 writings of Tao sword and were incomparably powerful as well as extraordinary sharp. There was no question that it was the #1 sword technique in Tao sect. "Get into the formation, get rid of the devil," an old Taoist shouted out. "Lay a formation and refine the Taoists to death." Xue Bai shouted out sternly, and the 2 heavenly kings, as well as the 12 cult protector elders, formed a huge formation to welcome the old Taoists. All the people here were all old acquaintances and had fought each other countless times before, so they knew each other's methods well. On the other side, General of Heavenly Strategies, High Official, Sikong Situ, King of Mount Tai were all blocked by the strong practitioners of Great Thunderclap Monastery. The monks relied on having more people to encircle and annihilate them, avoiding only Emperor Yanfeng. Emperor Yanfeng looked over and saw Teacher Poor, Chi Daio, and True Lord Tian walking over. Meanwhile, Rulai and Dao Master were carrying over an alms bowl and a sword. Rulai said with a warm expression, "Teacher, fellow Dao friends, go and assist the others. Leave this to this old monk and the old Taoist." Teacher Poor and the rest acknowledged it and immediately joined the battle nearby. Rulai looked at Emperor Yanfeng and said, "Your Majesty, excuse me." Emperor Yanfeng's body trembled, and his dragon Qi cut across the vast sky with a grandeur. Roars of the dragon came from the sky, and a real dragon could be faintly seen in the clouds. It stretched out its head and claws, then the huge dragon's head lowered to look at Rulai. Dao Master walked over and swung his Dao sword. Sword light covered the sky and forced the dragon back. The old man then praised, "Your Majesty is about to turn the fake into real, becoming a true god. What a pity the divine bridge is broken, and there's no hope. This old Dao is useless and could only cultivate half of the 14th move in the 14 writings of Dao sword. Today, I shall use this incomplete writing to experience the powerful and benevolent rule of your Majesty." Rulai's golden alms bowl flew up and covered the sky. A piece of golden light spewed out, and in it were both gods and Buddhas of the 20 heavens. The topmost level was Brahma, and it had a majestic atmosphere. Rulai smiled. I shall use the highest realm of Rulai's Mahayana Sutra to experience the 9 dragons monarch technique of your majesty. Chapter 260, Slaughter. Rulai and Dao Master were outstanding talents of the previous generation and could have cultivated to the level of God and Buddha. If the divine bridge wasn't broken, both of them would have already risen heavenwards and left this world. Emperor Yanfeng might be the least experienced one among them, but he occupied the 9 dragon veins and cultivated in the imperial city, which allowed him to enjoy an exceptional advantage. He could cultivate twice as fast, and he was exceptionally talented in cultivation, which made him one of the top strong practitioners in this world. Eternal Peace Empire was acclaimed to be the biggest sacred ground in this world, and he and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor were the sect and cult masters of this biggest sacred ground. Even so, he was still slightly inferior to Rulai and Dao Master. Those two had joined hands to deal with him not because they felt that their abilities were inferior to him, but that they would find it difficult to keep him from escaping if they fought him one-on-one. However, if they made an alliance, Emperor Yanfeng's escape was an impossibility. Crackle, crackle. Bolts of lightning came striking down from the clear sky, surrounding Emperor Yanfeng's body with sparks. Incomparably bright and clear lights surrounded the real dragons dancing in the sky, and the 9 dragons roared in unison and clawed towards Dao Master and Rulai. Rulai chuckled, and the golden alms bowl flipped upwards as it shone with a brilliant golden color. The heavens were sent out, which made the gods and Buddhas clash with the dragons. Old Dao friend, I'll hand the job of killing the emperor to you, Rulai said with a smile. Old Dao Master controlled his sword, and the sword light moved at a wonderful rhythm, taking control of all the operations of the human world. He chanted softly, Dao nourishes the earth of all heavens, giving birth to all laws, and the whole world will return to one. Your Majesty, this incomplete move. Before he could finish saying that, 2 trails of light flashed by, and suddenly stopped. Old Dao Master hurriedly controlled the sword to stop the attack and concentrated on what was happening. At that moment, he saw an elder in a green Buddhist robe and a blind man with a bamboo cane standing in midair. Rulai fighting, eh? Blind asked with a beaming smile. Rulai also retrieved the golden light that was being spewed out by the golden alms bowls and smiled. Ma Wangshan, Dao friend Blind, why are you two here? Old Ma said coldly, searching. Blind knocked his bamboo cane down, and the sky trembled. The strong practitioners that were engaged in a vicious battle were all astonished and hurriedly stopped. Blind beamed at them and asked, the gales rise and the cloud rise with them, and everyone seems to be busy fighting. Everyone, now that I've greeted you, I'm sorry to disturb, but may I ask if you saw a woman? Quan Dingwu, who was in the state of being bashed to death finally, had a chance to breathe. Blind man, who are you looking for? A woman, especially beautiful. One look at her and you won't forget her, the kind that will eat away your heart. Blind sighed. This woman is very powerful and an old devil lives inside her heart wishing to commit evil. He fell in love with her appearance and plans to take her body to become a woman. This is what is called with a beauty like jade, a golden house is made. We originally went to Great Thunderclap Monastery to let old Rulai subdue this old devil. He babbled for quite some time, yet no one was able to tell what he was trying to say. Old Ma then said, Blind, the important point. Blind scratched his head and said, this woman is the previous cult mistress of Heavenly Devil Cult, the previous saintess. Rulai wanted to kill the emperor, so he let her escape. Rulai chuckled. This old monk was unable to attend to 2 things at the same time, so I was unable to help her, no matter how much I would have liked to. Blind scolded him angrily. Say earlier if you can't do it. Isn't it great? Now we can't find her at all. Did any of you Dao friends see the previous cult mistress of Heavenly Devil Cult? She's especially beautiful and can charm you to your bones with just a word. Did anyone see her? Everyone shook their heads. A hope lit up in Shue Baiye's heart, and she said loudly, we are from Heavenly Saint Cult. I hope you too can assist us. Rulai was astonished, and old Dao Master asked, what's their background? My main disciple and spear god, Rulai said. Old Dao Master said in astonishment, so it's the 3-eyed divine Constable Ma and the god's eyes from back then. You've already become this old. Old Ma shook his head and said, your matter isn't as important as us finding our person, we won't bother. You guys killing the emperor and protecting the emperor is really not as urgent as us finding our person. Blind sighed ruefully. If the emperor is dead, you'll just need to change to a new one. However, if that demoness runs out, the whole world will be doomed. Emperor, have you seen this cult mistress before? Emperor Yanfeng had a grim expression, and he slowly shook his head. I've never seen her before. May I ask the 2 seniors to assist? Blind was slightly disappointed. No interest. It's good that you haven't seen her. If you had seen her, you could only jolly wait for your empire to be destroyed. Old Ma, let's go. She couldn't have gotten far. Old Ma nodded, and the two of them whooshed away, vanishing without a trace. Everyone was startled. They are really weird senior experts. The sounds of slaughter rang out in the air again. Rolai released the light from the golden alms bowl, and the 20 heavens soared into the sky. Dao Master released his sword light, and the power of the 14th writing burst forth. The sword light expounded the relations between the earth and the heaven. It was like heaven and like earth, transforming into all AWS, into the alignment of stars. This sword had the aspect of all the relations between the earth and the heaven as one. Emperor Yanfeng executed 9 dragons monarch technique, and the propitious vapors of the 9 dragons surrounded his body as he stepped onto multicolored sunlight. Each of his blows contained power beyond imagination which could rend mountains and split seas, reversing heaven and earth. He was proficient in a great number of divine arts and could even execute Dao Sword of Dao Sect and victorious fighting skill of Great Thunderclap Monastery. Any divine art could somehow become miraculous in his hands and achieve unimaginable power. Even the secrets of hatred parting heavenly sword, a sword skill which only women could cultivate, was able to be executed by him at an even greater power. When touched by him, even the most ordinary moves would gain immense power. Spells, sword skills, and even divine arts of the corporeal body could all be executed by him, and the power of every strike would be like moving the mountains and draining the seas. 9 Dragons Monarch technique had already been cultivated to the level of God by him. Dao Master's eyes lighted up, and his sword skill moved and attacked Emperor Yanfeng like a storm. He praised. Everyone said Imperial Preceptor was a genius in path and skills, but the world has failed to notice Emperor Yanfeng. Your Majesty, you're already a Grandmaster, and you could establish your own sect and create your own sacred ground. What a pity. Chi, chi, chi. Dao Sword had the rhythm of heaven and earth which broke through Emperor Yanfeng's layers of defense and injured him again and again. Rolai saw an opening, and his golden alms bowl flipped to make the 20 heavens pressure him. The 20 small worlds in the alms bowls pressed down onto Emperor Yanfeng's body one after another. Emperor Yanfeng grunted. As he held out against the immense pressure of the 20 heavens, his movements became very slow. However, the power of his path, skills, and divine arts had instead become more and more powerful as he contended against Dao Sword. The incomplete sword skill from Dao Master had a myriad of transformations, and it had no traces as he derived the limits of algebra operations. He thoroughly performed the path of producing 1, 1 producing 2, 2 producing 3, and 3 producing all things, and achieving the essence of the 3 that produced all things. However, Dao Master's wisdom was cut short here, so he hadn't completely succeeded in cultivating the final move, which was why his skill was incomplete. Yet even though it was an incomplete sword skill, it could destroy all paths, skills, and divine arts. Rolai suspended the golden alms bowl in the air and chanted in his Buddha voice, "Eternal peace, Imperial Preceptor has yet to appear, but changes are inevitable. Let's finish this as fast as possible." When he finished saying this, his body trembled and transformed into a tall Buddhist idol. His palms smacked forward lightly, and his 5 fingers shook, which resulted in 5 mountains pressing down. At this moment, Qin Mu was sitting on the back of the dragon Qilin 300 miles away. The dragon Qilin was still sprinting through the air while stepping on his fire clouds. Faster, try to go faster. Qin Mu felt terrifying pulses from ahead and hurried his mount. If you can run faster, I'll give you 3 buckets of Scarlet Fire Spirit pills. The dragon Qilin panted heavily as he said, "Cult Master, I'm already trying my best." Qin Mu gritted his teeth and said, "Your speed is a whole chunk slower than that of the Green Bull. He could easily run twice as fast as you and travel 10,000 miles in a sprint. Fatty Dragon, if you exert more strength, I'll bring you to beat up the Green Bull. While if you remain this low, I'll bring the Green Bull to beat you." The dragon Qilin gritted his teeth and suddenly exerted all his strength to sprint forward. The fire clouds under his fire exploded, and his speed was raised tremendously, almost throwing Qin Mu off. After running 30 to 50 miles like this, the dragon Qilin's speed slowed down again, and he started foaming at his mouth. "Cult Master, I can't take it anymore." Qin Mu was helpless and said fiercely, "Still dare to be a glutton? I'll put you on the dinner table on next New Year." Just as he was saying that, trails of green and gray light whooshed past, leaving him stunned. That 2 lights then turned back. "Muir, why are you here?" The 2 lights stopped, revealing themselves as Old Ma and Blind. Blind said, "If my eyesight wasn't good, I just might have passed by you. When did you leave Great Thunderclap Monastery? Did the monks give you any trouble?" Qin Mu immediately said, "I left right after you guys. Grandpa Blind, Grandpa Ma, things are bad. Rolai and the rest are killing the Emperor." Old Ma said, "We have seen it. Small matter. The emperors have always kept changing." Blind grumbled, "Mu'er, you can't ignore the more important matter. Li Tianxing is the biggest trouble. If this wretch takes over Granny's body, that would be a real problem. Who's going to be able to stop her? I found Granny, so there's no need for Grandpas to worry. Granny just doesn't want to return to Great Ruins as she's afraid of implicating you guys." Qin Mu blinked then and asked, "Can Grandpas save the Emperor?" Old Ma looked at Blind, and Blind shook his head. Hard. The Emperor might already be dead. Once R'lyeh and Dao Master ally themselves together, even Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor would probably be helpless. That's right, your heavenly devil cult is also there, and I reckon they will die miserably. Qin Mu gritted his teeth. The Emperor can't die yet. There's no need to bother about the experts of my cult though. They can teleport away anytime. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor is not there? Never saw him. Old Ma said, R'lyeh is old, Dao Master is also old, and they both can't fight for a long period of time. Otherwise, much of their lives would be exhausted. Blind beamed. We are younger than them. Old Ma nodded, and Blind smiled. In that case, let us snatch the Emperor back. Mu'er, wait here, we will go snatch the Emperor's corpse back for you. Qin Mu was stunned. Corpse. Old Ma left into the distance, so his voice came from far away. Since Dao Master had made a move with R'lyeh, he's definitely dead. In the battlefield, R'lyeh and Dao Master attacked together as they tried to end this battle as fast as possible. Emperor Yanfeng suffered heavy blows repeatedly while withstanding the attacks of the two godlike existences. His qi and blood were still extremely vigorous, whereas the qi and blood of R'lyeh and Dao Master were fluctuating up and down. However, the cultivations of these two people were simply too strong. In terms of cultivation, both of them far surpassed him, and in terms of battle power, both of them were also a level higher than him. What's more, these two godlike existences had joined hands to attack him. Even though his qi and blood were vigorous, he was getting burned out and was merely a dying ember. Dao Master and R'lyeh were well aware that the next move could end his life when a bamboo cane came striking over. Old Dao Master hurriedly swung his sword to defend, and R'lyeh felt a murderous intent coming from his back. The golden alms bowl immediately shone backward, and a ding and dong could be heard as the bamboo cane struck the sword and the sword stabbed into the golden alms bowl. Blind stumbled backward and praised, "Superb abilities, and your cultivations are higher than mine. Just a little weaker than that of village chief, that old fellow." Once he had finished saying this, he turned and left. R'lyeh and Dao Master hurriedly turned back and saw that Emperor Yanfeng had vanished without a trace. No need to chase. Emperor Yanfeng's qi and blood have withered, and all his divine treasures are shattered. R'lyeh sighed. Good, even if he's saved, he will be a useless person. A body was suddenly thrown towards Qin Mu and crashed onto the dragon Qilin's back. Mu'er, the corpse you wanted is here. Chapter 261. Li Tianxing and the Emperor. Qin Mu examined Emperor Yanfeng and saw that he was like a tattered sack filled with grain. Grain would pour out of a tattered sack just as blood poured out from the Emperor. His situation was grim. His qi and blood were failing rapidly. With his qi and blood lost, booming sounds came from the divine treasures, which sounded like the sky and earth crumbling. His divine treasures were already crumbling, so if he wasn't treated in time, he wouldn't last 2 hours before dying. So it's Palace Grande. Emperor Yanfeng opened his eyes with difficulty and asked weakly, "Am I still savable?" Qin Mu examined his injuries in detail, and his 10 fingers moved quickly as he used heavenly devil creation technique. To seal his souls and spirits, preventing them from leaving his body. Emperor Yanfeng instantly couldn't speak or move his eyeballs. Qin Mu fetched some dragon saliva and applied it on his wounds. When he raised his head, he saw that Blind and Old Ma had already left. Are they luring those pursuers away? Qin Mu wasn't certain, so he just said to the dragon Qilin, "Return to Granny's house." The dragon Qilin turned around. Qin Mu in the meantime sat on its back and fed Emperor Yanfeng the dragon's saliva before massaging his body to squeeze out the extravasated blood. Doing some mental calculations, he took out a few spirit pills. Back when he had comprehended unity technique, the qi and blood in his body had been exhausted due to a huge flaw which caused his vitality to deteriorate. At that time, he had refined 2 kinds of spirit pills to save his life. One kind was Spirit Buddha pill to replenish his vitality, and the other kind was Blood Thriving Pellet to replenish his qi and blood. In the end, he also used Spirit Returning Pill Great Supplement technique to eat a red dragon carp king to fully replenish the emptiness in his body. The spirit pills in his hand were Blood Thriving Pellets. Qin Mu hesitated. Emperor Yanfeng was still savable, even if his qi and blood were failing, but if he consumed Blood Thriving Pellets so his qi and blood became vigorous, the crumbling divine treasures might just topple. Emperor Yanfeng was exceptionally talented, so if the energy in his divine treasures was to suddenly explode, there would be nowhere to release the torrential energy. The emperor would just suddenly explode, and even Qin Mu and the dragon Qilin would be blown into pieces by the out-of-control energy. Yet if he didn't replenish the qi and blood for the emperor, his condition would be very dangerous. I have to guide the energy from his divine treasures out before replenishing his qi and blood. Qin Mu pondered for a moment. The best way to use the silver needles was to guide the violent energy out. However, once the silver needles were stabbed into his divine treasures, they would probably melt and wouldn't be able to guide the dissipated energy in time. The next method was sealing, to seal the energy of Emperor Yanfeng's divine treasures in his body. However, Qin Mu didn't have such strong magic power to be able to seal Emperor Yanfeng's cultivation. The next method was to use spirit pills or poison to dissolve his power, dissolving it. However, these kinds of spirit pills were usually refined with highly toxic herbs. If he wasn't careful, Emperor Yanfeng's body might just dissolve as well. Qin Mu decided to use the second method. He didn't have the ability to seal Emperor Yanfeng's cultivation, but Granny C should have. However, even if I save him, he will only be a useless person. Qin Mu felt sorrow. Emperor Yanfeng was just at the time of his best years, and his body was very good. He could have lived some 200-300 years more, but after this torment, he would become like an ordinary human, with only the lifespan of only a few dozen years left. A powerful ruler of a generation becoming an ordinary human, even Emperor Yanfeng wouldn't be able to handle this blow. Qin Mu didn't know how dejected he would be when he woke up. The second method may be the best method. By sealing the energy in his body, he might just be able to fix his divine treasures. Qin Mu shook his head. This possibility was very slim. The dragon Qilin returned to Granny C's house in the forest. Qin Mu's vital qi burst forth, and he lifted Emperor Yanfeng with his vital qi, without any bump. Granny C came out when she heard the commotion and was astonished. Mu'er, what have you done? Emperor? You plan to skin the emperor and become the emperor yourself? Rascal, you're growing up more and more. Granny C was over the moon before becoming worried. However, the 3,000 beauties in the emperor's chambers of imperial concubines are all little vixens. Be careful about getting charmed to death. Qin Mu said helplessly. I'm not skinning him to become the emperor. Granny, help me seal the energy inside his divine treasure, so he won't explode. I'm going to buy some herbs. Don't turn the emperor into clothing. Granny C had a worried expression. You have to come home before the sky turns dark. Otherwise, Li Tianqing, that slut, will definitely be happy to put on the emperor's skin and become the emperor. Emperor Yanfeng had awakened then and heard their conversation. He thought to himself, who is this granny of Palace Grandee? Such a vicious person. And also, isn't Li Tianqing dead? How come he's also here? His injuries were too severe, though, so he fell back asleep. Qin Mu ran out the door quickly and determined his location before running toward the closest city. It was a quiet city, and it wasn't big. Because of the disaster, many herbs were unavailable. Qin Mu went through a few herb shops to gather enough herbs to replenish some qi and blood, then immediately sprinted back. When he returned, the sky had yet to turn dark. He let out a sigh of relief and examined his patient. He saw that Granny C had already sealed the energy in the divine treasures of Emperor Yanfeng and hidden them in his corporeal body. Emperor Yanfeng was still alive, even if his body was starting to disintegrate. His souls and spirits were fine, though. Once you undo Heavenly Devil Creation Technique, his corporeal body won't be able to bind his souls and spirits. He's bound to die. Granny C said. He won't die. Qin Mu said solemnly. I can make his souls and spirits remain in the human world. As long as his body still has breath, I can save him. Granny C shook her head. I shall go and prepare dinner. You have to be careful after that since the old devil will be out. Qin Mu shivered and immediately fed Emperor Yanfeng some blood-thriving pellet and spirit Buddha pills before using vital qi to help him dissolve the medicinal energy. He then stabbed Emperor Yanfeng's body with silver needles to guide the medicinal energy before refining some more spirit pills. Granny C finished making dinner and called Qin Mu over to eat. When the both of them were done with dinner, Granny C turned and went into the room while Qin Mu continued to take care of Emperor Yanfeng. After some time, a soft voice came from outside as Granny C laughed. Mu'er, how's His Majesty doing? Qin Mu's soul shivered from that voice, and he said without moving from his place, Cult Masterly, you're also the cult master of our sacred cult. What's this for? The voice immediately became old, and he chuckled. I'm already dead, so I'm no longer part of Heavenly Saint cult. Great educational Heavenly Devil scriptures have also been passed down to you, so why do you have to get involved with what I want to do? Give the emperor to me. I'm going to use him to hand the throne over to me. I want to be a female emperor. Qin Mu didn't answer. Suddenly, The door was slammed wide open as Granny C barged in with a sneer. "If you don't give me the Emperor, I'll come and take him myself." She concentrated her gaze on what was happening and was left stunned. She saw that Qin Mu had planted the Emperor in the soil, and he was standing straight like a pine tree. Qin Mu was walking around Emperor Yanfeng while executing various techniques as he struck palm after palm towards the standing body. Earth Aeon Creation Technique? Spirit Creation Technique? There's also Ghost Creation Technique. Granny C looked at it once and saw that Qin Mu's hand techniques had myriad transformations. Each move and each form was incomparably clear as he executed the writings of creation in great educational heavenly devil scriptures to treat the injuries of Emperor Yanfeng. This was done because there was no other choice, seeing how they didn't have enough spirit pills and miraculous medicine. Thus, Qin Mu could only use creation techniques to turn back the creations and seize the profound theory to treat Emperor Yanfeng. Cult Master Qin, your Earth Aeon creation technique is wrong. Li Tianqing's rough voice came from Granny C's mouth as he sneered. It's not executed this way. A proper devil technique got executed messily by you, making it seem like a righteous technique. You're really throwing the face of our heavenly saint cult. After some time, he couldn't resist saying, spirit creation technique is also wrong. How can it be used to save people? For you to use it to change the composition of his corporeal body. Absolutely disgraceful. Who uses ghost creation technique like you do? Using a perfectly all-right technique to stabilize his souls and spirits. Wait a minute. Interesting, very interesting. He became more and more engrossed as he looked. Qin Mu's creation techniques had gone a different direction from his own, and these techniques that were clear, RLY devilish, had instead become grand and impressive. They had been clearly created to harm people, but he was using them to save people. Qin Mu used Earth Aeon creation technique to gather the qi of Mother Earth, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, to nourish Emperor Yanfeng's primordial spirit. He used spirit creation technique to refine the hidden injuries in his body, and used ghost creation technique to stabilize Emperor Yanfeng's souls and spirits. As the previous cult master, Li Tianqing had also cultivated these techniques, but he had taken the road of the devil path, which involved plundering the creation of heaven and earth and the creation of other people. Granny C's techniques of the devil path had also been taught by him. His eyesight was extremely shrewd and ruthless. He could see the road Qin Mu had taken was totally contrary to his. He seized from the outside while Qin Mu took from the inside. If one cultivated using Qin Mu's method, the speed might be slower, but their souls, spirits, primordial spirit, and physique would become incomparably stable. Both the body and the mind would be strong. The most wonderful point was the word creation in 7 writings of creation. This would make his souls, spirits, primordial spirit, physique, and divine treasures have quality upgrades. For example, aptitude. One's aptitude is determined at birth and is hard to change. However, cultivating Qin Mu's would allow one to use creation's techniques to change their own aptitude, to improve it for better and better. Li Tianqing was a great expert, otherwise, he wouldn't have become the sacred cult master of heavenly devil cult. When he saw the same techniques going down a different path, he couldn't help becoming engrossed in it. Every transformation in Qin Mu's moves had a huge attraction to him, and even though he wanted very much to kill Emperor Yanfeng and bring his skin to become the emperor, he still wanted to see more transformations from the creation techniques. Without him noticing, the crows of roosters sounded out, and rays of sunlight scattered in through the window. Li Tianqing sighed. You escaped death for a night. However, I'll definitely kill you guys tomorrow night. The body trembled, and Granny C woke up. She immediately asked, Mua, did the old devil harm you? Qin Mu also let out a sigh of relief, his body covered in stinky sweat. He shook his head and said, he was only engrossed in looking at my creation techniques and got muddled along the way. Granny, I need to rest for a while. I shall use other techniques of great educational heavenly devil scriptures to muddle him the upcoming night. When night came, Emperor Yanfeng's injuries were much better, and he woke up with a clear mind. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief and said, Your Majesty, I'll undo the heavenly devil creation technique on your body and see if your body is able to hold onto your soul. Just as he undid heavenly devil creation technique, Emperor Yanfeng's body suddenly became hollow and collapsed to the ground. 2 souls and 2 spirits from his 3 souls and 7 spirits had flown out and got ready to leave for Yudu. Qin Mu immediately executed Soul Guide to guide them back into his body before frowning. Emperor Yanfeng's body was still too weak to hold onto his souls and spirits. Suddenly, a delicate laughter came from outside. Cult Master, I'm here again. If you have no new tricks, I'll kill the Emperor. Emperor Yanfeng said weakly. What demoness talks so charmingly? Qin Mu immediately sealed the man's 5 senses. His own body then trembled as he revealed the form of Saturn's sovereign, and the gate of heaven influence appeared behind his back. Granny C barged into the room this time and gave a cry of astonishment. Saturn Sovereign's Earth Marquis True Technique? What's that on the gate? Why is there a book in your hand? Your Earth Marquis True Technique is different from mine. Chapter 262. The Emperor's Divine Treasures. Granny C was attracted to the Gate of Heaven Influence and the scroll. As a matter of fact, Qin Mu also didn't understand the words on it. He could only read the words on the gate. He only knew one phrase in Yuda's language, and that was Gate of Heaven Influence. For this phrase, he had been almost killed by Dutian Devil King. You want to learn? I can teach you, Qin Mu said calmly. Li Tianqing's voice came from Granny C's mouth as he sneered. Do I need you to teach? You're the Cult Master Sacred Teacher, and I'm also the Cult Master Sacred Teacher. Furthermore, I'm your senior, so where will I put my face if you teach me? Qin Mu smiled. But you don't know the true Saturn Sovereign's Earth Marquis True Technique. Li Tianqing was pissed and rolled Granny's eyes flirtatiously at him. I'm the Cult Master Sacred Teacher. What's there I don't know? Qin Mu ignored him and stabilized his mind. That look was too powerful and had almost captivated him. He executed 9 Heaven's Eye awakening skill, and layers of heavens opened in his eyes. When he looked at the Emperor, he only saw his ruined divine treasures that were like ruined heaven and earth. Qin Mu gave a muffled shout, and the heart of his brows suddenly split open, revealing a third eye. This eye didn't seem like a corporeal eye of the human world, but that it had come from a world of gloom. It emanated a dark and sinister air that caused the light of the candle to instantly become dim. When this eye opened, the room seemed to enter another world which didn't look like the human world. Qin Mu used this eye to look at his patient and instantly saw Emperor Yanfeng's souls, spirits, primordial spirits. He then found where the main problem lay. One cultivates primordial spirit on celestial being realm. When their vital chi fuses with the souls and spirits, they would become the primordial spirit, which was also the god that stood tall behind the strong practitioners of celestial being. Ji realm. That was the primordial spirit, vital chi, and spirit. Emperor Yanfeng's primordial spirit stood on the divine bridge, looking like it wanted to cross to the god realm. Since his secret realms were crumbling, his primordial spirit, as well as his souls and spirits, were severely injured. With his souls and spirits in a mess and his primordial spirit unprotected, his 3 souls and 7 spirits were no longer whole. There was also a terrifying energy still bombarding his corporeal body, causing his soul to waver. Thus, even if Qin Mu managed to save his body, the Emperor's souls and spirits wouldn't be able to remain in his body. Li Tianqing's imposing manner suddenly turned gloomy as he said resentfully, though I've never learned this eye before. Is this really the Earth Marquis True Technique of great educational heavenly devil scriptures? Qin Mu closed his eyes and dispersed the form of Saturn Sovereign. He frowned as he walked to and fro while pondering. Li Tianqing held back his anger and quietly waited. Qin Mu suddenly clapped and smiled. What can I see if I only stay here? Why don't I enter the Emperor's body to examine it in detail? Cult Masterly, follow me. Li Tianqing was shocked and asked suspiciously, how can you enter his body? Simple. There's a technique in great educational heavenly devil scriptures called Phantom Illusion Technique, which hides a person in the shadow, concealing the form of the corporeal body. There's also a technique called Heavenly Mustard Seed Technique, which can shrink and expand the corporeal body. By executing both techniques together, we can shrink our body before transforming into a phantom to enter Emperor Yanfeng's body and examine his primordial spirit and divine treasures. Qin Mu took a glance at the woman nearby and said, You don't know? Li Tianqing laughed from anger and said, How would I not know? Qin Mu moved a step back and grabbed onto the woman's hand, pulling her towards Emperor Yanfeng. The two of them then executed both Phantom Illusion Technique and Heavenly Mustard Seed Technique almost at the same time, and while they were sprinting towards Emperor Yanfeng, their bodies became smaller and smaller before turning into 2 black shadows on the floor which tunneled into the heart of Emperor Yanfeng's brows. Even though Emperor Yanfeng were frozen and his 5 senses were sealed by Qin Mu, he could still feel 2 black shadows moving around his body. Qin Mu and Li Tianqing paused when they came to his spirit embryo, Divine Treasure. The two of them stood at the edge of it and looked ahead. Emperor Yanfeng's spirit embryo, Divine Treasure, had already been destroyed. His spirit embryo and spirit platform had crumbled, and the sky was filled with thousands of holes. An extremely disturbing crack was in one part of the sky, revealing a snow-white skull that was on the outside. There was fresh blood pouring into the spirit embryo, Divine Treasure, like a huge waterfall. LL. Other than that, Qin Mu also saw a sword light flying to and fro in the spirit embryo Divine Treasure, destroying this divine treasure without any restraint. Dao Master's Dao Sword. Li Tianqing was astonished. That old Daoist is really remarkable. He had struck his sword will inside. Can you take away this sword will?
Qin Mu asked.
Li Tianqing chuckled. Why should I help you? Qin Mu smiled. You have seen so many true teachings of my great educational heavenly devil scriptures, so there should be reciprocation. Even if you don't help me, I can ask Granny C to help me tomorrow. Li Tianqing snorted and flew forward with his 10 fingers suddenly spread wide open. Instantly, threads of vital qi connected with each other and intersected to form a spatial sealing cage. The opposite angles of the cage connected with each other to form another spatial sealing cage within this cage. In the second one, a new one was soon formed, so on and so forth. It was literally endless. Li Tianqing threw this clean-cut ball out, and it collided with the sword will, which instantly vanished as it got sucked inside. Li Tianqing stretched his hand out to grab that cube back, then threw it up and down as he looked at Qin Mu with a pleased expression. Multiple sides spatial sealing technique. Qin Mu exclaimed. It's indeed ingenious. You may recognize it, but you might not be able to use it. Li Tianqing laughed. Qin Mu gave a smile and executed spatial sealing technique without any extra trouble. My cultivation is too weak, so I can't seal Dao Master's sword will. However, I've also dipped my hands into algebra, so I know how to set up spatial seals. Only my cultivation is inferior to yours. You and I are both cult master sacred teachers. That's why what I know won't be any less than what you know. It will only be more. Li Tianqing snorted, but since the sound was so feminine, people would only find it cute instead of being disgusted by it. Qin Mu breathed heavily in his heart and transformed into a fine shadow to leave the spirit embryo divine treasure and enter the 5 elements divine treasure. In that place, there were 5 huge Buddhas sitting in the shattered sky, which replaced the stars of the 5 elements. Li Tianqing flicked his fingers, and 5 trails of devil qi transformed into 5 lotus flowers which flew out and landed under the bodies of the 5 huge Buddhas. In an instant, they became weak and their bodies withered away as blazing devil flames ignited. The 5 huge Buddhas instantly turned into ashes. Li Tianqing sneered. Do you know this as well? Qin Mu said, This is Red Lotus Devil Heart Mantra. This is my first time executing this mantra, but it won't be any inferior to yours. His vital qi transformed as he executed Red Lotus Devil Heart Mantra. With a flick of a finger, a red lotus flew out. Li Tianqing stared at it, and it was indeed Red Lotus Devil Heart Mantra. However, it was superior to his. The Devil FL. Aim's red lotus that was formed by the devil qi he had flicked out earlier wasn't as pure as that of Qin Mu's red lotus karma fire. Yet because of the limitation of his cultivation, the power of Red Lotus Devil Heart Mantra Qin Mu had executed was much weaker. The two of them then went to 6 Directions Divine Treasure and saw that it had also been crushed. Air was leaking out from everywhere, which made this place fresh and cool. There was still half a heaven hidden here with the Buddhas and gods attacking it, shattering the 6 directions. Li Tianqing couldn't resist saying, This emperor is hopeless. Each layer of his divine treasures is worse than the previous. Even if you save him, he will be a useless person. Is there a need for you to put in so much effort? On this journey, she had already recognized what Qin Mu, this cult master sacred teacher, was doing. Her opinion of him improved by a lot, and she felt that it wasn't worth it for him to put in so much effort in saving Emperor Yanfeng, which would become a useless person. Qin Mu shook his head. I have to save him for Heavenly Saint Cult. Li Tianqing didn't ask any more questions and made her move to take away the remnants of Rulai's divine art in the 6 Directions Divine Treasure. Even though I'm no longer the sacred cult master, I wore that mantle once. I'm willing to do things that are beneficial to the sacred cult, she said in a low voice. Astonished, Qin Mu nodded silently. The two of them then came to 7 Stars Divine Treasures and looked to where the sun and the moon should be hanging in the sky. The 2 had already been destroyed, and there were 2 divine swords hanging in their place. Those swords would tremble from time to time, and sword qi that filled the sky would instantly come down in all directions. Qin Mu was bewildered, and in a low voice he said, 7 Stars Divine Treasure, from its name there should be 7 stars. 7 Stars Divine Treasure has a sun and a moon, the twin stars. With the addition to the 5 elements of 5 Elements Divine Treasure, it makes it 7 stars, Li Tianqing pointed out to him. Look down, and you can see the 5 Elements Divine Treasure. Qin Mu looked down, and his heart trembled slightly. Below their feet was 5 Elements Divine Treasure, and the 5 elements together with the sun and moon here formed the 7 stars. However, Emperor Yanfeng's 5 Elements Divine Treasure had already been destroyed, and there were shocking cracks below their feet. The sky would crumble from time to time, looking very unstable. These 2 divine treasures are connected together, so once you cultivate to 7 Stars Divine Treasure, you can see 5 elements and 7 stars together as one. If you cultivate to Celestial Being Realm, you can see 6 directions outside Spirit Embryo. 5 elements are distributed in the sky, while the sun and moon of 7 stars hang at the topmost part. These are the poles of heaven and earth. Li Tianqing explained, giving him pointers. When it comes to life and death realm, Darkness would appear from the land below your feet, which is the passage to Yudu. When you reach Divine Bridge, there will be a divine bridge all the way to heaven. At that time, you will not be far from becoming a god. She revealed a smile, but it was a cruel one. However, at that time you will realize that the bridge leading to heaven is broken. Broken. Your whole life of cultivation, determination, and long-lasting ideals will all be useless once you reach the end of your lifespan. Everything is empty. Everything is empty. Cult Masterly, calm down, Qinmu said. Li Tianqing rolled her eyes at him in a feminine manner and couldn't resist asking, "Aren't you disappointed?" Qinmu was bewildered. What's there to be disappointed about if you live your life to the fullest? Li Tianqing was stunned, but then nodded. That's why I shall live my life to the fullest, to become the most beautiful woman in the world. Qinmu's scalp turned numb. He didn't know if it was the excitement from Granny C or if it was him cultivating great educational heavenly devil scriptures that had made him dumb. They walked into Emperor Yanfeng's celestial being divine treasure, and Qinmu finally saw how spirit embryo, 6 directions, 5 elements, and 7 stars formed the poles of heaven and earth which Li Tianqing had mentioned. Reaching life and death realm, he saw the darkness of Yudu beneath his feet. Finally, they came to the last place, Divine Bridge, Divine Treasure. A divine bridge stretched across the sky and crossed life and death, sun and moon, 5 elements, 6 directions. It seemed like there was an incomparably bright and glorious heaven at the other end of the divine bridge, where gods were waiting for them to move forward. Emperor Yanfeng's divine bridge, however, had already cracked in numerous places, and there were pieces crashing down from time to time, smashing straight through layers of divine treasures and into spirit embryo, divine treasure. Li Tianqing looked around. The emperor is really hopeless. He's useless, so give his skin to me. I shall be the emperor, and eternal peace will belong to our heavenly saint cult. Qinmu shook his head. You aren't cut out to be the emperor, you are only suitable to bring disaster to all living things. Li Tianqing was angry and stared at him furiously. I will become the female emperor, and I'll grant you a consort. Qinmu rolled his eyes, showing him his white eyeballs. Li Tianqing was stunned for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. Powerful demoness. Qinmu immediately sealed his 5 senses to prevent himself from getting affected. Chapter 263. I want to execute you. They swept away all the remnants of the divine arts left behind by Dao Master and Rulai, which gave Qinmu an idea of how to continue treating Emperor Yanfeng. He calculated for a bit, then said, without the remnants of the div arts, his souls and spirits can finally be stabilized. Even though the Emperor's divine treasures are crumbling, with enough spirit medicine, I can use phantom illusion technique and heavenly mustard seed technique to enter his divine treasures. If I refine the pills and medicines here, I might just be able to repair the injuries to his divine treasure. Though, he had never treated such injuries before, so he didn't have any confidence in being successful with his treatment. If there were only cracks in the divine treasures, he could still treat them, but Emperor Yanfeng's divine treasures were destroyed. Apothecary had taught him lots of medicinal knowledge, but there were no methods to treat these kinds of injuries among them. However, there were some herbs that were able to cure injuries to divine treasures, and great educational heavenly devil scriptures also had some techniques that could strengthen divine treasures. Qinmu felt that if he could apply both of them together, there would be a chance. When the two of them left Emperor Yanfeng's divine treasures, the sky soon brightened. Granny C woke up while Li Tianqing fell into slumber. Qinmu undid the heavenly devil creation technique and said, Your Majesty, I'm going out to buy some herbs, so I might be gone for 3 to 5 days. During this period of time, don't go out of the room. There will be someone who will bring you your meals and place them at your door. When night comes, no matter what sound you hear, you can't leave the room. If someone asks you to just take a look, you can't that look. Emperor Yanfeng said weakly, Minister Qin, to what kind of place have you brought me? It's so mysterious. Qinmu had a grave expression. Your Majesty, this is where my granny and Li Tianqing is staying. You just need to know that the one looking for you at night will definitely be Li Tianqing. If you look out, you will die. However, that won't be all. The entire Eternal Peace Empire will fall with you as well. If you walk out of this door, you'll surely die. Emperor Yanfeng heard his serious tone and smiled. Don't worry, I understand. I'm not that curious of a person. Qinmu closed the door and wielded his brush soaked with ink. His body trembled as he transformed into the human-headed and snake-bodied Saturn Sovereign and circulated his magic power. When he raised his brush, he drew a gate on the door and wrote Gate of Heaven Influence in the language of Yudu. His body then returned back to normal, and he wrote a sentence on the ground which said, This is the gate that's created from Saturn Sovereign's Earth Marquee true technique from great educational heavenly devil scriptures. If you can read it, you can go in. If you can't, you shall stay outside. Qinmu put away his brush and ink before telling Granny C, Granny, don't touch this door at all cost. When you send meals to the emperor, send them in with a bamboo pole. Never walk through this door. Granny C exam. In the words on the door and blinked. This door? Qin Mu also blinked, not saying anything. Granny C understood. I will definitely not go in. Qin Mu walked out of the courtyard and jumped onto the dragon Qilin's back. Turning his head back to the room Emperor Yanfeng was in, he thought to himself, it's fine if Li Tianqing understands the language of Yudu, but if he doesn't recognize it and tries to barge in, his soul will be pulled into Yudu and belong to Earth Count. Granny will also be free then. Emperor Yanfeng felt much better, and he could already move around with difficulty. However, he strictly kept to Qin Mu's words and never left the room. When it was lunch, Granny C would use a bamboo pole to send a basket into the room. Emperor Yanfeng would squat down and open the door slightly, taking the basket in. When he was done eating, he would place the basket back at the door, never going out at all. Ever since he had become the emperor, it was the first time he was feeling so sullen. After dinner, he suddenly heard melodious giggling from the other side of the door. The sound seemed to penetrate into the depths of his brains, and it was indescribably pleasant to hear. Emperor Yanfeng was entranced and felt that none of the 3,000 beauties in his palace had such a voice that could send a man's heart racing. Since Cult Master Qin isn't around, then I shall play around with the emperor. If I'm happy, I might just skin him to make clothing and go to the capital city to become the female emperor. Emperor Yanfeng was fearful of the words, yet he found the voice pleasant, messing up his heart. He wanted to open the door to take a look at the appearance of this woman, but then he remembered Qin Mu's words and thought to himself, this is Cult Master Li Tianqing using the devil voice to lure me out. That old devil is actually mimicking the voice of a woman, truly shameless. He blocked his ears, but that charming voice seemed to have already latched onto his brain, making it hard for him to forget it. Humph, that rascal actually dared to test me. Truly not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, although I really don't recognize these words. We have both cultivated Saturn Sovereign's Earth Marquis True technique, and I don't believe I'm inferior to him. The woman outside the door tried to solve the marvel of the words on the door and practiced Earth Marquis True technique over and over again, yet saw no success. Without noticing it, she had used up quite a lot of time, and Emperor Yanfeng had also finally fallen asleep after being anxious for a whole night. When the next day came, it was the same as the previous day. And when night came, that woman came back to solve the meaning of the words on the door while Emperor Yanfeng almost grew a devil in his heart from her voice alone. He kept hearing a sweet and charming voice calling him to open the door to take a look. When the third night came, that woman grumbled, Gryly, I can cultivate it into understanding nor can I solve it. Why should I give up? If I can just barge in and kill the emperor to strip his skin, why do I still have to solve some puzzle? Emperor Yanfeng became alarmed, but then the woman said, No. When Cult Master Qin used this technique, a third eye appeared, and the room suddenly turned dim, while the light turned green. It didn't look like the human world. There's something strange about this door. It might lead to another world if I go through it. The brat is very crafty. He must be thinking of scheming something. Emperor Yanfeng was astonished. This woman is clever. No, it should Cult Master Li, who is a wily old fox. However, isn't Cult Master Li an old man? Why does he have to imitate a female voice which is so charming? He couldn't resist wanting to peek and thought to himself, just a glance won't harm me, right? Just as he was about to peek through the slit in the window, a dragon roar came from outside. Qin Mu walked in with great strides and made him drop the thought of peeking. Cult Master Li didn't go through the door? Could you not know the words on the gate? Do you admit you have cultivated great educational heavenly devil scriptures wrongly? What's your problem? The meaning of the words on the door is Gate of Heaven Influence. I'll teach you. When he finished saying that, he taught this Yudu phrase to Li Tianqing and said, Cult Master Li, now you that have learned it, you can go through the door. Cult Master Li chuckled. I have learned this Yudu phrase and understood the meaning of the words on the door, but does that mean I will be safe after going through? Cult Master Qin, I'm also the Cult Master Sacred Teacher and a crafty person. You can't trick me. Qin Mu shook his head and walked up. He walked through the door and scraped the words on the door off with his vital qi before telling Emperor Yanfeng, Your Majesty, I have gone to a few cities to buy herbs, but since all kinds of disasters have befallen people, there were few herbs in the medicine shops. I could only buy a few herbs, and I don't know how effective they will be. Minister Qin, just do what you can, said Emperor Yanfeng. Did Minister Qin hear any news after going out this time? Your Majesty has died. Qin Mu looked at him and said, Neither too fast nor too slow. News from the capital city say that Your Majesty overworked yourself by handling political affairs and died in the process. The Crown Prince is currently preparing for your funeral, and the entire empire is grieving. Emperor Yanfeng was slightly shook, then said with a smile that was not a smile, I have already died? Truly, my good son. Good son. What about General of Heavenly Strategies and the rest? Are they still alive? While preparing the herbs to refine spirit pills, Qin Mu said, "In that battle outside Bazhou City, the people of my heavenly saint cult only focused on saving the emperor, so they had Tella ported away after you left. General of Heavenly Strategies, High Official, Situ, Sikong, and the rest were all captured. Dao Master and Rilai did not do anything to them, just handed them over to the Crown Prince. They are the heads of influential families that have great power in the capital city, so your majesty doesn't need to worry about their safety. The Crown Prince still requires the support of those influential families." "My good son," Emperor Yanfeng sighed. The power that General of Heavenly Strategies and the rest wielded was great. They held over half of the capital's power, along with its military and many other levels of society. If the Crown Prince wanted to ascend to the throne, he required their support. The empire can't go on without a ruler, so the Crown Prince's ascension should be set on the first half of the 3rd month. 6th of the 3rd month is an auspicious date, so the Crown Prince should be ascending to the throne then. With the support of Dao Sect and Great Thunderclap Monastery, him becoming the emperor is firmly set in place. Whoever dares to object will be eradicated with their whole family. Where's Imperial Preceptor? I wouldn't have fallen into such plight if he was around. Imperial Preceptor has gone out on a honeymoon, and there's still no news of him. When I went out this time, I also met quite a number of scouts searching for traces of your majesty. I heard that the Crown Prince ordered to find your body, even if you're dead." Qin Mu executed phantom illusion technique and tunneled into the emperor's divine treasures. In Spirit Embryo Divine Treasure, he used the medicinal energy of the spirit pills, but even though it dissolved, the Spirit Embryo Divine Treasure wasn't repaired. The effects of the medicine were minimal. Qin Mu frowned and changed a few kinds of spirit pills, but all of their effects were similarly minimal. He then transformed into a black shadow and flew out of the heart of Emperor Yanfeng's brows. He revealed his true form as he landed on the ground and paced to and fro. Suddenly, he said, "Your Majesty, your injuries are hard to treat. I can treat the ones on your body and even your soul, but I can't deal with those on your divine treasures. However, my grandpa apothecary should be able to treat you. Is your majesty willing to follow me to Great Ruins?" Hope was renewed in Emperor Yanfeng's heart. "This apothecary is?" Qin Mu hesitated for a moment before saying honestly, "Jade Face Poison King." Emperor Yanfeng's complexion turned black, and he said angrily, "Jade Face Poison King?" He was the emperor and Empress Dowager was his mother. However, Jade Face Poison King had an unclear relationship with her, and before Apothecary's true identity was revealed, he was known as Jade Face Playboy that had lovers all around the world. Even reputable nuns had unclear relationships with him. Emperor Yanfeng naturally knew about this, but it wasn't convenient for him to say anything. He had once ordered people to assassinate Jade Face Poison King to get rid of Empress Dowager's gigolo. Part of the reason why Grandpa Apothecary was forced to hide in Great Ruins was due to his efforts. He was absolutely unwilling to meet Jade Face Poison King. "Minister Qin, I'm not going to Great Ruins. My unfilial son is ascending to the throne and spoiling the reform I had worked on for the past 200 years. I can't let this foundation be destroyed in a day," Emperor Yanfeng said solemnly. "We shall go to the capital city." Qin Mu's heart trembled slightly, and he took a glance at him. "Your Majesty is sure you want to go to the capital city?" Emperor Yanfeng nodded. "The capital city is where the dragon veins gather and my Ling family's 9 dragons monarch technique can cultivate twice as fast there. I just might be able to borrow the chi of the 9 dragons to reconstruct my divine treasures. The blood and sweat of Imperial Preceptor, and I can't be allowed to go to waste. As long as I return to the capital city, I can depose my unfilial son." Qin Mu pondered it for a moment, then smiled. "Pardon me." He took out a pig slaughtering knife and stripped the emperor of his crown and yellow robe. Emperor Yanfeng's face changed drastically. "Minister Qin, what are you doing?" Qin Mu pressed down on his head, and the pig slaughtering knife went scraping. After some time, Emperor Yanfeng's head was bald, without a strand of hair remaining. Qin Mu then took a few sticks of incense and lighted them up before pressing them down onto Emperor Yanfeng's scalp. He was in pain as his scalp sizzled from being burnt, forming scabs. Qin Mu sized him up and smiled. "Excellent. Now you still need a set of Buddhist robes and grass shoes, as well as prayer beads. Your beard also needs to be shaved." After he had said that, he pushed the emperor down and cleanly shaved his beard off. Emperor Yanfeng was furious, but he couldn't retaliate. After a moment, he was fresh and cool. He was dressed up into a yellow robe of an eminent monk, and the emperor that naturally exuded dignity and power was gone. Qin Mu then fetched a brush and adjusted the color of the ink before painting on Emperor Yanfeng's face. The man wanted to retaliate, but his movements were immediately sealed. He could only stand there stoically and let Qin Mu do whatever he wanted. Once Qin Mu was done painting, he fetched a mirror and placed it in front of him with a smile. "Does your majesty still recognize yourself?" Emperor Yanfeng looked at the person in the mirror and saw a middle-aged monk. There was a scar that stretches all the way from his left eye to his nose bridge, passing by his right cheek, and all the way to the bottom of his left ear. He gave people the feel of a fiendishly ill monk that ate vegetarian food and prayed to Buddha during his free time while committing murder and arson when he wasn't feeling well. Qin Mu took off his knife sheaths and placed them on Emperor Yanfeng's back. Emperor Yanfeng grunted and collapsed to the ground. He couldn't move and cried out, "Bones, my bones are cracking. Take them away quickly. I can't breathe. Oh, I've forgotten your majesty's cultivation is crippled and your body isn't like before." Qin Mu immediately took the 2 pig slaughtering knives off and took a plank from outside. He carved 2 wooden knives and painted them with metallic paint, making a clear distinction between black and white. He then made 2 knife sheaths and the 2 wooden pig slaughtering knives on Emperor Yanfeng's back. Qin Mu sized him up and smiled. "Your majesty can now leave with me." Emperor Yanfeng pulled out the 2 wooden knives and said angrily, "Minister Qin, how dare you make a fool out of me? I want to execute you. Stretch your head out." Qin Mu stretched his head out with a smile. "Your majesty, please." Emperor Yanfeng ruthlessly chopped at his neck twice and started panting in exhaustion. Qin Mu then passed his own pig slaughter knife over and said, "Your majesty can use a real knife." Emperor Yanfeng's hands grabbed onto the handle of the knife, but he couldn't raise it up no matter what. He threw the knife on the ground in anger and said angrily, "I'll note it down for now. Let us go." Chapter 264, The 2 Heroes of Eternal Peace. Qin Mu bade farewell to Granny Si and brought the emperor to walk while the dragon Qilin followed behind. Qin Mu taught Emperor Yanfeng's spirit creation technique from great educational heavenly devil scriptures before imparting his overlord body 3 elixir technique to him. Cultivate these 2 techniques together as you walk. It'll strengthen your body at the minimum, while it can also be beneficial to your injuries. Emperor Yanfeng was skeptical and tried to cultivate his overlord body 3 elixir technique and spirit creation technique. His complexion turned for the better and he smiled. "This technique is good to actually be able to cultivate while walking. I feel that my strength has recovered. Cultivate it first then. When you achieve small attainment, the injuries on your body will heal and your physique will become stronger. I will then teach your ghost creation technique to cultivate your soul so it could stabilize. We can then use medicine to treat the soul and attack one problem from 2 angles at the same time. By that time, the injuries on your soul will completely recover." Qin Mu was suddenly lost in thought. Now that I taught the techniques of great educational heavenly devil scriptures to the emperor, should he join our heavenly saint cult? If so, what position should I give him? He took a glance at Emperor Yanfeng while harboring evil designs. "I'm still lacking a heavenly king. If I could make the emperor join us and become the heavenly king of heavenly saint cult, the entire Eternal Peace Empire would become our heavenly saint cults." Emperor Yanfeng trained hard, and his body became stronger. PM. Anaged to cultivate some vital qi, but without divine treasures, there was simply a limit to his cultivation. Qin Mu also cultivated at a leisurely pace. When he executed Overlord Body 3 elixir technique, 5 beams of light shone down from the sky. Those were the 5 elements in his body connecting with the stars of the 5 elements, drawing the star power to raise his cultivation. Emperor Yanfeng was slightly stunned. He's still on 5 elements realm? He always thought that Qin Mu was already a divine arts practitioner of 6 directions realm. After all, Qin Mu's abilities were already on par with people of that level. His cultivation was also no inferior to divine arts practitioners of 6 directions realm, so he didn't think that Qin Mu would still be on 5 elements realm. Great educational heavenly devil scriptures of heavenly devil cult are truly extraordinary, Emperor Yanfeng exclaimed in admiration to himself, but he didn't know that Qin Mu's vital qi had mainly come from Overlord Body 3 elixir technique. The exact same technique Emperor Yanfeng was currently cultivating. Qin Mu's cultivation had indeed reached the peak of 5 elements realm and wasn't far from 6 directions realm. He was just waiting for the 5 element star sovereigns to stabilize first before trying to break through. The 2 of them walked for 4 days and spent their nights in the open. When they reached the next city, Qin Mu brought Emperor Yanfeng inside and bought some herbs. It was the first time Emperor Yanfeng had suffered so much in his life. Both of his feet were filled with blisters and abrasions. In the inn, Qin Mu placed him in a wooden tub to soak in medicinal water for a night. The emperor fell asleep in the wooden tub. When he woke up the next morning, he discovered that the blisters on his feet had all vanished and his body had become much lighter. He clicked his tongue in wonder. The 2 of them continued on their way and came to the boundary of Prey Prefecture. There, they could see many divine arts practitioners chasing after the villagers, whipping and scolding them. This land belongs to our Prey Mountain sect. Those divine art practitioners were most likely disciples of Prey Mountain sect, and what they cultivated was lightning skills. They could control a formation to strike everywhere with lightning, so they herded the villagers into one spot. The emperor has ordered to reinstate the system of our ancestors, so the land of Sex will belong to Sex. From now on, there's no need to provide for the empire, only give offerings to Prey Mountain Sect. A villager was unwilling to accept this, and was struck to death by a bolt of lightning just as he started to argue. Qin Mu stopped and observed, frowning slightly. Emperor Yanfeng had a black face and said coldly, "To go against the tide." They passed by other prefectures and saw the power of Sex returning like ashes taking flame once more. They were seizing territories and plundering the rich. As they split the territories, more chaos was added to the already chaotic lands. The snow disaster had already caused major damage. Thus, the addition of Sex making a comeback and seizing territories, catching commoners to be their farming slaves was adding oil to the fire. The authorities everywhere that had been sending disaster relief had also stopped. The numbers of people who were starving and freezing to death escalated to the point that they could not be counted. Emperor Yanfeng was solemn and worked even harder to cultivate, trying to repair his divine treasures and regain his cultivation. When they came to Harmony Prefecture, Qin Mu came to the city lord's manor, and the magistrate of Harmony Prefecture came to welcome him. He took a glance at Emperor Yanfeng but didn't recognize him. His gaze landed on Qin Mu and said, "Cult Master, talk inside." Qin Mu walked into the manor, allowing the dragon Qilin find a place to rest. When he heard the emperor's stomach rumble in hunger, he said, "Clean clothes, Hall Master. Give this senior brother a bowl of rice to eat." The magistrate of Harmony Prefecture was the clean clothes hall master of Heavenly Saint Cult and was called Duanmu Jing. He waved his hand so a servant would bring the emperor to eat. With a smile, he asked, "Why is Cult Master bringing along an eminent monk?" Qin Mu didn't explain and instead asked, "What's the situation in the capital?" "Not too good," said Duanmu Jing. "Most of the Taoists and monks from Tao Sect and Great Thunderclap Monastery have gone to the capital. Tao Master and Rulai passed down their decree to confer the crown prince as peaceful emperor, who would ascend to the throne on the 6th of the 3rd month. At the moment, there are still scouts of the crown prince wandering about, executing anyone who looks like the emperor." Qin Mu nodded quietly. This was close to what he had expected. Duanmu Jing continued, "Also, now that the crown prince is ruling the empire, he has gained a lot of power. Most of the influential families have been taken under the wing by Buddhists and Taoists. Some of the influential families in the capital have already changed sides while monks and Taoists stayed in others and refused to leave. These influential families don't dare to fall out with them, so they can only let them stay. The current capital city can be said to belong to the people of all trades, with crooks mixed in with the honest folk. It could be said to no longer be under the rule of the emperor." The crown prince had also issued a decree to reinstate the system set by the ancestors, returning the lands that once belonged to the Sex back to them. The other territories will belong to eternal peace. Also, Duanmu Jing hesitated, then said, "An envoy came from Wolf Store Country to talk about the war at the borders and make peace with the crown prince. He ceded 16 prefectures to Wolf Store Country. An envoy also came from Barbarian D Empire, and they're discussing ceding lands as compensation. It's really easy to squander the family fortune." Qin Mu smiled. This crown prince is too stupid and cowardly to be an emperor. Duanmu Jing was somewhat puzzled. Qin Mu showed no signs of being angry. On the contrary, he acted like there was nothing wrong. He didn't know that, however, that Qin Mu had never treated himself as a citizen of Eternal Peace Empire. From the start until now, he was always a person abandoned by the gods of great ruins, so there was no need for him to be angry. Ascension on the 6th of the 3rd month, truly an auspicious date that's suitable for murder. Qin Mu asked, "Have you found any news regarding Imperial Preceptor?" "We have found him." Qin Mu's spirit was aroused, and he fetched a few slips of paper. "Hall Master, prepare the herbs written on these slips of paper and store them in Venerate Prefecture City." Duanmu Jing acknowledged the command. Qin Mu called Emperor Yanfeng and the dragon Qilin over. "Let us leave the city." Emperor Yanfeng said in a panic, "I still haven't eaten to my fill." Qin Mu smiled. "I'll bring you to see Imperial Preceptor and get some food on the way." Emperor Yanfeng immediately placed the steamed bun down, and his expression became solemn. He followed silently behind the youth. After a moment he said, "I would like to ask him where exactly he had gone these days." Qin Mu immediately brought him on the back of the dragon Qilin, then leaped up to stand on the head of the dragon Qilin himself. The dragon Qilin stepped on the fire clouds and sprinted through the sky. Cold wind welcomed Emperor Yanfeng in the face, making him sneeze continuously. Blazing flames suddenly ignited around Qin Mu's body, and Emperor Yanfeng felt much better. The dragon Qilin sprinted for 2 days before Qin Mu signaled this strange beast to descend. They were in the mountains that were piping hot. There were multicolored lights shining in the valley, but the steam evaporated as they traveled up. God's ray. Emperor Yanfeng has a grim expression as he sniffed the air and said, blood scent. There's blood of a god in the valley. Qin Mu brought him into a village, and there was indeed a blood lake there. Beside it was a small wooden house, behind which was a small river. The river water was slightly warm from being boiled by the god's blood, and a woman wearing snow-white sable fur stood beside the river. Her stomach was slightly bulging. Beside her feet was a middle-aged man who was holding a wooden club and smacking clothes on a stone board. Beside him was a bamboo basket with washed clothes. Qin Mu jumped down from the back of the dragon Qilin, and Emperor Yanfeng followed after him. However, his legs weren't steady, and he went sprawling on the floor. The couple heard the sound and turned around to have a look. Qin Mu had a smile on his face as he went forward. Couldn't you have helped them? Yup. Emperor Yanfeng got to his feet and hurried forward. The middle-aged man placed his wooden club down and wiped his damp hands on his shirt. He stood up beside the woman and smiled at Qin Mu and the emperor, who was walking over with a pale face. Imperial Preceptor. Emperor Yanfeng's footsteps became faster and faster, and just as he was about to criticize Imperial Preceptor, he suddenly noticed blood stains on Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's chest. His complexion wasn't good as well. The emperor was greatly shaken and shed tears. My Imperial Preceptor, how did you land in such a state? Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor welcomed the emperor and noticed that he had lost all his cultivation. He was equally sorrowful in his heart. How is it any different from your majesty? The woman immediately said, you are also injured. Don't throw your mental state in disorder. Qin Mu was stunned. The two strongest practitioners of Eternal Peace Empire were actually both severely injured. Heavenly Saint Cult Master pays his respects to Imperial Preceptor's wife. Qin Mu greeted the woman. Imperial Preceptor's wife saw the emperor's bald head and was bewildered. She immediately said, don't just stand there, come into the house to have a seat. After I left Little Jade Capital, I wanted to investigate the origin of the natural disaster and met a god who was holding a bottle gourd in his hand. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor said indifferently in the small wooden house. The natural disaster was released from his bottle gourd. He got injured in our fight, but my injuries are more severe. With my wife being pregnant, we decided to stay here for a period of time. He had said it so simply, but one could imagine how fierce that battle must have been. Emperor Yanfeng checked the injuries on his body and looked at Qin Mu with inquiry. Qin Mu examined the man and shook his head. The injuries left behind by a god contain the will of a god inside, so I can't cure the root of the injuries. If you want to cure the root, I will have to return to the village and request Grandpa Apothecary's help. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor said, I knew you couldn't cure the root of the problem, so I didn't go and find you. My injuries now are too severe, so I can't return to the capital city, otherwise I would surely die. I can't let others know I'm injured. But I never expected your majesty to. The two middle-aged men looked each other in the eyes and suddenly laughed out loud in unison. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor laughed until he started coughing endlessly. Emperor Yanfeng looked outside and asked, the blood lake outside? Left behind by that god, he was very strong and suffered some superficial wounds. The injuries on Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's chest opened up again, and Qin Mu applied some dragon saliva on him. But just as the wound was healed, it was once again torn apart by the remnant of the divine art the god had hidden in the wound. This kind of injury could no longer be cured by medicinal stones. Even if it were spirit pills that could allow a person to come back to life, they still wouldn't be able to remove the remnant of the god's divine art. Qin Mu pondered for a moment and took out a sword pellet that Mute had gifted him. He executed it gently, and sword lights appeared. Qin Mu pushed them forward, stabbing them around Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's wound. Imperial Preceptor's wife gave a low gasp while Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor and Emperor Yanfeng didn't move at all. Qin Mu stretched his index finger out, and dense vital qi swirled like a cloud at the tip of his finger. When he gently tapped the sword pellet, a whoosh sounded, and a sword light shot out from the sword pellet, piercing through the house and into the blood lake. The blood lake trembled violently and exploded with a world-shaking bang. After 3 booms, the sword light from the sword pellet was shattered by the tremors and became smaller. Divine Physician's miraculous hands are truly ingenious. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor sighed with admiration. To actually use the power of the god's blood to counter the remnant of the god's divine art. Qin Mu applied the dragon's saliva once more, and the wound no longer bled. He said, I can't guide the other divine arts in your body out. Your Majesty, Imperial Preceptor, there are 2 paths now. The first will be me bringing you guys to Great Ruins to treat your injuries, while the second is to head to the capital. You guys can choose what you want to do. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor looked at Emperor Yanfeng, and they seemed to know each other's thoughts as they said in unison, the capital. Qin Mu pulled out his pig slaughtering knife and pressed Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's head on the table. Imperial Preceptor's wife cried out in astonishment. Cult Master Qin, what are you doing? Emperor Yanfeng rubbed his bald head and said, Madam, you will know when you look at me. Qin Mu's hands were nimble, and he shaved Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor bald in a blink of an eye. He then took a few sticks of incense to burn a few scabs on his head. He then took out a yellow Buddhist robe from his Taotai sack with the ease of a routine. With a smile, he said, I had made an extra set witch for Imperial Preceptor. Please wait a minute, let me draw a green birthmark on half of Imperial Preceptor's face. After he was done with Imperial Preceptor, he turned to Imperial Preceptor's wife. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor immediately said, Cult Master, my wife is pregnant. In such a freezing weather, if she has no hair, in that case, she shall be a Taoist nun. Qin Mu took out a Taoist robe and handed it over to the woman. He then suddenly blinked and smiled at them all. That's right, do the three of you want to enter my cult? My Heavenly Saint cult feeds well, and if you have no skills, we can teach you handicrafts to Ma. Kua living, I assure you guys won't starve to death with us. Chapter 265. The Fourth Heavenly King. The Emperor and Imperial Preceptor didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Devil Cult Master was really daring and had no reserve being the Devil Cult Master of Heavenly Devil Cult. He actually wanted to pull the Emperor and Imperial Preceptor into his Heavenly Devil Cult. If your injuries aren't healed, you won't be able to seize back the throne, and learning handicraft from our Heavenly Saint cult, you could at least feed your family, Qin Mu persuaded. Furthermore, if you enter the cult now, I can give you guys very high positions like the Heavenly King or Elder, while if you want to join after you are completely crippled and unsavable, I can at most make you incense masters, and only a vice at that. Madam, help me persuade them. Imperial Preceptor's wife smiled but didn't say anything. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor said indifferently, If I join, I want to be the cult master. Emperor Yanfeng nodded. Me too. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor said, If you're the cult master, I'll assist you. Qin Mu's eyes lit up. Emperor wants to be the cult master? Emperor Yanfeng was flabbergasted. He totally didn't expect Qin Mu to actually have the plan to give up the seat of Heavenly Devil Cult Master. If the Emperor became the Heavenly Devil Cult Master, wouldn't Eternal Peace Empire be part of his Heavenly Devil Cult? This was truly a hot potato that he couldn't pick up. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor also got a headache and looked secretly toward Emperor Yanfeng, signaling him to not take. Imperial Preceptor's wife laughed and said, Cult Master Qin, they aren't willing, but I am. I wonder what kind of position Cult Master could give me. Qin Mu's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed secretly at the cleverness of this woman. She had broken the silence to prevent Imperial Preceptor and the Emperor from becoming awkward. If Madam joins the cult, I can give you a sinecure. Qin Mu smiled. Does Madam know embroidery? How about the Incense Master of Embroidery Hall? All right. The young married woman then smiled and pulled Imperial Preceptor to one side and said in a low voice, Husband, why do you have to reject Cult Master Qin? What are the odds of winning by going back to the capital city, this time with His Majesty? Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor was silent for a moment, then said, Everyone in the world supports the reform, and 70 to 80% of the civil and military officials in the Imperial Court are the men of His Majesty and I. When we return to the capital city, we can definitely execute the rebels and seize back the throne. Imperial Preceptor's wife smiled. Do you really think so? Won't Great Thunderclap Monastery and Dao Sec stop you? If it's you, you might be able to defend yourself against Rulai and Dao Master, but will His Majesty be able to defend himself against them? Qin Mu nodded lightly and smiled. There are Taoists and monks staying in the houses of all the kings, dukes, and ministers. They are all chanting Dharma or reciting Taoist scriptures. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor was silent, and his wife pushed Qin Mu away to continue in a low voice. The other two big sacred grounds are watching your people, and those that are close to you are either under house arrest or locked in prison. Now, you can only borrow power from Cult Master Qin. And to borrow someone's power, you need to make them feel at ease. Qin Mu moved over again, and was about to say something when Imperial Preceptor's wife pushed him away. Imperial Preceptor pondered it for a bit, then walked over to Qin Mu. Heavenly Saint Cult lacks a Heavenly King? Qin Mu nodded. The fourth Heavenly King. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor then said, Let me be this fourth Heavenly King. However, His Majesty can never have any connections with Heavenly Saint Cult. Your Majesty, I shall join His Heavenly Saint Cult. Emperor Yanfeng was stunned, but after quite a while, he said slowly, Sorry to put Imperial Preceptor at such an inconvenience. Qin Mu revealed a smile and said to Emperor Yanfeng, Your Majesty seems to have a misunderstanding regarding our Heavenly Saint Cult. We aren't a cult, and our philosophy is the everyday use of common people, and what we carry out is the path of a saint. This reform of Your Majesty and Imperial Preceptor has similar ideals. Imperial Preceptor's wife smiled. Cult Master, we should be on our way. There's no need to impart cult's teachings to His Majesty, since it's impossible for him to join our heavenly saint cult. Imperial Preceptor's wife went to sit on the back of the dragon Shilin while Qin Mu, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor, and the Emperor walked below. The two people executed Overlord Body 3 elixir technique that Qin Mu had taught them to recover some vital qi. These two people were like ascetic monks. Their footsteps weren't fast, and they walked with great effort, so they reached Venerate Prefecture only after close to 3 days. Heavenly Devil Cult in Venerate Prefecture had already prepared the herbs, and Qin Mu could finally treat the injuries in Emperor Yanfeng's soul. Imperial Preceptor's external injuries were all healed, while the remnants of the divine arts left behind by the god in his body were not something Qin Mu could guide out. The remnants of the god's divine arts were extremely powerful. But if Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor could refine them, it would no longer be too troublesome for Qin Mu to cure him. The crucial point was that Imperial Preceptor couldn't mobilize his magic power. The remnants were hidden in his body and divine treasures, so he had to use his own magic power to suppress them. If he wasn't careful, he might just trigger the power of those divine arts. Neither the Emperor nor Imperial Preceptor can fight. Qin Mu sighed ruefully to himself. The two strongest Praktidi, owners of Eternal Peace Empire, had both become sickly people that required his care and protection. As for himself, he was continuously cultivating without a break. As long as he was walking, Overlord Body 3 elixir technique was subconsciously executed, and the 5 beams of star power from the stars would come pouring down. While they were on their way, Qin Mu also trained his sword skills diligently, practicing the 2 forms of sword skills village chief had taught him again and again, trying to perfect them. When Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor saw these 2 moves from Sword Picture, he gave a soft cry of astonishment and couldn't resist taking a few more looks. Cult Master, which elder taught you this? My village's village chief, the eldest one. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor pondered over it for a moment, then said, You are trying to incorporate the 3 basic sword forms that I founded into these 2 sword skills? They are already perfect, so adding my basic sword forms would disrupt the balance. The power is increased, but many flaws have appeared. Why did you do this? Qin Mu executed Sword of Founding Emperor Sea of Blood and suddenly had a feeling of sorrow. Sword of Founding Emperor, Sea of Blood, mountains and rivers exist in a vast and obscure heart, but when looking around left and right, there are no more people donning the clothes of homeland. This was a lonely reminiscence of one's homeland, the long-gone martyrs. It had the mood of sorrow and heroism. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor picked up a branch and said, There are still numerous flaws in your moves, so why don't I feed you some moves? Qin Mu's eyes lit up, and he smiled. Please guide me. I dare not. Qin Mu also fetched a branch, and the 2 of them used tree branches as swords. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor attacked, while Qin Mu used Sword Picture to defend. However, after just a moment, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had broken through a flaw and destroyed Sword treading mountains and rivers. Qin Mu pondered for a long time. The flaw Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had pointed out was different from what Village Chief had pointed out. Both of them were grandmasters in sword skills, but the path each of them took was different. Village Chief's sword skills had a passionate and intense feeling, while Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's moves were calm. It was like he was opening a door, pushing forward the reform to open up new horizons. Their philosophies were different, so their sword skills were naturally different as well. Getting pointers from them allowed Qin Mu to receive different benefits. Village Chief's pointers had pushed Qin Mu into exhausting his knowledge, to the point his foundation wasn't enough to continue improving this 2 moves. However, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's pointers opened up a new path for him, making him able to continue improving his sword skills. They cultivated as they walked, and Qin Mu's compare. Pen's ion of his sword increased more and more. He felt like his sword skills were about to cross to another level, but no matter what he did, there was always a veil preventing him from crossing over. No need to practice anymore. No matter how much you practice, there won't be any improvements anymore, said Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor. If you want to break through, you will need your own enlightenment. Qin Mu was puzzled, but Emperor Yanfeng, who was beside him, understood what Imperial Preceptor was saying and sighed ruefully. Another step further, and you'll be a little grandmaster. Minister Qin, to reach such a level at such a young age. When I reached that step back then, I was already 57 years old. I cultivated 9 Dragons Monarch technique to draw the qi of the 9 dragons, which resulted in boundless vital qi. Only when I felt the movement of the dragon qi under the earth and the general situation of the world that was bustling with unpredictable activity did I break through in one go. You're some 40 years faster than me. Qin Mu smiled. Your Majesty, what's the expertise of your 9 Dragons Monarch technique? My expertise is transformation, Emperor Yanfeng said solemnly. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Before me, Nine Dragons Monarch Technique was a technique that was only proficient in spells, but after it landed in my hands, any spells, sword techniques, corporeal body divine arts could be executed.
Why?
Because dragons signify transformation. They can be big and small, visible and invisible. They can soar into the sky, and also dive into the deep sea, hide in the abyss and lay in the fields. They can move clouds and bring rain. They can burn the sky with a raging inferno, and they can control a tempest. Do you want to learn it? He thought that Qin Mu would reject because he was the devil cult master of Heavenly Devil Cult, a reputable figure. That's why he was caught off guard when Qin Mu said without a thought, yes. Emperor Yanfeng was stunned, and suddenly laughed out loud. Oh well. Who says Nine Dragons Monarch Technique is the technique of our Ling family, and it can't be imparted outside? I'll teach you. Imperial Preceptor's wife looked at Emperor Yanfeng in astonishment while Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor, had a calm expression. His Majesty is such a person, heroic and candid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to use me. I've already seen the original copy of Nine Dragons Monarch Technique more than 10 times. Emperor Yanfeng taught Qin Mu Nine Dragons Monarch Technique, how to circulate his qi, as well as how to operate the qi of the Nine Dragons. This technique was different from Overlord Body 3 Elixir Technique, and it turned one majestic and imposing if they executed it. At the same time, it was full of changes and one's every movement contained the mighty force of heaven and earth. Nine Heavens Divine Dragon Shroud is a spell that can transform into 9 true dragons which can hide in clouds to attack the enemy. Look. Emperor Yanfeng aroused his vital qi, and a palm-sized cloud came out 3 inches from the top of his head. A few dragon qi that were fine like earthworms bore fangs and brandished claws fiercely. When Emperor Yanfeng's vital qi was depleted, the cloud and dragon qi poofed out, vanishing. Emperor Yanfeng mumbled while panting, I have no more magic power, but you should have seen what I mean. Qin Mu nodded and executed his Overlord Body 3 Elixir Technique, fusing Nine Dragons Monarch Technique with Overlord Body Vital Qi. Dragons suddenly appeared faintly in midair, and 9 dragons stretched their claws out to shatter the mountain rocks in a radius of dozens of yards around them. Emperor Yanfeng was stunned, and Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor, was also beyond astonished. They saw 9 dragons circling in the sky. They then suddenly transformed into fire dragons, and as the blazing fire revolved in the sky, the fire dragon tornado appeared around them and lifted their bodies up. The fire dragons then transformed and controlled water, lifting them up while using it. Lightning then burst forth and crackled as it struck everywhere. Emperor Yanfeng and Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor looked at each other and saw astonishment in the other's eyes. This Nine Dragons Monarch Technique was just mastered by Qin Mu, and he already seemed like he had cultivated it for 10 or 20 years. He just picked the technique and was already much better than most of the princes in Imperial College's Royalties Park. Qin Mu dispersed Nine Heavens Divine Dragon Shroud, and Emperor Yanfeng taught him everything he had learned and comprehended. He sighed at the end. If your surname was Ling, how wonderful would that be? There were only 2-3 days left to the capital, and it was also 3 days till the Crown Prince's ascension on the 6th of the 3rd month. At that moment, a huge bird flapped its wings and landed on the ground with a tumble, transforming into a woman in green who bowed in front of the group. Sacred teacher, everything is prepared. Qin Mu nodded and said, you can go ahead first. As you command. The woman turned back and ran 2 steps before shaking her body to grow 2 wings on her back and soaring into the sky. Since Great Thunderclap Monastery and Dao Sect can kill an emperor, my Heavenly Devil Cult can do so as well. Otherwise, how can we be the #1 sacred ground of the Devil Path? Qin Mu said in a soft voice. Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor frowned. What's your plan? Enter the capital. Kill the emperor. Chapter 266. Killing the Emperor. As they got closer and closer to the capital city, the scouts on the way also gradually increased in number. Even though there was a natural disaster outside, the places closer to the capital were still celebrating peace with songs and dance. Numerous trees were tied with red silk, and there were many envoys from numerous countries hurrying to the capital. The ascension of a new emperor was naturally no small matter. It was especially so when a new emperor had shown himself to be different from the previous ruler before he even ascended the throne. He was kind to foreign countries and was willing to form alliances with them. During the previous dynasty, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor liked to mobilize his army to swallow surrounding countries. He would press the other big countries against the ground to beat them and seize their territories. Either that or he would force the other side to submit to him and offer tribute. He was truly rampant. Before Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor had mobilized his army to enter Great Ruins, that was when Eternal Peace Empire had been at its strongest. It could battle against 5 big countries at the same time, but after Imperial Preceptor got injured by assassins, the momentum of Eternal Peace Empire expansion started to slow down. The new emperor, however, was cultured and refined, very polite, and treated all sects of Eternal Peace kindly. He was also courteous to the envoys of the foreign countries. Not only did he return the lands that the fiendish imperial preceptor had conquered back to their respective owners, but even promised to pay reparations and was willing to repair the relations with those countries. The rule of foreign countries having to submit to Eternal Peace was also abolished by the new emperor, so they were all very happy and praised him endlessly. They said that the new Emperor Ling Yuxia was a wise ruler that was rare to see in the past 1,500 years. Other than that, the new emperor that had yet to ascend the throne invited members of various sects to attend the ascension ceremony. There were rumors saying that the new emperor planned to write down a decree of his crimes and would take on the wrath of heaven for the past years of reform. He would seek forgiveness from heaven and pray it would punish him and let off the people of Eternal Peace Empire. This move is the most ruthless. Qin Mu was exclaiming endlessly in admiration. He told Imperial Preceptor and the Emperor, "You guys tried to painstakingly reform for 200 years in order to change the profane notions, to push paths, skills, and divine arts to develop. You guys brought upon yourselves countless black names and spent endless blood and sweat. In your days, many people bled for the cause and finally formed Eternal Peace Empire to what it is today. Yet the new emperor pleading guilty will just wipe away all those 200 years of your hard work, those 200 years of soldiers sacrificing their lives again and again. This move is ruthless, truly ruthless." Emperor Yanfeng gave a dull grunt, and a tearing pain seared his chest. He wanted to cry, but there were no tears as he said astringently, "Yuxia, my good son, consider this a knife stabbed in my heart." Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor remained expressionless when he said, "After entering the capital, I can contact our old troops. Most of the ministers of the Imperial Court will also support your majesty. With the Dragon Guard's forbidden army hidden in the 9 dragon veins, we can attack the capital city anytime. The only problem is that Great Thunderclap Monastery and Tao sect had left so many monks and Taoists in the houses of kings, dukes, and ministers to supervise them under the cover of begging. Cult Master Qin, I will have to use the power of Heavenly Devil Cult to send us into the city to meet them." Qin Mu shook his head and said, "There's no need for so much trouble." Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor was slightly stunned. The forces of Great Thunderclap Monastery and Tao sect are too spread apart. They want to control the entire situation, but this leaves flaws everywhere. Qin Mu stopped. They were currently in Marquis Town, just a few hundred miles away from the capital, and in front of a fried pancake stall. Qin Mu went to buy breakfast while he said, "It's like this fried pancake. Once it's too spread out, it will collapse at the first blow. The bigger their pancake is, the thinner it will get. When the crown prince ascends to the throne, there won't be enough power to guard him. The monks and Taoists that were left in the houses of kings, dukes, and ministers will then be controlled by those kings, dukes, and minister instead. Those people won't be able to go to the imperial city to provide support." The fried pancake was done, and the stall owner used oil paper to roll it up. Qin Mu took it from him and gave it to Imperial Preceptor's wife first. She took a bite and looked around with bright eyes. She asked in a low voice, "Aren't you afraid that walls have ears? There were quite a lot of scouts of the Crown Prince on the way here." "I'm not." Qin Mu smiled lightly. Suddenly, the passers-by, merchants, vegetable sellers and buyers, butchers and hawkers in the market all quietened down and turned their heads over in unison. Their gazes all landed on the group. "Cult Master," those people said in unison. Qin Mu waved his hand and smiled. "Continue doing what you were doing. Don't disturb us." Imperial Preceptor's wife jumped in shock, and Emperor Yanfeng sighed. Strict enforcement of rules and prohibitions leads to the rise of a king. "Cult Master Qin, you have scared me. Your Heavenly Saint cult has scared me." Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor said, "Strict enforcement of rules and prohibitions, to move as one. This is the scene of the rise of a king, an emperor. Your Majesty should really worry." However, ever since Heavenly Saint cult was founded 20,000 years ago, there had never been a cult master who referred to themselves as an emperor. "Your Majesty can be at ease." Emperor Yanfeng said angrily, "You are all part of Heavenly Saint cult. Even you husband and wife are also part of Heavenly Saint cult. A heavenly king and an incense master. Only I'm the outsider here. Don't try to mislead me." Qin Mu immediately asked, "Does your Majesty want to join our cult? How do we enter the capital?" When they came close to the city, Emperor Yanfeng looked at the city gates and saw that they were heavily guarded. There were thorough inspections, so it was going to be as difficult as to climb up to the sky for them to get in. Today was the ascension of the Crown Prince, the day he would become the new emperor. Today, the new emperor would seek punishment from heaven at the Temple of Heaven. All the envoys, cult masters, sect masters, heads of influential families, as well as civil and military officials would have to go forward to attend the ceremony, so there was a tight security. Qin Mu shook his head and said, "No problem. Let's just go in directly. Emperor Yanfeng was slightly stunned. Qin Mu brought them to the city gates, and the soldiers there treated them like air and let them walk into the city. They are also part of Heavenly Saint cult. Imperial Preceptor's wife was slightly stunned and said to Qin Mu in a low voice, "The Emperor is around, so don't be too flamboyant, otherwise you will cause His Majesty to be suspicious and jealous. The Emperor wants to create a country that's above the sects and not a sect that's above the countries. Be cautious, cult master." Qin Mu looked at Emperor Yanfeng, and he was indeed looking worried. This was very normal. If all the Imperial guards guarding the city gates of the capital were people of Heavenly Devil cult, how could he be at ease? Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor said. "Now that we have entered the city, what should we do?" Qin Mu took out 2 medicinal pills and handed them to Emperor Yanfeng and Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor respectively. He said, "We'll go to Imperial City and the Temple of Heaven to see the ascension of the Crown Prince." In the Imperial City's throne room, a greeting could be heard. "Long live your Majesty." Eternal Peace Crown Prince Ling Yuxia sat on the dragon throne while donning the dragon robe. On one side of him stood a monk while on his other side there was a Taoist. Below him were the civil and military officials that were paying their respects to the new emperor, which created a powerful and dynamic scene. There was an extremely huge number of civil and military officials, so the entire imperial hall was filled with officials kneeling down. There were also others who were kneeling outside the hall, and some even at the steps. In the hall, envoys from dozens of countries carried military banners from their countries to attend the ceremony. Near them, there were sect masters and cult masters from dozens of sects. The ceremonial rites for the ascension of a new emperor were rather complicated, so when the ceremony ended, it was already close to the afternoon. The sun of spring wasn't warm as Ling Yuxia walked in the front and led the civil and military officials out of the hall. The ceremonial on carriers followed him closely, and most of the people in the ceremonial weaponry were monks and Taoists who chanted Buddhist and Taoist scriptures with resonating voices. Behind them was the crown prince's concubine, leading a crowd of palace maids with the envoys following behind them. All the heads of the influential families and sects also followed them to Temple of Heaven, the scale of the crowd becoming greater and greater. Behind Ling Yuxia were his Grand Protector, Grand Preceptor, and the rest of the first-ranking high officials. They were the retainers of the imperial family, the arms of the crown prince, and had extremely high positions. Now that the emperor had died, Ling Yuxia naturally became the one to assume the throne. Since he knew that his foundation in the imperial court was still not stable, he had invited numerous monks and Taoists from Great Thunderclap Monastery and Tao sect, making them officials while demoting those that weren't willing to heed his words. Almost half of the civil and military officials of the imperial court were monks and Taoists, so the sight was rather peculiar as they chanted scriptures while heading to Temple of Heaven. As for Duke Wei, King of Mount Tai, Pillars of State, General of Heavenly Strategies, and the rest, Ling Yuxia had permitted them to retire because of their old age. They would be staying in the capital city for the moment and return to their hometowns after the ceremony. In the imperial court, almost half of the officials had to return home due to old age, even though some of them were still very young. It was quite a strange incident. Ling Yuxia didn't feel certain about these officials that were told to retire, so he didn't dare to let them out of the capital in fear of them rebelling. Because of that, they were all held captive in their respective manors, with monks and Taoists guarding them. Meanwhile, King of Mount Tai, General of Heavenly Strategies, and the rest were locked up in the prison. They reached Temple of Heaven, and the officials flooded out. The monks and Taoists stood on the left and right sides of the steps respectively, while Ling Yuxia dragged his dragon robe and climbed up the steps by himself, acting reverent and respectful. Meanwhile, his concubine and those alongside her knelt down at the bottom of the stairs. The stairs were very long, with 999 stone steps. When Ling Yuxia reached the top of the Temple of Heaven and wanted to kneel down respectfully, a solemn voice suddenly rang out. "Buddha Rulai of Great Thunderclap Monastery has passed down his decree. May your Majesty receive the decree." A monk walked out with a solemn expression, and the Buddha rays behind him formed a wheel. In his hand was Rulai's decree. Ling Yuxia immediately knelt down to receive the decree and said respectfully, "This guilty subject will receive the decree of revered one of the world." Below, the ministers of the old dynasty frowned and read their heads without a word. The other officials that were monks chanted loudly in unison with their Buddha voices, and Buddha aura soared with 10,000 fathoms, resulting in a magnificent sight. There was a deluge of heavenly flowers in midair, and then the apparitions of gods and Buddha appeared. With the brilliant and varied visions, it seemed like gods and Buddhas were blessing this ceremony. The monk read out Rulai's decree and said mainly that Emperor Yanfeng was a tyrant, because of which the people had to suffer heaven's wrath. Rulai encouraged the new emperor to be cautious and conscientious, to scrupulously abide by his duty, so the gods and Buddhas would bless him with prosperity and longevity, and so on. The crown prince received the decree. A Taoist came out then and in his hands was a decree from Dao Master. Dao Master of Dao Sect has passed down his decree. May your majesty receive the decree. Ling Yuxia knelt down once again. This guilty subject will receive the decree of Dao Master. The Taoists among the civil and military officials were not to be outdone. They played around with their vital qi and created auspicious visions of dragons and phoenixes dancing in the sky. Dao Master's decree also contained nothing more than encouragement for the new emperor to treat his citizens sincerely, to look after the office, and to not to mess around with things like reforms and so on. The crown prince received the decree and rose. After tidying his robe, he was about to kneel down and seek forgiveness from heaven, but at that moment, a loud and clear voice came from afar. The cult master sacred teacher of Heavenly Devil Cult passes down his decree personally. May your majesty receive the decree. When this sentence was heard by everyone, a commotion broke out under the temple of heaven as the people all looked towards the source of the voice. With a couple of steps, Ling Yuxia came to the stairs of the temple of heaven and looked down. From his position high above, he saw a youth bringing along 2 monks and a Taoist nun towards the temple of heaven. The footsteps of the 2 monks seemed to be weak and unstable, while the Taoist nun seemed to be pregnant and so inconvenienced by her body. Qin Mu smiled and walked towards temple of heaven while saying leisurely, Great Thunderclap Monastery is a sacred ground. Dao Sect is a sacred ground. My Heavenly Devil Cult is also a sacred ground. Ling Yuxia, Rolai and Dao Master didn't come, yet you still knelt down for their decree. Now that I have come personally, aren't you going to kneel to welcome me? Heavenly Devil Cult Master. Suddenly, a sect master from an influential family sprung forward, wishing to land a killing blow on Qin Mu. At this moment, a huge flag appeared out of thin air beside Qin Mu and rolled up to block an attack from that sect master. When that huge flag was unfolded, a formidable man carrying a sword case showed up. A sword light then flew out. Nd severed the head of the rash sect master. The man that was carrying the sword case swept up his huge flag and disappeared along with the head of his victim. Among the people attending the ceremony, a headless corpse swayed and collapsed to the ground. Qin Mu acted as if nothing had happened and continued to walk forward. When there were guards who wanted to make a move, huge flags appeared at the very instant they moved, and hall masters, elders, supervisors, and heavenly kings of Heavenly Devil Cult appeared. As the huge flags fluttered in the air, they materialized and vanished all around the place. When they were finally gone, dozens of headless corpses were on the ground. Qin Mu brought Imperial Preceptor and the Emperor forward. Around them, flags kept materializing and vanishing from time to time. Those who tried to attack him were all assassinated in a violent manner. A trail of corpses was left behind on the path Qin Mu took, and all the bodies were missing heads. Qin Mu walked to the front of the Temple of Heaven and was about to walk up when the Crown Prince's concubine that was kneeling below suddenly made a move. The moment she did that, she became a corpse on the ground. The hair of the envoys, sect masters, cult masters, and heads of the influential families stood up on ends, and they dared not make another move. Heavenly Devil Cult was the #1 sacred cult of the Devil Path. The crowd had long heard of their reputation, but only now saw it for themselves. Wife, don't look. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor told his wife. Qin Mu began walking up the steps of the Temple of Heaven, and an eminent monk suddenly shouted out, Heavenly Devil Cult Master, we have been waiting quite some time for you. Fellow Dao friends, encircle and annihilate Heavenly Devil Cult Master to subdue the devil. The monks ripped off their official robes while Taoists took out their sword pellets. In an instant, murderous aura rushed toward the sky in the Temple of Heaven. Qin Mu continued to walk forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 300 huge flags appeared, and 360 Hall Master materialized together. The 12 cult protector elders, 2 great cult heavenly kings, and the 8 great supervisors also showed up. Sounds of slaughter rang out in the Temple of Heaven. The 8 great supervisors didn't make their moves, but instead circled around Qin Mu. Murderous spirit filled the heaven over the Temple of Heaven as cult master-level existences, great experts of life and death realm, and celestial being realm waged, causing heaven to fall and earth to crack. The loud booms nearly crumbled all the palaces that surrounded the Temple of Heaven. Imperial City was in a state of chaos, and the guards hurried over. The capital city was also alarmed, and influential families that were lying low exploded with world-shaking powers. The monks and Taoists that wanted to provide support to Imperial City were all trapped and killed on the spot by those influential families. In the prison where General of Heavenly Strategies Qin Jian, High Official Su Yunji, and others were sitting, the gates suddenly opened. A prison head smiled and said, His Majesty is back, he's at the Temple of Heaven. General of Heavenly Strategies and the rest were surprised and delighted. They immediately rushed out of prison and toward Temple of Heaven. Where's Heavenly King Wei? Heavenly King Yu shouted out loudly. Heavenly King Wei is right here. A thunderous voice spread through the entire capital, and Duke Wei leaped from Duke's manor and crashed onto the Temple of Heaven. He was completely suited up and had a fierce expression. Who wants to die? Qin Mu walked leisurely toward the top of the Temple of Heaven. The Grand Preceptor of the Crown Prince and the rest rushed forward to kill him, but were stopped by Qin Jian and the rest who had rushed out of prison. No one could interrupt Qin Mu's footsteps. On the top of the Temple of Heaven, Ling Yuxia revealed a look of panic and looked toward the monk and Taoist on his left and right. These two people immediately pounced forward, but before their feet could even touch the floor, they were slaughtered by the 8 great supervisors, their blood spattering the ground. Civil and military officials, I'm the Emperor. Ling Yuxia shouted out sternly. Do you plan on rebelling with these Devil Path practitioners and ignore my orders? Emperor Yanfeng snorted and consumed the medicinal pill that Qin Mu had given him. His hair immediately grew out, and he wiped away the knife scar on his face. In a solemn voice, he said, Take a look at who I am. Ling Yuxia's complexion changed drastically. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor also consumed the medicinal pill, and his hair also grew back. Wiping away the green birthmark on his face, he turned around. The civil and military officials had planned to make a move when they heard the new emperor's order, but when they saw Emperor Yanfeng and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor, they all knelt down and worshipped them. Ling Yuxia rushed towards Emperor Yanfeng and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor in a crazed state while shouting, I'm the Son of Heaven. The 8 great supervisors moved and gave a blow each to Ling Yuxia. The man vomited blood, and his body suddenly transformed into a dragon, soaring into the sky to escape. The 8 great supervisors lifted their clothes up and vanished. The next instant, Ling Yuxia was detained by the 8 of them and knelt down at the center of the Temple of Heaven. Emperor Yanfeng looked at the civil and military officials and shouted, Why aren't you guys quelling the rebellion? Why aren't you guys killing all these Taoists and monks that have rebelled? Are you waiting for me to make a move myself? The civil and military officials immediately sprung into action and slaughtered the monks and Taoists of Great Thunderclap Monastery and Daosei.
CT.
Even the imperial guards that were rushing over also landed killing blows on them. When Qin Mu came to the top of the Temple of Heaven, Ling Yuxia was kneeling on the floor from the pressure, unable to break free. Qin Mu stooped down and leaned into his ear to say in a low voice, Your Highness, I didn't do this to help the Emperor. This is all for Heavenly King Qian and Heavenly King Lu of my sacred cult. Ling Yuxia was stunned and raised his head to look up, his eyes filled with disbelief. You? Qin Mu pulled out Junior Protector's sword and beheaded him with a single strike. Emperor Yanfeng and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor came to the top of the Temple of Heaven the moment the sword sliced down, and Ling Yuxia's head went flying high up into the sky. Emperor Yanfeng's heart trembled violently when he looked at the back of the youth before him. The sight of that youth shaking off the blood on the sword and returning it to its sheath struck fear into his heart. Chapter 267. Just for cultivation. Imperial Preceptor's wife had also come to the Temple of Heaven. As she watched Qin Mu return the sword to its sheath and Emperor Yanfeng focus on his back, worry crossed his young woman's brow. The bloody battle was soon pacified. Those monks and Taoists of Great Thunderclap Monastery and Tao sect that could escape had escaped while the rest had been killed. The majority of them had died here, and their blood dyed the Temple of Heaven red. Blood trickled down from the 999th step all the way to the first step, then flowed to the feet of all the envoys, cult masters, and sect masters. Temple of Heaven, this place in which tributes were offered to heaven, had been dyed the red of blood. It was impossible to say who was the first to suddenly kneel down and shout out, Long live, Your Majesty. Whoosh. At the bottom of the Temple of Heaven, no matter if they were officials, envoys, sect masters, or cult masters, they all knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison, Long live, Your Majesty. Emperor Yanfeng turned around while standing at the top of the stairs. He spread his arms and faced the worship of these subjects. After a moment, he raised his hands weakly and said, Rise. Imperial Preceptor's wife looked at Emperor Yanfeng. Behind him, Qin Mu and the 8 great supervisors were also standing on top of the Temple of Heaven and didn't kneel down. Husband, it might not be a good thing for Cult Master Qin to show off his ability, she whispered to Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor. He took a glance at Qin Mu and shook his head. To him, Eternal Peace Empire is just a place to learn through experience, so killing the Crown Prince is also merely an experience. He doesn't have much to worry about, and the Emperor does need his support in many places. Imperial Preceptor's wife was astonished. Experience? Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor nodded. Experience. The Crown Prince colluded with Tao sect and GR. Eat Thunderclap Monastery to plan a rebellion, conspiring to murder the Emperor and seize the throne. The consequences of these actions were no small matter. Yet in the records of the scribes, there would only be an ordinary sentence which said, on the 18th of the second month, Crown Prince Yuxia conspired to rebel. 6th of the 3rd month, executed. It was this simple. The details regarding this were not for outsiders to know. That's why most of the stories would only appear in history as popular legends. However, most of them were distorted truths, so they couldn't be trusted. After the rebellion came a bloody purge. The officials of the crown princes had their properties seized and families executed. The Taoists and monks from Tao sect and Great Thunderclap Monastery were detained in custody and sent to the execution grounds. Executions were carried out in the food market all the way from the 7th of the 3rd month to the 1st of the 4th month. Only then did the executions end. Some incidents also happened in the meantime. For example, the crown prince's head was not found. It had vanished without a trace, and no matter how everyone searched the surroundings of the Temple of Heaven, the head couldn't be found. In the end, Emperor Yanfeng never ordered anyone to dig into it. The emperor instead passed down his decree to rid Crown Prince Ling Yuxia's name from the imperial family's genealogical record. The crown prince's birth mother, the previous empress who was already deceased, was also demoted to an imperial concubine. Emperor Yanfeng then replaced the officials and selected a few younger imperial scholars from Imperial College to promote. He also selected capable people from each and every army to replenish the empty official positions. A few days later, the emperor summoned second Prince Ling Yushu back from the borders to talk about his duties. After a few more days, the emperor felt his body slightly ill and conferred Ling Yushu as the crown prince to supervise the empire and manage all the politics. Emperor Yanfeng summoned Crown Prince Ling Yushu and asked him, "Yushu, now that you're managing the politics, what's the first thing you have to do?" He didn't view highly this second son of his. Ling Yushu wasn't considered outstanding among his children. Among all of them, he wasn't the one with the greatest resolution, and his aptitude wasn't the most outstanding, either. For those two things, he had admired Ling Yuxia very much. That child had had the resolution, courage, and aptitude. However, he was too bold and too resolute. Meanwhile, his other elder sons had died too early while waiting for him to step away. Ling Yushu pondered for a moment. He had just returned from the battlefield, and the few months of experience had given him a pressing heroic spirit and some decisiveness. Because he was not in the capital city when Ling Yuxia had colluded with Great Thunderclap Monastery and Tao sect to rebel, he had escaped unscathed. Ling Yushu said solemnly, "Son will abolish big brothers." Emperor Yanfeng's expression sunk. "You're the eldest son now. I don't have a son like him." Ling Yushu paused for a while, then said, "Son will abolish the treaties he had signed with the foreign countries and take back the land we have given away. I'll then purge those sects that had tried to swallow the lands during the chaos. Seeing how Tao sect and Great Thunderclap Monastery have suffered such a defeat and lost a great number of experts, I will take back more than half of the lands that belong to Tao sect and Great Thunderclap Monastery." Emperor Yanfeng's expression softened, and he asked, "Then? I will help father send disaster relief, but before that, I will first write down a decree of my crimes." Emperor Yanfeng suddenly burst in anger and shouted out, "Say it once more." Ling Yushu bowed and said solemnly, "I will first write down a decree of my crimes and pray for heaven to not send any more disasters to appease the hearts of the citizens." Emperor Yanfeng's face was still grim when he said coldly, "Who taught you that?" Ling Yushu was slightly stunned. I asked, "Who taught you that?" Emperor Yanfeng rose, unable to restrain his anger. As he walked to and fro, he shouted loudly, "You are my son, I know you inside out, and you are unable to say such things." These words aren't what the second prince would be considering, but something that could only be understood by standing at the position of the emperor. "Say, who taught you that?" Cold sweat broke out on Ling Yushu's forehead, and he suddenly gritted his teeth to say honestly, "When I returned to the capital, I went to visit Imperial Preceptor and coincidentally met Palace Grandee treating Imperial Preceptor's injuries. This son discussed with them about how father would inquire me about politics to test me, thus I asked them for ideas." Emperor Yanfeng's anger subsided, and he asked calmly, "Who is the one who suggests writing a decree of your crimes?" Both Imperial Preceptor and Palace Grandee said it. They said this calamity was the act of heavenly gods, so why don't we go according to their will and plan slowly? If we go against them directly, we will only be defeated. For me to write a decree on my crimes is better than father writing it himself. If father writes a decree, it will mean you that deny the reform, but this son is the crown prince, so I can feign civility. Emperor Yanfeng's expression softened, and he sat down. "I know your abilities and wisdom, your courage and insight, so I know you wouldn't have thought about such things yet. That's why there was definitely someone who had taught you that, and that's why I acted angry. Even if I'm asking you about politics, there's no need to follow what they taught you, you have to say your own understanding as well." Ling Yushu acknowledged. Emperor Yanfeng sighed. "I'm not worried about Imperial Preceptor, but Palace Grandee. I'm afraid that when a day comes when Imperial Preceptor and I are no longer around, you won't be able to outdo him. Now that my cultivation is lost and my divine treasures are destroyed, it's hard for me to train my cultivation back, so I made you supervise this empire, manage all the politics. You should be cautious and conscientious. If I can't regain my cultivation back, my lifespan will at most be some 50 years. When that time comes, you will be the emperor. Broaden your horizons and also broaden your breadth of mind. Think more by yourself. And at this moment, on Saint Arrival Mountain of Heavenly Devil Cult, Jin Mu led all the hall masters, elders, and the rest of the cult to the graves of Heavenly King Qian and Heavenly King Liu. The latter had only left behind a pile of ashes while the former's body hadn't been found, so were buried in the grave were the clothes they had worn when they were alive. Qin Mu went forward and placed Crown Prince Ling Yuxia's head in front of the graves, and everyone offered incense and paid their respects. Two heavenly kings, if your spirits can hear me, you can rest in peace now. Heavenly King, you prayed. Now that heaven is sending disasters on us, troubled times and calamities are inevitable. Two heavenly king senior brothers, do protect our sacred cult. After everyone paid their respects, they dispersed. Heavenly King Yu came to Qin Mu's side and hesitated before asking, Cult Master is still returning to eternal peace? Qin Mu nodded. Heavenly King Yu was puzzled. This time our sacred cult took Imperial Preceptor and killed the fake emperor as well as numerous strong practitioners of Dao Sect and Great Thunderclap Monastery, so I'm afraid that the emperor will be guarding against us. Isn't Cult Master worried about going back? Qin Mu looked at the gravestones of the two heavenly kings and said with a peaceful expression, Dao Sect and Great Thunderclap Monastery are still around, so the most important thing for the emperor is to get rid of these two big sacred grounds. Without getting rid of them first, he won't lay a hand on our heavenly saint cult. Only once he cleans up those will we need to be careful. As for now, there's no need to worry. Heavenly King Yu thought over it and realized that it was indeed logical. Qin Mu walked towards the sacred tree and gently touched its grain. Lifting his head up to look at the crown, he said, The path of the saint is none other than the everyday use of common people. Heavenly King Yu, do you really think we can change the great Tao of heaven and earth? Heavenly King Yu walked forward and said, I'm naturally dumb, and the question Cult Master asked is too profound. I'm afraid I'm unable to answer it. However, I know that there were no roads in the past, but as more people started walking, a road was formed. People then disliked having to walk in the mud when it started raining, and so they covered the roads with slabs of stone. The roads Hen became much easier to walk on. After that, people found walking slow, so they created wheels and vehicles. That's how horse carriages started to sprint through the roads. I think there was never a road for horse carriages, but after humans created it, there became a new addition to the great Tao of heaven and earth. Qin Mu was stunned. Heavenly King Yu continued. After that, people found horse carriages slow and created ships that could fly in the sky. They didn't have copper and gold, so they extracted them out from ores. Some letters were too far to be delivered, so they created flying mail. I think, as more and more things get created by the humans, the great Tao of heaven and earth gradually increases as well. Qin Mu was slightly in a daze. He saw that the sacred tree only had one trunk, but it branched out, and those branches had even more branches. While faced with that sight, he couldn't help revealing a smile. In the past, when winter came to the north, it was hard for them to eat fresh fruits and vegetables, but now that there are flying ships, the fruits and vegetables from the south can be transported to the north in a matter of days. In the past, there were inhospitable natural environments where demons roamed. Now we can cast spells to change the terrain, transforming barren hills and wild rivers into verdant hills and limpid water. In the past, the lands were infertile and not many crops could be produced, but now we can transform infertile land into fertile land, Heavenly King Yu said. In the past, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning were meteorological phenomenon, but now people can control these things. Cult Master, have we changed the great Tao of heaven and earth? Qin Mu nodded and smiled. I think we have. Cult Master, I'm naturally dumb. You aren't dumb at all. Qin Mu broke him off and smiled. Heavenly King Yu, you're a capable person. There's no need to always be so humble. What did you want to ask just now? Cult Master said earlier that the Emperor might make a move on our Heavenly Saint cult after he eradicates the two big sacred grounds. I wonder if Cult Master has any countermeasures? Maybe Cult Master can also be an Emperor. Qin Mu shook his head and said, I won't. As long as what the Emperor is doing is similar to our goals, it doesn't matter if I'm the Emperor or not. Furthermore, Imperial Preceptor is now the fourth Heavenly King of our sacred cult. If he doesn't meet with an accident, how would the Emperor make a move on us? In addition, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to eradicate Dao Sect and Great Thunderclap Monastery. Don't think too much. I've come to eternal peace just for experience and cultivation. Chapter 268. Beauty and the Painting. Qin Mu left Saint Arrival Mountain and returned to Imperial College. Gu Linwan immediately ran over and held a banquet to welcome him back. Qin Mu stared with eyes wide open. torn between laughter and tears. He smiled and asked, Lord Gu, is there a need for this? Gu Linwan smiled and said, as fellow practitioners of the Devil Path, we naturally have to support one another. Cult Master Qin, is Junior Protector's sword still to your liking? It is. I'm not returning it, Qin Mu explained. The rules of our Great Ruins. I know. Gu Linwan laughed loudly. I stayed in Great Ruins for 200 years and I know its rules. Things that got scammed with one's abilities are never returned. You see? Aren't you regarding me as an outsider again? Ha ha ha. I've stayed in Great Ruins for 200 years, so Great Ruins can be considered to be partly my homeland. We're half fellow countrymen. Now that Cult Master Qin has returned from our homeland, how can I not treat you to a meal to relieve the feeling of homesickness? Qin Mu was flabbergasted and sighed. Lord Gu's realm is too high. This little brother admires you. I dare not, I dare not. Cult Master Qin is the talented youth, born a hero. After they flattered each other, Gu Linwan sighed ruefully. When I first saw you in Great Ruins, I instantly knew you weren't any mediocre talent, but bound to achieve meteoric success in your career, yet never would have I expect this day to come so fast. Cult Master Qin. Sigh. Ain't I regarding you as an outsider by calling you Cult Master Qin? Cult Master, due to unforeseen circumstances, there are quite a lot of empty positions among the first and second ranking officials in the Imperial Court. Could Cult Master help to pull some strings? Qin Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, Lord Gu, I'm just a fifth-ranking little official. If Cult Master doesn't regard me as an outsider, you can call me Linwan. Qin Mu composed himself and said, I'm merely a fifth-ranking palace grandee without any real power in hand. Where do I have the rights to ask questions regarding the promotions of first and second-ranking officials? Truth be told, the sword that killed the Crown Prince was this Junior Protector sword that I scammed from Lord Gu. The Emperor is actually bearing a grudge in his heart and has some worries towards my Heavenly Saint cult. If I tried to put in a word to raise the rank of Lord Gu, I would actually be harming you. Gu Linwan smiled. That's indeed the case. Cult Master is wise. Let me propose a toast to you. He was an understanding man, and the motive behind his invitation to the banquet wasn't to make Qin Mu put in a word to the Emperor for him to rise in ranks. It was to make friends with Qin Mu and resolve their earlier grudges. No matter if Qin Mu was or wasn't the Emperor's favorite person now, he had to make friends with him. The Devil Cult Master of Heavenly Devil Cult was in existence on the same level as Rulai and Dao Master. Building a good relationship with Qin Mu was equivalent to building a good relationship with Rulai or Dao Master, and if that could be done with just a banquet, it was naturally a profitable bargain. After the banquet, Guel Inuan personally sent Qin Mu back to Scholar's residence. On their way back, Qin Mu was bewildered when he noticed some foreigners at Imperial College. After the rebellion, the new Crown Prince abolished the treaty the renegade had signed and took back the lands. Some of the foreign countries were terrified, so they sent over peaceful envoys to learn the culture of eternal peace. Gu Linwan could see his suspicions and said, the Crown Prince permitted it. He permitted foreigners to seek knowledge in eternal peace, while some descendants of aristocrats would be learning in Imperial College. Qin Mu nodded, then suddenly saw a familiar face, and was slightly stunned. He smiled towards a youth and called out, Pangong Tso. That youth who was from the barbarian race in the prairie turned back to look at Qin Mu, with puzzlement in his eyes. There were numerous retainers from his foreign country following behind him, and two of them were great shamans of Roland's Golden Palace. Pangong Tso asked the person beside him in a low voice, and a great shaman immediately said something to him in a low voice. Pangong Tso suddenly understood, and returned a greeting to Qin Mu indifferently. So, it's Heavenly Devil Cult Master. What's the matter, Cult Master? Qin Mu was stunned again, and just shook his head. Nothing. Pangong Tso, and the rest walked away. Qin Mu frowned slightly, and Gu Linwan caught it. He asked, Cult Master, you recognize this Pangong Tso? He's the youngest son of Barbarian D Empire's Khan. I once saw him practicing his punches at the border, and his fist skills have a unique bearing, which should stem from a unique constitution. Qin Mu looked at the back of Pangong Tso and pondered over it. He once challenged Chancellor Bashan and said he will definitely defeat Chancellor Bashan in the future, giving me a deep impression of him. Why does it seem like he just met me for the first time? Gu Linwan smiled and said, with the nature of a youth, he must have forgotten. Qin Mu returned to Scholar's residence, where the dragon Qilin lay outside the house. When he came into the room, he felt that it was lonely and somehow wrong. If only Linga was here. He sighed to himself. If Hu Linga was here, she would definitely tidy up the room so this place wouldn't so messy. The entire room would also be arranged comfortably. Suddenly, the low and muffled voice of the dragon Qilin came from outside. Young lady, who are you looking for? Is your Cult Master Qin around? A pleasant voice asked. He is. I'm going in. Okay. Qin Mu immediately walked out of the room and saw Ling Yuxiu pushing the door. This young lady was charming as she smiled with her red lips and white teeth. She wore a gown with a red overlap and collar. When she walked into the courtyard, an air brimming with youthfulness bombarded Qin Mu and made his heart race slightly. The one who herds cows. The girl's eyes were shining brightly as she walked over. With a smile. The big dog at your door is quite easy to talk to. I'm going to put him on the table for the next New Year's dinner. He can't even guard a door properly. Qin Mu said ruthlessly. The dragon Qilin's voice came from outside. Cult Master, I heard everything. I wanted you to hear it. You only know how to eat besides sleeping. Qin Mu examined this princess in detail and saw that she was becoming more and more beautiful, even if her face still had the childish nature of an infant. However, she was still taller than Qin Mu and was a big young lady. Her spring gown couldn't hide her alluring figure, the two melons that were about to burst out, making it hard for him to move his gaze away from her body. Qin Mu had also started to grow taller recently, and he was doing it as frantically as the weeds in a desolate land once spring came. The last time they've met, this princess was still a wild lass who wore male clothing, was very free and at ease. Ling Yuxiu came to the front of the yellow pear tree in the courtyard and only saw small buds. However, the blossoms needed to open up first and the stamens to pop their heads from the tender petals. Ling Yuxiu stretched her slender jade hands to fiddle with the flowers and smiled. You're pretty interesting to plant a pear tree on a jade mountain. When the pear blossoms, I must definitely come to admire. Don't move. Qin Mu's eyes lighted up, and he said, stay in this posture. Give me a second. He quickly took out his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to paint. Ling Yuxiu was a little impatient and said, are you done yet? My arm is already aching. Right away. Qin Mu was about to finish the painting, but he stopped at the last stroke, taking out his seal to stamp on the painting before placing down the last stroke with a smile. It's done. Ling Yuxiu came over and looked at his painting. She saw that she looked slightly shy in the painting, and it was evident that Qin Mu had managed to capture the bashfulness that had poured out from her heart. Such likeness, Ling Yuxiu exclaimed in admiration. Why did you have to stamp your seal first before drawing the last stroke? My painting skill is too good. If I finish the last stroke first, you will walk down from the painting and run away. This stamp is also called a seal. Take a look at the picture on the seal. It isn't my surname, but a kind of sealing rune instead. Qin Mu explained. Ling Yuxiu went up to take a look at the seal, and the two of them huddled together. Qin Mu's gaze shifted toward the face of the girl and saw the soft redness on her fair cheek, as well as her bright and clear eyes. While she looked at the seal seriously, her fair neck was very moving and her serious attitude made his heart race. It's really sealing runes. Ling Yuxiu was astonished and said curiously, if this seal is wiped away, can I really walk out of the painting? Qin Mu nodded and said, what I use is bestowing soul skill and best. Owing the divine soul with using mutual sensitivity. However, I only succeeded once, and I don't know if it would have worked this time. Still, it's best to seal the painting in case you run away. Ling Yuxiu looked at him shyly and immediately rolled up the painting. This painting and mine, don't steal it from me. That's right, I've almost forgotten about the task at hand. Father has summoned you into the palace. He said it's for diagnosing his injuries. I met the eunuch sending the decree and took his job. Qin Mu tidied up his clothes and said, are you coming along with me? All right. We haven't met for quite a while, and I have things I want to tell you. The young man and young woman walked out of the room, and the dragon Qilin raised his head. Cult Master, I'll guard the door and definitely not let anyone in. Got it, Qin Mu said. Perform well, and I won't put you on the table for New Year. And also, train more, remember all the muscles on the green bull's body. How can you defeat him like this? The two people walked out of Scholar's residence and saw many scholars greeting them with smiles on the way. However, most of them looked terrified, so it was evident that they had heard that Qin Mu was the devil cult master of Heavenly Devil Cult, a fellow of savage nature. He had chopped off Ling Yuxia's head in front of the emperor and was truly fiendish. Outside Scholar's residence, Chancellor Bashan walked over with long strides, and behind him were two scholars. One of them was Wei Yong, and the other was Yu Qinghong. These two people had great improvements in their cultivation, so it was obvious that they had received quite a lot of benefits from cultivating with Chancellor Bashan. Behind them came a big green bull that was incomparably robust. He walked on the road with 2 legs, and lumps of muscle covered his entire body. Fire spewed out from his nostrils, and he looked extremely fiendish with a peony in his mouth. Chancellor Bashan stopped and smiled. Cult Master Qin, are you two eloping? We're not, Ling Yuxiu said angrily. Don't speak nonsense, Teacher Bashan. Father has summoned him to the palace. Chancellor Bashan laughed loudly and said to Qin Mu, I met that Pangong so brat of Barbarian D Empire just now, and he has become very strange. Even though he recognizes me, he's no longer that Pan Gong Tso. Qin Mu nodded and said, I also have this feeling. Pan Gong Tso didn't recognize me, and he seemed like a different person. His abilities are very strong, no weaker than yours, Chancellor Ba Shan said. Qin Mu's blinked and asked in doubt. No weaker than mine? I'm very strong. Chancellor Ba Shan gave him a look. His 6 directions divine treasure is about to break through, and I can also feel a kind of terrifying power hiding in his body. You might not be able to beat him. Could this barbarian Brett have had a miraculous encounter? Yet it doesn't seem like a miraculous encounter, but more like spirit. Possession. Go and meet the emperor first. I'll come and find you later. Qin Mu came to the palace with Ling Yuxiu to see that both the emperor and imperial preceptor were there. Beside them was also an ugly man whose face was covered in warts, and he was diagnosing their injuries. Qin Mu walked in, and Emperor Yanfeng raised his head to reveal a smile. Palace Grandee is here. The man whose face was covered in warts looked at Qin Mu and his mouth broke into a grin. He was like a huge toad that had transformed into a spirit, and his smile looked like a crying face. Junior brother, is teacher, that old man, still doing well? Qin Mu stopped in his footsteps and stretched his hand out to block Ling Yuxiu's way. Little Poison King? Chapter 269, Battle of the Divine Physicians. Junior brother seems to be pretty wary of me. Little Poison King smiled. Even though we are senior and junior brothers, we have never met before. We should have been closer. Qin Mu lowered his arms. He had heard rumors about this Little Poison King and heard Empress Dowager mention him before. The reason why Grandpa Apothecary had sliced off his face and went to hide in great ruins was also because of this person. Little Poison King was Apothecary's proudest disciple, yet he had betrayed Apothecary and leaked the news that Jade-Face Playboy was none other than Poison King. Jade-Face Playboy and Poison King had been 2 people in the martial world. One of them was a free and romantic man that was exceptionally handsome. He was tall, attractive, heroic, and treated everyone politely like the spring wind, leaving lovers everywhere. He didn't need to womanize, for women would come to him by themselves. Everyone adored and admired him, so even though men were usually envious of him, they couldn't bring themselves to hate him. Poison King, however, was ferocious-looking and his methods were ruthless, his infamy spreading far and wide. He had once killed countless experts and even eradicated a sect of the Righteous Path, poisoning everyone in it. Not one person was left alive in it. Even Dao Sect and Great Thunderclap Monastery had many monks and Taoists dead from his poison. Poison King's cultivation wasn't high, but his abilities were extremely formidable. No matter if it was poison or venomous insects, his attainments had reached the peak. Numerous ambushes to catch him had been set up by both the Righteous and Devil Path, and even a few cult master-level existences were mobilized, but none of them had managed to take him down. All of them instead died of poison. Poison King wore a green mask with tusks, so no one knew his true appearance. It wasn't until his disciple Little Poison King leaked the truth that the people learned that Poison King was the dissolute Jade-Face Playboy. Once his identity was revealed, things became complicated. Some people wanted to kill him, while some women fought among themselves for him, and even a powerful woman like Empress Dowager joined in the fight. This gave Apothecary no choice but to slice off his face and abandon all feelings. He then went to hide in great ruins, not daring to step out of them for the next half of his lifetime. However, Little Poison King's days weren't good as well. Empress Dowager and the rest of the women vented out their anger on his head and chased after his life everywhere. Little Poison King had also almost been forced into hiding in great ruins, but he was lucky since Imperial Preceptor took him in. In regards to Apothecary's encounters, Qin Mu had only heard rumors and didn't know what had happened exactly. However, he knew Little Poison King had inherited Apothecary's teaching, and his attainments with poison were already catching up to those of Apothecary. Emperor Yanfeng smiled and said, Cult Master, I have invited you and Little Poison King because both of you are disciples of Jade-Face Poison King. One is proficient in using poison while the other is proficient in medical treatments. With both of you working together, you just might be able to cure Imperial Preceptor and me. Qin Mu revealed a smile. At your Majesty's command. I would also like to see Senior Brother's trade. Little Poison King checked the Emperor's injuries and examined the effects of Qin Mu's treatments. The warts on his face became more and more terrifying as he smiled. Your trade is not bad, solving 1,000 opportunities poison in one night. On the other hand, Qin Mu was examining Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor. After returning to the capital city, it was Little Poison King who had been treating Imperial Preceptor's injuries. He said indifferently, You ain't bad as well. The way you used 1,000 opportunities poison was marvelous. A wart near the arm of Little Poison King suddenly burst open with a pop, and some transparent little spiders came climbing out. These little spiders spewed out webs which hit the heart of Emperor Yanfeng's brows. They then climbed into the heart of Emperor Yanfeng's brows through the spider silks and tunneled into his spirit embryo, divine treasure. I didn't want to poison her to death. With my skills, it isn't troublesome to poison a cult master, Little Poison King said leisurely. No matter which cult master of which cult, poisoning them is no trouble for me. Qin Mu didn't raise his eyebrows. Instead, 2 more heavens appeared in his eyes as he used green heaven's eyes to examine Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's injuries. Even if you had poisoned her body to death, I could have still kept her soul and saved her after detoxing the poison. Furthermore, cult master ain't somebody you can poison at will. For a cult master, there's no need to even meet you to kill you. Especially for devil cults, they have 1,000 ways to have a person die in an unfathomable way, yet still as it should be by rights. When senior brother finds himself dead in a smelly sewer one day, he will understand. Is that so? Little Poison King had a sinister expression, and his smile was even uglier than a crying face. That's right. Qin Mu smiled like a flower. The two of them looked each other in the eyes. Emperor Yanfeng and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's hearts were palpitating from fear. The moment the two people had met each other, they started fighting with words, and their murderous intent was flourishing more and more. Ling Yuxiu blinked, her gaze moving between the two people. She felt that the situation was going out of control, so she smiled and said, Little Poison King, Cult Master Qin, the treatment is more important. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor gave a cough, and Emperor Yanfeng gave a cough as well before saying, Yuxiu, fall back first. Ling Yuxiu understood, and walked out of the hall. The warts on Little Poison King's face burst open, and insects that looked like fish flew out to tunnel into the other divine treasures of Emperor Yanfeng. After examining the injuries there, he said, You are really not bad, getting rid of the hidden damages in His Majesty's divine treasures. The injuries on his corporeal body and soul are completely healed, but it's a pity your medical expertise is still lacking and can't treat the divine treasures. Qin Mu looked at the remnants of the god's divine art in Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's body and saw that Little Poison King had used poisonous substances which he transformed into technique-dissolving spirit silks to coil around those remnants. He was trying to wear them down since the poison silks had the effect of dissolving techniques, divine arts, and even vital qi. However, the effects were minimal when against the divine arts of gods. Your poison technique has reached perfection, the realm of having both material form and internal spirit. Theses' technique-dissolving spirit silks were used marvelously, but they still can go up another level. Qin Mu smiled. The gazes of the two people met once again. Emperor Yanfeng and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's scalps turned numb. If these two people were to battle, they would probably use poison and medicine on their bodies. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor said, Both of you are divine physicians and come from the same teacher. Do you have any solutions? Little Poison King immediately said, I am already quite confident in treating His Majesty's injuries. Since His Majesty's divine treasures are destroyed, I can fetch the divine treasures of a living human to transfer them over. Emperor Yanfeng frowned. How certain are you? This, Little Poison King hesitated and took a glance at Qin Mu. I'm proficient in using poison, so I can't really say how certain I am. Qin Mu said, Imperial Preceptor's injuries can't be solved with just technique-dissolving spirit silks, for the problem still lies in the remnants of the divine arts left behind by the god being too strong. What I think we should do is find a few dozen strong practitioners of the cult master level to suppress those remnants, which would allow Imperial Preceptor to utilize his own cultivation to refine them. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor shook his head and said, There are indeed a few dozen strong practitioners of cult master level within the borders of Eternal Peace Empire, but it'd be hard to gather everyone to help me. 2 divine physicians, since one of you used poison, and one of you used medicine, you guys just might be able to complement each other. Qin Mu took a look at Little Poison King, and Little Poison King also looked at him. My master Jade Face Poison King is matchless in his poison and medicine. He can use medicine to boost poison and poison to boost medicine, said Little Poison King. How many times can you boost my poison? Qin Mu replied coldly, We'll have to see how intense senior brother's toxicity is. I can use medicine to greatly supplement His Majesty's vital qi and raise his life force, allowing His Majesty's life force and vital qi to cure the injuries in his divine treasures. How intense is your poison? Can it raise the vital qi and life force of my medicine by 30 to 50 times? As intense as you want. Little Poison King sneered. I'm afraid your tonic can't handle my toxins. To refine the remnants of the divine arts in Imperial Preceptor, I need the toxicity of technique-dissolving spirit silks to be raised by 30 to 50 times. With such high toxicity, even gods can be poisoned to death and dissolve into skeletons. Do you have the ability? Qin Mu gritted his teeth. I can try. Venomous insects climbed out from Emperor Yanfeng's body and tunneled back into the warts on Little Poison King's hands and face. If you can't refine such a tonic, I'll poison you to death. He chuckled. Qin Mu's expression was indifferent. If you use the wrong toxin, I will ensure your life, so I can bring you back to great ruins. Little Poison King's expression changed drastically, and he let out a cold snort. With a raise of his brush, he wrote down a list of toxic herbs. Qin Mu also wrote down a prescription. Your Majesty, send people to grab the herbs. Both of them threw down their brushes and sat down silently. Emperor Yanfeng and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor looked at each other in dismay. These two had a big temper and didn't look like they planned to treat their injuries. On the contrary, they looked like they were going to take their lives. Emperor Yanfeng coughed and summoned the imperial physicians waiting outside the hall. Grab the herbs quickly. The imperial physicians immediately took the prescriptions and hurried on their way. Your tonic is quite intense. Little Poison King smiled in a sinister manner. Qin Mu ignored him, and after some time, the imperial physicians finally brought over all the toxic and healing herbs that they required. Qin Mu immediately made his move and extracted the medicinal energy. He executed his Overlord Body 3 elixir technique and transform. Ed into the cow-headed human-bodied Mars Sovereign and the tiger-headed human-bodied Venus Sovereign from time to time. He also transformed into Mercury Sovereign, Jupiter Sovereign, and Saturn Sovereign, transforming his form and vital chi to extract out all kinds of medicinal energies. Meanwhile, Little Poison King used the toxic herbs to raise his insects. He let them eat the poisonous substances before refining the little creatures into poisonous pills, which he used to feed other venomous insects. Repeating this several times, he finally raised a huge pitch-black spider with red eyes. Poisonous gas actually congealed around it and didn't show any sign of dispersing. On Qin Mu's side, he took a few seeds and started planting flowers in the hall. He planted the seeds in the spirit pills that he had refined and used Earth Aeon creation technique, so the flowers would absorb the medicinal energies of the spirit pills. Not long later, the flowers bloomed and bore fruits. He then plucked the spirit fruits that he required and refined them again. After repeating this for a few more times, the herbs that had piled up into a mountain were refined into 7 spirit pills and 1 red pellet. Qin Mu picked up them all up and looked at Little Poison King. Little Poison King had by then refined the huge spider to death and created a string of spirit silks that practically couldn't be seen and a small bottle of poisonous liquid. The two of them looked each other in the eyes, and Qin Mu threw the red pellet to Little Poison King while Little Poison King threw the poisonous liquid to him. Qin Mu squeezed out a smile and said gently, Your Majesty, it's time for your medicine. Emperor Yanfeng's heart began to pound and his body twitched as he looked at the 7 spirit pills and the bottle of poisonous liquid Qin Mu was holding. Minister, the toxicity. It is very great. Qin Mu took a glance at Little Poison King. If your Majesty dies, I will take revenge for your Majesty. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor looked at the red pellet and spider silks in front of him with hesitation. Little Poison King said, Don't worry, Imperial Preceptor, you're fine, you're fine. Qin Mu's figure transformed into a shadow and tunneled into Emperor Yanfeng's divine treasures. He placed the 7 spirit pills into the 7 realms. He poured a few droplets of poisonous liquid onto each of the spirit pills before withdrawing. Little Poison King smacked the spirit silks into Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's body and gave a pull with his hand to pull out a thread of spider silk from his patient's mouth. He wrapped the spider silk around the red pellet before stuffing it into Imperial Preceptor's mouth. A world-shaking bang came from Emperor Yanfeng's body, and all the hair on his body suddenly began to grow frantically. His bones also did the same, and in an instant, they increased by a huge chunk to the point that his pants could no longer cover him. His head had also grown larger. The beard grew outwards like weeds, and the hair on his head stretched outwards in all directions. His leg and chest hair had become incomparably thick, ripping even the dragon robe. Not long after that, Emperor Yanfeng became a giant that was over 30 yards tall and laid on the ground, unable to move. Half of the hall was covered in hair, and the emperor was drowned out in this dense thicket. Your poison is a little intense, senior brother. The corners of Qin Mu's eyes twitched. On the other side, transparent spider silks suddenly started pouring out from Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Even the pores of his skin had quite a number of spider silks pouring out, coiling around him. He soon looked like a huge dumpling that was wrapped sturdily. Little Poison King looked over at him with a grave expression. Isn't your tonic a little too nourishing? The two of them looked at each other before raising their brushes to write down prescriptions again. When they wanted to call the emperor to order people to grab the herbs, only then did they remember that the emperor was still drowned out by the hair. The two of them could only give a cough and summon the imperial physicians outside the hall by themselves. The imperial physicians that were waiting for orders trembled in fear when they saw the thick hair that was spreading from inside the hall and crawling down the steps. Not long after that, the imperial physicians came back with the herbs and Qin Mu started refining once again. Little Poison King also hurried to raise his insects. Qin Mu pulled out his two pig-slaughtering knives and chopped off countless hairs to find the emperor. It required quite some effort to send the medicine into him. On the other side, the warts on Little Poison King's face burst open, and venomous insects brought the medicine that was refined into the cocoon, sending it into Imperial Preceptor's body. Crap. The two of them observed the situation, and their complexions turned green. It seems the poisons and the medicine are a little imbalanced. Even though the hair no longer grew on the Emperor's sides, poison had started to pour from his orifices, while Imperial Preceptor's hair started to grow. The two of doctors picked up their brushes in a hurry and started to write prescriptions again. Chapter 270. Twin Sisters. Qin Mu and the Little Poison King had changed the prescription 7 to 8 times, and they were getting slightly flustered. It was the first time they were working together, after all, so there would always be some places that weren't as they wanted, some places where they couldn't complement each other perfectly. Furthermore, both of them wanted to outdo each other, so the tonic that Qin Mu gave Little Poison King wasn't just 30 to 50 times stronger, but 60 times stronger instead. The bottle of poisonous liquid that Little Poison King had given Qin Mu also had a high R toxicity. The two of them pitted their abilities against each other, and the ones suffering were the Emperor and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor, who got tortured endlessly. What's more, they couldn't even move, struggle, or call for help. The Emperor's body started shrinking, returning to its ordinary size before long. However, he didn't stop there and soon reached the size of a newborn baby. I should really have planted executioners in this hall to execute these two scoundrels of divine physicians, thought the Emperor, who was drowning in his own hair. On the other side, Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's body was still swelling. And not only that, for he could feel something growing on his buttocks. It seemed like a furry tail. His armpits felt itchy, and he felt a few more bones growing around his armpits. When they cracked and grew outwards, it seemed like he was growing 2 wings. It would have been still fine if he had grown 2 huge wings, but the crux was that the wings stopped growing after each a foot's length. The bodies of the two patients were sometimes cold and sometimes warm. Sometimes they felt they had descended into hell and rolled on mountains of knives, while at other times they felt as if they were becoming immortals and felt incomparably comfortable. However, being comfortable was the most dangerous, as that was their souls dissolving. Sometimes, pain came flooding over from all parts of their body and was 100 to 1,000 times more painful than extreme heartache. Sometimes, they felt as if there were tens of thousands of needles stabbing their bodies, and at other times, they felt as if they had been soaked in an unbearably acidic vinegar vat. In the hall, Qin Mu sat on the hair that filled the ground, holding the brush in one hand and resting his chin on the other as he fell into a daze. Not far away, Little Poison King's brows were tensed, and he paced around anxiously. He kept on thinking about how he could continue the treatment. Both of them were stumped with a difficult problem. Qin Mu had raised his brush several times, but could never write anything down. Little Poison King had also raised his brush several times and placed it down again. Ling Yuxiu at that moment popped her head into and saw the two trouble guys, so she asked softly, "The one that herds cows, how's it going?" Before Qin Mu could answer, Little Poison King chuckled. "You are the 6th princess, right?" Ling Yuxiu thought for a moment and said, "Now that my elder brother is the eldest prince, I'm indeed number 6. Eldest prince is also the current crown Prince Yuxiu." Little Poison King then added in a harsh tone, "Congratulations, 6th princess. Due to the quack's treatment, your brother will soon ascend the throne to be the emperor." Ling Yuxiu jumped in shock and looked at Qin Mu anxiously. Almost sobbing, she stuttered, "T the one that herds cows, are you going to cure father to death?" "Don't be afraid, sister Hiwa.
And die."
Qin Mu consoled her. He then sneered, "Before I cure the emperor to death, Imperial Preceptor will be treated to death by that idiot. Without the support of Imperial Preceptor, your brother will be overthrown in a matter of days, even if he becomes the emperor." Ling Yuxiu was about to cry. "You guys are just scaring me, right?" Little Poison King mocked. "Even if Imperial Preceptor would die in my hands, it would be because he was nourished to death by your tonic." Qin Mu then turned to ridicule him back. "The emperor may be treated to death by me, but he would have died under your poison, so you can forget about walking out of the palace alive." The two of them stared at each other, and anger blazed in their eyes as they wanted more than anything to poison each other to death. Ling Yuxiu was furious and shouted out, "Both of you, if father and Imperial Preceptor die from your treatments, both of you can forget about leaving the palace alive. Where are the executioners?" Executioners. Emperor Yanfeng and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor both let out a sigh of relief as they thought to themselves, "Yuxiu, 6th princess, is still the sensible one. Otherwise, if those two scoundrels continued to fight like this, we would end up dead or about to die." The imperial bodyguards of the palace swarmed over and came to stand guard outside the hall. Ling Yuxiu looked at them with murder in her eyes as she put her hands on her waist to scold the two of them. The executioners are right outside, so both of you have to listen to me. Since one of you can't suppress the other's tonic and the other can't handle their poison, then both of you shall swap. That ugly one, you shall treat father. The one that herds cows, you shall treat Imperial Preceptor. Qin Mu rose to look at Little Poison King and said solemnly, swap patience. Little Poison King's eyes lighted up, and he said, if you treat Imperial Preceptor and I treat the Emperor, a miracle might just happen. The two of them immediately swapped patients and examined their situations. After it, they sighed in relief and looked each other in the eyes. Moments before, Qin Mu had begun planning to take the Dragon Qilin and hide in Great Ruins, while Little Poison King had also planned to escape and lie low. As for the experts outside, it would be a stretch for them to hold these two divine doctors back. It was just a matter of a dosage of poison. However, after they swapped patients, they discovered they could clean up the mess the other had made, and this way, they wouldn't have to worry about escaping after causing the deaths of the Emperor and Imperial Preceptor. Qin Mu and Little Poison King raised their brushes to write down the prescriptions for the Imperial physicians to grab the herbs. The both of them diagnosed and treated their patients with great care, changing their prescriptions repeatedly. After close to 3 days, the hair on the Emperor's body dropped off and the cocoon on Imperial Preceptor's body gradually vanished. The injuries on Imperial Preceptor's body gradually lessened, and the remnants of the god's divine arts weakened. Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor was also able to mobilize some cultivation. Even though the Emperor's divine treasures were still in ruins, Little Poison King had used countless venomous spiders to carry over vital qi and life force to rebuild them. With a powerful life force from Qin Mu's medicine used for restoration, there should be no more big problems. Their injuries healing was just a matter of time. Ling Yuxiu summoned a few eunuchs to clean up the palace. These eunuchs filled up several carts of hair, and while another was filled up with tails, wings, extra arms, and legs that had dropped off from Imperial Preceptor. There really aren't any more big problems. Qin Mu looked at Little Poison King, and Little Poison King also looked over at him at that moment. They sneered at each other. Ling Yuxiu seemed to have met her greatest foes, and immediately said nervously, no more fighting. Qin Mu wrote down a prescription, and made the Imperial physicians grab the herbs. He stretched his body and smiled. I won't fight with him. I'm tired after diagnosing and treating the Emperor and Imperial Preceptor for the past few days. I'm going back to rest. Little Poison King also said in a sinister manner, I'm also tired, so I have to return to sleep. You can leave the rest of the stuff to the quacks at the door. Ling Yuxiu looked at Little Poison King, then turned to Qin Mu and said, the one that herds cows, let me send you back to Imperial College. Qin Mu hesitated, then shook his head. No need. You also haven't rested for the past 2 days. I must, the girl said firmly. Qin Mu saw that she was insistent on sending him and could only nod in agreement. The two of them then waited a moment for the Imperial physicians to come back with the herbs. Little Poison King sniffed the air for the smell of herbs, but since they had used numerous herbs these days, the smell in the hall was thick, and it was hard for him to differentiate. Qin Mu took the herbs, and Ling Yuxiu hurriedly went after him. Little Poison King also followed behind. When they passed by the Jade Band River in the palace, he suddenly jumped into the water with a plop and never came out after that. Ling Yuxiu looked down with a cry of astonishment. He escaped by the river. The one that herds cows. Could he be afraid of you? Qin Mu shook his head. He isn't afraid of me. He's afraid of Empress Dowager. Just as he was saying that, Jade Band River suddenly rose into the sky, and the water floated in the sky like a huge silver-colored python. 2 palace maids raised lanterns and walked over to shine into the river. Countless sword lights in the flames of the lanterns shot off and went into Jade Band River. Empress Dowager. That person is not in the river. The 2 palace maids with lanterns saluted a tall building at the side. Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu immediately looked towards there and saw Empress Dowager standing on the balcony. She had lifted one of her hands before, and that moment, she gently placed it down. The water of Jade Band River instantly whooshed downward and filled the canal. Qin Mu saluted the balcony and Empress Dowager smiled. Little Divine Physician, is the Emperor cured? Qin Mu said, he still needs to recuperate and will recover to his peak in a few years. Empress Dowager nodded and said, Yuxiu, bring these 2 palace maids with you to send Little Divine Physician off for me. Ling Yuxiu smiled. I was just planning to return to Imperial College with him. Empress Dowager walked into the building, and the 2 palace maids carrying the lanterns followed behind Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu. Walking out of the palace, Qin Mu suddenly stopped and told the 2 palace maids, go back, I won't need you for the journey ahead. The 2 palace maids were a pair of twins, and they were alike in looks. They were both bright and quick-witted as they shook their heads in unison. Empress Dowager has instructed us to send Divine Physician back to Imperial College. Qin Mu frowned slightly and said to Ling Yuxiu, sister, go back with them. Ling Yuxiu shook her head. With me by your side, Little Poison King won't dare to lay his hands on you. Qin Mu sighed. To us apothecaries, there's no one we don't dare to poison to death. I originally just needed to protect myself, but now I will have to protect you as well, so I'm afraid it might be a bit strenuous. That two palace maids giggled. What little divine physician said is truly interesting. You are still on 5 elements realm while Little Poison King and us sisters are on 7 stars realm. Furthermore, Empress Dowager has granted us a treasure to deal with Little Poison King. With us sisters around, if Little Poison King dares to come, he will definitely be taken down by us. Qin Mu shook his head and didn't persuade them to leave. Apothecaries can kill people regardless of their realm. You two are too naive. Even for me, poisoning strong practitioners of Celestial Being realm isn't a problem, so what do you think it's like for Little Poison King? It's fine even if you want to follow me, but be more alert. I'm afraid I can't look after both of you. The two palace maids giggled nonstop. There were many people on the street, and the two palace maids carried a lantern in front and at the back. Carrying a lantern in the morning was very eye-catching, but since they were dressed in the outfits of the palace, no one came forward to inquire about it. Imperial College was far from the palace, but after walking 6 to 7 miles, they still hadn't seen anything. Qin Mu refined medicine on the way, and finally finished refining the few packets of herbs he had been carrying. He then stretched his hand into his Taotai sack, so only his arm and shoulder could be seen jerking gently. Tea. He hand technique that he executed, and the medicine that was being refined in the Taotai sack could not be seen. The two palace maids were very alert, and any flies or spiders on the way were all slaughtered by the two women with sword lights. None of the insects could get close to them. As they continued, a chilly wind blew over, and the two women immediately roused their vital qi. The light of the lanterns suddenly became brighter, and the lights formed 2 circular barriers to cover them, not allowing the wind to blow in. One of the palace maids laughed. Does Little Poison King only have these kinds of methods? Just as she said that, her delicate face suddenly turned black and she collapsed. Her sister behind also collapsed with a thud, no longer able to move. Ling Yuxiu was startled and looked around in a hurry before asking, "Why are we fine?" Thud. She collapsed with her face facing upwards. After the 3 women collapsed, a few pitch-black tentacles covered in spikes crawled out from the ground. The lower legs of the women had been pricked by the tentacles, poisoning them. Qin Mu flicked his finger, and those tentacles flailed and dissolved with a sizzle, turning into small puddles. The ground trembled, and it seemed like there was a huge creature, which moving under the ground. Qin Mu took out 3 spirit pills to suppress the toxicity of the poison so the trio would regain their consciousness. Suddenly, a grunt came from afar. "You gave tonic to my baby?" The ground trembled and split open, causing the houses to collapse. From beneath, a weird insect that was about 30 yards tall and hundreds of yards long tunneled out. Its entire body was covered with tentacles, and it was the Insect King that Little Poison King was raising. Just as Little Poison King returned this Insect King to his side, the Insect King's body started swelling from Qin Mu's tonic. He wasn't able to suppress it even if he wanted. At that moment, Little Poison King was pathetically sprawled on the back of the Insect King. "What are you waiting for?" Qin Mu asked the 2 palace maids beside him. They were still groggy, but they poured their vital qi into the lanterns when they heard him. The lantern light shone towards the Insect King like swords and pierced through the creature, turning it into a broken sieve. Little Poison King suffered numerous sword wounds and vanished into a puff of smoke. The 2 palace maids immediately shone down on the ground, and with the light from the lanterns, the ground actually became transparent. Their light could actually shine dozens of yards below the ground. However, the poison in the 2 women hadn't yet detoxified. It had only been suppressed by Qin Mu. They quickly felt the toxicity in their bodies about to break out again, so they didn't dare to activate their magic powers. Qin Mu said, "No need to chase him. He already suffered a defeat, and if you force him to the end of his rope, he could poison everyone in the capital city. Instead, I'd better cure the poison both of you received, otherwise it will be too late." Qin Mu extracted a tiny drop of fresh blood from the 3 of them and saw that their blood was already black. Even though they were all poisoned by the same venomous king, the amount of venom in their bodies was different, so he had to help them separately. On the way, Qin Mu worked to identify the poison and cure them. By the time they reached Scholar's residence, even though the poison within the 3 women had been detoxified, there were still some remnants left, which made them lightheaded. Before they could even reach Qin Mu's room, they all collapsed onto the floor. Qin Mu frowned and dragged them all into his residence. He threw Ling Yuxiu and the 2 palace maids onto the bed before going back to close the door. At the door, the dragon Qilin said, "Cult Master, don't worry, I will definitely not let anyone come in. I understand very well in my heart. You have done well." Qin Mu praised him. He was simply too exhausted for the past few days, so when he returned to his room, he laid down among the 3 women and fell asleep. As he slept, he suddenly felt a slight itch at his nose and guessed it was the hair from one of the girls. With a passing flip, he pushed one of them out of the bed. Chapter 271. Spirit Possession. In a daze, Qin Mu felt someone climbing up his body. He had quite a temper while asleep, and thus, he gave 2 kicks and kicked that person off the bed. That person was also in a daze and climbed back onto the bed while pulling on the blanket, snuggling up to his chest. However, she was kicked down by Qin Mu once again. In the end, the 3 girls huddled up together to sleep, leaving Qin Mu alone on the other side. The last few days of hard work had resulted in Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu falling into a deep sleep. When Qin Mu woke up the next morning, Ling Yuxiu had snuggled herself under his arm. To get up, he carefully shifted his arm, afraid of waking her up. Actually, Ling Yuxiu had already woken up, but she was a thin-skinned girl. She was afraid things would be awkward when she woke up, so she pretended to sleep. When he had gotten up, she secretly opened her eyes and saw him grabbing his shoes and tiptoeing out of the room. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief after walking out of the room. The twin sisters had woken up earlier and were talking in the courtyard. One of them said, "Young Master Qin likes to punch around in his sleep. He gave me a good beating, just look at my swollen eye. Not only that, I got kicked on the chest and pushed off the bed. Did he take advantage of you? Not even once. However, how are we supposed to report that the princess and young master were sleeping together, and even we were on the same bed, sharing a blanket?" The 2 girls stayed silent for a moment, then said in unison, "We won't. Young master and princess won't speak of it, so it's best not to say anything." In regards to the face of the imperial family, saying too much would result in being executed. The girls naturally knew that, and that's why they had made the decision to keep their silence. Qin Mu put on his shoes and walked out with a cough. The 2 palace maids immediately greeted him. "Young master is awake. Us sisters were rude and impetuous yesterday. Luckily, with young master's care, we didn't lose our lives to Little Poison King." Qin Mu returned the greeting and said, "Luckily the 2 big sisters were there and injured Little Poison King, preventing him from being impudent." The 2 palace maids looked at each other and laughed in unison. "Young master, don't call us big sisters. We serve Empress Dowager and don't even have a surname, only a name. I'm called Jianqi and she's called Qinqi." The 2 palace maids couldn't help laughing when they saw him sizing up the both of them to differentiate who was Jianqi and who was Qinqi. With this laugh, Qin Mu noticed that Jianqi had a small canine tooth on her left while Qinqi had a small canine tooth on her right. "Young master, we haven't returned for the whole night, so we have to come back to the palace earlier to report on the completion of our mission," Qinqi said. Qin Mu nodded and said, "After a night's sleep, the remaining poison in your body should have been detoxified, so there shouldn't be any problems. Still, I have some detoxing pellets with me, so you 2 can take them." The 2 palace maids gave their thanks and received the detoxing pellets. They were about to leave when Ling Yuxiu's voice came from the room. "Wait for me. I shall go back with the 2 of you." The 2 women stopped and looked back to see Ling Yuxiu running over at them in a panic, her clothes disheveled, her white undercoat askew. Her beautiful hair was also messy, and she was rushing with her outer clothing clasped under her arm and dragging her shoes out with her feet. When she dropped them behind, she immediately lifted her feet up to get the shoes up, but her jet black hair completely scattered, flowing down her shoulders like a waterfall. She wanted to take control of her hair, but then the outer clothing she was clasping fell down. She cut a very sorry figure. Qin Mu looked at her and saw a plump chest that was about to run out from her clothing. The youth's heart then wavered, and he didn't know whether to warn her or go forward to help her stuff them back in. Jianqi and Qinqi looked at each other and walked forward to escort the princess back into the room to help her dress and groom herself. Ling Yuxiu's cheeks turned red from embarrassment, and she collected her courage to ask them softly, "Will I get pregnant?" The 2 palace maids stared with their eyes wide open and asked in astonishment, "Why did Princess say that?" "I've heard from people in the palace saying that when a male and female sleep together, the female will get pregnant," Ling Yuxiu said seriously.
"Vi slet tog
"Ether for almost a whole day and night, so I might just be pregnant." Jianqi burst out laughing. "Princess, you're mistaken, it's not like that. I can't explain it to you clearly, but the young master is a divine physician, so he definitely has ways to prevent pregnancy." Ling Yuxiu opened her eyes wide. "That's possible? Isn't that so? I've heard some rich madams who don't want to give birth look for apothecaries to prescribe the medicine, so they won't get pregnant." Qin Mu sent the 3 women off and noticed that the pear blossoms on the yellow pear tree had blossomed, filling the entire tree with their blooms. Spring is finally here. He thought to himself, when the grains of the first season mature, this year of disaster will finally be over. He washed up, and since there was only the dragon Qilin accompanying him, he didn't have the intention to cook and just went down the mountain to eat. When he walked out of his courtyard, he saw Chancellor Ba Shan walking over in a shirt. With a loud voice, he said, I saw the princess and 2 palace maids carrying lanterns down the mountain. Could they have come from your room? Senior brother, don't say nonsense when you have no evidence, Qin Mu said with a normal face and heartbeat. Did senior brother come to find me regarding Pan Gongtso? Have you had breakfast? Chancellor Ba Shan was a loud-mouthed no inferior to Duke Wei. If the incident regarding Ling Yuxiu and the 2 palace maids sleeping in Qin Mu's room for a night were found out by him, the entire capital would know about it. To Qin Mu, it started with emotion and stopped with politeness. He hadn't done anything out of line, but this was no small matter to the secular people. If news of him sleeping with the princess spread, the emperor would execute him, so it was best to hide it. I just ate below. Knowing that you had just come back from the palace and must be hungry after being exhausted for such a long time, I brought some food for you. Chancellor Ba Shan took out a couple oil paper packets, and Qin Mu took them from him with thanks. When he opened the paper packets, he saw a tray of steamed stuffed buns, some kind of strange beast's meat which was cooked with clear water, a red sauce made with fermented flour, mixed with finely chopped spring onions, and salted vegetables. Qin Mu invited him into the house to sit down and eat. Chancellor Ba Shan looked at him gorging himself and sighed ruefully. The emperor is really stingy, not preparing anything good for you to eat when you were there to treat him. That's right, Pan Gongtso's 6 Directions Divine Treasure is already halfway through his wall break. So fast. Qin Mu raised his head and revealed an expression of astonishment. One would become a divine arts practitioner by cultivating to 6 Directions realm. During one's cultivation, any one of the realms required fine grinding, so someone like Qin Mu breaking the walls of 5 elements divine treasure in 2 years' time was already considered very fast. He had cultivated diligently in 5 element realm for close to 1 year and had only reached the boundary of 6 Directions realm. He still didn't know when he would be able to succeed in breaking the wall. When he met Pan Gongtso the last time, the other had been still a young boy in spirit embryo realm, and now, after only half a year, Pan Gongtso's realm had already surpassed that of Qin Mu. The other had become a divine arts practitioner of 6 Directions realm. This was no ordinary cultivation speed, and could be called the speed of a god. There's something strange about that brat. Chancellor Ba Shan pinched a salted vegetable and stuffed it into his mouth. The Hall of 6 Directions in Imperial College is the place which teaches how to break the wall of 6 Directions divine treasure, and all scholars on 5 elements realm who have cultivated perfectly would go there to listen to the lectures. Chen Wanyun, Yu Qinghong, Qin Yu, Yun Ke, Fatty Wei, and other nobles have gone there, and this Pan Gongtso is also there as well. Nun Hong Fa of Hall of 6 Directions said that his advancements are extremely fast, and he didn't need her guidance at all. He had reached the perfection in 5 elements realm just 3 days ago, and now he was already halfway through breaking the wall. In 2 more days, he would be a divine arts practitioner of 6 Directions realm. That's right. In which step of your cultivation are you in now? I'm basically perfect in 5 elements realm. Qin Mu ate a large mouthful of meat, then said, It's just that I have no understanding regarding 6 Directions realm. Chancellor Ba Shan's gaze flickered. In that case, you should drop by Hall of 6 Directions. Nun Hong Fa teaches this specially. I would like to see if you or Pan Gongtso is stronger. Qin Mu didn't even raise his head. I feel like there's no need for this. Overlord body. Yes, I know. You're the Overlord body. The one above all, haughty brat. Chancellor Ba Shan smiled. I had Qin Wanyun test him, and Wanyun only managed to make 2 moves before he was defeated. Qin Mu finally raised his head and said in astonishment. 2 moves? Senior brother, are you sure he only used 2 moves to defeat Qin Wanyun? Chancellor Ba Shan nodded. Qin Mu had a grave expression. Qin Wanyun's aptitude was indeed extraordinary, and he was one of the more outstanding ones among the young generation. His aptitude and comprehension were merely a level lower than that of Fozi and Daozi, and he had extremely high abilities. When Fozi Fuxin had blocked the gate of Imperial College back then, Qin Wanyun had gone forth to challenge him was defeated only after over a dozen moves. This clearly showed his abilities. His accumulation was very strong and solid. After receiving Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's guidance, he practically had no shortcomings. After coming back from the southern borders, Qin Mu had seen him less and less. He heard that he spent most of his time in floor of heavenly records, most likely cultivating the state of God transformation of 5 elements realm. Even if Qin Wanyun, who had succeeded in cultivating the state of God transformations, was not on par with Fozi Fuxin, he was not far from him. Qin Mu reckoned that defeating Qin Wanyun with just 2 moves would be hard to achieve unless he used a powerful move like sword treading mountains and rivers right at the start. Interesting. After Qin Mu finished eating, he wiped his mouth and smiled. Marshal Khan, what are you planning by pushing me time and again to go to Hall of 6 Directions and meet that Pan Gongtso? Chancellor Ba Shan said leisurely, I'm trying to get you to investigate him. I suspect he has been possessed by a spirit. Furthermore, the Overlord body shouldn't be scared, right? Spirit possession? Qin Mu was slightly stunned and recalled Butcher mentioning an old monster in the Golden Palace who had reincarnated 18 times and lived through 19 lifetimes when they were heading to Roland's Golden Palace. He cried out, "What you mean is?" Chancellor Ba Shan nodded and said, "I suspect Pan Gong Tso is no longer Pan Gong Tso and has been replaced by an incomparably terrifying old monster, one that has lived for 10,000 years. He's the old foe of Teacher Heaven Knife, the one because of which Teacher abandoned his name, not daring to use it anymore." Qin Mu nodded. Chancellor Ba Shan had told him about this before. Butcher didn't tell anyone about his name before, and not even Chancellor Ba Shan knew his name because of that strong practitioner of Roland's Golden Palace that had reincarnated 18 times. That was a terrifying entity that could cast spells and harm people once he knew their names. Chen Wenyan couldn't dig out any information from him, so I would like you to go meet him at Hall of Six Directions. Chancellor Ba Shan's gaze flickered when he said, "Teacher Heaven Knife's greatest foe is that person, and if Pan Gong Tso was really possessed by him, killing Pan Gong Tso would mean getting rid of a foe for Teacher. However, he is still the son of Barbarian D Empire's Khan, so without a definite certainty, I won't make a move. This is why only you can test him." His appearance was boorish, but his thoughts were sharp. Qin Mu rose and said, "I'm also trying to break the wall to enter Six Directions realm, so I'll go to Hall of Six Directions." He then blushed with shame. "Senior brother, which hall is Hall of Six Directions?" Chancellor Ba Shan almost peeped blood. "You've been in Imperial College for almost a whole year, yet you still don't know which hall is Hall of Six Directions?" Qin Mu said with embarrassment, "Even though I've come to Imperial College so long ago, I've only attended one lesson. I'll bring you there." Chancellor Ba Shan brought him out of Scholar's residence, and they walked away side by side. Some things suddenly came to Qin Mu's mind, and he asked, "Senior brother, have you heard of Heavenly Saint Cult before?" Chapter 272, Great Achievement in Computational Canon. Chancellor Ba Shan threw him at the front of Hall of Six Directions and turned to leave immediately, afraid that Qin Mu would continue nagging him to join Heavenly Saint Cult. Qin Mu then said resentfully, "I'll make you join sooner or later." The directorate of Hall of Six Directions was Nan Hong Fa. She was a person of virtue and prestige, and also a person from Buddhism, teaching students ever since Imperial College was founded here. Qin Mu walked into Hall of Six Directions, but it was still early, so no scholars had come to attend the lecture yet. However, the old nun was already here, cleaning the hall's spick and span. When the bell rang, the scholars walked inside, and Nun Hong Fa started the lecture unhurriedly. Six Directions. What are six directions? Heaven, Earth, and the four cardinal directions, that's the six directions. Six Directions divine treasure is in our body, and if we want to break the wall, we have to confirm the location of the Six Directions wall first. How can we confirm? We need to calculate. I've made you guys revise the calculations of the Six Directions yesterday, so have you guys revised it yet? Qin Mu blinked and looked at the other people in the hall. He saw that there were quite a number of scholars attending the lecture here, around 30 people in total. Chen Wanyun, Yu Qinghong, Si Yunxiang, and the rest were all among them. Then he saw Pan Gong Tso. This youth wasn't listening to the lecture, but had closed his eyes, trying to break his wall. Nun Hong Fa's speech slowed down. A person standing on flat ground can easily identify north, south, east, west, up, and down, but how do you determine the north, south, east, and west of the heaven and earth in your body? We can use your spirit embryo divine treasure to determine up and down. The top of the spirit embryo's head is the heaven, and what the feet are stepping on is the earth. With the up and down confirmed, we still need to determine north, south, east, and west, which requires the positions of the 5 element stars of 5 elements divine treasure. You have all learned 10 computational canons which are used to locate the 5 element stars and use them to calculate the north, south, east, and west of the heaven and earth in your hearts. For that, you will need Six Directions algorithm. Now, let's flip to page 17 of Six Directions computational canon, South Compass Point algorithm. Qin Mu looked around, and suddenly someone poked him in the back. He turned and saw it was Si Yunxiang. The saintess of Heavenly Saint Cult bit her lip and whispered, "I saw Cult Master dragging 3 girls into your room yesterday night." "When did I do that?" Qin Mu firmly denied. Si Yunxiang said softly, "One of them was the 7th princess." Qin Mu's face flushed. "Saintess Dawn. Taint my reputation. Lend me your Six Directions computational canon to have a look. It's my first time here, so I don't have the book. The classroom is a sacred ground, so how can whisperings be condoned?" Nun Hong Fa slammed the table and shouted out, "Both of you go out, stand at the corner of the wall." Si Yunxiang grabbed her Six Direction computational canon and walked out with Qin Mu. The two of them leaned against the wall, and Si Yunxiang passed the computational canon to him while snickering, "Cult Master is lusty. Be careful of landing in the same predicament as Cult Master Li." Qin Mu flipped open the computational canon and saw many methods of calculation. These were methods of calculations that were developed with 10 computational cannons, using the foundation of the 5-element stars to calculate the precise location of north, south, east, and west. What Nun Hong Fa was lecturing was the south compass point algorithm on page 17, which could help in determining the south. As long as the south was determined, north, east, and west could also be located. A straight line would then be drawn from up to down, and one would be able to determine the most precise location of 6 directions wall in the human body. Everyone was unique, and thus the location of everyone's 5 elements divine treasure was different. However, it just had to be the way to determine 6 directions divine treasure. This was why the location of everyone's 6 directions divine treasure was slightly different, so the calculations have to be precise and could hold no mistakes. Not long after, Qin Mu finished browsing through 6 directions computational canon. He learned that what 6-direction computational canon used was 5 phases canary system and 6-direction scenery system. It required to change the canary system used to calculate the 5-element stars into the scenery system before calculating. Qin Mu was stunned and suddenly thought of Du Tian Devil King's advice. Du Tian Devil King had once said the octal system could be calculated using the 8 trigrams, and because of this, Qin Mu had been enlightened and comprehended the other tools of calculation in computational canon of supreme mystery. The 8 trigrams of Taiji included yin and yang binary system, for symbols quaternary system, and 8 trigrams octal system. However, if he added 5 phases canary system and 6-direction scenery system, these tools of calculation would be even more complicated. Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor, said the 4 great spirit bodies are not the 5 phases. Instead, each type of spirit body includes the 5 phases. This means that the 4 great spirit bodies, Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, are the 4 symbols in the 8 trigrams of Taiji. Everything suddenly became clear to Qin Mu. There were 4 symbols, and each and every one of them had 5 phases. Thus, the different arrangements of the 5 phases for meta symbol. This also meant that the calculation of 5 phases canary system could be used to calculate the transformation of the 4 symbols. In this way, he would have the tool of calculation from 5 to 4. And for 6 directions, the 4 symbols could be used to determine north, south, east, and west, and with the yin and yang, he would have the tool to calculate 6 directions. This means that I can very quickly calculate the location of my 6-direction divine treasure. Qin Mu returned 6 directions computational canon to Si Yunxiang and stretched out his hand. Placing his right palm on his left palm, he pulled them open upwards and downwards, and his vital qi instantly formed a bizarre Taiji diagram which included yin and yang, for symbols, and the 5 phases included in the 4 symbols. Qin Mu pulled open his hands once again in excitement, and layers of the Taiji 5 phases diagram broke up, operating respectively in a regular and thorough process. Si Yunxiang looked at the diagram that was changing continuously and immediately asked, "How did you calculate that? It's slightly different from what Nun Hong Fa is teaching. Let me copy it." Qin Mu calculated rapidly and divided his mind into 2 to tell her about what he had comprehended. Si Yunxiang's eyes became brighter and brighter. She was also more talented than others and quickly comprehended the marvel of it. She exclaimed in admiration, "This method is good. The method in 6 directions computational canon is too complicated and requires 1 to 2 months to be able to calculate the result, making it prone to mistakes. There will be no mistake using your method, and we can calculate it in just 2 to 4 hours." Qin Mu smiled. Taiji, for symbols, 5 elements, 6 directions, and 8 trigrams have originally been calculation tools used for operations. Now that he looked at computational canon of supreme mystery, he felt all kinds of hard-to-understand problems were easy to solve, and he felt happy. However, if he wanted to succeed in cultivating the teleportation divine art, just computational canon of supreme mystery alone was not enough. Nun Hong Fa was still giving her lecture in the hall. As time went by, Qin Mu finally determined the location of his 6 directions divine treasure, which was somewhere near his Dantian, connecting the heaven to the earth. That location was sometimes also called Lower Dantian, the place where the 6 directions meet, while the people of Dao sect referred to it as the Yellow Court. The middle Dantian was at the heart, and was called the Crimson Palace. The upper Dantian was located at the heart of the brows, and Dao sect referred to it as Spirit Platform while Buddhism referred to it as Square Inch Mountain. Qin Mu determined where his Crimson Palace was located, and instantly gathered all his vital qi to rush towards his 6-direction wall. His cultivation was originally incomparably dense, and surpassed that of his peers. Gathering all his vital qi this time, he pounded against the 6 directions wall, and it was instantly covered in cracks. Booming sounds of huge waves came from his body as Qin Mu gathered his vital and pounded against it the second time. The sound of was even more resonating this time, and it seemed like angry waves were splitting the shore. They rose to the clouds, and the sound was becoming louder and more intense each time. The poundings from Qin Mu's vital qi became fiercer and fiercer each time. Whoosh! His 6 directions wall suddenly broke, and a huge gap appeared. Qin Mu continued to gather his vital qi to pound at the broken wall, widening the gap. In the Hall of Six Directions, Nun Hong Fa and the rest of the scholars also heard the sound of vital qi colliding from Qin Mu's body and revealed an astonished expression. Imperial Academician. Nun Hong Fa immediately ran out in a panic and said, "If you didn't calculate the exact location of the six-direction wall and break it rashly, you will die." Just as she said it, a loud rumble suddenly came from Qin Mu's body as though the heaven and earth had been opened up. Qin Mu's cultivation then rose rapidly. Six Directions wall broken. Six Directions divine treasure awakened. Right at that moment, another rumble came from Hall of Six Directions, and it was Pangong Tso who had successfully awakened his Six Directions divine treasure. It was just that the attention of all the scholars and Nun Hong Fa and Hall of Six Directions had been attracted by Qin Mu, so no one noticed him. The air around Pangong Tso became denser and denser. His gaze flickered as he rose from the mat to look out the hall. Nun Hong Fa was stunned and immediately said, "Imperial Academician, try to close all your divine treasures and burst them all open in one go." Qin Mu took in a deep breath and closed his Spirit Embryo Divine Treasure, Five Elements Divine Treasure, and Six Directions Divine Treasure. He then gave a low shout and rumbles came from his spirit platform, Crimson Palace, and Imperial Court. There was a total of 3 rumbles as his 3 great divine treasures opened up and his aura increased exponentially. "You really awakened your Six Directions Divine Treasure." Nun Hong Fa sighed in astonishment and looked at Si Yunxiang, who was at the side. This girl was also trying to break her Six Directions wall. It was evident that she had also found the exact location of her Six Directions wall. The nun had chased these 2 whispering young man and woman out the hall and had never expected the 2 of them to find the location of their Six Directions wall in a short while. One of them even managed to succeed in breaking the wall on his first try and became a divine arts practitioner of Six Directions realm. Nun Hong Fa put her palms together. "Cult Ma, Imperial Academician, you seem to have a secret method to calculate the location of Six Directions wall, which is much faster than this poor Nun's Six Directions computational canon. I wonder if you can hand it down." Qin Mu smiled. "None is too polite. My abilities are meager, and I don't dare to show off in front of everyone. However, I'm willing to share what I have comprehended with you and fellow scholars." Nun Hong Fa was delighted and immediately invited him into the hall. She said to all the scholars, "Today I've invited the Imperial Academician to give you guys a lecture." "Imperial Academician, please." Qin Mu looked at Pangong Tso, who was sitting at the back of the hall, and smiled. Prince Pangong Tso from the Great Wall has also broken his Six Directions wall and become a divine art practitioner. I wonder if you're interested to share what you have learned. Everyone looked back at Pangong Tso, who shook his head. "I'm a barbarian from the Great Wall, so I don't dare to show off." "Cult Master Qin, please." Qin Mu narrowed his eyes and told his operation technique to everyone in the hall. Nun Hong Fa was surprised and delighted, and she grasped the chance to ask questions continuously. She marveled at his technique, making everyone in the hall intoxicated by the lecture. After some time, Qin Mu finally finished talking about his operation technique, and the scholars in the hall tested it, trying to master it. However, since some people have high wisdom and some people have low comprehension, not everyone was able to master it. "Imperial Academician, with this kind of operation technique from you, this poor nun will be able to recompile Six Directions computational canon." Nun Hong Fa smiled. "I wonder if Academician is willing to sign his name as a co-author?" Qin Mu said unflinchingly, "This is a good deed that could benefit people for 1,000 years to come. If I could sign my name on it, I would naturally happy to. However, my name on it has to be Heavenly Saint Cult Master Qin Mu." Nun Hong Fa's face blackened, and she thought to herself, "He's the Heavenly Saint Cult Master, so if my name was seen alongside his, wouldn't I be seen as someone from the Devil Path as well? Excellent, excellent. This poor nun is affected by reputation again. To be lined up with Heavenly Devil Cult, this poor nun is then the honored one." Qin Mu looked at Pangong Tso and smiled. "Little Prince, you and I broke through and became divine arts practitioners of Six Directions realm at almost the same time. This is the so-called at the right time at the right place. It's such a rare thing for us to be on the similar realm, so why don't we exchange some blows?" Pangong Tso shook his head. "Cult Master Qin is joking. I'm here to seek knowledge." Qin Mu smiled and said, "Seek knowledge? I happen to have a set of knife skills here that are created and taught by Heaven Knife. Do you want to learn this set of knife skills?" Pangong Tso raised his eyebrows, and his gaze landed on Qin Mu. Instantly, the miserable shrieks and howls of countless ghosts rang out beside Qin Mu's ears. Chapter 273. 3 punches and 2 knives. Powerful. Qin Mu circulated Heavenly Devil Creation technique to seal his souls and spirits, astonished. Roland's Golden Palace's techniques were extremely unusual. They used souls for cultivating techniques, and it didn't matter if it were the souls of demons, monsters, gods, or beasts, they could all be used for cultivation. Pan Gong Tso's gaze was not an ordinary gaze, for in his eyes, there was a divine art that was targeted at souls. With his gaze alone, the divine art would have an impact on the opponent's soul. If the opponent wasn't on guard, they would get stared to death by him. Heavenly Devil Creation Technique was just the right technique to counter that divine art targeted at the soul. Of course, this was because the power of the divine art in Pan Gong Tso's eyes wasn't so powerful that Heavenly Devil Creation Technique couldn't defend against it. If the divine art in his eyes wasn't targeted at the soul, but at the corporeal body or Dao heart, Heavenly Devil Creation Technique wouldn't be able to defend against it. Knife skills of Heaven Knife? Pan Gong Tso's raised eyebrows smoothed out, and he asked, "There are such skills in Floor of Heavenly Records?" "Floor of Heavenly Records don't have them, but I have." Qin Mu smiled as he raised his hand to grab the handle of his pig-slaughtering knife. Just as his palm gripped onto the knife's handle, the pages of the books in Hall of Six Directions fluttered as if there was an invisible giant who had raised a gale by giving a slash. The skin of Pan Gong Tso's face creased from being blown at, and a few strands of hair broke off silently. The hearts of Qin Huanyun, Yu Qinghong, and the rest trembled slightly, and they thought to themselves, Cult Master Qin's abilities have improved quite a bit. He had already cultivated a knife will from his knife. He had merely gone home for New Year, so how come his knife skills had improved so much during that time? They had all followed Qin Mu to the southern border to gain experience by pacifying the rebellion and had been through life and death with him. They knew Qin Mu's abilities, so even though his knife skills had been powerful back then, they were far from how powerful they were at this moment. Cultivating a knife will from knife skills meant that his knife skills had a qualitative leap, and this wasn't something that could be done in just a few days of cultivating diligently. What they didn't know was how difficult it had been for Qin Mu to return home for New Year. It could be said to have been a narrow escape, being ambushed from 10 sides. He was surrounded, chased, blocked, and intercepted all the time, fighting bloody battles for days on end before reaching disabled elderly village after numerous trials and tribulations. Yet when he reached his home, he didn't have a peaceful New Year either. After the celebration, he had to fight with the elders daily. Butcher, Old Ma, Cripple, Blind, and the rest fed him blows and talked about all kinds of comprehensions. There was also Village Chief, the strong practitioner, training him. Going home this time for New Year was a huge challenge for Qin Mu, which was equivalent to him cultivating for 2 to 3 years diligently. Not only did his knife skills had a qualitative leap, his sword skills, body techniques, Buddha skills, hand techniques, eye power, and Dao heart had all had qualitative leaps. Pan Gong Tso's brows twitched as the heart of his brows was being pressured by Qin Mu's knife will. It seemed like Qin Mu would unsheath his knife any time, and the heart of his brows would be slashed at that moment. He was about to react when Nun Hong Fa suddenly came to stand between the two of them, and Qin Mu's knife was intercepted by the nun. This is Hall of Six Directions, a place to cultivate 6 directions and awaken your divine treasure. It's not a place for you guys to fight. Nun Hong Fa's gaze swept past the both of them, and she said indifferently, "There are rules in Imperial College, and if you cultivate in my Hall of Six Directions, you're my disciples and have to abide by the rules of my Hall of Six Directions. Both of you have just broken the wall of your 6 Directions divine treasure and had just become divine arts practitioners. Your foundations are yet to be stable, so what's the point of being so hot-blooded?" Pan Gong Tso revealed a smile. "None is right. Cult Master Qin, I'll experience your heaven knife another day." Once he said that, he walked towards the exit of the hall. Qin Mu walked beside him and smiled. "Why another day? Isn't it the end of the lesson? I think it's pretty good now. Once we are out of Hall of Six Directions, none won't be able to control us." Outside the hall, the great shamans of Roland's Golden Palace came up from the left and right to follow behind Pan Gong Tso. One of the great shamans said softly, "What's the rush, Cult Master Qin? If your hands are feeling itchy and want to fight, we as retainers would be glad to entertain you anytime." In Hall of Six Direction, Wei Yong, Qin Huanyun, and Qin Yu frowned. Cult Master Qin seems slightly aggressive. Pan Gong Tso is an envoy from the foreign country who had come here to seek knowledge. Even though he was an enemy in the past, we have to abide by the etiquette and can't be rude. Monk Yun Ke nodded. He's indeed slightly aggressive. Cult Master Qin should have a grudge against him, right? Qin Mu took a glance at the 2 great shamans of Roland's Golden Palace and said leisurely, "I had been to Roland's Golden Palace, and a cauldron of one drug paralyzed nearly all the great shamans of Roland's Golden Palace, scaring the shaman kings into fleeing in defeat. You too must have been paralyzed by me, right?" The look on the 2 great shamans' faces turned dark, but they didn't speak a word. Or maybe, the both of you were beaten up by me? Qin Mu pondered over it, but he didn't have any recollections of the 2 of them, so he shook his head. "It must be because the number of people I killed in Roland's Golden Palace was too high, so I don't remember the both of you." On the golden road of Roland's Golden Palace, the corpses rolled down one after another, dyeing the golden road crimson. My two knives had chopped their way from the outer courtyard disciples all the way to inner courtyard disciples before cutting down the disciple of Grand Shaman. In that time, how many shamans and great shamans had been killed? 100? Even if it's not 100, there must have been at least 80. I killed so many that the hearts of the shaman and great shamans in Roland's golden palace turned cold, and no one dared to move. The faces of the two great shamans turned darker and darker, while their palms trembled slightly. Golden light gradually emanated from the body of one of them, and his head transformed into a bird's head as he screeched. That's because I was not in Roland's golden palace. I was out for experience. If I had been in Roland's golden palace, 10 of you would have been killed by me. Behind them, the scholars in Hall of Six Directions had just come out and were all greatly shaken. Most of them were slightly dumbstruck when they heard Qin Mu mentioning the incident. Even though they were classmates with Qin Mu, they didn't know that he had actually gone to Roland's golden palace to block their gates and even killed so many experts there. I got it. Wei Yong suddenly cried out. I know who defeated Daozi and Fozi. Qin Yu, Chen Wanyun and the rest were extremely astonished and cried out. What you mean is that when Daozi and Fozi were blocking the gates, it was Cult Master Qin who forced them back. Monk Yun Ke said, no wonder. Truly no wonder. I was still thinking about who was the expert who had defeat Fozi and Daozi without leaving his name. So, it was actually Cult Master Qin. Si Yunxiang knitted her brows and was slightly displeased in her heart as she muttered to herself, I was clearly the one who defeated Fozi. Chen Wanyun said solemnly, I heard news saying Fozi is dead and was killed by our Cult Master Qin. Yu Qinghong said in a low voice, not long ago, the Crown Prince conspired to murder the Emperor and attempted to ascend the throne, and I heard it was Cult Master Qin who led the strong practitioners of Heavenly Saint, Heavenly Devil Cult to slaughter their way to the Temple of Heaven. Cult Master Qin had chopped off the head of the Crown Prince personally. Everyone exchanged rumors they had heard and became more astonished the more they talked about him. This classmate Qin beside them had actually done so many universally shocking things. Nan Hong Fa gave them a stare and said, don't talk about this blindly. And also, stay further away from Cult Master Qin. He's the Devil Cult Master of Heavenly Devil Cult after all. Especially you, Si Yunxiang. You're too close to him. If he pulled you into Heavenly Devil Cult, your whole life would be ruined. Si Yunxiang replied helplessly. I got it. I'll definitely sever all my ties with him. Nun Hong Fa shouted loudly. Cult Master Qin, this is Imperial College and not your Heavenly Devil Cult. There are rules and Eternal Peace Empire have the laws of Eternal Peace Empire. Exercise a little restraint. Then I plundered the treasury of Roland's golden palace. Qin Mu walked forward unhurriedly, his expression apathetic. He ignored Nun Hong Fa's words and continued, your Roland's golden palace had hoarded treasures for so long. There were all kinds of precious materials and items, all kinds of spirit treasures and strange weapons that were taken away by me. However, I had not touched even a single one of the treasures of your golden palace, but had thrown them on the ground. A thief never leaves empty-handed, but we also know what's worth to steal and what is not. I still understand this logic. Pan Gong Tso's expression remained unmoved, but the two great shamans from Roland's golden palace could no longer hold themselves back. Suddenly, the bird-headed great shaman let out a sharp cry which seemed like needles stabbing into the human brain and soul. During his cry, golden wings unfolded from his back with a whoosh. With a tremble, countless brilliant golden feathers shot out and converged into currents in the air, turning into golden light that came stabbing at Qin Mu from all directions. At the same time, this great shaman raised his legs which had already transformed into golden-colored talons which were incomparably sharp. With the talons that could split rocks, he rushed for Qin Mu's head. Grand Shaman Ruda Scripture's transformation is indeed interesting. You're the disciple of Grand Shaman and have already succeeded in cultivating divine arts. Qin Mu's eyes lighted up, and the two pig-slaughtering knives from his back leaped out. The noise of collision came clanking out like torrential rain, and in that instant, knife lights burst forth and broke through the golden sword lights. The knife lights seemed like they were 12 yards long. With one vertical and one horizontal light, every cloud has a silver lining severed one of the talons. The next moment, Qin Mu closed in, holding his knife in a reverse grip, raising the knife from forbidden. When he raised the huge knife, the shaman's chest was split open to his belly. Before the corpse of that great shaman even collapsed to the ground, the head of another great shaman trembled and transformed into that of an elephant. His fists were like small mountains when he punched forward. Qin Mu let go of his knives and turned around. His vital chi burst forth, and the band that tied up his hair exploded in pieces. His pitch-black hair was raised perfectly straight by his vital chi that was soaring into the air. Their fists collided, and all the muscles on Qin Mu's body throbbed. There were even some muscles swiveling and coiling like pythons under his skin. The vital qi in Qin Mu's body appeared to be coiling green dragons, but since he had executed both Nine Dragons Monarch technique and realized Mahayana Sutra at the same time, it was also like a huge Buddha sitting upright. With dragons coiling around the Buddha's body, a loud rumble sounded out as he unleashed another punch. The great shaman was like a golden elephant god with incomparable strength, able to split the heaven and earth apart with a punch and a kick due to the immense strength in his fists and legs. Bang, bang, bang. The fists of the two people collided thrice, and Qin Mu pulled back his hands, dispersing his shocking aura. All the throbbing muscles in his body calmed back down. On the other hand, the elephant-headed great shaman snarled ferociously. He gave another punch at his opponent's face, and his boundless strength raised a gale. However, before this punch could even land on Qin Mu's body, an explosion suddenly came from the great shaman's body, and all his bones broke into pieces. His muscles disintegrated, and his vital qi scattered, which resulted in him collapsing onto the ground like a pile of mush. Air only came out from his mouth but did not go in. Qin Mu's 3 punches had resulted in a power that reached all parts of the great shaman's body, shattering all his bones, muscles, and vital qi. The scholars from Hall of 6 Directions were all flabbergasted, and they stood still in a daze. Even Nun Hong Fa felt her body turning cold. Qin Mu was basically a lawless ruffian, beating 2 of the foreign country's envoys to death with just 3 punches and 2 knives, and it was even done in Imperial College. Qin Mu ignored them and turned to look at Pan Gong Tso with a smile on his face. He didn't look like a vicious ruffian that would kill people without reason in the least when he said, "Who'll be the one to drag these corpses away and clean the floor? Little prince, my abilities should not be bad, right? Do you have the urge to make a move?" Chapter 274. Killing people with shaman spells. Murder. Murder. A steward hurriedly ran in to report to Grand Chancellor Gu Linwan while shouting, "This is bad. Imperial Academician Qin Mu has committed murder again." Gu Linwan was drinking tea and seemed unconcerned. He asked with a smile, "What's there to be shocked about? He's the Heavenly Devil Cult Master, so is there a need for you to be so panicky just because he committed murder? It would be weird if he didn't commit murder. Who did he kill now?" The steward didn't even bother to gasp for air as he said, "He killed 2 envoys from Barbarian D Empire." Piak. The teacup in Gu Linwan's hand shattered into pieces, and his complexion changed drastically. He cried out, "The envoys from Barbarian D Empire? 2 of them at that? That's not right. I had already treated him to a meal, so why is he still causing trouble for me?" He immediately stood up, thinking to rush out of the hall, but then he stopped. D in his track and paced to and fro while muttering to himself, "He is the Heavenly Devil Cult Master, the head of the number 1 sacred ground of the Devil Path. If I ask him for an explanation, I'll just be cutting my life short. It's still better to report this incident to His Highness." Chancellor Bashan stood not far away and observed Pan Gong Tso and Qin Mu. When he saw what was happening, his head started to ache and he felt it becoming heavy. "Junior brother, I've only wanted you to test Pan Gong Tso, so why did you have to kill the envoys of Barbarian D Empire?" The envoys had been sent by the Khan of Barbarian D Empire, with Pan Gong Tso as the leader. There were over 10 of them, and Qin Mu had just killed 2 of them in Imperial College. This incident would definitely not be settled peacefully. Khan Wandi of Barbarian D Empire was considered a hero of the prairie, a person with great talent and bold vision. He had annexed the countries of the other Khans and formed a huge empire in the prairie to contend against Eternal Peace Empire. He even learned the culture of Eternal Peace Empire and drew the good aspects of Eternal Peace Empire to develop Barbarian D Empire. He reformed the internal affairs of his country and even created an imperial court that was similar to that of Eternal Peace Empire. He also built schools everywhere. Looking at the situation at hand, he had not yet united the entire prairie, which was why he couldn't contend against Eternal Peace Empire at full force. However, when he united the entire prairie, he would direct all of his power to deal with Eternal Peace. Since Eternal Peace Empire had been through 2 disasters, the power of the empire had been severely weakened, so the main motive behind Khan Wandi dispatching an envoy was to see how weak Eternal Peace Empire had gotten, besides having his people study there and learn. He was like a male eagle above the prairie, ready to invade the east anytime. As long as he had the chance, he would lead the iron cavalry of the prairie to plunder and whip the central plains. However, it was evident that Qin Mu didn't care about these, for he killed the 2 envoys without any worries. This action could very well incite a war between the 2 empires. Since the effects of the disasters had yet to fade and Eternal Peace Empire was still in a weak state, if Khan Wandi took advantage of this chance to send his army forward, the empire would probably be in great danger. Chancellor Bashan was slightly regretful that he had gotten Qin Mu to test out Pan Gong Tso. It was then evident to him that this junior brother, who came from great ruins, was lawless and daring. After killing the envoys, he could just pat his buttocks and return back to great ruins, leaving behind a terrible mess. Now that the Crown Prince is supervising the Empire, let's see how Crown Prince Yushu will handle this. Chancellor Ba Shan couldn't help feeling a headache for Ling Yushu. Ever since this young man had become the Crown Prince, he had quite a smooth journey in supervising the Empire. He even wrote a decree of his crimes to seek forgiveness from heaven at the Temple of Heaven. No matter if it was reclaiming the lands or continuing with the disaster relief, he had done very well and received the support of many people. However, this would be his first difficult problem in supervising the Empire. Pan Gongso's gaze landed on Qin Mu's body, but there was little emotion in his gaze. No matter what Qin Mu did or how he agitated him, his mind didn't waver. Pan Gongso said indifferently, "The cult master of Heavenly Devil Cult naturally wouldn't have bad abilities. Maybe there's some misunderstanding between us. If Cult Master doesn't mind, I can host a banquet at Jade Fragrance Floor to apologize to Cult Master." What does Cult Master Qin think about this? Great. Qin Mu was very free and easy, smiling. "Your two retainers were really daring, actually coming to make a move on me. You, as the owner, should indeed host a banquet to apologize." The corners of Pan Gongso's eyes twitched as he turned to leave. Qin Mu's gaze, filled with murderous intent, landed on his back. However, Pan Gongso walked steadily and didn't seem to notice anything or feel uncomfortable. Only his footsteps were slightly messed up, so it seemed like he was walking with a hobble. This fellow. Qin Mu took in a deep breath and deeply felt that Pan Gongso was a thorny and terrifying problem. He had challenged him time and time again, and even slapped his face right in front of everyone by insulting and killing his retainers. However, this person still remained emotionless. Even when Qin Mu's murderous intent was directed at him, he was still able to walk away steadily and only had a slight hobble. He was truly a terrifying person. Qin Mu didn't dare to say it to others, but if it were strong practitioners like Daozi or Fozi, they wouldn't have dared to take a step. With his gaze filled with murderous intent pointed at their backs, Fozi and Daozi wouldn't dare to even make a single step, as moving would reveal their flaw. If those that had higher cultivation and attainments that Daozi and Fozi were targeted by Qin Mu like this, they would either hobble or move back slowly while looking at him. As to why they would hobble, it would be a way of moving the body to avoid any possible attacks. They couldn't walk in a straight line, and would have to move their bodies up and down. This was why the posture of Pan Gongso walking away looked slightly strange, like he was hobbling. In fact, he had not revealed any single flaw and didn't give Qin Mu any chance to attack. The most terrifying point was that Pan Gongso's hobbling hadn't too severe, which meant that his attainments and cultivation were extremely high. Chancellor Ba Shan walked over in quick steps, coming to Qin Mu's side. He saw that Qin Mu still looking at Pan Gongso's back, which had left some time ago. "Senior brother Ba Shan, you gave me another thorny problem." Qin Mu let out a shaky breath and looked at Chancellor Ba Shan before saying solemnly, "This Pan Gongso is one of the strongest existences among the ones I've met of the same generation. He's even stronger than Daozi Lin Xian. If he's not that old monster that has reincarnated 18 times, this person must be an overlord body as me." Chancellor Ba Shan had an unpleasant look. "That's why you killed two envoys." Qin Mu was stunned and mumbled, "You didn't say I can't kill anyone. What's more, didn't we already kill numerous great shamans from Roland's Golden Palace? Killing only two this time is considered their steal." Chancellor Ba Shan laughed from anger. "How is that the same? When I brought you and the princess to Blockgate the previous time, I used my identity as Marshal Khan, which is unrelated to Eternal Peace Empire. This time, since they are envoys, they represent Barbarian D Empire. Killing two envoys from Barbarian D Empire means you're slapping the face of Barbarian D Empire. How can they take it lying down?" Qin Mu said honestly, "You also didn't say. I've already killed them, and I can't revive them now." Chancellor Ba Shan had a splitting headache and let out a shaky breath as well. "Now you wait for the Crown Prince to summon you. The Crown Prince has most likely heard about this matter by now, will definitely have a worse headache than me. You are the Devil Cult Master of Heavenly Devil Cult and an official who has done meritorious service. Even the position of the Crown Prince was fought for him by you, so he can't scold or beat you, and also..." His expression turned grave as he said solemnly, "If Pan Gongso is that old monster, you must be careful tonight. If that old monster knows your name, he can cast a spell to kill you. After you meet the Crown Prince, I'll go to your room tonight." Qin Mu nodded. He indeed couldn't lower his guard against an existence that even Butcher had to hide his name from. As Chancellor Ba Shan had expected, Crown Prince Ling Yushu found Qin Mu afternoon. What was different from what Chancellor Ba Shan had expected was that Ling Yushu had not summoned Qin Mu, but instead came to Imperial College and met Qin Mu personally. "For your highness to visit personally, I'm in reverence," Qin Mu greeted. Ling Yushu took a glance at him and sighed. "I don't see any signs of reverence from you. On the contrary, you look quite composed." Cult Master Qin, this incident today is really giving me a headache. I thought for the whole afternoon, yet I still can't think of an explanation for it. You are always the one that's full of ideas. Teach me how to give an explanation. Qin Mu smiled. That's simple. Your Highness can write a letter to Khan Wandi and say that the two envoys of Barbarian D Empire didn't listen to civilized teachings and their wild natures were hard to tame. They even dared to make a move to kill people in a supreme sacred ground like Imperial College, trying to harm the life of the Palace Grandee. This Palace Grandee is also Cult Master Qin of the number 1 sacred ground of the Devil Path in Eternal Peace Empire. Cult Master Qin was angered, so he had killed those two envoys. Your Highness can also say Cult Master Qin's raging temper is hard to quell, so Khan Wandi must offer gifts as apology, otherwise there would be unthinkable consequences. Ling Yushu was dumbfounded. After a moment, he let out a shaky breath and sighed. All right, I'll write it this way. If Khan Wandi is angered and launch his army on us, you shall go to the front line for me and rush forward with your head. Qin Mu's face blackened. Ling Yushu smiled. Heavenly Devil Cult Master also knows how to be scared? All right, let's not talk about this, Cult Master. I feel there's no point in you staying in this Imperial College all the time. There are close to 500 foreign envoys in Imperial College, and if you get excited and kill a few more of them one day, how will I be able to supervise the Empire? I would have my hands full just trying to clean up your messes by writing letters to the emperors of the other countries every day. Qin Mu said resentfully. I don't kill frequently. Isn't there a reason for this incident? Ling Yushu smiled and said, You're a divine arts practitioner now, and your abilities are high. Father appointed you as the Palace Grandee and gave you an honorary title without actual power. How about this? Let me give you an actual position. Father and Imperial Preceptor have already woken up, and after a few days, I won't be required to handle the politics, and will definitely have to go out to send disaster relief. You can follow me. Going out on this journey, I will need to bring some officials from Ministry of Works and some scholars from Imperial College. He was truly not at ease with leaving Qin Mu here, as he reckoned he would make trouble out of nothing again, so why shouldn't he bring him around? Qin Mu pondered it for a moment and realized that there was indeed nothing for him to do if he stayed at Imperial College. He couldn't fight or kill, and there were too many restrictions to his liking, so why should he not follow this crown prince for a walk? They were walking side by side when Ling Yushu suddenly asked, I've heard my sister slept at your place last night? Qin Mu quivered and said in a firm face, Your Highness, there's definitely nothing of the sort that has happened. Don't listen to the slanders of others and spoil the clean reputation of the princess and me. Ling Yushu's gaze fell on his face and saw his sincere expression. The crown prince then breathed a sigh of relief. I believe you. All right, I'll help you settle this incident of killing the envoys and write a letter to Khan Wandi with a thick skin. You should get ready now. You'll leave the capital with me in a few days' time. Qin Mu saw him off and Chancellor Ba Sh. and walked over while saying secretively, I overheard the crown prince saying that 6th princess Ling Yushu slept over at your place the last night. Come to think of it, I had indeed seen the 6th princess and 2 palace maids carrying lanterns down the mountain this morning. Did you too? Qin Mu's head started to ache, and he said firmly, Nothing of the sort. Senior brother, it's because of this big mouth of yours that Grandpa Butcher always runs when he sees you, not daring to reunite with you. You should exercise some restraint and not speak on hearsay. Chancellor Ba Shan muttered, I was just curious, don't worry. I'm the most tight-lipped. I'm not like Duke Wei, that impoverished man who shouts everywhere with that voice of his. If Pangong Tso is the old monster, you'll be in danger tonight. Let us share a room tonight, so we can look after each other. Try to be clever when sleeping tonight, don't be too deep asleep. That night Chancellor Ba Shan's snores were like thunder as he slept on a mat laid down on the ground. Qin Mu's bed trembled from the sound, and his body was too numb from the shakes for him to fall asleep. Nothing strange happened for the longest time, until an hour or two after midnight. A chill wind suddenly came blowing over and blew open the 2 window lattices. Chapter 275. Passed away very peacefully. Qin Mu immediately sat up and looked out the window. Chancellor Ba Shan's snores were deafening and he didn't wake up even when the chill wind blew into the room. Strange chanting came from outside, but the voice was not clear. Qin Mu couldn't tell whether it was light or heavy, slow or fast. Despite that, he immediately used Heavenly Devil Creation technique to seal his souls and spirits before arousing his vital chi. Junior Protector's sword, which was hanging at the head of his bed, came out of its sheath, and the silver sword light lit up the room. There was a white figure floating to and fro outside the window, and Junior Protector's sword hummed and trembled. Sword lights shot out in a flash, and a few human heads outside the window fell to the ground. Harming people with shaman spells might sound bizarre, but those spells were nothing more than attacks targeted at the soul or the corporeal body. Even though Qin Mu wasn't too old, he knew the reason behind the bizarre occurrences. Spells that were targeted at the corporeal body required one to use secret techniques to enter the room and kill the person. Meanwhile, there were much more unimaginable methods that were targeted at the souls, for example, shaman poison. It could be used to poison the enemy's souls, and it was colorless, odorless, formless, and traceless, making it extremely hard for people to guard against it. Another example would be worshipping the soul using a straw doll. One would write the other person's date of birth and 8 characters of a horoscope on a doll and worship it for 10 days, worshipping away a soul or a spirit each day. The 7 spirits would leave in 7 days, and the 3 souls would come after. There was also victory-loathing technique, harming the soul to harm the body. By using needles or sharp blades to harm the soul, the shaman could make use of the connections between the soul and the corporeal body to harm the corporeal body by harming the soul. For example, by pricking the limbs of the soul, the enemy's corporeal body would also be pricked. If the heart of the brows was pricked, the mind would be messed up, and such. Being able to kill people by knowing their name was indeed slightly hard to imagine, but it shouldn't be much different from these 2 methods. Qin Mu sealing his souls and spirits, while hanging Junior Protector's sword at the head of his bed, was to guard against these 2 methods. Suddenly, a weird laughter sounded, and Qin Mu looked over in a hurry. He saw numerous small humans climbing in through the window and jumping onto the ground. They wielded knives, axes, military forks, and rode small horses in a formation, looking like a huge army with several hundred men. This small human army swarmed forward and stood on Chancellor Ba Shan's chest, yet Chancellor Ba Shan didn't wake up, continuing to snore like thunder. The small human in the lead wielded a long spear and rode a steed on Chancellor Ba Shan's nose. He pointed his spear at Qin Mu, who had already sat up, and his eyes were filled with the glow of excitement. With an incomprehensible shout, the other small humans went toward Qin Mu like a flood. The small humans were abnormally excited and kept shouting incomprehensibly as they waved their weapons with a fierce demeanor. Yet even though there were several hundred of them, Qin Mu felt that he could flatten all of them with 2 or 3 steps. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the reason why Butcher didn't dare to use his real name. Qin Mu pulled out his sword, but just as the sword lights were about to burst forth to sweep away all these small humans, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. This voice came in with the chill wind, and the words were dragged out, as if the person was quite far away. Qin Mu didn't say a word, but that voice was closing in on him rapidly. When other people called your name, even if you did not reply, there would be an uncontrollable reaction in your heart, and that voice had used this reaction to sense his location. So just as the sword lights in Qin Mu's hand were about to slaughter the small army, he suddenly felt a chill invading the heart of his brows. His hand that was about to pull out the sword, and his soul froze in place. When his soul was frozen, his body did the same, and the sword lights naturally extinguished. The small humans danced around in joy and climbed onto his body, tunneling into him through his mouth, ears, and nose. The next moment, Qin Mu saw these small humans carrying him away in a sprint. What they were carrying wasn't his corporeal body. They had kneeled inside him to carry away his soul. These small humans had actually run into his body and tied up his soul tightly, then brought it out above their heads. Qin Mu didn't know what they were saying as they squealed to one another before running away with him. Qin Mu felt that he was unable to move while the sceneries in front of his eyes flickered before turning pitch black. All the lights in the surroundings vanished, and only the darkness remained. He could see bubbles of light coming into existence under his body, and then noticed that he was lying on a sacrificial altar. The small humans had placed him down, and were looking up at the sky. The one in the lead squeaked at the darkness, and the sacrificial altar slowly rose up. Looking around, Qin Mu could see huge faces that were like the faces of puppets blocking his 4 sides. The faces of these wooden puppets were humongous and revealed an expression that was a smile yet not a smile, a cry yet not a cry. After that, the sacrificial altar trembled and rose up once again. A huge palm lifted it up along with the 4 wooden puppets, and Qin Mu immediately saw a blazing flame of light in the darkness. It was a huge eye which was much larger than the faces of the wooden puppets. Then, more and more huge eyes lighted up the darkness as they floated in the sky, looking extremely strange. Victory-loathing spell? When Qin Mu saw this sight, his heart trembled slightly. Pan Gong Tso must have used victory-loathing spell to make use of the small humans to invade him, trapping the souls and spirits that were sealed in his body on such a sacrificial altar. This method was very strange. When he heard the voice, it found its way over even if he didn't answer. That voice then transformed into a sacrificial altar in his body, and even though his souls and spirits had been sealed in his body, it wasn't enough. However, his souls and spirits should still be in his body, and as long as they were in his body, he had the chance to make a comeback. No matter what shaman spell you used, you will need to rely on your own magic power. In my body, your magic power will never surpass mine. You can forget about killing me. Qin Mu flipped his body up and shouted, Sword come. Suddenly, a sword pellet came flying over through the darkness and floated in front of him. This sword pellet was the one Mute had given him when he had gone back to the village for New Year. Qin Mu had once used this sword pellet to guide out the remnant of the god's divine art out of Imperial Preceptor's body, which resulted in the sword pellet being obliterated quite a bit and becoming smaller. Sword lights burst from the sword pellet and swept through the small humans in all directions, causing them to suffer a crushing defeat. The small humans had their chests and bellies split by Qin Mu, but they were not yet dead. Their broken limbs crawled here and there to reassemble themselves before continuing to attack Qin Mu.
Maya.
Meanwhile, the faces of the wooden puppets around the sacrificial altar revealed a strange smile as they raised their arms stiffly to smash towards him who was in the center of the sacrificial altar, causing sparks to fly in all directions. Qin Mu executed the sword pellet to contend against the strange wooden puppets and felt they possessed unusual strength. He was almost unable to withstand their blows. Some of the small humans were smashed by the wooden puppets and turned into a paper-like state, but in the next instant, they swelled back up as if they had been pumped with air and continued swinging their swords at Qin Mu. At this moment, the weird eyes in the darkness blazed furiously and beams of fire came shooting over in all directions. Qin Mu gritted his teeth to withstand the attacks, his soul on the verge of dispersing from all the attacks. The small humans, wooden puppets, and weird eyes seemed to be able to revive and come at him endlessly. There was no end to killing them, and they just kept attacking him, not knowing fatigue. Just as Qin Mu was about to fall into despair from exhaustion, he became furious. Is senior brother Ba Shan still sleeping? At this moment, the crows of the roosters rang out in the air, and he could faintly hear the night watchman banging the gong to signal the 5th of the 5 night watch periods. Then, Qin Mu heard Chancellor Ba Shan's yawn from seemingly far away. I waited the whole night, yet Pan Gong Tso never came to visit personally, truly disappointing. That brat is really careful and didn't cast any spells personally to kill junior brother Qin, but had another great shaman make his move. Qin Mu was slightly stunned. Senior brother Ba Shan knew I was trapped. A pity only a great shaman of 7 stars realm took the bait. Qin Mu heard Chancellor Ba Shan pulling out his knife, and the tyrant knife was unsheathed. The golden knife adorned in white jade, with rays piercing into the night through the window. Man of 50 years yet nothing made, carrying knife in 8 wilderness all alone. Along with the song, a blinding light split apart the darkness and came down from the sky, slashing onto the sacrificial altar ruthlessly. The heaven and earth instantly rumbled before starting to crumble and disintegrate. This knife seemed to have split the world in 2 places that gradually opened up towards the left and right. These were Qin Mu's eyes, which were gradually opening, but what was strange was that he felt the eyelids of his eyes open towards the left and the right. This is the victory-loathing spell of Roland's Golden Palace, which I just undid for you. This kind of victory-loathing spell turns your eyeballs half upside down, so you are looking to your left and right. Chancellor Ba Shan appeared to Qin Mu to be standing on the wall. Mobilize the muscles in your eyes and slowly adjust your eyeballs back to normal. Qin Mu followed his instructions. After some time, his eyeballs all returned to normal and he immediately said, Senior brother, I got trapped. Chancellor Ba Shan nodded and pointed forward. This is what trapped you. Qin Mu lowered his head and was slightly stunned. He saw that the sacrificial altar that had trapped him wasn't the real thing but a silver plate which had 4 wooden puppets that were the size of a palm around it. The small humans that had lifted him up were soybeans, and the horses under them were bean sprouts. Meanwhile, the eyes floating in the sky had been the eyes of huge spiders and not weird eyes that had been arranged in a line. Under the plate was a weasel. The spider and the weasel were both killed with a knife and died an unnatural death. I thought it would be Pan Gong Tso making a move and not some great shaman of 7 stars realm. Chancellor Ba Shan shook his head. I reckon Pan Gong Tso didn't make a move but sent a great shaman of 7 stars realm instead because he was worried I would be by your side. He's really careful. Qin Mu looked out the window and saw that the heads he had severed using the sword lights were just straw men that were covered in white cloth. He asked, Senior brother, what happened to the great shaman of 7 stars realm? He's dead, Chancellor Ba Shan answered. He cast a spell in his dream to harm you with victory-loathing technique, and my knife broke his spell. My knife then entered his dream through his spell and cut him down in his sleep. In other words, he passed away very peacefully. Qin Mu was skeptical and asked, Knife skills can be cultivated to such a level? Chancellor Ba Shan smiled. Teacher Heaven Knife's knife skills can be called a legend. He can cut open the void, but I can't. When morning came, everyone in Imperial College was discussing how another envoy in Barbarian D Empire had died. It was said he died suddenly on the 5th of the 5 night watch periods with blood flowing out of all his orifices. He had died extremely miserably and even screamed 3 times before falling over. Qin Mu criticized in his heart. Didn't senior brother Ba Shan say he had passed away peacefully? When afternoon came, a shaman came forth and bowed. Prince invites Cult Master Qin to a banquet. Chapter 276. Feel like killing people. Pangong Tso ordered a great shaman to cast a spell to take my life yesterday and then dares to invite me to a banquet today. Qin Mu was slightly stunned. Does he think, as an equivalent sacred ground, Roland's Golden Palace can pressure Heavenly Devil Cult? Or does he have other plans? Chancellor Bashan walked over and asked, "Do you need me to follow you?" Qin Mu shook his head. No need for that. If Pangong Tso dared to kill me in the open, he wouldn't have used shaman spells to kill me yesterday. I will meet him alone. Jade Fragrance Floor was the largest restaurant in the whole capital, using the layout of gardens. With a hall and a courtyard, there were rock gardens, flowing waters, fountains, and even beautiful women dancing and singing. Each courtyard was separated from the others and was very elegant and calm. The people coming here to eat and drink weren't here for the food but to have a place to chat. Before the disaster, the business here had been flourishing and even high officials and noble people had to book in advance. However, after the natural disaster broke out, the emperor had sent disaster relief personally and the high officials and noble people in the capital city also had to donate, so the business of Jade Fragrance Floor became slack. It was expected that after the effects of the natural disaster faded, the business of this restaurant would definitely flourish again. In Green Bamboo Garden of Jade Fragrance Floor, Pangong Tso welcomed Qin Mu and said, "Cult Master Qin, my retainers have offended you, and now that they are dead, let us bury the hatchet with their deaths. May Cult Master be magnanimous enough to forgive us." Qin Mu walked into Green Bamboo Garden and looked around. Prince is courteous. This courtyard was called Green Bamboo Garden, and entering through a door with the shape of a full moon, there were thin bamboos as shade covering both sides of the path. He could hear the babbling of running water, and after 2 turns, he saw clear water flowing down from a rock garden filled with oddly shaped rocks. Even though it was a small stream, it had the feeling of a waterfall crashing down onto the rocks at a great speed. This flowing water from the waterfall flowed into a jade vase held in the hand of a bodhisattva statue. That jade vase was tilted forward, letting the water flow out and land into the pond in the south after circulating 1 round in the vase. Qin Mu took a look and saw some sandy mounds in the southern pond. They were islands scattered about like stars in the sky, which was very interesting. Bodhisattva of Compassion of the South Sea was writing on the pond, and the words were vast and deep like the sea. The Bodhisattva was sculpted with the rock garden, and some small spells must have been used to let the water flow continuously. Even though the pond wasn't big, everything was done to the smallest detail. Looking at it up close, there was a feeling of standing in the sky above the South Sea and overlooking everything below. "Cult Master Qin, please." Pangong Tso raised his hand and invited Qin Mu to walk through the corridor. They came to a private room beside the pond. Its windows were already open, so he could see the scenery of the garden by sitting near the window. There were 2 great shamans in yellow standing at the left and right side of the door without any expressions. Pangong Tso waved his hand and said, "Both of you can fall back. Tell them to serve the dishes and wine." The 2 great shamans of Roland's Golden Palace walked out of the room, and after a moment, a waitress came to serve the dishes and wine. A few more maidens with alluring figures then came to the courtyard wearing outfits of different tribes. They played the blowing horn and yangqin while beating instruments like the damaru, giving off a different kind of flavor to the music. "It wasn't my idea to send someone to kill you yesterday night." Pangong Tso looked deeply into Qin Mu's eyes. "I don't need to borrow the hands of others to kill people. What happened yesterday was merely my retainer seeing you kill too many disciples of Roland's Golden Palace and becoming indignant, which was why he entered his dream to cast spells to harm you." Qin Mu couldn't help feeling astonished when he heard him bringing this up. He had originally expected Pangong Tso to avoid this topic, so he was surprised when the other decided to clear things up right after they were seated. "I see." Qin Mu smiled. "Luckily I'm fine, and he's already dead. I believe that little prince has nothing to do with this matter." Pangong Tso shook his head. "You know nothing. I knew why he was going to kill you, but I didn't stop him. Does Cult Master Qin want to know the reason why?" Qin Mu was slightly astonished and said modestly, "Little prince is truly surprising. I'd like to hear the details." Pangong Tso poured wine for him and said, "The reason why I didn't stop him was because I knew you would definitely let Chancellor Bashan stay in your room to guard against me casting spells in the night to kill you. He couldn't kill you, but he could delay you." Qin Mu raised his eyebrows and picked up his wine cup. The 2 of them toasted each other and drank the wine. Pangong Tso then continued, "You and I broke the wall at the same time and entered 6 Directions realm. I didn't agree to your challenge at that time because I could see your battle power was indeed extraordinary, and I wasn't 100% confident that I could defeat you. However, everything has changed after this one day. 1 day's time. I just needed 1 day's time." He revealed a smile. The victory and defeat in a battle between experts can be decided with just 1 day's time. You had to meet the Crown Prince in the afternoon, so you had no time to strengthen your Six Directions realm, to discover the marvel of Six Directions realm. At night, you had to guard against the shaman spells from that retainer of mine, and didn't have the time research Six Directions realm. On the other hand, I had a whole day's time to strengthen my Six Directions and raise my cultivation. Just one day's time is enough to turn your odds of victory to 0. Qin Mu was once again astonished, and examined the other's face. He saw that it still had a soft and immature air to it, but his gaze was deep, having a kind of depth that a youth shouldn't have. He exclaimed in admiration, "The little prince of the prairie is truly extraordinary. No wonder even Heaven Knife is afraid of you. You are only 14 years old now, right?" Pan Gong Tso poured wine for him once again and said, 13 years old. The people of the prairie br. Ave the wind and sun. So our bodies are more rugged, making us look older. 13 years old is my age in this lifetime. If Cult Master is asking about the age of my soul, I'm already 11,000 years old. Qin Mu laughed loudly. Little Prince is making me more and more astonished. I didn't expect you to say this out so easily. I have no need to hide it from you, Pan Gong Tso said. Cult Master Qin is also extremely admirable. You are the disciple of Heaven Knife, right? To have this kind of cultivation at such a young age makes me exclaim endlessly in admiration. If it was on the day when we had broken into Six Directions realm, I would have only been 80% confidence in defeating you in a match. Oh. Qin Mu smiled and didn't say a word as he fiddled around with his wine cup. Pan Gong Tso said firmly, "Counting this lifetime, I have already lived through 19 lifetimes. In my long life, I met countless heroes with none to compare with at that time and saw numerous lives and deaths, sorrows and happiness. Sometimes, I feel like I'm a reef standing upright in the passage of time while countless peerless talents flow by hurriedly like rushing waves, and even exceptional emperors of various eras are merely passing waves that I've paid no attention to. Even Heaven Knife, who had raised his knives at heaven, was merely a passing traveler hurrying by. I remember that in my 6th lifetime, I had felt that my path, skills, and divine arts were no longer able to go another step further, so I had entered the Central Plains to become a member of Dao Sect, to learn Pre-Celestial Supreme Mystery Technique and Dao Sword. At that time, Dao Master of Dao Sect held high expectation for me and allowed me to become Daozi. He even expected me to become Dao Master and lead Dao Sect. The corners of Qin Mu's eyes twitched. This old monster had entered Dao Sect once and even became Daozi. Dao Sect's ultimate arts, Pre-Celestial Supreme Mystery Technique and 14 writings of Dao Sword were both learned by him. Dao Sword was very hard to comprehend. In that lifetime, I learned up to the 13th sword, but I could never comprehend the 14th sword from the beginning to the end. Pan Gong Tso sighed ruefully. Dao Sword was simply too difficult, so even if I had the power of Pre-Celestial Supreme Mystery Technique, it was too difficult to comprehend it completely. It required one to have a terrifying comprehension of algebra. Until I died of old age, I still didn't manage to learn the 14th sword. When I started my 7th lifetime, I entered Dao Sect again, but I still didn't manage to learn the 14th sword. I only succeeded in cultivating half of that sword move. When it came to the 8th lifetime, I entered Great Thunderclap Monastery. Qin Mu's heart trembled violently, and he looked into the other's eyes deeply. You felt that Dao Sword could no longer allow you to break. Through SP you went to Great Thunderclap Monastery to learn Rulai's Mahayana Sutra? Wrong, Pan Gong Tso said solemnly. I went there to comprehend Buddhism. Great Thunderclap Monastery's Dharma has an extremely high comprehension on one's nature, and Rulai's Mahayana Sutra gathered Mahayana Buddhists that cultivated their nature, so I naturally had to learn it. I began from a small monk, reading through all the Buddhist scriptures of Great Thunderclap Monastery, comprehending all of them before learning Rulai's Mahayana Sutra. Qin Mu asked, the Rulai of that generation should have also held high expectations for you, right? He said my comprehension was the best in the world in that era, and my attainments in Buddhism even surpassed his. I was said to have unhindered eloquence. I cultivated all 20 heavens of Rulai's Mahayana Sutra, but I still left Great Thunderclap Monastery in the end. The Buddhism of Great Thunderclap Monastery couldn't allow me to break through the final realm. In my next lifetime, I reincarnated into a woman and went to Passion Parting Palace. Another lifetime passed by, and I went to Little Jade Capital. I stayed there for a few lifetimes. Only then did I manage to learn all of the ultimate arts there. It's indeed the sacred ground that's above the 3 big sacred grounds. He sighed ruefully as he seemed to reminisce about the days in Little Jade Capital. He paused for a moment. Then I went to Heavenly Saint Cult. The light in Qin Mu's eyes flickered and he asked, Heavenly Saint Cult? You learned great educational heavenly double scriptures? What did you comprehend? Pan Gong Tso revealed a smile and said, Great educational heavenly double scriptures are very strong, but compared to Rulai's Mahayana Sutra and Dao Sword, they are slightly inferior. When I planned to leave, I heard about the unity technique of great educational heavenly devil scriptures which could only be passed down from cult master to cult master. I wanted to receive it very much, so I remained in Heavenly Saint cult. It's a pity that the heavenly devil cult master of that generation was very strong, and his disciple was very strong as well. This disciple was acclaimed as the saint that appears once every 500 years. I lost to him and missed the opportunity to become the cult master. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief, and Pan Gong Tso continued, "That's why I betrayed Heavenly Devil Cult and brought the experts of Dao Sect and gathered the righteous practitioners of the righteous path to attack Heavenly Saint Cult, killing the saint that appears once every 500 years. The wine in Qin Mu's wine cup trembled, and one drop landed on the table. That saint was indeed rare to find, and he fought Dao Master to death, while managing to injure me severely after I had launched a sneak attack on him. However, he was still exhausted to death by us using countless practitioners of the righteous path." Pan Gong Tso said leisurely. Before he died, he passed on the position of the cult master and unity technique to Heavenly King Qing of that time. Even though I was severely injured, how could I let everything go to waste after thinking I could conquer Heavenly Saint cult with one more step? Therefore, I continued to lead everyone to attack, yet that cult master Qing imparted unity technique to the saintess before leading the cult followers to fight to the death with me. I had no choice but to retreat back to the prairie with my injuries. He sighed ruefully. After that, I heard that cult master Qing died in Jade Ripple Pool. The saintess succeeded as the cult master and slaughtered so many practitioners of Dao Sect and the righteous paths that they were left terrified. In the end, she exhausted her powers and died after passing down the position. How does Heavenly Saint cult refer to these three cult masters? Qin Mu said with an apathetic face, "Three kings. 3 kings. Pan Gong Tso thought about it, then praised, "They are indeed worthy to be called 3 kings. Now you should know the relationship between me and Heavenly Saint cult, right? You should also know where my 80% confidence had come from, right? However, that was a day ago. Facing you now, I'm 100% confident in my victory. You don't even have a 10% chance of winning." Qin Mu rose and stretched his body. "Let's go. I feel like killing people now." Pan Gong Tso rose, and the two of them walked out side by side. Pan Gong Tso turned back to instruct the 2 great shamans, "Leave the dishes here, then warm them up, I'll be back soon." Chapter 277, Tempo. Qin Mu and Pan Gong Tso walked out side by side and left Jade Fragrance Floor, walking out of the city while following the street. The capital city in the early spring was still pretty chilly, and even in the noon, the sun wasn't very high up. It was located in the southern part of the sky and wasn't dazzling in the least. The capital city was still pretty bustling in the spring while people coming and going. Some young masters and young ladies of wealthy families would form companionship to walk around, and their clothes were mainly sable fur coats. Wearing these fluffy coats, it would serve as a contrast to make their fair skin stand out more. Using during the season, numerous wealthy families would already have boarded flying ships to head to the south to get through the winter, only coming back when spring was turning into summer. However, it was different this year. The natural disaster had caused the south to be as cold as the north, and perhaps even colder, therefore most of the people still chose to remain in the north. After all, there were all kinds of natural and man-made disasters out there, so it would be better to stay safe in the capital city. Qin Mu and Pan Gong Tso walked very slowly, as both of them were adjusting their state. Pan Gong Tso was no doubt a capable person that had reincarnated 19 lifetimes and lived 20 lifetimes. He soon adjusted his essence, chi, and spirit to their peak, while Qin Mu was still slowly adjusting. Murderous intent started to pour out of Pan Gong Tso and was targeted at Qin Mu as he slowly quickened his footsteps. His murderous intent was directed at Qin Mu to make him react, having no choice but to change his walking posture, so as to not reveal a mistake. In Imperial College, Qin Mu had aimed him in this way as well to force him to hobble as he walked, borrowing the bending of his body to not reveal any mistake in his action, so that Qin Mu couldn't take advantage of him. Now, he was giving him a taste of his own medicine, using his peak performance and aura to pressure Qin Mu, forcing Qin Mu to follow his tempo, to change along with the change of his aura. As long as Qin Mu had no choice but to follow his tempo, he would be able to hold the right to be active, causing Qin Mu to fall into a passive state, becoming weary from dealing with him. To avoid revealing a mistake, Qin Mu would continuously change his trajectory and change his aura. The longer the road he took, the more changes there would be. In the end, the number of changes will surpass the horizons and knowledge of this youth, making him unable to change his trajectory anymore. When they reached the outskirts of the city, killing Qin Mu would just become a matter of 1 or 2 moves. Old fox. Qin Mu had a grave expression. This was a very terrifying existence. Pan Gong Tso was such a terrifying person. No matter if he was stronger than his opponent, he would immediately grab the upper hand if it was right in front of him, magnifying his superiority as much as he could. After 10,000 years of polishing, he was already rarely moved by external matters. Every word and every action moved according to the experience he had accumulated over the past 10,000 years, and his experience was like runes and reasons, deeply imprinted in his moves and actions. Eternal Peace, Imperial Preceptor, and Blind had both said before, to apply knowledge and action as one. Old Ma had also said to abide by the rules. With the accumulation of 10,000 years, Pan Gong Tso had managed to achieve this step. As for applying knowledge and action as one, Qin Mu had his own understanding. Not taking action according to your knowledge, that's insincerity. Not succeeding after taking action, that's incapability. Taking action because of knowledge, that's the heart of utter sincerity. Succeeding in your action, that's carrying out to the end. At this point, it would already be difficult for one to be influenced by other people and incidents. And the prerequisite of applying knowledge and action as one was pursuing knowledge to the end. To study the underlying principle of a matter and turn it into one's own knowledge. For example, cooking. To perfect the craft of cooking so there's nothing to be picky in regards to the color, fragrance, and taste. For example, construction. To construct buildings and pavilions to be sturdy, beautiful, and useful, being able to look magnificent and not crumble under storms or earthquakes. For example, shipbuilding. To fully understand the principle of building a ship, using sturdy materials and not sinking when facing wind and waves. This was pursuing knowledge to the end. To study one thing or one matter to its extreme, understanding all the principles behind it. When one managed to pursue knowledge to the end, could one apply knowledge and action as one. Pan Gong Tso was such a person. Reincarnating over and over again, he had studying all kinds of techniques to their extremes, and all the knowledge he had learned had become his foundation, becoming a part of his words and actions. Every action and word from him held deep significance, and even from the start where Qin Mu had met him, Qin Mu was already brought into his tempo. From Qin Mu's provocation outside Hall of Six Directions, and all the way to chatting with Pan Gong Tso in Jade Fragrance Floor, was all's a web weaved by him. A huge web that was methodically weaved to trap Qin Mu within. Now, as they walked out of the city, it was the spider pulling back its web while spitting silk on Qin Mu's body, coiling around Qin Mu and binding him. This made the space which Qin Mu could move around in becoming smaller and smaller. When they were out of the city, it would be the time for the huge spider to spit its venom to poison its prey. Qin Mu had never seen such a terrifying opponent before. No matter if it was Daozi or Fozi, or even those great experts of Celestial Being Realm and Life and Death Realm that had chased after his life, they were all much inferior compared to Pan Gong Tso. Now, Qin Mu was already forced to hobble as he walked, leaning unsteadily from side to side. Meanwhile, Pan Gong Tso was walking more and more steadily. He was forcing Qin Mu to show all his changes, so as to not show his mistake. When Qin Mu exhausted all his changes, it would be the death of Qin Mu. To be able to clash with such a terrifying existence is a huge opportunity. Qin Mu's footsteps suddenly stopped, and in that instant where he had stopped, hundreds of mistakes appeared on his body. It could be said that there were mistakes all over his body. Pan Gong Tso was slightly stunned and also stopped in his footsteps. In this instant, he had the urge to make a move. With mistakes all over Qin Mu's body, these were all fatal mistakes that could take Qin Mu's life with one strike in Pan Gong Tso's eyes. However, he hesitated for an instant. Qin Mu was the Heavenly Devil Cult Master, and Heavenly Devil Cult Master has an extremely huge power, the #1 sect in the secular world. If he was to kill Qin Mu here, it was difficult for him to escape the revenge of Heavenly Devil Cult. In this instant where he hesitated, all of the mistakes on Qin Mu's body vanished, and his aura suddenly burst forth, releasing his murderous intent which overwhelmed Pan Gong Tso as he raised his leg to walk forward. Pan Gong Tso's expression sank and had no choice to catch up with him, sinking into a passive state. Qin Mu made use of his hesitation to free himself from the disadvantageous situation. This was indeed out of his expectation. Even though it was evident that this youth's experience was inferior to him, he had a kind of acute spirit that was long obliterated in him. After reincarnating so many times, that acute determination to improve in his first lifetime had slowly been obliterated under the endless passage of time through lifetime after lifetime. Now he had once again seen this kind of essence, qi, and spirit from Qin Mu. Now it was his turn to be suppressed by Qin Mu and forced to walk forward in accordance to Qin Mu's tempo. The body techniques and auras of these two people changed continuously, and each change was very fine. However, as they walked more and more, the swaying of Pan Gong Tso's body became wider and wider, making him look like a drunk man that was leaning from side to side, catching the attention of many people. The situation now seemed like Qin Mu was using an invisible rope to lead a 13 to 14 years old drunk child to walk on the street. The battle of experts was just like this. Especially when the difference between the both of them was not huge, Any carelessness would result in a reversal of situation. Qin Mu made use of his mental state in not daring to make a move on him in the city to reverse the situation. Even though the two people had yet to exchange blows, they have already started to clash using their wisdom. Even if the situation was reversed, Qin Mu still didn't let his guard down. It was as Pan Gong Tso had said, Qin Mu had no time to strengthen his Six Directions realm. Even though he had entered Six Directions realm at the same time as Pan Gong Tso was different from him. Pan Gong Tso had the experience of 20 lifetimes and had broken through Six Directions realm 20 times. In just a day, Pan Gong Tso had enough time to strengthen this realm and mobilize the power that could be mobilized in this realm. On the other hand, Qin Mu had to spend time to familiarize and figure his way around in order to control the power in this realm. The most crucial point was that he had no time now to cultivate his Six Direction realm. He already had the circulation diagram of Six Direction realm and Seven Stars realm. One obtained from the first hall in Imperial College, while the circulation diagram of Seven Stars realm was inscribed on a stone tablet in Roland's Golden Palace. However, for him to comprehend Unity Technique, he needed to fuse Overlord Body 3 Elixir Technique and Great Educational Heavenly Devil Scriptures, and it was impossible for Pan Gong Tso to give him time to fuse his techniques. Qin Mu's mind delved into his Six Directions divine treasure, and in this divine treasure, he saw his spirit embryo. He then saw the 5 element stars and shrine in the sky, sensing his 5 elements star sovereigns. From this angle of the spirit embryo, he could see the 4 sides of heaven and earth. It was evident after entering Six Directions realm, it was required for him to combine these 3 great divine treasures as one. His technique had to pass through all 3 great divine treasures to form one whole body. In his Six Directions divine treasure, there were 4 sides of heaven and earth, strengthening his magic power to be able to execute divine arts. This was a qualitative leap, but since he didn't have the circulation diagram of Six Directions realm for Overlord Body 3 Elixir Technique, it would be his greatest shortcoming. Finally, the two of them walked out of the capital city and came to the outskirts of the city. The extent of Pan Gong Tso's movement as he was walking became more and more exaggerated as he staggered along. However, the changes in his body motions and techniques were still endless as he maintained a perfect state that didn't have any mistake. Qin Mu couldn't help admiring him. As they walked from the center of the city to the outskirts of the city, just the body techniques alone had gone through dozens of changes from Pan Gong Tso. Each and every kind of body technique was extremely intricate and cultivated to their extremes. He moved forward using the form of a dragon and really looked like a true dragon moving on the land. When he moved like a tiger, he gave off a feeling like he was a fierce tiger. When he executed the body technique of a phoenix, he was flying low like a phoenix. When he executed the body technique of a swimming fish, he was like a fish swimming against the current. It was hard to imagine how a person could cultivate so many body techniques to the extreme. 2 of them moved further, and their murderous intents grew thicker and thicker. From Qin Mu's Taotai sack, a sword pellet flew out along with Junior Protector Sword, hanging on his waist. Meanwhile, the 2 pig-slaughtering knives on Qin Mu's back dropped off and the 2 knives stabbed into the ground one after another, showing only the knives' handles. The 2 knives were over 30 yards apart. His bamboo cane stabbed onto the ground while his iron hammer landed on the ground. From his sleeves, his brush, ink, papers, and inkstone also slid out and got thrown onto the ground as he was walking. As he was walking, his body trembled and heavy chunks of iron fell off from the front and the back of his chest. The iron boots on his feet suddenly exploded, and the iron weights strapped on his legs also fell off. His body became light, and his bones crackled and rattled. His aura had actually once again risen like the tide. Pan Gong Tso still continued moving along with his tempo. Qin Mu raising his aura had brought him an even larger pressure, but he was still able to endure and didn't reveal any slight mistake. The grasses on the grassland far away had already grown out, and there were numerous couples stepping on the greenery as they formed companionships to go on a spring outing. Some children were flying kites and running happily on the grassland. Some young men were showing off their body techniques as they rose into the sky with a few steps, stepping on the kites in the air, arousing the girls below to exclaim in admiration. The exclaims of admiration gradually lessened as the people started to look at the 2 strange youths, which were Qin Mu and Pan Gong Tso. The flock of birds in the forest flapped upwards and moved far away to avoid them. The murderous intents from these 2 youths had astonished them. As Qin Mu and Pan Gong Tso walked to the side of Mud River, and suddenly there were countless of huge fishes jumping out of the water, flopping on the surface of the river to escape towards the heart of the river, making the river extraordinary bustling. The instant these fishes and birds jumped and flew up, a child suddenly closed his eyes and opened his mouth wide to bawl loudly. Amidst the cries, Qin Mu and Pan Gong Tso, who were beside the river, unleashed their moves at practically the same time. Chapter 278. Warm the Wine. All kinds of runes from Buddhist scriptures appeared around Qin Mu's body and revolved like a huge bell covering him. The five heavens from Rilai's Mahayana Sutra took shape as Buddha voice surrounded him. At the same time, he activated 9 Dragon Monarch technique, and the dragon chi came swarming from the 9 huge dragon veins surrounding the capital city, raising his aura once again. 9 Dragon Monarch technique was the supreme art of the imperial family and had been taught to him by Emperor Yanfeng personally. Under Qin Mu's execution, the dragon chi pouring out from the 9 dragon veins materialized and even entered the river water, causing dragons to fly out of the river while surging towards Qin Mu. He took the first strike. At this point, no matter if Pan Gong Tso revealed any mistake or not, he would be crushed by Qin Mu's abnormally dense vital chi that could suppress all kinds of intricate moves. Pan Gong Tso would be overwhelmed by an incomparable strength. The best method to deal with Pan Gong Tso was to use magic power to overwhelm him and not compete with him in moves. The river water exploded and flooded into the sky, transforming into the form of a huge Buddha that was over 30 yards tall and stood like a water mountain on the river. Water dragons coiled around this huge Buddha, and its 5 fingers were like 5 mountains rushing down at Pan Gong Tso. The 9 dragons let out angry roars as 9 Dragons Monarch technique fused with Tempest of the 9 dragons from Thunderclap 8 strikes. This strike showed the vastness of Buddhism's divine arts and the invincibility of the imperial family. The 9 dragons pounced on their target. Bang, bang, bang. The speed of the streams surpassed the speed of sound, and they exploded with thunderous bangs, facing nothing. Gee, they couldn't destroy. What's divine art? This is divine art. Qin Mu's strongest point was his magic power, which surpassed that of his peers by several times. Even the old monsters like Village Chief were much inferior to him on the same realm. This kind of magic power was something Pan Gong Tso had no hope of matching. That's why Qin Mu wanted to use his absolute strength to overwhelm Pan Gong Tso, turning all of his 11,000 years of cultivation useless. At the instant Qin Mu's attack was about to burst forth, Pan Gong Tso's counter also arrived. What he used was a sword pellet that was the size of a thumb, and resplendent sword lights burst forth from within it. The second writing from the 14 writings of Dao Sword, binding of 5 Qi and 3 Eons, rising on the spot, cloud chariots crossing. He used the ultimate art of Dao Sect straightaway, using the purest pre-celestial supreme mystery technique to execute the second sword of Dao Sword. The sword lights contained wood, fire, earth, gold, and water, which are the 5 Qi, Heaven Aeon, Earth Aeon, Water Aeon, as well as the 3 Aeon. Heaven Aeon was akin to the sun, and called Supreme Yang. Water Aeon was akin to the moon, which was called Supreme Yin, while Earth Aeon was the neutralization. Once he executed this sword skill, the sword lights constructed the ideal world of Dao Sect, one with a sword sun, sword moon, sword earth, and the invigoration of the 5 Qi. The sword skills of Dao Sect required extremely high attainments in algebra and used it as their foundation. They believed that all the great Dao in the heaven and earth could be answered using algebra. This was their path of 1 produces 2, 2 produce 3, and 3 produce all things. In their eyes, numerals construct everything in the world. Even if it were life forms or something else, it was all the same. Everything was ultimately just wonderful numerals. This was why Dao Sect had created a circular Wuji diagram, the Taiji diagram that separates yin and yang, and also the 4 symbols diagram, 8 trigrams, 64 hexagrams, to calculate the great Dao and all things of the heaven and earth. And when these became sword skills, they would form pictures and be in operation continuously, evolving all living things in the world and achieving magnificent power. Dao Sect's 14 writings of Dao Sword contained an ideal world in each writing. They were beautiful pictures developed from algebra, interpreting the marvel of heaven and earth. This was the biggest difference between Dao Sect and Buddhism. Dao Sect was the school of maths and Buddhism was the school of mind. The disciples of Dao Sect often joked about it among themselves. Your math isn't good? What are you cultivating for then? It's better to go home earlier to carry your baby. The divine arts of the two people collided. One was a sword skill divine art while the other was a corporeal body divine art and a spell divine art. When THEY collided, it was a terrifying sight. The surface of the river trembled, and water floated up into the sky. More than that, the ground trembled as well, resulting in a minor shake. The impact of the aftermath caused fine jets of water to pierce through the willows beside the river, while the sword chi stabbed into the rocks, creating numerous holes in the reefs by the shore. The world-shaking strike from Qin Mu rushed into the ideal world of Dao Sect formed by Pan Gong Tso's sword lights, and the overwhelming power got broken down by the mathematics contained in the sword lights. In Pan Gong Tso's sword skill, something as boring as algebra could be enchanting and resplendent. Among the enchanting sword lights, the 9 water dragons and water Buddha rapidly crumbled, unable to withstand a single blow from the second move of Dao Sword. Countless sword lights flew and struck the Buddha rays, which had transformed into a huge bell around Qin Ripples appeared on the surface of the bell, and in the next instant, the huge bell was destroyed. Qin had no change in expression as a sword pellet landed into his hand. In an instant, the sword lights from inside the pellet burst forth. Qin didn't use sword treading mountains and rivers, but went straight to the second move of sword picture. One side of Mud River turned scarlet, and blood-red sword lights poured forward like a huge sea. Among them, there seemed to be an emperor god rising up, pointing his sword at his enemies while looking disdainfully at everything out of the corner of his eye. Sword of Founding Emperor Sea of Blood. Dao's sword and sword picture collided, and Pangong Tso gave a grunt. The 5 Qi and 3 Ians were instantly destroyed as matchless sword lights came bombarding his face with exceptional killing intent. His body rose into the sky and soared like a brave dragon, executing marvelous body technique. It changed continuously like swimming fish, flying sparrows, and 9 phoenixes, but he still couldn't avoid all of the sword lights. Qi, qi, qi. Crimson lights emanated from his body as he leaped around, landing on the surface of the river and exploding the water in all directions. Qin leaped up, and the sword lights in his hand vanished. The sword pellet transformed into a huge knife and sliced apart the river surface. Pangong Tso swung his sword pellet to receive this blow, only to hear a series of bangs. He tumbled 6 to 7 times on the river surface, like a skipping stone that a child had thrown before stopping his momentum. On the other side, Qin sprinted over while stepping on the river surface, and every time his feet landed on the river surface, there was a huge explosion, splattering water in all directions. Before Pangong Tso could even land on his feet, Qin had already sprinted several hundred yards forward. The huge knife suddenly pulled back and covered his fist like flowing water. Qin gave a punch. Boom. The river surface tray bled as water dragons glowing with a green light roared in anger and drowned out Pangong Tso, who was dozens of yards away. The river surface became incomparably bustling in a split second. 45 dragons flew out from the punch and merged with the river water as they rushed towards Pangong Tso, resulting in endless loud bangs. Qin leaped into the sky while stretching his 10 fingers out. With his palms facing the sky, he pulled downwards and bolts of lightning lighted up the river surface. Those bolts of lightning gathered together as they struck in the center of the 45 dragons. As Qin was coming down, the sword pellet in his hand changed into countless sword lights, sword treading mountains and rivers. The sword lights transformed into vast mountains and rivers that descended from the sky. They crashed into the water, breaking the surface and splitting the river in a radius of a dozen yards. The water that had risen was then separated into droplets that formed mountains in the river. Underneath, blood sprayed out as a figure escaped toward the bottom of the river. Qin raised his hand, and his junior protector sword that was on his waist flew out with a hum. His index finger revolved, and junior protector sword spun frantically. Sword Qi surrounded it as it used drill sword form, breaking apart the water to shoot straight to the bottom of the river, chasing the trail of blood. Qin's shirt fluttered as he gently floated down from the sky and stepped on the river surface, which was billowing with waves. The sound of waves crashing against themselves came from behind him, and it was something from when he was sprinting over. The waves were raised into midair and only landed down now, flying up and dispersing like fine jade. On the river surface, Qin changed his footsteps, and the river surface around his feet instantly changed. The water whirled around him as if there were transparent flood dragons surrounding him, forming a huge circle. Junior Protector's sword flew out from the river surface, continuing to spin the air. However, it was gradually slowing down. When it came in front of Qin, it had already stopped spinning. The sword sheath on Qin's waist flew out, transforming into a fish dragon, and swallowed the sword with its huge mouth before returning to his waist as a sword sheath. Qin's expression remained calm, as usual, while he stood quietly. The sword pellet flew out from his hand and hovered in front of him, looking like a slightly larger water droplet. In his surroundings, streams of water were slowly rising into the sky as though the rain was falling in the other direction. The river water that rose into the sky turned into water vapor, forming clouds that covered a radius of dozens of yards. Flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder came from the clouds. As the lightning flashed from time to time, scales and claws could be faintly seen. Pangong Tso, you have disappointed me. Qin's calm voice traveled over the river surface as he spoke indifferently. Does the cultivation of your 19 lifetimes only amounts to this? Why don't you dare to come out? I'm waiting to kill you, so I can go back to continue my meal. After all, the dishes are going to turn cold soon. There was no movement on the river surface. Qin frowned and turned around to walk back to the shore. As he walked back through the same route he had taken earlier, astonished faces were all around him as the people turned their heads to look at him. Tourists followed him with their gazes as he walked away. Qin Mu ignored them and picked up the brush, ink, papers, and inkstone he had thrown out before noticing the iron hammer. He stretched his hand to grab the handle of the hammer and suddenly raised it to give a powerful slam on the ground. With a loud boom, the air in front of him was compressed to become a wall which soon crumbled to pieces. With this smash on the ground, the earth sunk and split open. Tremors came from underground as a figure moved away rapidly. Qin Mu leaped forward as if he was flying and came to the bamboo cane at the next instant. With a smack of his palm, the bamboo cane shot down into the ground and blood spurted out from the small hole it had made. Qin Mu leaped a few more times and came to the front of the two pig slaughtering knives. With his head below and legs above, his hands grabbed onto the handles of the knives. As he spun with them, countless knife lights sliced into the earth. His body moved forward, and he spun while the knife lights continued slashing into the earth like rain and waterfall. Suddenly, Qin Mu opened up his legs and slammed the ground with the backs of his knives. He flipped in the air before landing steadily on his feet. Sheathing his knives behind him, he turned around and walked into the capital city. Soon after that, he came to Jade Fragrance Floor and walked into Green Bamboo Garden, coming to the private room after taking 2 turns around the statue of Bodhisattva of Compassion. The 2 great shamans were still in the private room and revealed astonishment when they saw him. "Are the dishes still warm?"
Qin Mu asked.
One of the great shamans looked at him in a daze, while the other nodded immediately. "What about the wine?" "The wine has turned slightly cold." Qin Mu waved his hand and said, "Go warm it up and serve it to me. You, stay behind to pour it for me." Chapter 279. Poison in the Wine. After a moment, the great shaman that went to warm the wine came back. The other great shaman swirled the wine, and when it was clear, he poured a bowl and placed it respectfully in front of Qin Mu. "Is it poisoned?" Qin Mu asked with a pleasant expression. The 2 great shamans from Roland's Golden Palace immediately said, "We don't dare." Qin Mu laughed out loud. "I'm a divine physician who has learned from Jade Face Poison King. If you guys try to play poison in front of me, that would be quite a joke." The 2 great shamans laughed with him. Qin Mu's expression sunk and pointed at the great shaman who had warmed the wine. "Drink it." The expression of that great shaman changed drastically, and he started trembling. Qin Mu's face turned even darker, and he repeated coldly, "Drink it." The corners of the great shaman's eyes twitched as he picked up the wine bowl with trembling hands to drink 2 mouthfuls. He smiled. "No poison." As he said this, his body trembled and shriveled up like a deflated balloon. He became thinner and thinner until only his skin was left. Covering the skin was his clothes, and there seemed to be things wiggling in them. A bunch of insects chewed through his skin and flooded out, crawling in all directions. They then incinerated and turned into ashes. The face of the other great shaman turned ashen. Without a change in expression, Qin Mu rapped the table. "Serve me another bowl." The great shaman serving the wine had a tearful expression as he said, "There's poison in the wine." "Can't poison me," Qin Mu said indifferently. "Continue serving the wine." "Where are the dancers?" "Call them." Songs and dances liven up the mood. The great shaman immediately poured a bowl of wine and summoned the dancers, continuing with the dance and music. Qin Mu ate the dishes and drank the wine as he enjoyed the songs and dances, clapping when he was entertained. This banquet lasted for quite a long time, and the sun was hanging late in the west when he waved his hand and made the singers and dancers fall back. The wine was highly toxic and contained a kind of shamanic poison. It had venomous insects that specialized in eating souls and corporeal bodies. However, Qin Mu was still fine after drinking nearly the entire jar of wine. Such a disappointment. Qin Mu rose, leaving the table in a mess. All the food and wine had been eaten and drunk by him, and it was more than even a dozen lords would have been able to eat. However, he didn't seem full, as all the wine and food had been dissolved by spirit-returning Pilgrate supplement technique. "You've lived through so many lifetimes, 11,000 years. What a pity that you never took your own path, always liking the path of others, jumping from one to another. After jumping here and there, you obliterated your own acute spirit." Qin Mu shook his head. "I waited so long for you, yet you still don't dare to show up. What a joke. I thought you would be my opponent, but I didn't count that the older you get, the more cowardly you get. After I took the upper hand, you didn't dare to pick another fight with me again." The great shaman from Roland's Golden Palace was unable to make heads or tails of what he was saying, not knowing who he was talking to. What's the need for dreams when one doesn't dare to struggle? Qin Mu walked outside and chuckled. "It's better for you to just go home. That's right, since it's your treat. Foot the bill before leaving." He walked out of Jade Fragrance Floor and left. In Green Bamboo Garden, the great shaman was befuddled and waved his hand to dismiss the singers and dancers. After a moment, Pangong Tso walked out from the shadows with a gloomy face while stained in blood. "The sword skills of Human Emperor," he said in a low voice. Those were actually the sword skills of Human Emperor. Even though it could have been a deception, I don't think I saw it wrong. What that junior used were the sword skills of that human emperor, which were fused with Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor's sword skills, as well as Rulai's Mahayana Sutra, combined with Nine Dragons' monarch technique of Ling family. He had combined all these techniques. Qin Mu had fused so many techniques and divine arts together, and they were all top-notch techniques and divine arts. So Pan Gong Tso's Dao sword had been countered when they exchanged moves, messing up his mind and plans. Therefore, he no longer dared to fight head-on with Qin Mu. He didn't know how many moves of the human emperor's sword skills he had learned. The human emperor of the previous generation was an extremely strong practitioner, so he didn't dare to take the risk. In the previous generation, many incidents happened, and there were many figures that were close to gods walking around in the world. He was one of them. Heaven Knife was also one of them. Other than them, they were numerous other glorious figures, but none of them were as dazzling. Human Emperor was the most dazzling star in the previous generation. Other than him, Pan Gong Tso had seen another human emperor, one of the generation prior to that man's. It was some 800 years back. The human emperors had appeared in his long life again, and every one of them was abnormally dazzling, overshadowing his radiance. Various human emperors could be traced even all the way back to his first lifetime, and even before that. There were human emperors walking in the world since a very long time ago. He was once curious about this incomparably ancient inheritance. The techniques and divine arts of every human emperor were different, and every one of them was absolutely astonishing. There were even quite a number of saints that appeared once every 500 years that ended up as human emperors. He had wanted to get in touch with this inheritance, but since he died a few times under the hands of human emperors, he vanquished this thought. And right then, he saw the inheritance of the previous generation's human emperor in Qin Mu's skills. The previous generation's human emperor had vanished for a long time, and rumors said that he's been dead for 300 to 400 years. Pan Gong Tso had seen the sword of this human emperor before and knew that he was one of the strongest people in the previous generation. He was the strongest sword. After seeing it once, the sword light would be forever imprinted in one's heart, making them unable to forget it. If not for that, Pan Gong Tso would have never panicked and messed up, getting heavily injured by Qin Mu and losing the upper hands and escaping into the river. He had then went into the ground, but the youth's green heaven's eyes discovered him, and he used his bamboo cane, iron hammer, and pig-slaughtering knives to land fatal blows on him, adding injuries on top of injuries. Because of that, there was no way for him to turn back. His attainments in escaping arts had been cultivated to their extreme. The escaping skills of Little Jade Capital were definitely the first-rate escaping arts in this world. His soul was extremely strong and close to the level of God, so Qin Mu wouldn't be able to kill him. In addition, the cultivation of his previous lifetime was still in his body. Even though this body was very weak and couldn't withstand such terrifying strength, it wasn't everything. If Qin Mu forced him to his limits, the explosion of his power would be enough to kill the youth. After he escaped, Qin Mu knew he couldn't make him stay, and so didn't chase after him. Instead, he went back to Jade Fragrance Floor and forced him to not dare to reveal himself, delaying him curing his injuries. If that ancient organization learned that the human emperor is not yet dead and still has a successor, things will definitely get bustling, Pan Gong Tso muttered in a low voice. The great shaman that had served Qin Mu wine immediately went forward and smiled. "Prince, how are your injuries?" Cult Master Qin had not paid just now. "I don't need anyone to know I lost, even though I've lost many times." The great shaman was slightly stunned and suddenly felt his soul becoming stiff, as if something had chained it up. He couldn't help revealing fear. The next moment, his flesh and bones melted and his soul disintegrated, leaving a pile of clothes on the ground. Pan Gong Tso walked out and footed the bill while thinking to himself, "Luckily I met that organization quite a few times and know how to contact them. I'm afraid that I won't be able to stay in the capital city anymore. This cult Master Qin will definitely inform Chancellor Bashan when he goes back and not let me have a place to fit in. However, if I want to hide, Chancellor Bashan won't be able to find me." He walked out of Jade Fragrance Floor and into the shadows, never appearing again. Qin Mu returned to Imperial College and found Chancellor Bashan. "Pan Gong Tso is indeed the old monster of Roland's Golden Palace. I injured him, so I'm afraid he won't appear again." Chancellor Bashan was startled and cried out. "He left? If he cast a spell on you in secret, how bad would that be?" Teacher Heaven Knife didn't manage to kill him and had no choice but to hide his name. "What about you then?" The brat's cultivation is still in 6 Directions realm, but soon enough, he will break through into 7 Stars realm, then Life and Death realm. With only 10 or so years, I'm afraid he'll return back to Divine Bridge realm. At that time, you'll be dead meat. Qin Mu smiled. "Why doesn't senior brother stay by my side? That way, he won't dare to make a move." Chancellor Bashan frowned and said, He knows my name and will be able to kill me 10 years later as well. It won't do. I can only solve the problem temporarily by staying at your side. I need to find and kill him to prevent further troubles. When he was done, he summoned the Green Bull to leave in a hurry. Qin Mu returned to Scholar's residence. While looking at his room, a sense of dread washed over him. If Chancellor Bashan doesn't find Pangong Tso, won't that brat stare at me every night? How will I be able to sleep like that? It simply won't do. I have to find that guy. This matter should be better if it was handled by the disciples of Heavenly Saint Cult. Unless he went back to Roland's Golden Palace to hide, he won't be able to escape my eyes and ears. Just as he thought this, a steward from Scholar's residence walked over and said, Academician Qin is already a divine arts practitioner. You should be moving to divine arts residence. There were other stewards helping Chen Wanyun and Si Yunxiang to move as well while saying, You have also succeeded in breaking the wall, so must also leave Scholar's residence to move to divine arts residence. Chen Wanyun and Si Yunxiang saw Qin Mu and came over in a hurry to thank him. They said, if not for Cult Master's Six Directions computational cannon, we wouldn't have been able to enter Six Directions realms so fast. It was just a little thing, Qin Mu said humbly. Chen Wanyun had a weird expression, and Si Yunxiang suffered a setback. To Qin Mu, it was a little thing, but to them it was a huge help. Like this, did she still have hope to get rid of this cult master to become the female cult master of Heavenly Saint Cult? Scholar's residence, I'm leaving. Chen Wanyun waved to the scholars that had come to send him off and smiled. Whoever is willing to be the big brother can go fight for the role themselves. Yu Qinghong and Monk Yin Ke had no interest in that as they looked at each other before smiling. You guys can go to Divine Arts residence first. We'll be there in 2 days. This position of the big brother should be handed to the other junior brothers and sisters. Qin Mu and the rest walked towards Divine Arts residence while the dragon Qilin followed behind them. This lazy dragon was determined to follow Qin Mu everywhere he went, never letting go of this meal master. That's right. Qin Mu recalled something and smiled. The Crown Prince will be leaving the capital city in a few days' time, and he wants me to follow him to send disaster relief. If you guys are free, you can follow me to gain some experience. Wanyun, you have already become a divine arts practitioner and your abilities aren't weak anymore, so you'll be able to become the incense master of our sacred cult with another few more years of experience. Chunwan. Yun felt his scalp crawling and became unwilling to follow him out. He said, every time we go out with Cult Master, danger always springs up all around, and we are always escaping for our lives. I think I'd rather not go. I just cultivated to Six Directions realm, so I still have to strengthen this realm. Si Yunxiang's eyes glowed brightly. I'll go. Just as Qin Mu wanted to say something, another steward from Divine Arts residence came over and said, Scholar Chen Wanyun, the Crown Prince has appointed you to follow him out of the capital city. Other than you, there are a dozen more scholars from Divine Arts residence that will be coming as well. Chapter 280. Superlative Craftsmanship. Chen Wanyun's face immediately turned bitter. Going out with Qin Mu to gain experience was definitely a chore. The last time they had gone to the southern borders for experience with Qin Mu, they had encountered Nine Spectres Sect, Corpse Immortal Cult, and Great Mountain Sect summoning the dead to massacre a city. Then they encountered Dutian Devil King wrecking everything in Heavenwave City before going to Daxiang City to join the battle to quell the rebellion. Chen Wang had never been through so many near-death encounters in his entire life. After returning to the capital city, he had spent quite a long time to recover from the ordeals. When he went to Qingmen Pass for experience, he fought fiercely with soldiers from Barbarian D Empire, but that was still soldiers fighting soldiers and general fighting generals. In no way was it similar to gaining experience with Qin Mu. When out with him, sects would wage wars against each other and even summon devil gods. Upon reaching Daxiang City, there were even strong practitioners of cult master level everywhere, with hundreds of strong practitioners of celestial being realm and life and death realm as well. When Chen Wanyun recalled the incidents he experienced with Qin Mu, he couldn't help shivering. He had also heard about the encounters Qin Mu had faced after that, how he was chased by countless experts when he went home to Great Ruins for New Year. He then stirred trouble in Great Thunderclap Monastery and even got involved with Dao Sect and Great Thunderclap Monastery trying to murder the Emperor, saving both the Emperor and Imperial Preceptor before coming back to the capital to kill Crown Prince Ling Yuxia. If it was Chen Wanyun who was forced to experience all these incidents, he would have most likely already died 100 times. He was determined to never go out with Qin Mu again, but the Crown Prince actually ordered him to come. It was the same as receiving a death penalty and waiting to be executed. He didn't know if this sacred cult master was a jinx, causing disasters everywhere he went. Qin Mu saw that his expression wasn't too good and consoled him. This journey won't be dangerous. Crown Prince Ling Yushu is from our Imperial College, so we're old friends, and we have a good relation. Ship as well. He is leaving the capital city to bring disaster relief and is bringing many experts from the Ministry of Works. This journey isn't to quell any rebellion, but to check on all the factories and clear the snow mountains from the snow disaster. Or maybe it's to build bridges and dams. It's something along those lines, so there won't be any danger. Chen Wanyan had a bitter face as he said, I sure hope so. Si Yunxiang was slightly disappointed on the other hand. No danger. The three people followed the stewards to their respective rooms in Divine Arts residence. The stewards had arranged for them to live close to one another as their 3 houses were all lined up. Qin Mu said to Chen Wanyan and Si Yunxiang, I won't know for how long we will be away, so you guys should find some divine arts to cultivate. Chen Wanyan's gaze flickered, and he suggested, Yu Qinghong and Yun Ke will be breaking their walls in the 2 days and will become divine arts practitioners. Cult master, we should enjoy blessings and endure misfortune together, so we should bring them along to enjoy the blessings together. Qin Mu smiled and said, You're right. Before the crown prince leaves, we'll bring everyone who manages to cultivate divine arts. Chen Wanyan's spirit was roused, and he left with excitement as he thought to himself, if we're going to die, it's only natural that everyone should join in on the fun. Si Yunxiang blinked innocently and stretched a fair white palm in front of Qin Mu. He took out his book tablet and placed it in her hand. Si Yunxiang gave an elated cheer and immediately left. The book tablet of Divine Arts residence could only allow one to go to the 2nd level of floor of Heavenly Records, while Qin Mu's book tablet could access the 3rd level, so she borrowed his book tablet every time she wanted to go to floor of Heavenly Records. There was also Hall of Heavenly Works, which was similar to Heavenly Devil Cult's Craftsman Hall and Heavenly Works Hall. The latter one mostly researched how to manufacture mechanisms, refine spirit weapons, construct ships and bridges, pave roads, and manufacture vehicles. All of these were the works of the scholars from Hall of Heavenly Works. Imperial College was founded by Imperial Preceptor and Heavenly Devil Patriarch together. So many halls and teachings were copied from the halls of Heavenly Devil Cult. This was one of the reasons why Great Thunderclap Monastery, Dao Sect, and the rest of the righteous sects didn't really like Eternal Peace Empire. When the scholars of Hall of Heavenly Works graduated, they usually went to Ministry of Works to assume a position. This time, Crown Prince Ling Yushu brought mostly scholars from Heavenly Palace Courtyard, while the others were all officials from the Ministry of Works. Most of the officials from there came from Hall of Heavenly Works, so were considered classmates of Qin Mu and the rest. The government minister of the Ministry of Works had the greatest authority, while the next in line was the assistant minister. This position was assumed by Heavenly Devil Cult's Heavenly Works Hall Master. The Ministry of Works was then split into 4 departments. Department of Works managed the city and civil engineering. Department of Land managed the distribution and measurement of land. Department of Harvest managed the vegetables, fruits, and grains, while Department of Water managed the hydraulic engineering. Most of the ministers in these 4 departments were the Hall Masters and Incense Masters of Heavenly Devil Cult. Many of the officials were their disciples, while the other half were scholars that had graduated from Imperial College. Heavenly Devil Cult and Imperial College occupied nearly all of the official positions in the Ministry of Works. One needs to put what one studies into practice, so the people from Heavenly Works, Craftsman, Vegetable, Rain, Farmer Halls were all talents that the Ministry of Works needed. Because of that, they were all able to enter the Imperial Court. When Qin Mu saw the officials which Ling Yushu had brought, he couldn't help revealing a weird expression. Most of them were from his Heavenly Devil Cult. Chen Wanyan, Yu Qinghong, Yun Ke, Wei Yong, and Si Yunxiang hurried over. Chen Wanyan's face was badly bruised by them, but he had a very pleased expression. When Si Yunxiang saw the officials Ling Yushu had brought over, she also couldn't help revealing an astonished expression. She secretly asked Qin Mu, Cult Master, is the Crown Prince part of us as well? Qin Mu's heart was slightly moved, and he asked Ling Yushu, Your Highness, have you heard about Heavenly Saint Cult? Ling Yushu didn't reply to him and instead said, Everyone's here, so let us be on our way. The order Father has given me this time is to inspect the geography of all the prefectures in our empire, check the irrigation works, city defense, measure the soil, and check on the vegetables and fruits after the natural disaster. Once we reach a place, I'll be asking the officials questions while the rest of you will check on the hydrology, city defense, soil, and rations, verifying their words. All of the officials acknowledged his orders. Ling Yushu continued, No matter which prefecture we go to, if the hydrology or city defense needs adjustments, if the officials are taking over the land by force, or there are insufficient ration, all of these must be reported as they really are. The government minister of the Ministry of Work said, Your Highness, the world is huge and there are so many prefectures. I'm afraid that it will take us 2-3 years to inspect everything. Ling Yushu smiled. That's why I found a quick ship. It should be arriving soon. This ship is the fastest ship in our empire, and it's called Cloud Chasing Ship. It's said to have superlative craftsmanship, and you guys can take a look at its pill furnaces when we board the ship. They are very wonderful. Furthermore, it's still an iron shell ship. Many of the officials from the Ministry of Works had weird expressions as they coughed one after another. Some of them even looked at Qin Mu. Qin Mu also had a weird expression. The ship that the Crown Prince was describing seemed to be Fan Yunxiao's cloud-chasing pirate ship. Back then, Qin Mu had constructed 5 of such treasure ships, and 3 of the huge ships belonged to Heavenly Devil Cult. Regarding the 2 smaller ships, one belonged to Qin Mu while the other one was given to Fan Yunxiao. The ones that constructed the treasure ships were most of the officials from the Ministry of Works that were present here. Maybe the emperor of the next dynasty might just be a heavenly king or guardian of our heavenly saint cult, Qin Mu thought to himself leisurely. Crown Prince Yushu is really fated with our heavenly saint cult. Heavenly Works Hall Master said secretly to Qin Mu. Cult Master, Incense Master Fan found me a few days ago, asking to change to a bigger ship, which left me bewildered. But now it seems that Incense Master Fan had been doing business with the Crown Prince. Qin Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ling Yushu waited for a moment, and a flying ship with wooden grains slowly flew over. The ship gradually descended and stopped in front of the mountain gate of Imperial College. Fan Yunxiao and the rest of the bandits were dressed prim and proper as they stood on the bow of the ship respectfully. Your Highness, Cult Master Sacred Teacher. Ling Yushu immediately turned around to look at Qin Mu. Cult Master Qin, this ship is the property of your heavenly saint cult. How expensive, how black-hearted. Qin Mu consoled him. Your Highness might not know that they were bandits in the past, and so are a little ruthless and lacking in conscience. Ling Yushu was startled. When everyone boarded the ship, an Imperial scholar came running over at this moment and boarded the ship while saying, I'm late. It was a charming young man. Ling Yushu immediately hurried forward and asked in a low voice, Sister, why are you here? That charming young man was none other than Ling Yushu dressed as a male. She smiled and said, You didn't allow me to come, but I asked permission from father, and he gave me permission to come. The one that herds cows. She threw Ling Yushu to one side and ran to Qin Mu's side. Her eyes curved up. Do you recognize me? Qin Mu hesitated for a moment. Fat. Sister Yushu. Ling Yushu's expression changed from anger into delight, and she punched him in the chest with a smile. If you dare to say it, I'll kick you off the ship. Ling Yushu saw her punching Qin Mu in the chest, and was aware that even though the punch seemed heavy, it was actually very light. He couldn't help grunting. This sister of his was starting to listen less and less to him. Si Yunxiang came to Qin Mu's side, and looked at Ling Yushu. She gave her a smile, and didn't say anything, lowering her head to play with the dragon Qilin. Ling Yushu looked at her back, and her gaze flickered. She said in a low voice, The one that herds cows, let me go change my outfit. Ling Yushu immediately hurried over and said, Sister, male outfit is good. The male outfit is very good. You look especially good in it. Really? Ling Yushu nodded heavily. The flying ship rose into the sky and drove 300 miles to Auspicious Prefecture. This place was located down the river, 2,000 miles east of the East Sea. Ministry of Works had once constructed a huge bridge that crossed the river, stretching across the 20 miles of Mud River. Hundreds of people looked down from the ship and saw that the center portion of the huge bridge was missing. There were numerous parts of the bridge floor and bridge pier missing, which should be due to the severe winter from the snow disaster freezing the river surface. This would have caused an ice mountain to form on the river and slid down, crashing into the huge bridge. With the torrential river water, the current was very swift, so fixing the bridge wouldn't be easy. The treasure ship descended in Auspicious Prefecture City, and the Magistrate immediately came forward to welcome Ling Yushu. Ling Yushu said, Magistrate, dispatch your divine arts practitioners to follow the Assistant Minister of Ministry of Works to fix the bridge. The Magistrate immediately mobilized the divine arts practitioners in Auspicious Prefecture. Several hundred of them followed Heavenly Works Hall Master to the river surface. Qin Mu and the rest also came over. Just as they were thinking about how they were going to repair the bridge over such a rapid current, they saw Heavenly Works Hall Master give a shout to the divine arts practitioners behind him. His magic power poured out, and the water of Mud River instantly rose upward, forming an arc in midair. The river continued flowing 5 to 6 miles in the air before landing back into the river. In the area of 5 to 6 miles, there was no river water nor any damp patches on the riverbed. The water in the mud had been drained out by the hundreds of divine arts practitioners. Everyone smelt the stones to connect the bridge. Heavenly Works Hall Master gave an order, and numerous divine arts practitioners with vermilion bird spirit body came forth. Great furnaces were propped up on the riverbed, and stones were thrown into the great furnace, while firebirds flew around as the divine arts practitioners executed their divine arts to smelt the stone in the furnaces into lava. Then, another group of officials from Ministry of Works came forth to control the shape of the lava with their magic power, cooling the lava down into stone pillars. After a moment, stone pillars were erected upright from the river bed. Other officials from Ministry of Works came flying from a mountain at the side, transporting stones that were already sliced, laying tea. Hem down orderly. 2 hours later, the huge bridge was reconnected. Qin Mu's heart trembled, and he exclaimed to himself, "This is a miracle, a superlative craftsmanship." Chapter 281. Dragon King's Invitation. Once the huge bridge was connected, the numerous officials from Ministry of Works flew up and surveyed the surroundings of the dam. Qin Mu saw many people holding stakes and stabbing them into the dam, one stake every 300 yards. Beside each stake stood a person, and someone erected a huge bell on the heart of the river. With a resounding clang of a bell, the stakes trembled, and the people beside them leaned in to listen to their trembling. What are they doing? Qin Mu couldn't help being bewildered. Ling Yuxiu walked to his side and said, "This you wouldn't know, but Mud River frequently flooded its surroundings back in the day, thus Imperial Preceptor ordered the Assistant Minister of Ministry of Works to govern it. A lot of financial resources went into it, so father was very angry and asked why the Assistant Minister had spent so much money and on what he had spent it. He was told that a copper wall was erected on both sides of Mud River. The copper walls were 2 inches thick and 2 feet tall. They were laid out along with the dam and stretched for 10,000 miles. The copper walls were covered with rune markings, so to check for any hidden cracks or thinning of the walls, they could just ring the bell. The sound would activate the rune markings to resonate together, and the sound waves could be used to judge if there are any hidden cracks or loss in thickness." Qin Mu looked toward Heavenly Works Hallmaster, who was busy, and praised, "What a great idea." Si Yunxiang also came over and said, "Emperor almost executed him because he spent too much money." Ling Yuxiu took a glance at her and said, "The assistant minister had spent too much money. In the recent years, he has manufactured a flying ship, decorated pleasure boats that sail in the sea, ships that runs on land, flywheel carriages, smelting factories for the ore mountains, arms workshops, and manufacturing plants in various regions. Various cities even had a revamp which included the sewers under the city, the paving of roads, the cloud chariots used to invade cities, the stronghold at the borders, and even machine manufacturing. I wasn't born then, but I heard from second brother that the amount of money spent by the assistant minister had made father and all the princes, concubines, and Empress Dowager tighten up their waistbands until they turned green from starvation. The empire's treasury was emptied out in a short while, and the official salaries were owed them for a few months." Si Yunxiang smiled. "What happened next?" Ling Yuxiu sighed. "After that, the smelting factories were popularized, and all kinds of flying ships and decorated pleasure boats were sold to merchants. The manufacturing plants continuously produced goods, and before 2 years were gone, the empire's treasury was filled to the brim. A few more treasuries had to be constructed to hold the money, thus father was glad he didn't kill the assistant minister. Ministry of Works is the best at spending money, while the next best spenders would be the officials of the water department. They constructed irrigation works and transportation in various regions like water-drawing chariots, flood-discharging lakes, all kinds of dams and bridges, and opening canals. They spend money like flowing water, but they also improve the quality of life for the common people." Si Yunxiang blinked and said, "It seems like it's always the assistant minister and the officials that are spending the money, so what's the government minister for? Seems like all the work is being done under the orders of the assistant minister Shan Yoxin, while the government minister seems to not be doing anything." Ling Yuxiu also blinked. "The government minister supervises their spending." Si Yunxiang gave a shallow laugh. "The government minister should be placed to supervise them, yet the emperor isn't reassured. Am I right? After all, the assistant minister and these officials are all people of Heavenly Saint Cult. The emperor knows they are hall masters and incense masters of Heavenly Saint Cult, so he isn't certain about them." Ling Yuxiu's gaze landed on her body. Junior sister Yunxiang seems to be very considerate of Heavenly Saint Cult. Si Yunxiang smiled sweetly. "This little sister is untalented. I'm just the saintess of Heavenly Saint Cult, so I naturally have to be considerate of them. Cult Master Qin is the Cult Master Sacred Teacher, so he is also concerned about this area. As the saintess, the questions I ask Princess are also the questions Cult Master is concerned about." The two girls stared at each other with wide eyes. Qin Mu ignored them and looked into the distance. He saw the officials of Department of Water and Department of Land checking the land and irrigation works. In the meantime, the Department of Harvest was checking on the fruits and vegetables, thus he walked forward. "Cult Master, before the yellow autumn crop can be collected, they will be attacked by pest insects." The official of the Department of Harvest was the incense master of Farmer Hall. He dug around the soil for inspection and picked up a couple insect eggs while speaking to Qin Mu. Even though the winter was very cold, these eggs weren't frozen to death. In some 3 to 5 days when the weather becomes warm, these eggs will hatch. Since most of the vegetations were chopped down and burnt by the victims of a disaster during winter, the insects will start to eat crops, since they'll have nothing else to eat. It's best to be on guard early to prevent insect damage. Once they hatch, they should be killed immediately. Qin Mu asked, "Incense Master, how can insect damage be prevented?" Have the experts of sword skills stationed at these cultivated land. Or experts of spells with needle spells. Otherwise, we could also let experts of venomous insects come forth to release their insects to eat the pest ones. The official from the Department of Harvest stood up and patted his hands, dirt plentiful on both his body and hands. The disciples of Sword Hall, Spell Hall, and Venomous Insect Hall can all come out to gain experience. Qinmu nodded and invited Fan Yunxiao over. Brother Fan, pass down my orders for a dozen disciples from Sword Hall, Spell Hall, and Venomous Insect Hall each to come here. Fan Yunxiao called a bandit over and told him to send the order. The Department of Water was rectifying the irrigation works, cleaning out the sludge that had accumulated in the aqueduct. They also replanned the waterway to make it more convenient to water the cultivated land. On the other side, the official from the Department of Land was measuring the land. He took out heaven-measuring rulers, and with his vital qi, the rulers opened up from their overlapped state and became longer and longer. On the rulers, the marked scale of the measurement appeared, and an imperial scholar recorded the numbers, clacking on an unusual abacus formed by his vital qi. Meanwhile, the assistant minister brought everyone from the Department of Works to fly into the sky and survey the situation of the roads in various parts of Auspicious Prefecture from the sky. They recorded down which parts of the roads were destroyed before going forth to repair them. Shan Yoshin is a capable man, Qinmu exclaimed to himself. The officials from the Ministry of Works of Eternal Peace Empire had a methodically arranged way of handling things, and what they were doing indeed benefited both the country and the people. In the city lord's manor, the magistrate of Auspicious Prefecture reported the situation, and Ling Yushu listened for the entire night. He then summoned the official registrar to check the various records and was so busy that he didn't even sleep for a moment. When it came to the second day, Ling Yushu and the magistrate of Auspicious Prefecture were both slightly exhausted. Just as the crown prince walked out of the city lord's manor, the government minister and assistant minister came over. Assistant Minister Shan Yoshin handed him a few scrolls. Your Highness, the problems regarding the irrigation works, transportation, as well as vegetables and fruits have already been handled. Only the problems under the Department of Land requires Your Highness to handle them. Ling Yushu was astonished and cried out, so fast. Shan Yoshin said, after Your Highness finishes reading, you can get ready to kill people. Ling Yushu had a grave expression. Are the acquiring of lands that severe? Shan Yoshin nodded. Ling Yushu called the magistrate of Auspicious Prefecture over and placed the scrolls in his hand with a solemn look. Don't go to sleep yet. I won't sleep, and you shall read these with me. We will read the as we capture and kill the people. Those who should be captured will be captured, and those who should be killed will be killed. In these unusual times, we will have to hand out severe punishments. The magistrate of Auspicious Prefecture had an ashen face. Qinmu summoned Chen Wanyun and the rest. Your task is here. You guys shall follow the officials to capture the people later. Chen Wanyun muttered. Cult Master, didn't you say it would not be dangerous? To be able to acquire lands in the times of chaos, these people will all be tyrants of these regions. The strengths of the influential families are no joking matter. Qinmu smiled. You guys are experts from Imperial College, elites of the Empire, so how could you be scared of the tyrants in these regions? Wei Yong, Yu Qinghong, and the rest couldn't wait to make their moves. Not long later, the crown prince and the magistrate passed down their orders to capture the people, so Wei Yong and the rest immediately followed the officials and left. They only came back in the afternoon, all covered in blood. It was evident that they had gone through several fierce battles. Ling Yushu spent 2 days to settle the problems in Auspicious Prefecture, then continued to head east. On the journey, they managed the problems around Mud River as well. One day, they came to River Prefecture. This place overlooked the sea to the east and was far from the capital. Their waterways were developed, and they had a huge port. The merchant ships here were not only connected to all the ports in the world, they were even trading with foreign countries and had relations with the countries overseas. Everyone was already familiar with the routine and went to do their own inspections without any instructions from the assistant minister. After settling the tasks in River Prefecture, Ling Yushu could see that everyone was exhausted and said, it has been hard on everyone, so why don't we take a few days break in River Prefecture before setting off? Everyone cheered. Qinmu was pulled over by Ling Yushu to stroll down the street. River Prefecture's trade and commerce are flourishing, and they have many interesting items from foreign countries. Let's take a look at the fair. I'll go too. Si Yunxiang followed after them, and Ling Yushu took a glance at her while thinking to herself, Vixen. Little hussy, Si Yunxiang thought with a face full of smiles. Sparks flew from the gazes of these two girls, but Qinmu didn't notice anything. There were indeed numerous unusual and strange toys in River Prefecture's fair, but what attracted him the most weren't these strange items. Instead, it was the foreigners. He saw numerous foreigners wearing strange and different clothing, and their appearances were different from those of the people of Eternal Peace. There were even some that were Cyclops. They only had a single eye at the heart of their brows, and it was grown vertically. There were also four-armed and headed humans. He even saw a few maidens from the sea tribe that was gorgeously dressed. However, they had 8 legs like an octopus and walked quickly. When he looked at them in detail, he could also see gills beside their ears. They come from the sea, Si Yunxiang whispered to Qin Mu. They are merchants of the sea tribe. I've heard they have founded a country under the sea. Qin Mu was astonished. The items that the sea tribe was selling were also very strange. He stopped in front of a blue coral tree which was automatically giving off water vapor while a huge ball of water was wrapped around it. Within the water vapor, there was a girl that was 3 inches high, riding a seahorse and singing a folk song whose words he didn't understand. After that, couple more maidens riding seahorses came down from the tree and began to circle the coral tree with some men, dancing and singing together. This coral tree actually had small tribes. Si Yunxiang and Ling Yuxiu were also entranced by it. Right at this moment, a slender and tall girl in a long dark green dress came forward and looked at that blue coral tree, exclaiming in admiration, "What a strange species, Xiaohong. Don't you think so too?" Qin Mu tilted his head and saw a red-colored jade earring hanging from the fair earlobes of that girl. Suddenly, that earring stretched itself and revealed itself to be a small red snake, opening its mouth to hiss at Qin Mu. Long Jianan. Qin Mu was astonished and wanted to pull out his sword when the woman smiled. "It's best if Cult Master Qin doesn't make a move. My Xiaohong is of 7 stars realm and can swallow all 3 of you with a single mouthful. Cult Master, my father would like to see you." Qin Mu's scalp turned numb as he said solemnly, "Old Dragon King is here as well?" Long Jianan chuckled. "My father is known as the Dragon King, so how could he have no power in River Prefecture? However, all thanks to Cult Master, our Dragon Rider sect got eradicated, giving my father and I no other choice but to hide in the East Sea." Si Yunxiang blinked and said in delight, "Congratulations, Sister Long, in capturing the Heavenly Devil Cult Master and Eternal Peace 6th Princess. Since I'm not needed here, I shall take my leave first." Long Jianan sneered, and the little snake suddenly swam towards Si Yunxiang, stretching out its tongue to lick her neck. "The eldest daughter of Si family, the saintess of Heavenly Devil Cult, your worth isn't any inferior to that of Eternal Peace 6th Princess. Did you think I didn't know who you are?" Chapter 282, Stirring Up the Wind and the Waves. Heavenly Saint Cult was a large family, and the Si, in Si Yunxiang's surname, meant to manage, to control. Ever since Heavenly Saint Cult was founded, Si family was in charge of managing the cult skills, inheritance, wealth, and propagation. Because Si family was extremely important, the saintess of Heavenly Devil Cult would most often come from Si family. Why, she would be its head, and to some extent, the importance of Si family would even be higher than that of the cult master sacred teacher. Granny Si was like that before, and Si Yunxiang was the same after. Therefore, Long Jianan naturally knew Si Yunxiang's worth. This time, she caught the 6th princess of Eternal Peace Empire as well as the cult master and saintess of Heavenly Devil Cult, making her quite pleased with herself. However, she was still very careful and removed the Taotai sack from Qin Mu's waist as well as the spirit weapons on Ling Yuxiu's body. She then stretched her hand out and groped around Si Yunxiang's body. Si Yunxiang chuckled. "Sister Long, don't grope me. There are no spirit weapons on my body since I'm walking down the spell path." Long Jianan sneered. She took her hairpin and said, "Spell faction? I see you're an expert on sword skills as well. The power of this hairpin isn't little." The pig slaughtering knives, iron hammer, and the rest of the weapons on Qin Mu's back were also removed, while the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone that were hidden in his sleeves were also ransacked. However, when Long Jianan saw that these items were all ordinary and not spirit weapons, she stuffed them back in again. She whistled, and the small red snake tunneled around the clothes of the trio to search for more spirits weapons. Long Jianan was an experienced person, so she absolutely wouldn't leave them any chance to make a comeback. The most crucial point was that Qin Mu hadn't brought the Dragon Qilin along when he was going out for a stroll with the 2 women. At this moment, the Dragon Qilin was still sleeping in the city Lord's Manor. "Let's go." Long Jianan, who was dressed as a female, was charming. As she embraced Qin Mu's arm, there was even a hint of shyness in her expression. "My boat is by the sea, and it has already waited quite a while for Cult Master, Saintess, and Princess. When the Crown Prince realizes what happened, the 3 of you will already be in the East Sea." Qin Mu smiled. "Sister Long is really thoughtful." Long Jianan whistled, and the small red snake slithered onto Qin Mu's body and hung itself on his left ear, spitting out its forked tongue as it hissed. Long Jianan smiled gently. "No matter how sweet your mouth is, it'll be hard for you to escape my grasp. Don't try any tricks. Xiaohong can take your life by just opening his mouth." The 3 women and the 1 man walked out of the fair and met Chen Wanyun, Wei Yong, Yu Qinghong, and the rest of the scholars. As the two groups came face to face, Long Jianan gave a smile and whispered to Qin Mu, "Act natural. Don't force me to kill you and your friends." Chen Wanyan stopped and took a look at the three women. "Cult master, this maiden seems unfamiliar. May I ask who she is?" "An old acquaintance. You guys are shopping. I didn't want to come out, but what could I do when Fatty Wei, Qing Hong, and the rest forced me to go out as?" Eyeing that we should meet the local events and customs, Chen Wanyan said helplessly. After he was done, he brought everyone into the fair. Long Jianan then brought Qin Mu and the rest to the port. In the fair, Chen Wanyan's face sunk, and he said swiftly, "Cult master is in danger." Wei Yong, Yu Qing Hong, and the rest were stunned, not understanding what he meant. Chen Wanyan said solemnly, "The weapons on the cult master's body were missing. They never leave his body, yet now they were gone. Also, the hairpin on junior sister C's back, the spirit weapons on the princess, were also missing. There's definitely something wrong with that woman. Go inform the crown prince. I shall track them down." Wei Yong, Yu Qing Hong, and the rest finally understood the severity of the matter and immediately returned to the city lord's manor. Chen Wanyan in the meantime left the fair while thinking to himself, "That woman looks somewhat familiar. I seem to have seen her before. I wonder who she is." Long Jianan brought Qin Mu and the rest to the port and boarded a ship. Set sail. The ship immediately sailed toward the East Sea. Behind them, Chen Wanyan left a trail before jumping into the sea, sprinting on the surface of the water. Follow the ship. The speed of the ship wasn't slow, but he sprinted as if he was flying so he could follow at a steady pace. On the ship, a person said solemnly, "Young sect master, there's someone behind." Long Jianan came to the aft of the ship and was slightly stunned when she saw Chen Wanyan stepping on the waves. Just an imperial scholar. Does he really think he can defeat the Dragon King in the sea? She executed her whistle, and there was a strange change. Not long later, Satinese sea snakes that were over 30 yards long appeared from beneath the water and swam rapidly toward the scholar. Chen Wanyan was astonished, and flying swords flew out from the sword sack on his back, slaying the sea snakes that came pouring over. The area in which he was fighting instantly seemed like it was boiling water that was overflowing from the pot. Countless flood dragon-like sea snakes broke through the water and attacked him frantically. When Chen Wanyan had slaughtered his way out of the ambush of the sea snakes, the ship had vanished without a trace. He rose into the sky and stood in the air to look around. As he looked at the jade ripples of the huge sea in a radius of 10,000 miles, he couldn't find where that ship had gone to. Crap. Chen Wanyan's expression turned grave. On the ship, Long Jianan didn't restrict the movements of Qin Mu and the rest, letting them wander around and watch the ship going further and further into the depths of the sea. Qin Mu raised his head and saw the sky high above and the deep sea below. There was no way to leave a trace on the surface of the sea. He was full of excitement and spread open his paper to start painting at the bow of the ship. Long Jianan came over to have a look and saw that he was drawing the sea. There were perilous waves and dark clouds sweeping everything away. A ship traveled with the wind and the waves while lightning flashed in the darkness outside, brightening the place for an instant. There was a peculiar artistic mood to this painting which made people feel like they were in that painting. "I didn't expect Cult Master Qin's painting skills to actually be not bad," Long Jianan praised. "If you went to the capital to sell your arts for a living, you should be able to achieve the reputation of a distinguished and accomplished scholar." A boatman at the side walked over with an executioner blade and waved it near Qin Mu's neck while chuckling. What a pity this heavenly devil cult master is about to die, yet he still has the mood to scribble. Long Jianan sneered, "Old Ghost 3, before my father orders him to be killed, he is still a guest invited by our Dragon Rider sect. Give some respect." Ling Yuxiu's eyes lighted up, and she came over to see Qin Mu's painting while giving a secret glance to Si Yunxiang. Qin Mu seemed to be not satisfied with the painting and placed the finished painting aside to start on another piece. It contained wind, rain, lightning, and perilous waves once more, but there was no ship this time. Long Jianan was originally watching with keen interest, but when she saw Qin Mu drawing the same kind of paintings over and over again, the freshness of the sight faded away. She walked away herself, leaving only Xiaohong to remain on Qin Mu's ear. Qin Mu painted a few more paintings of the storm on the sea. Then, he raised his brush as if to add a few finishing touches to the paintings. As he laid down his first stroke, the painting seemed to become slightly different. The storm inside seemed to be flying out. Qin Mu added a final stroke to the dozens of paintings and threw them off the ship without extra trouble. Long Jianan sighed in pity to herself when she saw this sight. With his hands behind his back, Qin Mu looked towards Long Jianan with a smile. "I've heard that there are strong wind and waves on the sea, so I wonder if Sister Long's ship will be able to handle the turbulence." Long Jianan sneered. "The weather is all clear now, so about what wind and waves are you speaking?" Just as she said that, the wind suddenly grew stronger, becoming a gale from a breeze in just a matter of a few breaths' time. The sky then turned dark, and the gale erupted. The height of the waves surpassed the mountain tops, throwing the ship into the sky before it went crashing down. Everyone on the ship was caught off guard and hurried to stabilize themselves. However, bolts of lightning crackled and struck at random. Amid the chaos, Qin Mu flicked Xiaohong, who was hanging on his ear, away. Just as the small red snake flew out and was about to reveal its true form, several hundred bolts of lightning gathered together and struck its body with a world-shaking bang. Ong Jianan was shocked when she saw the small red snake falling into the sea. There were countless bolts of lightning striking the area where the small red snake had fallen. It finally revealed its true form in the seawater, but it was continuously electrocuted by countless bolts of lightning, turning its body numb and making it sink to the bottom of the sea. Where did the storm come from? Why does it only strike Xiaohong? Long Jianan's heart was flustered, and she looked around, but only saw pitch-black darkness. This made a weird feeling rise up in her heart. This situation looks very similar to his paintings. Qin Mu's left hand grabbed onto Si Yunxiang, while his left took hold of Ling Yuxiu. The three of them then jumped into the pitch-black sea. Long Jianan cried out in astonishment, and the ship under her feet suddenly split into 5 pieces, throwing everyone on board into the sea. Right at this moment, she saw another ship sailing over from the fierce waves, and Qin Mu, Ling Yuxiu, and Si Yunxiang were standing on the bow of that ship. The young cult master waved at her, and the ship sailed into darkness, vanishing without a trace. Long Jianan immediately gave chase, but a huge mountain-like wave came crashing onto her, submerging her in the water. She grunted and broke out, but just as she leaped into midair, countless bolts of lightning came bombarding down, and they all focused on her body, turning her tender on the inside, crisp on the outside. Long Jianan did everything she could to fight back against the lightning when it suddenly vanished and the wind stopped. The sea became dead calm. Long Jianan was totally drenched and stood on the surface of the water miserably. Looking around, she saw ink gradually dispersing in the sea. A huge red python swam to her side, its body covered in injuries. An icy cold feeling swept across Long Jianan's heart as she looked around. The boatmen on the ship had died in this abrupt disaster, with Old Ghost 3 having died the most miserably among them. Was this peril of the sea drawn by cult master Qin? Long Jianan was still in slight disbelief. Qin Mu and the 2 girls stood at the bow of the ship that soon dispersed and turned into a pool of ink which vanished into the sea. The 3 of them mobilized their vital qi and landed on the water surface. Up ahead, they saw an island. Long Jianan brought us into the depths of the East Sea, so it'd be quite difficult for us to return to River Prefecture by the sea. It would exhaust us to death. Thus, Qin Mu suggested, why don't we go over there to rest first? Chen Wanyun is very smart and should have already informed the Crown Prince. With Fan Yunxiao's ship, it won't be difficult for them to find us. When the 3 of them came onto the island, numerous small humans in yellow suddenly came out running from the forest. They wielded knives, forks, staffs, and cudgels while rushing forward aggressively. However, when they came in front of them, these small humans all stopped in their footsteps and looked up at them in terror. Giants, one of them shrieked at the top of his lungs. This army immediately dispersed and escaped in all directions. These small humans were only a foot tall. Some of them hid in the crevices of the rocks, some under the sand, some went under the leaves, while others just decided to play dead on the ground when they couldn't find any place to hide. They stuck their tongues out and opened their eyes wide. So many Solomon seals? Si Yunxiang was astonished. They are Solomon seals that have turned into spirits. They can be eaten and would help in raising the cultivation by a great amount. The giants are going to eat us. One of the Solomon seal that had been playing dead rolled over and jumped to his feet. He immediately began running after turning around, but only to crash into a tree and faint. Chapter 283. Transformations of the World. Qin Mu picked the Solomon seal and flipped him over to examine him. The other Solomon seals popped their heads out from under the leaves, sands, and crevices. When they saw a giant picking up their comrade, they couldn't help crying out in alarm before hiding even deeper without any spirit of loyalty. Qin Mu examined the little human in detail and saw that the legs of the Solomon seal were formed by numerous entwining roots. Around his waist was a skirt weaved from grass, and on his face was a root-like beard. His hand was holding onto a spear made from a bamboo branch. The tip of the spear was snow-bright and was a special kind of metal. Qin Mu couldn't help being astonished and pinched the delicate spear, which was like a needle, examining the metal on the spearhead in detail. He couldn't see what metal it was formed from, but what was strange was that there were traces of imprinted runes on it. From the outfits of these Solomon seals, it was impossible for them to be proficient in things like runes and spells. So, where had the metal on the spear come from? The Solomon seal seemed to wake up, for it began to shiver. Suddenly, a green sprout popped out from his head. He was really nervous, so the sprout grew very fast. Qin Mu smiled. Stop playing dead. I won't eat you. I just have some questions to ask you. The Solomon seal mustered his courage and opened his eyes. However, when he saw Qin Mu's smile and his shiny teeth, he couldn't help crying out in alarm and fainting again. Fierce shouts came from the island as some 100 Solomon seals came rushing out aggressively. It was evident that they were the rescue troop, but when they saw Qin Mu pinching their comrade, these Solomon seals immediately turned in the other direction and ran away. Qin Mu was startled and shook his head. There's really no spirit of loyalty. He flicked the leaf on the Solomon seal's head, and the little human woke up once again. Qin Mu let go of him and lifted him up with his vital qi, making him float in front of the three of them. Stop playing dead, do it again, and you will really die. Let me ask you, why are there so many Solomon seals on this island? That Solomon seal shivered and said, I don't know. You will have to ask the ancestor. Qin Mu frowned and asked, where did your spearheads come from? I don't know. You will have to ask the ancestor. Helpless, Qin Mu placed the little human down and said, bring us to meet your ancestor. When this Solomon seal landed on the ground, he started walking into the island. A small head then popped out from the grass nearby and scolded him angrily. Betrayer. Qin Mu stretched his hand out and grabbed that Solomon seal out from the grass as well. You will lead the way as well. Bring us to see your ancestor. This Solomon seal immediately complied and hung his head down in shame to become a betrayer, walking into the island with the other betrayer by his side. That Solomon seal next to him instantly lifted his head up high, as if it was glorious for him to have been the first to surrender. There are too many Solomon seals on this island. Si Yunxiang was astonished. When they came to the center of the island, they noticed houses hanging on the trees, and they were all very delicate, not much bigger than a bird's nests. They were weaved by vines which were made into the shapes of houses to hang under the branches. From afar, they looked like green apples. The group walked over, and the doors of these houses in the trees opened. Numerous Solomon seals sneaked glances at them. It was like a strange world on the tree. On the ground, there were numerous houses constructed from small rocks by the Solomon seals. A city was created, but it was only 6 areas big. The 2 Solomon seals walked into the lifeless city, and the soldiers that were guarding the city just stared at the 3 giants in a daze. They were speechless from astonishment and didn't even retaliate. There are probably tens of thousands of Solomon seal here. Si Yunxiang couldn't leave her state of shock, and she whispered, Cult Master, if you captured all these Solomon seals, your wealth would rival that of an empire if you sold them. Qin Mu stopped outside the city and didn't enter. He shook his head. Why should I do that? Si Yunxiang was bewildered. The weak are prey to the strong. Isn't that the rule of Great Ruins? Saintus, the predatory behavior of Great Ruins is slightly different from what you imagine, Qin Mu explained. Even though the strange beasts of Great Ruins hunt and feed on the weak, they wouldn't do any unnecessary killing once they are full. This is a predatory behavior, not the killing of everything that's weaker than me. These Solomon seals are also life forms with intelligence and have founded their own civilization and nation. Since we have come into their territory, we will have to interact as civilized people with civilized people. How could we just eradicate their country and eliminate their people the moment we come here? Si Yunxiang looked pensive. Not long later, numerous Solomon seals surrounded a carriage which came driving out from a dazzling mansion in the city. On the carriage was an old woman with white hair. She stood up shakily and greeted them. It has been a while since we have seen outsiders, so we small people are a little flustered. I'm here to pay my respects to you. Elder is polite. Qin Mu returned the greeting respectfully. This foolish brother and sisters have passed by your land and alarmed your people. We seek your forgiveness. Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang saw that this Solomon seal old woman was also only a feet tall. She was pitifully small, yet Qin Mu still showed his etiquette and didn't dare to neglect her. This made them unable to restrain their smiles. Soon, the 2 girls also greeted the woman according to the etiquette. The Solomon seal old woman said, My humble home is too small and will be hard to accommodate the bodies of 3 giants, so I can't invite the 3 of you to come in. Pardon me. The 3 of you are just passing by. Qin Mu smiled. The 3 of us were passing by and planned to rest our legs, but because we saw your distinguished country being so unusual, we came to disturb. May I ask, Elder, why are there so many Solomon seals here? The old woman smiled. It should be because of the water and land. When I woke up, I was beside a spring, and I suddenly had intelligence. From then, we started flourishing, and that resulted in more and more small people. A spring? Astonished, Qin Mu asked, Can Elder lead us there to have a look? The Solomon seal old woman smiled. Of course. When she said that, she ordered the other Solomon seals to drive the carriage out of the city and brought them to the front of a spring. This spring wasn't huge and was only a deep pond that had a radius of 20 yards. However, it was too deep to see its bottom. There was numerous Solomon seal fetching water from the spring, but no matter how much water they fetched, there was no different in the pond. Qin picked some spring water and opened Green Heaven's eyes to have a look. His expression turned grave when he saw a strange power contained within. It was extraordinary. The Solomon seals on the island must have consumed the water here all year round and turned into spirits because of that. Furthermore, there was no demon air on their bodies. This is not an ordinary spring. Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang thought to themselves as they had also noticed the peculiarity. Qin Mu rose and asked, I saw that your weapons are also slightly unusual. May I ask where you got them from? The Solomon seal old woman said, These items were all picked up by these children. They were flushed out by the spring. Flushed out by the spring? Qin Mu looked at this deep pond and muttered to himself for a moment before saying, Elder, we would like to go into the pond to take a look. Even though you guys might be giants, you will still have to be careful. The depths of this pond are beyond measurement, and many of my children have drowned here. The Solomon seal old woman immediately summoned people over and said, I'll order them to fetch long vines. The three of you will be able to wrap them around your bodies before going down. Once you'll no longer be able to hold your breath, you'll be able to come back up by following the vine. There's no need for that. Qin Mu took in a deep breath and gales rushed towards him from all directions. After an immeasurable amount of air was sucked into his chest, he leaped into the pond. Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang also immediately took in a deep breath and leaped in. The three of them then executed their techniques. Ling Yuxiu cultivated 9 dragons monarch technique, so she swam like a flood dragon. Si Yunxiang executed heavenly god creation technique and darted around like a fish in water, swimming toward the bottom of the pond. This place was actually so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. After diving for some time, their surroundings became dimmer and dimmer, yet they still didn't reach the bottom. The pressure of the water was also becoming greater and greater. Suddenly, light appeared in front of them, and they saw the 4 walls of the pond gradually becoming wider. There were luminous pearls on them that they're the size of wicker baskets and gave off a dim glow. They are even bigger than the luminous pearls in the Imperial Palace. Ling Yuxiu cried out in astonishment. As they went farther down, more luminous pearls appeared. After diving several hundred yards down, they finally felt the pressure becoming so heavy that their lungs were going to concave. Their eyes became bloodshot, and their eardrums hummed. If they were to dive down some more, their lives would probably be in danger. But just as Qin Mu wanted to stop the 2 girls and return back, a huge cauldron caught his eye. They had finally reached the bottom of the pond. A huge cauldron sat there, and it was dozens of yards wide. There were weak currents pouring out from its center while the surroundings of the cauldron were empty, without any water. Instead, there was air surrounding the cauldron, and it was bright as day. Qin Mu swam over there and passed through the water screen. His body instantly fell downwards, and he hurriedly landed on his 2 feet. Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang also swam out from the water and landed on the ground, their bodies drenched. Qin Mu took a glance, and Si Yunxiang immediately hugged her chest, only to see Ling Yuxiu not noticing anything. She immediately nudged her with her shoulder and said in a low voice, He's looking at you. Ling Yuxiu only then came to a realization and hurriedly turned around, using vital qi to shake the water off her body. Qin Mu retracted his gaze and thought to himself, It's not like I haven't seen it before. I already saw it when she slept over at my place last time, but so what if her chest is bigger and fairer than mine? Her strength is still inferior to mine. The 3 of them dried their clothes and started to look around. This place had to be the bottom of the sea, and surrounding them on the outside was the pitch-black seawater. They could even see chimneys on the seafloor giving off black smoke and spewing out a trail of lava once in a while. From time to time, the strange creatures in the sea would swim over after being attracted by the bright lights here, revealing their humongous bodies. However, the group didn't know what kind of monster they were. In front of them, there were marble pillars standing tall and giving off a tranquil glow. When they walked forward some more, they could see pure white fog and a faint, huge palace hiding within it. Below their feet was white jade that was built quite smoothly, but the rubble was scattered everywhere. There were several pillars surrounding the cauldron which was behind them, so this place should be the ruins of a shrine. Currents rose from the huge cauldron which wasn't linked with the sea. The Solomon seals on the island had drunk the water that was pouring out from this cauldron, and it had given them intelligence. I have seen such a place before. Qin Mu's heart trembled slightly, and he said, There is Surging River Dragon Palace in Great Ruins, and its layout is quite similar, but it's much smaller compared to this one. That place was where the Surging River Dragon King lived, the place where the Dragon King managed Surging River. Could this be a dragon palace as well? Si Yunxiang was slightly excited. It's not a dragon palace. Ling Yuxiu shivered and said in a low voice, I don't feel any air of dragons here. On the contrary, I feel an extremely unpleasant air towards the dragons. There's probably a god here. Even if there's a god, it will be a dead god. Qin Mu walked forward and waved his sleeves. Rubble flew up and landed to the side, revealing a collapsed stone tablet. The words on the stone tablets were very ancient, and they said Bent Mountain God Shrine. Bent Mountain God? Qin Mu frowned. Could there be a mountain god at the bottom of the sea? Si Yunxiang shook her head. It's impossible to have a mountain god at the bottom of the sea, unless this place was above the sea level in the past. Chapter 284, God Shrine. When Si Yunxiang said until there, she realized what she was saying. Could this place have been above the sea level in the past? That's not right. There isn't such an outrageous change in geography recorded in the history of our sacred cult. Heavenly Devil cult had existed for 20,000 years, and this was considered an extremely long time. Over it, the East Sea had always been the East Sea, and there were no records saying it had once been another continent. As for the history of Eternal Peace Empire, its existence was Eve and shorter, so it was impossible for it to know when the East Sea had transformed. This sea area here is extremely deep, so even divine arts practitioners of Six Directions realm like us would be almost unable to withstand the pressure here. It's probably 3,000 yards deep at the minimum. Qin Mu came to the side of the huge cauldron and stretched out a finger. His vital chi flew out and shot straight upwards. After a moment, he pulled his vital chi back and said with a grave expression, "It's even deeper than I expected, for 1,956 yards. Since a mountain god is mentioned, there has to be a mountain on which the shrine was once built. For a mountain to be granted to a god, it must at least be 3,000 yards tall." Si Yunxiang and Ling Yuxiu immediately knew what he meant. Where Bent Mountain God Shrine was should be Bent Mountain, while the area surrounding it should have been vast fields. After some huge transformation occurred, that land had sunk and become a sea. The place around the Bent Mountain must have sunk 6,000 to 10,000 yards into the ground. Thinking about it, if an earthquake suddenly shook the entire Eternal Peace Empire and sunk it 10,000 yards into the ground, what situation would that be? This land where Bent Mountain God Shrine stood should have suffered such a terrifying situation. Qin Mu looked around. From his position next to the unreasonably huge cauldron, the owner of this place must have been refining pills when the huge change occurred. Thus he didn't have enough time to take out the spirit pills from the huge cauldron. Qin Mu looked at the cauldron and saw that there were broken pieces of metal inside, which should be the weapons that had been shattered. Qin Mu jumped back into the cauldron to check and saw that the spirit weapons were all completely shattered. There was nothing useful that he could find. Instead, the decorative designs on the cauldron caught his attention. They were rune-based, but different from the runes he had seen before. There was a different kind of beauty to them. This cauldron isn't from this era, and these runes are similar to the ones in the ruins of Great Ruins. However, there are also differences. He examined them before jumping out again. Qin Mu dried the water on his body and walked away. Our spirit weapons were all taken away by Long Jianan, so we don't have any suitable weapons and might be in danger. Be careful, everyone. Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang went after him as Ling Yuxiu said, "Using our Six Directions divine treasure to give birth to a spirit weapon is more suitable than using other people's spirit weapons. If we could refine a Six Directions spirit weapon, we should be able to protect ourselves." Qin Mu was slightly stunned and asked, "How can I give birth to a spirit weapon?" He had once heard Xian Qing'er, the great demon, mention such a thing. She had said that spirit weapons were treasures born from Six Directions divine treasure, but he had never understood how a divine treasure could give birth to spirit weapons. He was still lacking in knowledge in regards to Six Directions realm. Si Yunxiang was astonished. "Cult Master, you don't even know this?" Nun Hong Fa from Hall of Six Directions had given a lecture on how to give birth to a spirit weapon in Six Directions divine treasure before. Qin Mu shook his head and said, "I've gone Hall of Six Directions only once before, and I got chased out to stand in the corner with you the moment I entered." Si Yunxiang recalled the incident when she had gotten called out to stand in the corner with Qin Mu and couldn't resist smiling. Ling Yuxiu said, "Six Directions divine treasure giving birth to spirit weapon is actually a vague saying. What Six Direction divine treasure gives birth to is a form of the spirit weapon, only the shape and physical form. As long as you execute your technique, you can see the vital chi gathering in your Six Directions divine treasure to form the shape of a spirit weapon." She formed the shape of her spirit weapon, and the roars of dragons could be heard as 9 of them flew over and danced around her. The heads of the dragons gathered behind her back, while the bodies coiled together, transforming into a 5 yards long handle and the head of a hammer that was like a small mountain. Si Yunxiang had a weird expression. "Princess Xiao, your spirit weapon is a hammer?" "Not only that," Ling Yuxiu said. "The path I took is the fusion of battle spells. I'm studying if I can merge battle techniques and spells with 9 Dragons Monarch technique, so this 9 Dragons hammer is one of the forms of my spirit weapon. The 9 dragons can separate to transform into other forms at will." Saint Xiang, "So, what's the shape of your spirit weapon?" Si Yunxiang gave a smile and executed her technique. Vital Chi flew out from her Six Directions divine treasures and transformed into a thread. That thread had a myriad of changes, weaving and circling around her like a chain as she smiled. This is the shape of my spirit weapon. Cult Master, what's the shape of your spirit weapon? Qin Mu shook his head. My technique of the Six Directions realm isn't perfected, so I still don't know the shape of my spirit weapon. Since you guys only have the shapes of spirit weapons, how do you refine the spirit weapons? As they walked through the fog-covered palace, Ling Yuxiu said, we will need capable and skilled craftsmen to forge our spirit weapon. A good spirit weapon can perfectly match the form of your spirit weapon, unleashing the power of the spirit weapon to its maximum potential. If the craftsmanship isn't good, the spirit weapon might not be able to match the power of the divine arts. I plan to stabilize the shape of my spirit weapon and ask Assistant Minister and the rest to help me forge my spirit weapon. However, the structure of my spirit weapon is complicated and will probably be hard to forge. It's better to cultivate sword skills, so there won't be a need to forge one's own spirit weapon. Any sword pellet would do. Si Yunxiang said, the skills of Heavenly Works Hall Master are superb, and I also plan to ask him to help me forge my spirit weapon. Mine has many transformations, so it'll also be very difficult to forge. The people the two of them were talking about was the same person. Heavenly Works Hall Master was none other than Assistant Minister Shan Yoxin. Qin Mu opened Green Heaven's eyes and walked into the shrine while saying, I can help the both of you. My forging abilities aren't weak as well. I could forge both of your spirit weapons in a day or two if I could only find some gold and iron here. Ling Yuxiu was astonished. Divine Physician's Sacred Hands, who is proficient in painting, is also proficient in forging. Si Yunxiang was also very astonished. Cult Master also has attainments in forging? Can't be considered attainments, Qin Mu said humbly. I just know how to beat the metal and exert a little brute force. I passed Grandpa Mute's test in the village by a cheap trick. Grandpa Mute is the most outstanding blacksmith in the villages in our area, and his test was very strict. The two girls looked at each other and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The space in the shrine was vast, and Qin Mu revealed astonishment. He then backed out of the shrine and circled around it, measuring its size with his steps. Ling Yuxiu popped her head into the shrine and cried out, so huge. Si Yunxiang also looked into the shrine and cried out with her eyes wide open, how can it be so huge inside? Qin Mu returned into the shrine and walked quickly along its sides with a pondering expression. The one that herds cows, what's wrong? Ling Yuxiu was bewildered. The shrine outside is 9 steps long and 50 steps wide, while inside it is 9,000 steps long and 5,000 steps wide. Qin Mu looked up and saw the ceiling that was as high as the sky. Huge jewels were sculpted to look like stars, and the aspects of the celestial bodies were completely different from the aspects of the celestial bodies now. The stars were about 10,000 yards away from them. Other than the stars, there was also a moon and a sun. Qin Mu didn't know what kind of divine art had created such a treasure, but the sun was still blazing furiously, lighting up the entire shrine. How is this still a shrine? It was clearly a small-scaled world. The space in the shrine is 10,000 times bigger than it looks from the outside. Qin Mu suppressed the pounding of his heart and said solemnly, the position of the sun and moon is in the eye sockets of a divine beast Taotai. This shrine is built on top of the divine bones of a Taotai, which might have even been a god. This is even more powerful than my Taotai sack, since this is a pure-blooded Taotai. Sister Yuxiu, this might be the reason why you were feeling sure earlier. Si Yunxiang's eyes shone with light before becoming dim. What a pity this shrine is too huge, and we can't move it. Qin Mu felt the same. What a pity. His gaze landed on the sun, and his heart suddenly stirred. This sun is a man-made artifact. I wonder if I could light up the sun on Sun Ship. His heart started to throb violently. If he was able to light up that sun, then Sun Guardian Yan Jingjing wouldn't have to be eaten by Sun Ship. Qin Mu had become Moon Guardian once and knew how terrifying it was to have his life force absorbed by Moon Ship. He was quite concerned about the Sun Guardian and didn't want her to die just like that. If he could light up the sun on Sun Ship, he would definitely do it. He rose into the sky and flew quickly to the ceiling of the shrine. The interior of this shrine was extremely vast. When Qin Mu exerted all his strength to sprint to the sky and planned to pluck the sun down, he didn't expect for it to become more and more scorching the closer he came, making him unable to withstand the heat. His body trembled, and he executed Mars Sovereign's Fire Marquis True technique, transforming into a bull-headed human-bodied form of Mars Sovereign, which was stepping on 2 flame dragons. Like that, he continued to close in on the sun. The closer he got, the higher the temperature was, and tears started to flow out from his eyes due to the dazzling light. However, they instantly evaporated. He stared with his eyes wide open at the sun, which was getting closer and closer. He saw that this treasure was actually a huge eyeball that was emanating blazing fire energy. It seemed to be refined from an eye of a strange beast whose pupil could still be seen. That pupil presented a perfect circle, and the terrifying fire energy and dazzling light shot out from nowhere else but that pupil. Before he could get close, he felt a stinging pain as if he was stabbed by countless needles. Qin Mu hurriedly descended, with the light from that pupil shining like burning needles. If he proceeded forward without careful consideration, he would either be melted by the high temperature or be shot to death by the sunlight. Thump! Qin Mu landed on the ground and swayed his tail with a pensive look. Si Yunxiang and Ling Yuxiu were astonished as they examined him up and down. Si Yunxiang mustered her courage and stretched her hand to touch Qin Mu's large and firm-fleshed bull buttocks that were as round as those of a hippopotamus. She cried out, "It's a real butt. Princess Xiao, try touching it as well." "No way." Even though Ling Yuxiu said so, she also stretched her hand out to touch Qin Mu's bull buttocks. "It's a real butt." The princess then said in astonishment, "How fleshy."
Piak.
Qin Mu swayed his tail and slapped the hands of the two girls away as he walked out of the shrine. The two girls held their hands in pain and looked at the cow that great cult master Qin had transformed into. When his fleshy buttocks trembled as he walked, they couldn't resist wanting to grope them. Qin Mu came to the outside of the shrine, and the two flames dragons beneath his feet suddenly soared into the sky. He flew to the roof of the shrine and removed a glazed roof tile. This shrine was extraordinary, and each tile was imprinted with rune markings. Even if they received attacks of divine arts or spirit weapons, they would be hardly damaged. After a moment, Qin Mu removed several glazed roof tiles, and light shone out from inside. He smiled. "As I thought, the back of the eye doesn't give out light." Si Yunxiang raised her head to have a look and saw an incomparably huge bull head popping in from the outside, appearing behind the back of the sun. A huge hand then stretched out and grabbed that sun in the sky. With a gentle shake, the sun was extinguished. Chapter 285, Demolisher Qin. The inside of the shrine instantly turned slightly dimmer, but when the girls raised their heads up to take a look, they could see the light from the stars becoming clearer and brighter, with the starlight and the moonlight shining over each other. If it was the outside world, it would definitely be a situation where the moon was bright and the stars were scarce. However, the moonlight and starlight here decorated each other and made the starry sky and the shrine even more charming. Qin Mu didn't return to the shrine. Instead, a bull head soon appeared behind the moon and plucked it away. The two girls were slightly angered. "This wet blanket. He doesn't understand any amorous feelings. If it was under the shrine's moonlight and starlight, you would just have to say some nice things and that's it. Wouldn't it just be you and me? Of course, I'd first have to chase away that vixen beside me first." Soon after that, Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang heard the sound of tiles piling up, and the sky in the shrine gradually disappeared. A bull head would pop up from time to pluck down the stars. They slowly decreased in number, until an hour after the sky had been opened up, the stars, sun, and moon had all been plucked down by Qin Mu. The two girls came out of the shrine and saw a mountainous pile of luminous pearls and two large eyeballs with covered pupils. These two eyes were about 3 yards tall, so they were much taller than them. They seemed to be made of jade and didn't look like real eyes, so they should have been sculpted from fine jade. Ling Yuxiu went up and saw that there were numerous markings that were extremely complicated in the eyes. They were most likely the marks of a formation. The eyes were down, which closed the formation in the pupil, so it became a white line. The pupil couldn't be seen, only vein lines that scattered out like golden rays shining from the sun. The two girls touched them and felt an icy cold at their fingertips. It completely didn't feel like it had been blazing with fire energy earlier. "I thought they were the eyes of a Taotai, yet they are made of jade." Si Yunxiang was slightly disappointed. Qin Mu was standing behind one of the eyes and playing with it. They didn't know what he was doing with it when the pupil of that eye suddenly opened up a crack, looking like an erected apricot. The two girls immediately saw an incomparably complicated formation being activated at the opening of the pupil. It was like an intricate mechanism formed from countless gears, and the next instant, a terrifying flame emerged from the pupil that burned more and more furiously. Their eyes cracked from the burn when their gazes landed on it. Si Yunxiang hurriedly pulled Ling Yuxiu away, and the two girls avoided looking at the eye. With a whoosh, a beam of snow-white light shot out from the pupil and ignited the air. Along the path of light, all the white marble slabs on the ground had been instantly turned into lava, and even that lava was evaporating. The beam of light hit a few pieces of glazed roof tiles, yet even though those glazed roof tiles also had rune markings, they were instantly vaporized. Ling Yuxiu jumped in shock. "If I was hit by this beam of light, wouldn't I have died already? Luckily Saintess Xiang pulled me away." Qin Mu continued to fiddle with the back of the eye, so the two girls walked around to see that it was actually a formation that was marked with runes. The formation wasn't complicated, but it was hard to see what type it was exactly. Qin Mu was using his vital qi to adjust the formation. With his adjustments, the pupil of this jade eye gradually opened up to the sides, and the fire energy blazed more and more furiously. It was like the sun scattering its heat in all directions, making them feel a heat wave that was hard to endure even when standing at the back of the eye. "Close your eyes," Qin Mu said with a grave expression. "I've opened the full power of the formation in this eye, and now I'm ready to close the eye into a slit to test out the power of this spirit weapon." Spirit weapon? While the two girls were slightly stunned, Qin Mu controlled the formation to shrink the pupil, making the light become incomparably bright. Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang immediately closed their eyes. Even with closed eyes, they were still able to see a terrifying beam of light slicing out like an extremely thin blade. Qin Mu stopped the formation and heard a hum coming from the jade eye. The light then vanished, and the fire energy in the surroundings also gradually faded away. The two girls opened up their eyes, but there was still darkness in front of their eyes. Such extreme brightness resulted in darkness, as their eyes had been damaged by the burn. Even though they didn't look at the light directly, the light from the jade eye had still damaged their pupils through the eyelids. Luckily for them, their vital qi was dense, and this kind of damage could self-heal. Qin Mu walked out from the back of the eye and looked up. He couldn't help being stunned when he saw that. The shrine in front of them had been sliced through the center by the blade of light from the jade eye. Even though the shrine was still standing tall, it might collapse at any moment. Furthermore, in the sky of this underwater world, there was a mark of the blade across the sky. A huge crack had opened up on the barrier that was supporting the pressure from the bottom of the sea, and the seawater was already starting to leak inside. Qin Mu stroked his chin and forcefully pulled out a few strands of beard he had grabbed. The youth sucked in a mouthful of cold air from the pain, but it wasn't a physical pain. It was his heart that was hurting. By testing the power of the jade eye just then, he had accidentally broken the barrier of this strange underwater world, and in a few days, the seawater would flood this place to the brim. Si Yunxiang looked as a few droplets landed on the shrine, and that building which looked to be extremely stable instantly creaked, as if unable to handle the weight. The shrine started to lean in two sides, and with two loud rumbles, it split in half. Dust and smoke permeated the air, revealing humongous bones of a beast. These were the bones of a Taotai. That creature had been a pureblood, but its bones were also sliced into two by the beam. Once the shrine collapsed, the bones of the Taotai were revealed, and they were extremely huge. The heavenly kings were right. Cult Master Qin really demolishes everything wherever he goes, Si Yunxiang muttered. Ling Yuxiu was also exclaiming what a pity to herself. This was a shrine, a mysterious underwater world, and it was destroyed by the fiddlings of Qin Mu just like that. "The one that herds cows, you have a name, but not a nickname yet, so let me give you a nickname. Let's call you Demolisher, Demolisher Qin," Ling Yuxiu suggested. Qin Mu's heart was still in pain when his face blushed from hearing what Ling Yuxiu had said, and he tried to explain. "I'm not Demolisher Qin, I didn't demolish anything, don't talk nonsense and spoil my innocence." Si Yunxiang sneered. "You are innocent? The moment you reach Saint Arrival Mountain, you demolished the Hall of Three Kings." Ling Yuxiu sneered as well. "You have demolished scholars' residence at least 3 times, right? The palaces around Temple of Heaven have also been demolished by you leading Heaven Devil Cole. And also, I've heard Heaven Wave City was also demolished by you. Just look, we came here moments ago, and this underwater world has already been demolished by you. This underwater world has probably stood here for tens of thousands of years, but is gone the moment you came." In a bad mood, Qin Mu muttered, "Don't talk nonsense, don't talk nonsense." The two girls teased Great Cult Master Qin and went to scavenge the collapsed shrine for anything useful. After a moment, Ling Yuxiu carried 2 huge pillars over and placed them in front of Qin Mu. These 2 huge pillars were probably tens of thousands of pounds heavy, yet she was able to carry them with brute force. Si Yunxiang praised, "Fat people are truly strong. I'm not like Princess Xiao, I'm too weak to even stand up to the wind." Ling Yuxiu went into a frenzy and wanted to push the saintess onto the ground to give her a good beating. However, since Qin Mu was at the side, it wasn't good for her to do this. She gritted her teeth and smiled. "That's right, Saintess Yang is indeed too weak to even stand up to the wind. You're too skinny, and there are not even 2 tails of flesh in front of your chest." Si Yunxiang was angered, and her gaze became unpleasant. "I'm still young and growing. What's the use of being so big? Ain't it still going to sag when one becomes old?" The two girls stared at each other before averting their gazes. "Great Cult Master, do you think you can refine these 2 pillars into spirit weapons?" Ling Yuxiu asked gently. Qin Mu was currently checking the other jade eye and trying to understand the marvel of operating such things, so he hadn't listened to what they were fighting about. This kind of metal is rarely seen. It seems like it has different metals mixed into it, and because of this its quality and flexibility are much stronger than those of winter crystal iron. Qin Mu checked the 2 pillars and was rather astonished. The divine arts practitioners of Eternal Peace Empire usually looked for the level of purity in refining their spirit weapons, but these 2 pillars didn't care about purity. By mixing different kinds of metal with the copper, the strength and flexibility of the pillars had been greatly increased. Can you refine the 9 dragons' weapons I require? Ling Yuxiu asked immediately. Can. Qin Mu was full of confidence. My smithing skills are great. I'm not lying. He activated the formation in Sun Jade Eye and smelted one of the copper pillars to forge a huge hammer first. He then let Ling Yuxiu exhibited the form of her spirit weapon and demonstrate all the changes of her 9 dragons' weapons. He pondered for quite some time and took out his brush and paper to draw the blueprints before starting to forge. 2 days later, Qin Mu finally finished forging 9 dragons' weapons. It was 9 dragons that could be combined together to form a huge hammer or separated to form 9 dragons' divine flame shroud by connecting their tails with one another. The bodies of the dragons were soft, and he had incorporated spirit creation technique into them while forging, so they could do numerous transformations. For example, even though the 9 dragons were made out of metal, there were over 900 pieces of bones in their bodies, allowing them to swim around in the air freely. Each and every one of the dragon scales stood alone, and could also be detached from the bodies of the dragons. These scales were very sharp and could be used as solitary weapons. Other than the dragon scales, the dragon claws were like hooks that were abnormally sharp, and the dragon teeth were like blades. The 2 whiskers on each dragon were chains that were very soft, but strong and could chain people up. When the 9 dragons came together, they would become 9 dragons' golden wall. The scales would form the surface of the mirror, while behind it would be 9 dragon heads. Even if Si Yunxiang and Ling Yuxiu didn't have many attainments in forging, they could still see that the 9 dragons' weapons that Qin Mu had forged was indeed exceptional. This weapon should be very suitable for Ling Yuxiu. The princess rushed over excitedly and transformed her vital qi into runes to mark onto the 9 dragons' weapons, using her vital qi to nourish it. After trying it out for a moment, she felt that it was easy to control it, and it could transform into another shape she wanted at any time. Not bad, not bad. Ling Yuxiu praised endlessly. The one that herds cows, your craftsmanship ain't bad. It's just a tiny bit inferior to that of Assistant Minister of Ministry of Works. Si Yunxiang looked over enviously and exhibited the form of her spirit weapon, which was a thread that had a myriad transformations. How would one expect a well-tempered steel to become so soft that it could coil around the fingers? To forge a spirit weapon to the extent where it can coil around the finger is not as simple as just beating the metal. Cult Master, my spirit weapon is called Thousand Silks, and it's a sword and also a spell. What it imitates is the great educational heavenly devil scriptures of our heavenly saint cult. So could Cult Master refine a metal to be as soft as silk? Qin Mu examined the form of her spirit weapon and frowned. Refining such a sword that's as fine as silk while still having to forge the spell imprints on it poses some difficulty. I have learned it before, but I have never tried forging it. Let me try. Si Yunxiang's Thousand Silks was much more troublesome than Ling Yuxiu's 9 dragons' weapons. It was much finer and required the metal to be hammered to the extreme limits of its flexibility before spreading it out to forge a metal membrane that was much thinner than natural silk. The thickness of natural silk was at 1 C, while behind C there was still Hu Wei, Xian Sha, Chun Ai, Miao Mo, and even finer thicknesses. Qin Mu could only spread the metal membrane to the thickness of Chun and Ai. Any finer, and he wouldn't be able to do it. When the thickness reached such a step, it would require markings that were even more intricate. Qin Mu and Si Yunxiang both cultivated great educational heavenly devil scriptures, so the 2 of them painstakingly worked together to imprint all the runes on the metal membrane. While they were doing that, the membrane broke a few times and he had to reforge it. After that, Qin Mu folded the metal membrane carefully and began to temper it again before spreading it open once more to re-imprint the runes. After doing that over and over again, he finally managed to forge 1,000 silks. Si Yunxiang's heart moved and 1,000 silks transformed into a ribbon which tied itself around her waist. The seawater in the underwater world gradually became deeper, and they couldn't stay there for much longer. Qin Mu immediately transformed his vital qi into a thread and wrapped the 2 jade eyes and stars with a net while saying, "Let's go up." The 3 of them hurriedly rushed toward the huge cauldron, and Si Yunxiang's eyes shone when she came close. She tried to lift the cauldron up to take it away, but how could she do that when the cauldron was unimaginably heavy? Even with all her strength, it didn't budge an inch. Your chest is small, so you're weak, Ling Yuxiu snickered. Come try it with your big chest then. Si Yunxiang retorted angrily. Ling Yuxiu went forward, but she hadn't expected that the cauldron would be so heavy that even she couldn't lift it. Her face blushed uncontrollably. Qin Mu shook his head. This cauldron spews out so much spirit water, and it comes up 5,000 yards above to the spring. The weight of the water spewed out from the cauldron could probably match the weight of a mountain, and there's also the weight of the cauldron itself. This item is definitely a divine artifact, so you can drop the thought of taking it away. The 2 girls sighed in pity and followed Qin Mu to swim upwards. After some time, they floated up to the water surface. Ling Yuxiu smiled and said, "We had gotten quite a few treasures this time, so it wasn't a wasted trip. How many treasures did Princess get? What kind of treasures are they?" A voice came from the side of the pond, and the three of them hurriedly looked over. They saw Long Jianan sitting on the head of a huge red snake. The beast's large body was circled around the pond. Long Jianan revealed a smile, and her gaze went from one face to another. She said to Qin Mu, "How wonderful of Cult Master, giving me such an exercise to find you." Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang smacked the waves and rushed into midair, activating their 9 dragons weapons and 1,000 silks to attack Long Jianan without any explanation. Chapter 286. Guarding the Corpse. Long Jianan sneered. Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang had merely just entered 6 Directions Realm, while she and the Red Snake were experts of 7 Stars Realm. Whoever entered 7 Stars Realm could become a general in Eternal Peace Empire. Before Dragon Rider sect had rebelled, Long Jianan had assumed a position in the army by dressing as a male. With Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang's abilities, they were no match for her and the Red Snake. Courting death. Long Jianan's palm flipped over and her vital chi transformed into a huge python which coiled behind her body with jaws wide open. The air in the surroundings instantly rushed towards its mouth as it tried to swallow the 2 girls in the air. Even though Dragon Rider sect wasn't proficient in spells, the power of their spells still couldn't be underestimated. Imperial Preceptors reform had allowed Dragon Rider sect to absorb the strong points of other sects, raising the power of their spells by a level. This dragon python swallowing heaven had already obtained the Samadhi state. However, Ling Yuxiu held 9 dragons' weapons in her hands and raised it over her head to smash down. In midair, bolts of lightning instantly gathered and crackled as they struck onto her 9 dragon weapons. It transformed into 9 dragons' hammer, which collided with the huge mouth of the vital chi python. The explosion of the power of lightning instantly shattered the spell of Long Jianan, causing her vital chi to disintegrate. While Long Jianan was astonished, Si Yunxiang waved her hand, and a fine string came stabbing towards her left eye. Long Jianan flicked her fingers continuously, yet that string wasn't affected and continued to fly over. The middle and index fingers of Si Yunxiang's pointed toward Long Jianan, and the tip of her fingers dotted again and again. The tip of 1,000 silks also transformed again and again, actually executing sword moves that were extremely intricate. Saintess Xiang's sword skills ain't bad. The sleeve of Long Jianan's left arm swept over and over again, and her vital chi transformed into a jade annulus to mess up the sword treads that were rushing toward her. Yet at this moment, Long Jianan noticed that Si Yunxiang had her right hand in front of her body and her left hand behind her body. Her left hand was also gesticulating sword secrets which alarmed her and made her immediately rise into the sky. Just as she did that, she saw her purple dress fluttering as thousands of holes opened up, wind passing everywhere. Meanwhile, in the sky, Ling Yuxiu raised her huge hammer to smash down, and Long Jianan raised her hand to block. A loud rumble rang out when flames burst forth from the huge hammer. The strength was incomparably terrifying, blowing Long Jianan away with one strike. 9 Dragons Monarch technique was naturally a first-rate technique and had extremely high attainments in spells. Due to that, the accumulated magic power was like a vast sea. Both on the same realm and below, the magic power from 9 Dragons Monarch technique was the densest. Of course, this was excluding Qin Mu's Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique. In addition to that, Emperor Yanfeng was the most intelligent emperor since Eternal Peace Empire was founded and had long become a great expert of his generation. He had improved 9 Dragons Monarch technique and added in transformations of battle techniques and sword skills, allowing the power of this technique to far surpass what it was in the past. The technique that Ling Yuxiu cultivated was this, and the path she took was the fusion of battle spells. By unleashing battle techniques and spells together at the same time, the power of her attacks was increased. So even though Long Jianan was on 7 Stars Realm, she was still caught off guard by the attacks of the 2 girls and got blown away. The moment Ling Yuxiu landed on the ground, she let go of her hammer, and 9 Dragons' hammer separated into 9 dragon-shaped weapons which swiftly combined together once more. The countless number of scales moved and transformed into a mirror. Ling Yuxiu stood behind the mirror, and with a hum, a beam of light shot out. Within it seemed to be golden dragons flying and dancing around, shining on the body of Long Jianan who was flying backward. Si Yunxiang immediately rushed over and flew past the mirror. Her sword threads coiled around and sliced toward Long Jianan who was hit by the mirror light. Xiaohong. Long Jianan shouted sternly. With a raise of her palm, the ground trembled and several hundred stone spikes shot up from below, blocking Si Yunxiang's path and the mirror's light. The huge red snake behind the 2 girls suddenly stretched its body, which was as thick as a pillar that only several people could hug. It came sweeping over with boundless strength, and if they got hit by this behemoth, they would be severely injured if not shattered in pieces. Dragon Rider Sec's true trump card wasn't cultivation or magic power, and neither was it divine arts, it was the dragon in their mouth. The snakes they raised were all a special breed that had the bloodline of flood dragons. Even if the people's cultivation wasn't high, the snakes they raised would definitely have a high enough ability to kill their opponents. This red snake of Long Jianan was one of the special breeds among the special breeds. It was the same as the Dragon King's flood dragon of the Divine Bridge realm. This snake had an extremely close kinship with it, and the bloodline of this flood dragon was very pure, thus a snake was enough to sweep everyone on Seven Stars realm. Long Jianan had relied on this pet of hers to become a reputable expert. The fierce power of the red snake came barreling over, but just as it was about to crush the two girls, a scorching beam of light shot from behind its body. The red snake was stunned when it saw its body being sliced in half by that beam. The loose half then wiggled about, sweeping down the forest in pieces. At the side of the pond behind the huge snake, Qin Mu stood with a huge eyeball, which was shooting out a bright beam. This was, of course, the attack that had cut the snake in half. The red snake hissed in pain and spewed out a lump of dense poisonous fog while springing up to bite Qin Mu with the remainder of its body. This poisonous fog was highly toxic, and Qin Mu wasn't willing to get tainted by it. Moving away, he executed heavenly pilfering divine legs and avoided the attack of the red snake. His speed was extremely fast, and, before the red snake could even react, he was already in the sky. Qin Mu looked down from above and saw that the city of the Solomon Seals had been completely destroyed. The Solomon Seals that had been in the trees were also swept away. It was evident that after Long Jianan had discovered this place, she had ruthlessly killed and captured all the Solomon Seals and razed the place where they lived. Long Jianan must have learned about Qin Mu and the rest from the mouths of those Solomon Seals, since they really didn't have any spirit of loyalty and were swift to sell out others. Qin Mu's expression sunk. Even though these Solomon Seals didn't have the spirit of loyalty, they had still helped his group. And since they had helped, they were benefactors. Suddenly, the huge head of the red snake sprung into the air with its jaws wide open to an extreme degree. The mouth of the snake nearly formed an eye shape as it came biting toward him. Qin Mu adjusted the jade eye, and a beam shot straight down the mouth of the snake with a hum. All the flesh that the light passed by was melted. The intense light shone onto the ground, and the ground instantly melted, creating a pit. Boiling lava started to vaporize into steam that flowed out, condensing into small beads of rocks that fell from the sky when they cooled down. It was as if there was a small-scaled rain of rocks. The jumping strength of the red snake was astonishing, so its huge body swallowed both Qin Mu and the jade eye. However, since its flesh was pierced all the way through, a passageway was opened up. The brain of the snake was also pierced as well. Qin Mu's body landed on the ground, and behind him, a red snake fell down like a tattered sack that was giving off a fragrance of cooked meat. Xiaohong. Long Jianan's miserable shriek came from a distance. The three women had already fought all the way to the surface of the sea and were clashing furiously on the water surface. In the sea, it was extremely easy to control water, so Long Jianan's vital qi had fused with the seawater, transforming into pythons to attack in all directions with astonishing power. However, it was a pity that Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang's spirit weapons were too good and their powers were too strong. When facing Long Jianan's attacks head-on, Ling Yuxiu could separate her 9 dragons' weapons into 9 pieces, transforming into 9 dragon-shaped blades moving up and down, left and right, colliding with the spells and destroying them. They could also transform into a defensive state, 9 Dragon Shield, to block Long Jianan's attack anytime. Meanwhile, Si Yunxiang's techniques were even stranger. They were as unpredictable as her 1,000 silks, vanishing in the water sometimes and appearing on top of Long Jianan's head from time to time, making her unable to guard against it. Even though 1,000 silks was fine, it was very lethal, and it posed the most danger to Long Jianan. When the red snake died, Long Jianan's frame of mind was messed up, and Si Yunxiang saw a flaw. The spirit weapon hummed and transformed into a thin sword blade, which pierced Long Jianan's heart. The tip of the sword came out the other side. Just as Si Yunxiang succeeded in landing a blow, Ling Yuxiu stretched her hand out, and the 9 dragons combined into a hammer, smashing onto Long Jianan's body. Cracking sounds rang out, and countless of bones were shattered, piercing the woman's skin. With bones sticking out of Long Jianan's body, she was a bloody sight that was extremely terrifying. Si Yunxiang pulled out 1,000 silks, and Long Jianan's body trembled as it fell into the seawater. Ling Yuxiu shouted out, "She still has our spirit weapons." Si Yunxiang immediately lifted up Long Jianan's corpse. Having almost let it fall into the sea, she couldn't help grumbling. I had already succeeded in landing the killing blow, yet she still had to hammer on the body. Look at how shattered her bones are now. I can't even carry her properly. The two girls dragged Long Jianan's corpse back onto the island and started rummaging through her body for treasures. They could only find the Taotai sack, which they opened. Inside, they saw all their spirit weapons and all kinds of other treasures. Si Yunxiang poured the items out, revealing countless corpses of the Solomon seals that piled up like a small mountain. Close to 10,000 corpses of the Solomon seals piled up together were merely 3 yards high. However, these Solomon seals all had the shape of humans, and 10,000 corpses piled up together was still an extremely astonishing sight. It had an indescribable, sorrowful feeling to it. Cult Master, I finally understand. This is not the strong preying on the weak. From the corner of her eye, Si Yunxiang saw Qin Mu slowly walking over. There was a hard-to-detect hint of sorrow in the eyes of the devil cult saintess when she said in a low voice, "This is definitely not the strong preying on the weak, but instead toying with the lives of others to realize selfish desires." When she was killing these Solomon seals, she must have felt like she was a god. Qin Mu walked to her side and said, being apart from nature, she couldn't understand that. These Solomon seals were originally spirit herbs, so even though they are dead, their roots are still here. They might just come back to life again if we plant them beside that spirit spring. Let us do this. The two girls nodded. Planting down 10,000 Solomon seals was quite tiring, but luckily they were divine arts practitioners. Until nightfall, they finished planting all of them. Si Yunxiang went to gather some firewood while Ling Yuxiu went to fetch some spring water to water the Solomon seals. Qin Mu tidied up the Taotai sack and placed the 2 jade eyes inside before placing over 3,000 jade quality luminous pearls on the beach. Each of these luminous pearls gave off a charming glow. Si Yunxiang picked up some firewood and came to the beach to lit the bonfire. She then took out her outer clothing and jumped into the sea in her undergarments. Her undergarments were like a skirt with straps on the shoulder and were made of pure white silk with no embroidery. On her lower body were white underpants that were only 3 inches long. They also had fine straps that were tied to her snow-white thighs. After a moment, Si Yunxiang carried a huge fish out from the sea and threw it beside Qin Mu. She then circulated her vital qi to dry up her undergarments before putting back on her clothes. Only then did she notice that Qin Mu had dragged Long Jianan's corpse over some time ago and placed it beside the bonfire. He had also dragged over the 2 parts of the red snake's corpse, which made her bewildered. Cult Master, what are you doing? Guarding the corpse, waiting for her to wake up. Si Yunxiang burst into laughter. If you wait for 2 more days, the corpse will start to stink. I've pierced her heart and Princess Xiao shattered her bones, so how could she still be alive? When Ling Yuxiu walked over and saw Long Jianan's corpse, she couldn't help frowning. She probed, the one that herds cows, are there any weird rules in Great Ruins? Qin Mu kicked the corpse of Long Jianan and sneered, Sister Long, stop acting, I've seen you shed your skin before. The 2 girls smiled. It's better to bury her soon. Qin Mu sneered. Before I bury her, I have to chop off her head first. This knife of mine is thirsting for blood. Once he said that, he pulled out his pig slaughter knife with an unpleasant expression. Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang were both shocked. Ling Yuxiu asked softly, Saintess Yang, is there some rule about beheading corpses in Great Ruins? I also don't know. Maybe there's really such a weird habit in Great Ruins. Just as Si Yunxiang said this, they heard the sound of human skin splitting. It came from the top of Long Jianan's head. Chapter 287, Dao Master. Long Jianan's scalp split open, and the sound was hair-raising. With difficulty, a woman began crawling out from the split human skin. Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang screamed, then noticed that they were both hugging each other. The next second, they let go. Qin Mu took out his Qin jade pendant and put it on him. The jade pendant and Emperor's disc were tied together and had been thrown in together into Taotai sack by Long Jianan. One of these items was related to Qin Mu's parentage, while the other was a treasure cripple had given him to ward off evil. The sight of Long Jianan crawling out from her skin was simply too terrifying, and it just so happened that Emperor's disc could be used to ward off evil. After a moment, a naked woman managed to pull her upper body out of Long Jianan's skin, and some shattered bones jutting out from the skin were also squeezed out. This woman was naked and had disheveled hair. She had difficulty crawling and coughed up blood as she did so. Ling Yuxiu then came to her senses from the shock and immediately urged Qin Mu, turn around, don't look. It's not like I've never seen this before, Qin Mu muttered, but he still turned around. Not long later, Long Jianan finally managed to crawl out from her skin. She was at her last gasp and had no strength, and her appearance had become slightly older. She was no longer a woman in her prime age. She now looked a dozen years older. Si Yunxiang fetched a shirt to cover her body, and while she did that, she secretly pinched the body of this woman, and her gaze flickered. She told Ling Yuxiu in a low voice, there are still some shattered bones in her body. She didn't spit all of them out. Long Jianan sat up with difficulty and wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth. She said weakly, "My injuries were too severe, so this shedding could only heal the injuries of my heart and some of the bones. If I wanted to recover completely, I would have to shed a few more times. Every time I shed my skin, I become a dozen years older, losing much of my lifespan. You guys can be at ease. I am of no threat to you anymore." Ling Yuxiu looked at the two halves of the red snake's body and suddenly gave a shudder. Could this huge snake also? Long Jianan's expression turned sorrowful, and she shook her head. Xiaohong has already been severed into two halves and its head was destroyed. There's no way it can recover. That's good. Si Yunxiang and Ling Yuxiu sighed in relief. Qin Mu turned around and revealed a smile. "Sister Long, may I ask where your esteemed father is? Where is he hiding? Who is with him? Why does he want to meet me?" Long Jianan didn't speak a word. Qin Mu kept smiling as he stretched out his index finger. A strand of vital qi flew out and sliced a piece of the snake, then moved it to roast it over the bonfire. Fat started dripping off the snake meat, and it gave off smoke as it sizzled. Long Jianan's gaze landed on that piece of snake meat and her pupils contracted. "There are 361 halls in my Heavenly Saint cult, and one of them is called Justice Hall. They rigorously carry out cruel laws and have thousands of ways to make one confess." Qin Mu's face was sometimes bright and sometimes dark under the illumination of the bonfire. Eternal Peace Empire also has a Ministry of Justice, and you should have heard of their ways. The government minister of Ministry of Justice is the Emperor's man, but the assistant minister is the Justice Hall master of my Heavenly Saint cult. If I wanted your answers, I would just have to trouble him. Will you take the initiative to speak, or shall I force it out of you? Long Jianan sneered. Eternal Peace Empire and Heavenly Devil Cult have such deep ties with one another. It's truly founding an empire by the means of the devil. Cult Master Qin, even though there was a threat in inviting you this time, I was still courteous, wasn't I? I didn't cause trouble for you guys. Otherwise, chopping off Cult Master's legs, the princess's hands, and blinding the saintess wouldn't have been too difficult. Or me. I would like for you to treat me the way you've been treated. Now that I'm in your hands, I hope to receive deferential treatment as well. Qin Mu shook his head and said, "I can give you deferential treatment and not give you trouble on the way as well. However, since you have rebelled and caused chaos, it's only natural for me to hand you over to Ministry of Justice for questioning. You had an official position in the past, so it's also a possibility for me to hand you to Supreme Court. However, there are people of my Heavenly Saint cult in Supreme Court too." Long Jianan's expression wavered, but she still didn't speak a word. Qin Mu couldn't ask anything out from her, so he flicked his fingers to seal her souls and spirits with Heavenly Devil Creation technique. He then said to the two girls, "Fan Yunxiao's ship is fast, and he shouldn't find it difficult to find his way here. He should come tomorrow. If not, 5 days is the longest he may take. Let us stay on the island for a few days and see if the Solomon seals can be brought back to life." Si Yunxiang hesitated. Cult Master feels tenderness for the lives of these Solomon seals, but if Long Jianan was to escape, she might find her way here again and trample on these Solomon seals once more. Cult Master cannot lust for her charm just because she's pretty. Lust for her charm? Qin Mu sized up Long Jianan and asked in puzzlement. "She isn't pretty, so where's the charm?" Si Yunxiang was astonished. Even though Long Jianan had a weird temper, she was still considered a beauty. Even though she had become slightly older after shedding her skin, she was still a beautiful woman. For the sacred cult master of Heavenly Saint cult to not find her beautiful, wasn't he a little too slow? She probed, "What's cult master's definition of beautiful?" "Someone who looks like Granny." After a moment he added without thinking, "Or someone plump like Sister Yuxiu. Granny C said that plump girls look nice, but I must be careful of doxies." Ling Yuxiu was very pleased and gave Si Yunxiang a glance. Her heart already secretly considered the cowhood boy to be her intimate friend. Si Yunxiang felt indignant and said, "I'm from the same family as the previous cult mistress, and in terms of seniority, I should be calling her aunt. Does cult master thinks I'm pretty? You're too skinny and you're still young. You must be even younger than me, right?" Qin Mu sized up Si Yunxiang and shook his head. "Granny said that skinny girls are not that pretty. Being a little plump is okay, since they can bear children. Granny Apothecary also said that it's good for girls to be a little plump, but all the people in the village said he's an old rogue. Don't be sad though, you'll be pretty if you eat more, but don't get too plump. Grandpa Apothecary said that being too plump isn't beautiful, either." Si Yunxiang was stunned. According to Qin Mu's beauty standards, Long Jianan was indeed not considered beautiful, and even she herself was not considered beautiful. No wonder then that when she had taken off her clothes just moments ago and was left with only her undergarments, this fellow had not even taken an extra glance at her. It turned out that he had been brought astray by the rogues in his village. The young sacred cult master was good at everything. His wisdom, capability, Aptitude, comprehension, and even resolution were all outstanding. It was just that there was something wrong with his beauty standards. Qin Mu purposely didn't lower his voice and said, leaving the Sister Long alive is mainly to lure the Dragon King out. The Dragon King's abilities are high, and he has even raised a flood dragon. He's a sect master after all, so if I don't get rid of him, it will be hard for me to be at ease. I have to be very scared and on the edge every time I walk in the streets, fearing I will be killed. By handing Sister Long to the Crown Prince and requesting the help of the left and right guardians and cult protector elders, as long as the Dragon King dares to come, he will die with an intact corpse. He had a grave expression as he continued. He must die without an intact corpse. His brain must be smashed into smithereens. Otherwise, no one will know if he will come back to life. Speaking of it, I wonder why this Dragon King is looking for me, but this isn't important. The important point is that he must die. Long Jianan shuddered. Qin Mu's plan was too vicious. As long as the Dragon King came to save her, he would certainly die. There was no chance that he could defeat the guardians and cult protector elders of Heavenly Devil Cult. Cult Master Qin, there's a reason why my father invited you over, she suddenly said. Qin Mu looked at her and smiled. Sister Long is finally willing to speak. Long Jianan sighed and said, someone found my father and said that it wasn't good for him to show himself, but that he still wanted to meet with Cult Master Qin and negotiate peace. Qin Mu was astonished. May I ask who this person is? Dao Master. Long Jianan continued, of so-called 3 religions and 9 schools, Dao Sect, Great Thunderclap Monastery, and Heavenly Devil Cult are considered the 3 religions, while our Dragon Rider Sect is only considered a sect of the 9 schools. Cult Master is simply too powerful, and not only did he rescue the Emperor, he even killed so many experts of Dao Sect and Great Thunderclap Monastery at the Temple of Heaven in Imperial City. Dao Master is flustered now and fears that Emperor Yanfeng and Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor will ally with Heavenly Devil Cult to deal with Dao Sect. It isn't convenient for him to meet you personally, so as to prevent any misunderstandings between you and the Emperor, he found my father and requested him to invite you to Heavenly Dragon Island for a meeting. Her expression turned cold. I was courteous to you on the way here, but do you really think I didn't want to kill you? You killed countless disciples of my Dragon Rider sect in Heavenwave City, and the Emperor even seized our properties and executed our entire family, so my grudge with you guys is deeper than the sea. However, Dao Master is my father's benefactor and had saved his life before. I don't dare to go against his words. Qin Mu had a pensive look as he rubbed his chin. Another few stubbles had popped out on his chin, which was really irritating. Dao Master wants to meet me to negotiate peace, yet Dao Sect is negotiating peace with my Heavenly Saint Cult, but not with Eternal Peace Empire. He pondered over it. Dao Master is worried about my Heavenly Saint Cult allying with Eternal Peace Empire to attack Dao Sect, since he's already old and doesn't have many years left to live. He can still protect Dao Sect if he negotiates peace now, otherwise, once he dies, Dao Sect is going to be eradicated. The snake meat was very fragrant, and the fish was also not bad. However, Long Jianan only ate a few pieces of fish and didn't even try the snake meat. Qin Mu politely offered it to her twice, but seeing how she simply didn't want to eat her snake, he could only drop this thought. The next day, Si Yunxiang and Ling Yuxiu had woke up early, yet they saw Qin Mu already moving around on the island, his footstep never-ending. Sometimes he was walking through the beach, and at other times he was walking over the sea. He would even leap up into the clouds at times. His aptitude and comprehension are higher than that of others, yet he's still so hardworking. Si Yunxiang gritted her teeth and thought to herself, if it wasn't so that I wouldn't have a chance to kill you, would there be a need to be so hardworking? Qin Mu had no other thoughts in his mind as he executed Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique while walking. He operated the technique, trying to merge all kinds of techniques into one to comprehend Unity technique of 6 Directions realm. Si Yunxiang was wrong. Qin Mu's aptitude was definitely the lowest tier. Back then, the people of Disabled Elderly Village had tested it, and he wasn't even a spirit body, but merely an ordinary person. Qin Mu should have lived his whole life ordinarily, yet who would have expected that an overlord body from Village Chief would ignite Qin Mu's fighting spirit, as well as the fighting spirit of everyone in Disabled Elderly Village, pushing all kinds of spirit pills and miraculous medicines onto him. Furthermore, Qin Mu was indeed hardworking and could even be the most hardworking person in the world. There was also an invincible belief in him that he was the overlord body that surpassed others. If he was inferior to others, that could only mean that he wasn't working hard enough. His current cultivation and abilities were not entirely due to the grooming of Village Chief, Granny C, and the rest or gained by chance encounters, but mostly his hard work. If an ordinary person was willing to use their brain and work hard, it was hard to imagine how big their potential would be. No one could find someone extraordinary based on hard work before they succeeded. Only after success would others find the person extraordinary when they looked at a legend, yet they would all be overlooking the person's hard work. Si Yunxiang and Ling Yuxiu saw this situation and began to cultivate diligently as well. The two girls cultivated by themselves and didn't disturb each other. Long Jianan laid under the tree and breathed in and out, trying to shed her skin again. However, since her injuries were too severe and the energy consumed would be too great, she couldn't do it. If she shed her skin once more, she would become a middle-aged woman. After shedding a few more times, she would become an old woman. When it was late in the morning, Qin Mu returned to the spring, planning to fetch some spring water for the Solomon seals at the side of the spring. Yet he stopped in his footsteps when he saw an old Taoist in a washed Taoist robe that was slightly gray beside the spring. The man was currently using a leaf to fetch water while walking carefully among the Solomon seals, watering them. Beside him was also a youth that was helping to water as well. The old Taoist saw a leaf sprouting from a Solomon seal's head, and his wrinkled face beamed. He squatted down and gently touched the leaf. These Solomon seals can still be brought back to life after dying. What a wonderful life. Isn't that so, Cult Master Qin? Each and every action from the old Taoist seemed to go according to the course of nature. It was as if this sea, this island, this spring, this sky, and these Solomon seals were one and had no distinction between what is one's own and what is that of another. What senior brother says is extremely right. Qin Mu walked forward and said, "It's just that I don't know if these Solomon seals will still be the Solomon seal from before when they are brought back to life." Heavenly Saint Cult Master pays his respects to Tao Master. The old Taoist immediately returned the greeting. "It's still the first time we have met. This old Tao pays his respects. Lin Xian, quickly pay your respects to the human emperor of the current generation." Beside him, Daozi Lin Xian was bewildered, but he didn't ask any question and did a disciple right to Qin Mu while saying, "Daozi pays his respect to human emperor." Chapter 288, 14 Writings of Tao Sect. Qin Mu's heart trembled slightly when he guessed how Tao Master was so sure that he was the human emperor of the current generation. He had only learned 2 moves from Village Chief Sword Picture, and he didn't use them much. Other than executing it in front of Emperor Yanfeng and Imperial Preceptor, he had only used them in front of Pangong Tso and Daozi Lin Xian. When Daozi Lin Xian had followed Dan Yangzi to block the gate of Imperial College, he was defeated under the first move of Sword Picture, sword treading mountains and rivers. When he returned back to Tao Sect, he must have shown Qin Mu's sword treading mountains and rivers. Tao Master must have more or less known that Qin Mu's sword skills came from Village Chief, but he couldn't confirm Qin Mu was the human emperor of the current generation. As for why he had such a confident tone, he was actually testing the waters. Qin Mu's thoughts were also meticulous, but even though he guessed Tao Master's thoughts, he didn't deny and also went to fetch some water for the Solomon seal while saying with a smile, "Tao Master possesses remarkable abilities and your wisdom surpasses others." Tao Master and Daozi Lin Xian were using leaves to carry water while he used his vital qi to sweep up the spring water, which was more convenient and much faster. Old Tao Master saw him using vital qi and said, "Tao follows the nature. Human emperor, what's the rush?" Qin Mu said, "Being free from nature, we should apply what we learn. Since Tao Master is not applying, why did he have to learn?" Tao Master frowned, but his eyebrows soon smoothed out again, and he smiled. "The disagreement of our sects comes from our ideals and how we conduct ourselves in society. I won't debate with you over the teachings of Tao Sect and Heavenly Devil Cult. Human Emperor has withdrawn from worldly affairs for several hundred years, yet his student has come back. You must be planning something, am I right?" Qin Mu used his vital qi to control the flow of the water, then said seriously, "What can I be planning?" Village Chief said that the human emperor is a responsibility, but until now I still don't understand what good can come from being the human emperor. First, there's no authority, and second, there's no power, yet I still have to carry responsibility. If Tao Master is willing, I could give it up to you. Tao Master was watering the Solomon seals with the leaf when his expression changed slightly. He hurriedly shook his head. "I can't shoulder this responsibility." One of them used a leaf, while the other a spell to water the Solomon seals. Daozi Ling Xian took it all in and shook his head secretly. This old and young both had their own stubborn viewpoints and were very obstinate. After a time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Qin Mu finished watering all the Solomon seals. Old Tao Master also planted the leaf he used to carry water back into the soil and stretched his back with a sigh. "I'm old, and my bones aren't like they used to be. Since Human Emperor is the cult master of Heavenly Devil Cult, Tao Sect won't be able to go against Human Emperor anymore." This old Tao came to find Human Emperor to identify his successor to Human Emperor. "Lin Xian had also paid his respects to you just now, and after I die, he will become Tao Master." Qin Mu greeted Lin Xian, and Lin Xian immediately returned his greeting. "I'm not Tao Master. I dare not accept." Old Dao Master smiled. After you beat Go. Me Dao Master. You will still be half a seniority lower, so you will have salute half a hand lower. Lin Xian was shocked. Old Dao Master said in a neither too fast nor too slow voice, us who cultivate qi have received grace from the human emperor of the first generation, so everyone respects him. Each and every clan and sect had taken out their best treasure at that time to create human emperor's seal, so you must follow the etiquette and can't be negligent. Could old Dao take a look at the seal? Qinmu took out the black lump which was human emperor's seal and tossed it to him. Old Dao Master caught it in a panic. His face was twitching slightly. How could you toss it? How could you toss it? Before this old Dao came to meet human emperor, I had washed myself and changed my clothes, and even my hands were washed several times. I was reverent and respectful, not daring to be negligent. So how could you just toss human emperor's seal like this? Qinmu was bewildered and said, village chief had tossed it to me like this. I didn't want it, so I tossed it back at him, yet he stuffed it back to me. I couldn't defeat him, so I could only accept it. Old Dao Master had a bitter face as he held human emperor's seal in both of his hands. He examined it over and over again and verified that it was indeed the seal. Human emperor, please take it back. Once he said that, he took a step forward and offered human emperor's seal respectfully in both of his hands. Only when Qinmu took back human emperor's seal did the old Daoist take a step back and placed his hands down. He said to Daozi Lin Xian, remember, human emperor's seal can only be received like this. You can't mess up the etiquette. Daozi Lin Xian acknowledged this while watching Qinmu toss human emperor's seal into his taodai sack. However, Lin Xian didn't dare to say anything. He is the human emperor. He can be disrespectful, but we can't be disrespectful. Old Dao Master put a lot of effort into saying, that seal was created from the best treasures of our ancestors from various sects and various clans. It was offered to the human emperor, and the person who controls the seal will become the emperor of all the human races. Therefore, our Dao sect has to be respectful. This seal is what we offered to the human emperor, so the human emperor can be disrespectful to this seal. Do you understand? Daozi Lin Xian nodded. Disciple understood. Qinmu couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Old Dao Master was left with little of his lifespan, his life coming to an end in the next few years, yet he still dedicated his full attention to teaching his disciple. This kind of traditional master and disciple relationship had it much easier to produce outstanding talents. Old Dao Master was already old, so he had to be hoping to groom Daozi in these final years, allowing him to succeed him. What else did Dao Master come here to say, besides inquiring about human emperor's seal? Qinmu asked W. With a smile. Old Dao Master looked him deeply in the eyes and said, human emperor should know that the reform of eternal peace imperial preceptor and emperor Yanfeng isn't the orthodox path and will bring the wrath of heaven. This snow disaster was a warning, so for all the people in the world, human emperor should stop this reform. Qinmu shook his head. The general situation of the world is rolling forth like a flood. May the deceased rest in peace, while the living move on with their lives. Whoever dares to stand in front to block the path will be crushed. I can only go with the flow, along with the flood. Old senior brother, you have already suffered quite a lot. Why are you still so stubborn? Old Dao Master sighed. I won't argue with you. No matter how we'd argue, it's still about the teachings of both sides, so it's hard to convince the other. That's why it's better to not argue at all. Since you are insistent on supporting Imperial Preceptor's reform, I will only say one thing to you. Dao follows the nature, and the reform seeks to change Dao, to change nature. God is born in nature, and formed by the great Dao. If you want to change Dao, you know its advantages and disadvantages. Great ruins was the mistake of our predecessors, but human emperor should have noticed that by now. Qinmu was slightly stunned. Dao Master obviously knew more inside stories about this. However, Dao Master wasn't willing to speak more about it and said, I came to see human emperor and express my intentions. Dao sect is enemy with eternal peace, but we won't be enemies with human emperor. Disciple, bring 14 writings of Dao sword over. Lin Xian took out a stone tablet from a leather sack around his waist. That stone tablet was 6 yards tall when taken out, and on it were some sword markings drawn vertically and horizontally. Lin Xian hesitated. Dao Master. Show him, said old Dao Master. Old human emperor's sword skills are better than mine, and even more superior. I've shown Imperial Preceptor the 14 writings of Dao sword, so why can't I show them to the current human emperor? Daozi Lin Xian erected the stone tablet nearby, and old Dao Master said, 14 writings of Dao sword, 1 writing for 1 sword. When Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor came to Dao sect to seek knowledge, I let him look for 14 days, so I will let human emperor look for 14 days as well. As for the pre-celestial supreme mystery technique of our Dao sect, I won't be showing it to human emperor. Qinmu revealed an expression of astonishment. Old Rilai had also allowed him to see Rilai's Mahayana Sutra. However, he only showed him the skills and not the technique. Now Tao Master was allowing him to see the technique of Pre-Celestial Supreme Mystery Technique, but not showing him the skill. No matter what, both masters of the two sacred grounds were broad-minded. Qin Mu muttered to himself irresolutely and took out Great Educational Heavenly Devil SCR. Ipshers. I'm not used to receiving favors from others, so this is Great Educational Heavenly Devil Scriptures. I will allow Daozi to read for 14 days. Daozi Lin Xian's heart was quite moved, and he looked toward his master. Old Tao Master's face changed slightly, and he muttered to himself before saying, "Since he let you read, you will read. If Great Educational Heavenly Devil Scriptures contain good, you are a god. If it contains evil, you are devil. If you fall and become the devil, it just means your cultivation was not enough, your nature was not enough." Daozi Ling Xian understood. Qin Mu sat in front of the stone wall and looked at the sword traces on the stone wall. These sword traces were vertical and horizontal and didn't look like they had any pattern to them. When he looked at the first one, he didn't see anything wonderful about it, but once he put his mind to it, he gradually felt some wonderful sword will. In his eyes, the sword trace was no longer a sword trace, but seemed to have some mathematical reasonings. There seemed to be a Taoist scribbling with a brush and writing down the reasonings of algebra. It was then gradually transformed into a black and white Taiji diagram that was stirring up. A dot threading the vast movements, yin and yang come and go within two modes. Qin Mu's heart slightly trembled. The cultivation method of Tao's sword was indeed different from other, and an extremely deep sword will was carved into the sword trace on the wall. This sword will contained mathematical reasonings and formed the first form of Tao's sword. The mathematical reasonings contained in Tao's sword's first form was the yin and yang calculation of the binary system. This can be compared with computational canon of supreme mystery. Qin Mu's mind was slightly stirred. He had comprehended most of computational canon of supreme mystery, so the first form wasn't hard for him. Not long after, Qin Mu finished comprehending the first form of Tao's sword and turned to look at the second sword trace. The second form of Tao's sword, binding of 5 qi and 3 eons, rising on the spot, cloud chariots crossing. This sword trace contained a ternary system and a canary system, which correspond to 3 eons and 5 qi. The mathematical reasoning behind this move would construct the sun, moon, and earth, while the 5 qi would face the eons. This move wasn't considered difficult for Qin Mu as well. He used the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to finish comprehending this move before going to look at the third sword trace. The third form of Tao's sword, 5-colored auspicious clouds cover, celestial sounds tinkling on the 3 heavens. This move also used 3 eons and 5 qi, however, it was superior and included the transformation of 3 eons and 5 qi. Qin Mu spent a whole hour to finish comprehending this move. The fourth form of Tao's sword, turning heavenly cycle silently, meeting every manifestation of N. A tour shifting. The mathematical reasoning in this move was extremely complicated and interrelated with the mathematical reasoning of 3 producing all things. Using computational canon of supreme mystery to understand the marvel of this move was extremely difficult. When Qin Mu solved the marvel of this sword trace, he realized that the sun was about to set into the sea. The sky was already turning dark, and the island was all red from the shine of the red sun on the surface of the sea. I won't be able to solve the 5th writing. Qin Mu's expression turned grave. Tao's sword was harder and harder to learn as he progressed, and the mathematical reasonings became more and more profound. It was impossible to completely learn everything in 14 days. He might not even be able to learn the 5th writing. He could only choose to comprehend the sword wills and learn the sword skills. As for the other writings, he had no time to learn them and could only see how much he could comprehend. Qin Mu thought this, then immediately looked toward the 5th sword trace. The 5th form of Tao's sword, Jade Cave taking back myriad of transformations, romance on Kunlun Mountains. He put his heart to comprehend, but the mathematical reasonings in the sword were already too hard for him to understand. Even though computational canon of supreme mystery was mostly comprehended by him, there were still some mathematical reasoning not included in there. He reckoned they should be in computational canon of Mysterious Lady. Tao Master was sitting to the side, calm and composed. He seemed to not know what was hunger. Qin Mu was hungry and went down the stone wall to find Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang. The 2 girls were already done preparing dinner. They asked him about the stranger, and when they heard that it was Tao Master, the 2 girls were both astonished and didn't dare to be impudent. When the 3rd day came, Fan Yunxiao flew his ship over and suddenly cried out loud. He kowtowed several times to Tao Master. Old Tao Master opened his eyes and took a look at him with a calm expression. You joined Heavenly Devil Cult? I was indeed right about you. Your heart is indeed not righteous. Go, I won't kill you. Fan Yunxiao bawled, then wiped his tears while driving the ship away. Chapter 289, lies in one's heart. 5 days after Fan Yunxiao left, numerous people in strange outfits started to appear on the small island. They were male, female, young and old. One person had come over first and planted a flag on the island. Then, numerous lights flashed and more flags appeared. Once the flags were put away, several hundred people appeared and sat down around this island. The positions of everyone sitting were different, and they were all scattered about like stars in the sky, not moving at all. However, every 4 hours, these people would stand up and change their positions. This regular pattern never changed. Under the shade of the tree, Long Jiaonanes huttered and walked to the center of the island. Si Yunxiang was very happy on the other hand, making meals for everyone in case they were hungry. Ling Yuxiu had a grave expression as she examined her surroundings. She could see that this was a huge formation which trapped all of them on the island, not giving them the chance to leave. If one was to barge out of this formation, the formation would activate and transform into a killing formation, turning this island into a scene of carnage. When this huge formation was activated, it would definitely be incomparably terrifying. Furthermore, Ling Yuxiu even saw some of the weird people wearing clothes of the imperial court. Some were high officials of the current imperial court, some were peddlers in the market, some executioners in charge of beheadings, and even directorates of imperial college. They were all fantastic oddities of every description. The most intriguing thing was that these people were changing their positions every 4 hours to change the formation. This should be to prevent Dao Master from solving the changes of the formation. Heavenly Devil Cult is no doubt the #1 sect of the Devil Path. Your timings are very precise. Old Dao Master was examining this killing formation, and he couldn't help exclaiming to himself endlessly, I can calculate the changes in the formation in precisely 4 hours, and they change the formation at precisely this moment. Formation Hall Master is really crafty. Formation Hall Master was the directorate of Imperial College's Hall of Array Element and was bestowed the role of an Imperial Secretary by Emperor Yanfeng. He was a favorite of the Emperor and was frequently summoned to the palace to be consulted with matters of the Empire. Even though the Emperor didn't give him any actual power due to the fact he was from Heavenly Devil Cult, most of the formations in the army were designed by him. It seemed like Formation Hall Master had knowledge about Old Dao Master, so as long as Qin Mu was in trouble, he would definitely not allow him to leave alive. If he was to leave, he had to be dead. The 14th day came in no time, and Qin Mu shut his eyes. After a moment, he opened them and came from the stone tablet. He saluted Dao Master. Senior brother, much thanks for letting me comprehend Dao Sword. Dao Master got up to return the salute. I dare not. Human Emperor, of course, has the right to comprehend Dao Sword. I have shown Dao's sword to you, and Rulai will also show Rulai's Mahayana Sutra to you. Human Emperor is worthy of us doing so. Qin Mu said, I've already seen Rulai's Mahayana Sutra. Dao Master was stunned. After some time, he shook his head and smiled. This old fellow is still clever and sly, always one step ahead of me. Disciple, hand great educational heavenly devil scriptures back to Human Emperor. Daozi Lin Xian came back to his senses from his comprehension and immediately pulled great educational heavenly devil scriptures back into a ball of thread, passing it back to Qin Mu with both hands. Qin Mu smiled. Your age and mine are similar, so there's no need for so many formalities. Daozi Lin Xian shook his head and said, there's nothing wrong with formalities. I am not yet Dao Master and will always be your junior. Helpless, Qin Mu said, even though Dao Master had never seen great educational heavenly devil scriptures before, his phrase that it contains evil and good achieved the samadhi of great educational heavenly devil scriptures. How much good and how much evil did you see when you were comprehending great educational heavenly devil scriptures? Daozi Lin Xian hesitated for a moment, and Dao Master smiled. He said, Cult Master Qin is an expert in this field, so just speak your mind. Daozi Lin Xian said, it might be because first impressions are strongest that when I first read great educational heavenly devil scriptures, I found almost every sentence to be harmful. Only when I read until the writings in the middle did I feel a different flavor to them. At that time, there was no longer righteous or evil in my heart. When I reached the writings at the end, I felt that I might have misinterpreted the writings in front, so I read over them again, and this time I had different thoughts and feelings. Qin Mu smiled and asked, a many percent of them are evil. There's still 20%. Daozi Lin Xian replied honestly. Qin Mu said, your Dao heart is still 20% devilish. However, you are already much better than Fozi. When Fozi Foxin read great educational heavenly devil scriptures, every part of it was evil to him. He may have had the appearance of a Buddha, but he was an unsalvageable devil in his heart. Daozi Lin Xian was stunned and came to an enlightenment. So that's why. He found it somewhat hard to accept this result in his heart, so he asked Qin Mu with his gaze flickering, when Human Emperor read great educational heavenly devil scriptures, how many percent of it was devil? All of the writings in great educational heavenly devil scriptures are righteous writings, but they are also devilish writings. It all depends on how I use them. Daozi Lin Xian was stunned. This, Qin Mu said with a deep meaning. The path of the saint is none other than the everyday use of common people, which is the first sentence of great educational heavenly devil scriptures. Already makes things clear. You and I are also part of the common people, so when the hearts of you and I are righteous, great educational heavenly devil scriptures are righteous. When the hearts of you and I are evil, great educational heavenly devil scriptures will be evil. I can use them as a righteous technique, but I can also use them as an evil technique. The wonders of usage lie in one's heart. The wonders of usage lie in one's heart. Daozi Lin Xian was stunned again and felt that what Qin Mu said was very logical. Old Dao Master immediately shouted, "Tut. Don't listen to his teachings. It's their askew reasoning of being free from nature. You are the next Dao Master. Be careful of being bewitched by his clever words and entering his devil cult." Daozi Lin Xian came back to his senses, sweating profusely. His entire body was drenched as he thought to himself, "He used the chance to guide me to talk about the teachings of the devil cult, attempting to bewitch me. His teachings of being free from nature are different from my Dao sect's teachings of Dao following the nature." Old Dao Master said righteously, "Cult Master Qin's nature is indeed higher than yours, so you will have to be careful if he comes against you with the identity of the devil cult master in the future. You can't only think of him as the human emperor and forget that he is also the heavenly devil cult master." Qin Mu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Old Dao Master was actually treating him like severe floods and fierce beasts, paying extra attention to guiding his disciple to prevent him from being pulled into heavenly devil cult. Old Dao Master said, "How does human emperor see Dao's sword?" Qin Mu said solemnly, "I struggled with the mathematical reasonings. They were extraordinarily intricate. The last few moves also seemed to transcend from mathematical reasonings and close in on Dao." Old Dao Master smiled as he said words with a deep meaning to them. "The Dao sword of my Dao sect can also be seen as how to accurately measure circle. The digits of pi are close to endless, and the circular ratio of pi can't conclude with just Su Kong and Qing Jing, since at the back there are still digits that couldn't be counted. Dao has no end, and pi also has no end, so why is there a need to change Dao? Why is there a need to transform Dao?" Qin Mu was stunned. This old Dao Master was propagating righteousness and justice of Dao sect to him. "Dao Master, take care not to overdo it," Qin Mu said with a smile. Old Dao Master laughed and had Daozi Lin Xian take back the stone wall. "Human Emperor, your identity is special and there will be quite a number of terrifying enemies, so it's still best for you to return to Great Ruins as soon as possible. The daughter of the Dragon King was sent by me. Could you let old Dao bring her back?" Qin Mu looked at the Solomon seals under their feet, noticing that a few leaves had already grown out from most of the herbs. However, there were also some that had already died. "You don't have to worry. She will listen to my words and never come back here again." Old Dao Master smiled. "You didn't lose anything, while she was the one who lost much." Qin Mu nodded and called Long Jianan forward. The woman endured her pain and stumbled over. Qin Mu asked, "Are you still going to be my enemy?" "My Dragon Rider sect was eradicated because of you. I have no choice but to be enemies with you. Without me, your Dragon Rider sect would still have been eradicated. This was simply the real why of your situation. Even if I hadn't been in Heaven Wave City, you guys would still have met the same end," Qin Mu told her. "I was there only by coincidence. It's natural for you to hate me, but the next time you come, I will kill you. I won't hold back." Long Jianan gritted her teeth. "I won't hold back as well." Qin Mu shook his head. "You already have no chance. Don't shed your skin anymore. The more you shed, the older you'll get. Follow Dao Master and leave." Long Jianan stood beside Dao Master in a daze. Every time she met Qin Mu, she would discover that he was stronger than he was previously. The next time she saw him, would she still be his match? Did she still have a chance? However, her wisdom was soon drowned out by her hatred, throwing this momentary daze to the back of her mind. Old Dao Master cupped his fists and said, "Farewell." Qin Mu returned his salute and rose. "Send Dao Master off." Whoosh. All of the Hall Masters, Guardians, and Heavenly Kings of Heavenly Devil Cult stood up and opened up a path. Old Dao Master brought Long Jianan and Daozi Lin Xian out of the island. A cloud then appeared under their feet to bring the three of them away. Qin Mu looked at the Heavenly Devil Cult followers around and waved his hand with a smile. "Disperse, disperse." Everyone saluted him, and their huge flags swept around them, making them vanish without a trace. However, Heavenly King Yu and Heavenly King Wang remained. It was evident that they were worried about Qin Mu's safety. Qin Mu smiled. "No need to be so worried about me. You guys can leave as well." The two Heavenly Kings looked each other in the eyes. Using their clothes to cover themselves, they vanished on the spot. I don't think they will go far, Si Yunxiang said. Qin Mu nodded, but Ling Yuxiu was anxious. Great cult master, you only care about putting on airs in front of your subordinates and let them leave. So how are we leaving? Qin Mu hesitated for a moment. He was indeed putting on airs. The elders of the village had taught him to never lose airs even if he lost to others, so he didn't let the followers of Heavenly Devil Cult bring him off this island on the East Sea so that he didn't lose face in front of them. Do you think Fan Yunxiao will come back for us? He probed. The two girls laughed grimly and said in unison. He cried so miserably when he left. Of course he won't be coming back. Qin Mu muttered, why don't we return back by the sea? We have no choice then. Si Yunxiang looked back at the spirit spring, a little unwilling to leave. Say, do you think the Solomon seals will still remember us when they wake up? I don't know. Qin Mu turned back and saw the overflowing greenery beside the spirit spring and shook his head. They died once, so if they had souls, they should have already landed into the dark Yudu. Yet their bodies will come back to life. As for whether their souls will still be the original ones, and their memory. Yes, their original memories, or whether a new soul will be born in their bodies with their memories like a sheet of blank paper, I do not know. Si Yunxiang was slightly depressed. But she saw Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu already on the sea surface, so she immediately chased after them. A wave grew under Qin Mu's feet and continued to surge forth like a dragon head, carrying them toward the west. Meanwhile, at another place, Grand Shaman received news from Pangong Tso and immediately left Roland's Golden Palace to head to the west. He walked for a long time around the vast great ruins, traveling through the snow mountains and into the flaming desert. He came to West Earth and climbed the highest peak there. The golden peak of this divine mountain was empty, with only a sacrificial altar remaining. Grand Shaman took out 3 incenses and lighted them. The smoke rose in spirals and reached high heavens. Where the smoke vanished, a green-colored face appeared in the sky, almost blending with the blue sky. The new human emperor has appeared, Grand Shaman said while burning incense to pay his respect. Chapter 290, High Heavens. The green face in the sky was very huge and seemed to be formed by smoke which was light and faint. However, as it started coming lower, it gradually became clearer. Fine beads of sweat emanated from Grand Shaman's forehead, and his head fell down, the man too afraid to lift it up. High heavens! A faintly discernible voice came from the sky. Got it. Grand Shaman stood motionless. The golden peak of the divine mountain was very cold, yet his sweat kept dripping down, drop after drop. After a long time, he secretly raised an eye to look up at the sky, and saw that it was clear blue. The face had vanished some time ago. Grand Shaman let out a sigh of relief and quickly left to get away from here as far as possible. A long time later, tiny flames appeared on the golden peak and shook like ripples. When they stopped shaking, 2 golden-eyed Suanis galloped out from the flames while pulling a treasured carriage. An imperial canopy was erected in its center, and under it were items like jade and pearls that formed a hanging screen. On top of the imperial canopy were 3 golden peaks that were circular lumps, each smaller than the one above it. There were 4 golden pillars supporting the imperial canopy which were as thick as an arm and were 7 feet tall. Besides each pillar stood a beautiful maiden, their vital chi forming a ring at the back of their heads. Their robes fluttered in the wind, and they were all wearing different colored attire. The maiden in green was carrying a jade vase in her hand, the maiden in red was hugging a 7-stringed guqin, the maiden in yellow was carrying a sword in both of her hands, while the maiden in white was hugging a pipa. Under the imperial canopy, and past the jade and pearls, a man in purple could be seen sitting upright. He was still, and had an extraordinary atmosphere. The 2 Suanis' bodies overflowed with brilliant lights and vibrant colors as they stepped on auspicious clouds while pulling the treasure carriage at a lightning-fast speed toward Middle-earth. The treasure carriage wasn't careful like Grand Shaman, who had avoided the vast great ruins. This carriage just drove straight in, leaving a trail of light as it rushed toward Eternal Peace Empire. The people in the carriage seemed to not mind the dangers of great ruins at all. When night fell, darkness enveloped the land, and the 2 Suanis emanated flames that rose into the sky. They were extremely eye-catching in the darkness as they pulled the treasured carriage in the dark. Devil Chi poured and suddenly transformed into a pitch-black palm that darted toward the treasured carriage and the glow given off by the Suanis. Every place it passed by, light was swallowed and only darkness was left. When the pitch-black palm came in front of the treasured carriage, no light could be seen, and the pearl curtain swayed as the maiden in red played her guqin, giving off 2 sounds of ding and dong. Once guqin sound echoed in the air, the pitch-black palm paused slightly and moved back. High heavens, a raspy voice asked from the darkness. That maiden in red nodded and said, High heavens, star sovereign Qiao. The monster in the darkness retreated and vanished without a trace. From then on, no more monsters went to disturb the treasured carriage. Even though Great Ruins in the darkness seemed incomparably dangerous, it was still pretty bustling at night. All kinds of terrifying things were active, and all kinds of bizarre incidents were happening one after another. The treasured carriage drove toward the east in a neither too fast nor too slow pace. The Star Sovereign Xiao under the imperial canopy looked at the current Great Ruins and shook his head. The remaining evils have not yet been purged, and poison still remains. The treasured carriage flew in the sky, leaving a streak across the darkness. Looking up from below, it seemed like there was a star that moving neither too fast nor too slow across the horizon. The night of Great Ruins was shrouded by the darkness, and there were no stars nor moon in the sky, so most of the villagers and strange beasts hiding in the ruins couldn't help raising their heads to look up at the sight that they had never seen before. Suddenly, the star started to descend urgently, crashing into Great Ruins from the sky. This made all the people and strange beasts that were watching sigh in pity. The treasured carriage descended diagonally toward the source of Surging River. The two mountains in the darkness were like a gate, and the treasured carriage came down in the middle between them. The two Suwanis struggled to control the descent, but no matter what, they couldn't do it. In the end, they couldn't help yelping. The four maidens on the carriage were also flustered. They realized that they had become skeleton Som. Time ago, the four maidens looked ahead of them and saw the two Suwanis that were pulling the carriage had also become two galloping skeletons. Under the imperial canopy, there was another skeleton. He was calm and composed as he snorted coldly. To pull my carriage down, could it be that Fengdu's evil intentions are still not dead yet? In the darkness and fog in front of them, there seemed to be huge shadows standing around. There were even red lights lighting up in the fog, and what looked like lanterns followed the treasured carriage as it moved. Those weren't lanterns, though, but eyes. The shadows gradually faded, and the red lights vanished one after another as well. The flesh on the two Suwanis came back, and they didn't feel that the carriage was heavy once more. They immediately exerted force and pulled the treasured carriage back into the sky. The four maidens on the carriage saw their flesh recovering and couldn't help letting out sighs of relief. Star Sovereign Xiao's body also returned back to normal, and he said indifferently, Fengdu, not heeding the discipline of Yudu, to even dare go against high heavens. This place will be gotten rid of sooner or later. The treasured carriage continued to move forward along Surging River, but only when the sky was turning bright did they see the end of Great Ruins that was over 1,000 miles away from them. Suddenly, a sword light rose from below and exploded in midair. Instantly, snow-bright lights burst forth, and they actually eclipsed the light from the sun. The Suwanis and the four maidens on the carriage immediately closed their eyes. When they opened them later, the four maidens cried out in astonishment. The world-shaking sword light had vanished, and in front of the carriage were majestic mountains and rivers. The towering peaks and precipitous ridges were unending. What was weird was that these mountains and rivers weren't there just a moment ago, but now were seemed to be floating on the clouds. It was as if they had grown out from the clouds. The rivers flowing out from the towering mountains and precipitous ridges were even giving off sounds of crashing water. There was even a waterfall running down from the cliffs, flowing down like jade. These green mountains and azure water floated among the clouds, and there was nothing abnormal about them. They didn't look like mirages. Halt, Star Sovereign Xiao said slowly. The two Suwanis halted, and Star Sovereign Xiao stood up to look at the end of the mountains and rivers. Yet they stretched into the distance, as if growing by themselves. The mountains and the clouds were majestic and vast, appearing continuously from below the clouds. Meanwhile, at the borders of the mountains and rivers were flashing sword lights that were hard to catch, but which couldn't deceive his eyes. This was as if someone was using a sword as a brush to draw out vast mountains and rivers. Old Handicapped is actually still alive. STA. Our Sovereign Xiao revealed and smiled and said softly, Go down. I have an old friend living here. The two Suwanis immediately pulled the treasured carriage to descend. When they reached the bottom of the clouds, the mountains and rivers also descended with them. The mountain and rivers lowered along with their pace, blocking the path in front of them all the time. Finally, the treasured carriage landed on the ground, and the mountains and rivers in the sky also became smaller and smaller, continuing to retract. When the mountains and rivers disappeared, a small village beside the river appeared in front of them. Star Sovereign Xiao looked through the pearl curtain and saw a recliner at the entrance of this village. On the recliner lay an old man without four limbs. The recliner creaked as it swayed back and forth while the messy old man without limbs enjoyed the spring sun leisurely. You are handicapped. Star Sovereign Xiao didn't get off the carriage. He simply spoke from behind the pearl curtains. You don't have arms and you don't have legs, yet you still want to block my way? Aren't you overestimating yourself a little? Village Chief beamed at him as he continued swaying on the recliner. It seemed to be very comfortable for him to lie there as he said leisurely, In that case, why don't you try? I have no arms and legs and only a few years of lifespan left, so you should definitely have the confidence to kill me, right? Star Sovereign Xiao snorted coldly. You don't have many years left to live, so you can't protect the new human emperor. However, I won't use my life to fight head-on with that disabled life of yours. If you don't dare to fight with your life, then return. Suddenly, Village Chief's vital chi transformed into arms and legs, so he could stand up from the recliner. As he walked towards the treasured carriage, the two Suanis instantly felt their blood run cold, and the four maidens on the carriage also revealed appalled expressions. In their eyes, the dry and thin old man's body became bigger and bigger, more and more majestic as he came closer. With a few steps, his body seemed to cover the heaven and earth, blocking their line of sight. You can't protect the new human emperor. Star Sovereign Xiao stood up, and the imperial canopy on the carriage started to spin. The pillars under the canopy became thicker and thicker, as well as taller and taller. As the imperial canopy expanded in the wind, the jade and pearls became bigger as well, as if they were stars that surrounded the Star Sovereign. The four maidens in front of him seemed incomparably small, and the two pure-blooded Suanis which had huge bodies also seemed pitifully small at this instant. Zhng. The sword from the maiden in yellow came out from its sheath and landed in Star Sovereign Xiao's hand. He swung his sword, and met with the sword swung by the old man in front of him. The instant the two sword lights met, Surging River was cut off, and the WAT started flowing backward. The bright sword lights vanished with a flash. Where the sword lights had vanished, Village Chief was still sitting in the recliner and creaking as he swayed. Star Sovereign Xiao had also sat back down, and the size of the treasured carriage had returned back to normal. It was as if the giant and the sky full of stars had been just an illusion. I won't kill the human emperor, but other people will come. Star Sovereign Xiao looked at the elder lying in the chair across the pearl curtains and said indifferently, some young people from high heavens will find him. Village Chief said lazily, as long as it isn't you old farts, feel free to send them. Star Sovereign Xiao looked at him deeply and suddenly said, return to high heavens. The two Suanis immediately turned the carriage around and rose into the sky, galloping back into the west. On the carriage, the maiden in green asked, Star Sovereign, why are we returning just like this? Star Sovereign Xiao didn't say a word, but suddenly grunted. Droplets of blood dripped down from the carriage and landed in the forest of great ruins that was below them. Wherever the fresh blood landed, flowers would bloom in the entire mountain and plants would grow in a frenzy. They spread until they covered the whole mountain. The imperial canopy fell backward and dropped into great ruins, scattering all the jades and pearls in the wilderness. Star Sovereign Xiao's face was slightly pale as he said solemnly, no need to pick them up. Return to high heavens as soon as possible. The four maidens were shocked, and the two Suanis increased their speed as they galloped toward the west. At the gate of disabled elderly village, the recliner swayed when the chair split into pieces. Village Chief fell to the ground and called out in a hoarse voice, Apothecary, apothecary. Apothecary ran out in a panic and grumbled, still want to put up a strong front when you don't even have any limbs. Serves you right. Stop moving, let me check on your injuries first. Chapter 291, Enthralling Night at the Sea. Apothecary diagnosed Village Chief and grumbled, one's muscles and bones are not as capable when they are old. What's more, you don't even have muscles and bones already. Stubbornly wanted to show off, didn't you? Happy now? Village Chief panted heavily. His injuries are heavier than mine. I have fought basically all of the strong practitioners of high heavens before. Look at how capable you are. Apothecary used needles to suppress his injuries and shook his head. Didn't you still get your limbs severed by someone with a sword? When I passed the position of the human emperor to Qin Mu, I knew that such a day would come when people would come to find Muir. Village Chief gaze became faint as he looked away. High heavens will not tolerate the existence of a human emperor. I was already old and disabled, so they didn't pay any attention to me. However, they will definite. Ly get rid of the new human emperor. Star Sovereign Xiao is one of the very best in high heavens, so I had to intercept him and make him back off. This way, it won't be strong practitioners like him that will come after Muir. They have to follow by the rules, and if they try to go around them, I will force them to follow the rules. Apothecary prescribed medicine for him as he said, so, what happens after you die? Will they still go according to the rules? Village Chief was silent for a moment before revealing a sudden smile. A human emperor while alive, and a ghost hero when dead. My life can be extinguished, but my will to battle will last forever. It's probably time for you to go out for a walk. Apothecary shuddered and shook his head. I'm not going out, whoever that wants to go out can go out. In West Earth Divine Mountain, Star Sovereign Xiao's carriage landed, and the Star Sovereign mustered his vital chi with difficulty. Just as he was about to return back to high heavens, he vomited blood, and the injuries on his body instantly split apart. He raised his hand with difficulty at the four maidens. Light the incenses. The four maidens were astonished, and the maiden in green hurriedly took out 3 sticks of incense, lighting them up on the altar. After a moment, a face appeared in the sky looking down. "I've met the old human emperor," Star Sovereign Xiao said while gasping for breath. "Even though he's old and handicapped, he is not yet dead. His abilities have increased tremendously, and I was injured by him. His intention is that if the older generation goes to find the new human emperor, he will definitely take things into his own hands. However, he won't interfere if it's the younger generation." "He's still alive?" The face revealed an astonished expression as its faint voice floated in the air. "Star Sovereign, who do you plan on sending from high heavens to get rid of the new human emperor?" "Young Master Su Xinghua." That face in the sky became slightly grave. "Is there a need to mobilize young Master Su?" Star Sovereign Xiao nodded. "The old fellow is old and is close to death. The new human emperor is still young and not yet mature. Getting rid of the new human emperor can cut short our troubles forever." A beam of light descended from the sky and shone on Star Sovereign Xiao's body, forming a road from light. The face in the sky said, "Young Master Su might not be willing to leave the mountain. You'll have to tell it to him personally." Star Sovereign Xiao said to the four maidens, "You, Qing, Yao, Jing, stay here and bring along my 4 treasures to support young Master Su in killing the new human emperor. I shall return to high heavens, but young Master Su will come down soon." The 4 maidens acknowledged his words and walked down from the carriage. The 2 Suanis pulled onto the ruined carriage and rose into the sky along the road of light, returning back to high heavens. When the light vanished, the 4 maidens looked at one another, and Yulu said, "Old Master has instructed us to follow young Master Su to kill the new human emperor, but we still don't know who is the new human emperor." Jing Yan said, "This news was spread out by Roland's Golden Palace, so we will have to take a trip there. Qingning, Yao Hua, visit that place, Yulu, and I shall wait here for young Master Su." The 2 other girls nodded and went down the mountain. They didn't walk into great ruins, but instead crossed West Earth, the flaming desert, and the Snow Mountains Plateau, heading straight to Roland's Golden Palace. Without Star Sovereign Xiao, they didn't dare to step into great ruins directly. In the East Sea, Qin Mu, Si Yunxiang, and Ling Yuxiu were drifting on the water. When it came to night time, the surface of the sea suddenly glowed. It came from countless special fish that came to the surface, lighting up the sea like jewels. Qin Mu controlled the waves to move forward, and the glowing fish leaped out from his waves one after another. As he moved forward, the fish also hurried with the waves, making it quite interesting. Some fish had 2 feelers growing from their forehead, at the end of which were transparent lumps of flesh that were the size of a fist. These lumps were like lanterns which gave off a faint glow at night, so these creatures were known as lanternfish. The lanternfish grew fins that were like wings. When they rushed out of the waves, they would shake their forefins to fly dozens of yards in the air before landing back into the water. These strange fish would sometimes swim with the trio, floating beside them to light up the sea for them. At times, some huge fish that were 3 to 6 yards long also came, flapping their fins to look at them curiously. Si Yunxiang was still a kid at heart, so once she saw that the huge lanternfish had some intelligence, she wanted to play with them and started teaching them to talk, word by word. Out of her expectations, a few of the huge fish actually managed to learn a sentence or 2 and speak the human language. On their way, the group passed by the territory of a sea tribe, and numerous maidens floated out from the water. They waved their tails, swimming to and fro around the waves and singing a melodious love song. The song they were singing was about 2 maidens liking the same youth and all the feelings and moods of the girls. There were also a few giant clams and conches that had turned into spirits, clapping their shells to accompany the song. Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang became shy after listening to the song by the maidens of the sea tribe. They secretly glanced at the youth beside them and couldn't help feeling slightly furious. They discovered that Qin Mu wasn't hurrying on his way with his full attention. Instead, he was in a daze, his heart not focused on hurrying, but neither was he listening to the melodious song from the maidens of the sea tribe. He was focused on comprehending his path. They didn't know what he was comprehending. Even though there was a smile on his face, his heart wasn't set on the beautiful scenery in front of him, nor on the girls beside him. Qin Mu had been trying to comprehend Unity Technique of 6 Directions Realm for the entire journey, and he finally reached the crucial period in the last few days. This scoundrel, he deserves to be alone for the rest of his life. The 2 girls were furious. Dao Master allowed Qin Mu to comprehend Dao's sword for 14 days, and he reaped quite the reward. Even though Dao's sword was made of sword skills, the mathematical reasonings and sword reasonings in it seemed to be able to merge into numerous techniques, thus it was worth to learn from it. Another hour later, Qin Mu's vital qi gradually weakened, and the speed of the waves going forward also slowed. They gradually shrunk down. Ling Yuxiu immediately took over and executed her spell, making a water dragon carry the 3 of them forward. Qin Mu, on the other hand, relaxed while standing on the water dragon, letting Ling Yuxiu bring him along. Six Directions Divine Treasure was a huge improvement to cultivating people, and no matter if it were spells, sword skills, or battle techniques, all of them would be raised to the level of divine arts. This multiplied their power by several times. At this realm, the techniques had to be able to link Spirit Embryo, 5 elements, and 6 Directions Divine Treasures together to mobilize the energy in these 3 great divine treasures. Qin Mu's Overlord Body 3 Elixir Technique was a technique, but had no skills. Woodcutter's teachings had skills but no path. Great educational heavenly devil scriptures covered everything in the world but lacked unity. However, the 3 of them together could form an entire body. Yet Qin Mu wanted more. He wanted the transformations of 9 Dragons Monarch Technique, the stability of Rulai's Mahayana Sutra, as well as the maths of Dao Sword to be incorporated into his technique. 9 Dragons Monarch Technique was proficient in transformations, and Emperor Yanfeng had imparted this technique to him and even guided him in cultivation. Even though the time Qin Mu had cultivated this technique was short, he had already understood the true essence of this technique's transformations. The transformations of 9 Dragons Monarch Technique could be said to lie in one's heart. The divine dragons had myriad transformations, and through them, the sword skills, spells, and battle techniques of the other sex could all be executed. The moves could be fierce and strong, but also soft and gentle. Rulai's Mahayana Sutra was proficient in stability. Old Rulai had not personally taught Qin Mu this technique, but he had allowed him to enter heaven's cloisters to comprehend. Qin Mu had gone through all 20 cloisters of them, which meant he had mastered Rulai's Mahayana Sutra. There were 20 heavens in Rulai's Mahayana Sutra. The blessings from the gods and devils from there allowed one to be incomparably stable, unmovable like Mount Meru. Dao Sword was proficient in algebra, using mathematical reasonings to explain the nature of heaven and earth and the great Dao. When it came to the 14th sword, it was already close to Dao. If these 3 techniques could be mastered via comprehensive studies and combined into one, merging their advantages with unity technique, Qin Mu would definitely improve by leaps and bounds once again. However, for the past few days, he had focused his mind on this. Yet his returns were few. The techniques he wanted to merge were all top-notch, and each and every one of them were all-inclusive. They were the ultimate arts of their sect, and were all supreme ultimate arts of a sacred ground. If they could all be merged, wouldn't it result in the #1 technique in the world? I got a little greedy. Qin Mu suddenly felt like he was wasting time on an unsolvable problem. These techniques were already perfected, so if he really wanted to merge them, it was impossible for him to do so with his current knowledge. That being the case, why did it have to be so troublesome? What I want is the reasonings behind these techniques, and this being the case, why do I have to merge the techniques? Wouldn't it be easier to merge their reasonings? Among the beautiful night scenery on the sea, he was suddenly enlightened and felt his frame of mind relax. He also felt the sea and the girls beside him becoming more charming and moving. Trying to merge the techniques was something he couldn't do. Besides, doing so would neglect the fundamentals by concentrating on the details. On top of that, merging reasonings and not techniques was much easier. Once he came around to this point, he no longer insisted on his path, but instead became free from nature, cultivating however he felt comfortable. Once they crossed the territory of the sea tribe, the sea became much quieter. A huge turtle floated over and offered to carry them on their way. This turtle had attainments in cultivation and floated on the sea surface like a small island. As he swam toward the west, he inquired them about some problems he faced during cultivation. Qin Mu and the 2 girls told him everything they knew and solved many doubts he had. The old turtle was very happy and invited them as guests. Qin Mu asked in curiosity, "Where is old Mister's home? Where do we go to be guests?" "The 4 seas are my home, but even though I say so, there are some children living on my back." When the old turtle said this, numerous turtles surfed up on the waves and leaped onto the back of the old turtle. Lights. The old turtle smiled, and the huge luminous pearls on the turtle shell lighted up, making the island on the turtle's back brightly lit. The small turtles stood up on their 2 hind flippers and started dancing and singing around Qin Mu, Ling Yuxiu, and Si Yinxiang. They slapped their bellies and shells as they danced and sang. Si Yinxiang pulled Qin Mu to join in the singing and dancing on the island, and after fooling around for a moment, Qin Mu also pulled Ling Yuxiu up. The princess was still slightly reserved at first, but she soon joined them. The night of celebration went by fast, and when the day broke, the old turtle said, "We have reached land. Farewell, my friends." Qin Mu looked up ahead and saw a land not far away. The city and the harbor were shrouded in early spring morning mist. The trio jumped from the turtle's back and landed on the harbor. "Goodbye." The small turtles waved at them. "Goodbye." Qin Mu also waved back at them. When the old turtle disappeared, they walked into River Prefecture City. "What a charming sea," Ling Yuxiu said with a soft voice. Si Yanxiang's gaze was still blurry. What an enthralling night at sea, however. After stepping on land, we have returned back to the mortal world. Chapter 292. Never too late to meet. In the sky above the sacrificial altar on the divine mountain in West Earth, flowing light poured forth. After a moment, the eyes of Jing Yan and Yu Lu lighted up when they saw an exquisite-looking youth walking out. His expression was slightly cold, but when his gaze landed on the two maidens, they became secretly bashful. Young Master Su, Star Sovereign Xiao has ordered us sisters to assist young master in getting rid of the new human emperor. Yao Hua and Xing Ying have gone to Roland's Golden Palace to scout out news of the human emperor. Yu Lu said softly, "Young master, let us go meet up with them now." Su Shenghua nodded gently and said, "We should settle this matter as soon as possible, since I want to return to high heavens. This mortal world provokes dispute, and is not a good place for a long stay." Jing Yan smiled. "Young master, there are some extraordinary and unusual people in this mortal world, and they can't be underestimated. The human emperor is the enemy of our high heavens and has been against us for many years, so he won't be eliminated that easily." Su Shenghua walked down the mountain in his white clothing that was untainted by even a speck of dust. There are some abnormalities in the mortal world, like Little Jade Capital, Great Thunderclap Monastery, Dao Sect, Heavenly Saint Cult, Middle Earth. Among these sacred grounds, there are experts that are no weaker than West Earth. I won't underestimate them, nor will I underestimate the human emperor. I would like to take a look at the places that scare these existences, but the mortal world doesn't match with my nature, so it's best to return as soon as possible. The two girls immediately caught up to him. "Since I've already come down, I will have to visit all the sacred grounds in Middle Earth," Su Shenghua said. "I want to see how their divine arts, paths, and skills have developed. Also, the reform of Eternal Peace Empire is like a wildfire, so I will also have to take a look." Aster, Jade Sovereign, had sent a disaster on an order and was injured by the saint that appears once every 500 years. I would very much like to see how this saint that appears once every 500 years looks. The two girls looked at each other, worried slightly. In River Prefecture City, an official said in a fluster, when His Highness learned that Cult Master Qin wasn't in any danger, he left to settle affairs in other prefectures. "Which prefecture is he at now?" Ling Yuxiu asked. "His Highness left for Snivel Prefecture, but it was quite some time ago, so I do not know in which prefecture he is at now." Qin Mu nodded and said, "I'll let my cult's disciple scout out news, and I should know where they are soon." After resting in River Prefecture and eating some food to fill their stomachs, Heavenly Devil Cult, I came to report. His Highness has reached Bent Prefecture. Qin Mu opened up the geographic map of Eternal Peace and glanced at it. In that case, the Crown Prince's next destination should be Peaceful Prefecture. His speed is quite fast. Ling Yuxiu had headed south first and reached River Tomb before going west along Gold River. This should have been to manage the irrigation works along the way. Even though Ling Yuxiu didn't have the bold and decisive spirit of Emperor Yanfeng, he was quite a professional at handling the irrigation works and transportations in all parts of the empire. With the help of the people from Ministry of Works, his speed was very fast. Furthermore, he was different from the previous crown prince, Ling Yuxia. He didn't want to snatch authority, and this made Emperor Yanfeng very reassured. With the help of Fan Yunxiao, Ling Yuxiu's speed was unmatched. When Qin Mu took the two girls to catch up to them, they took half a month to reach it, and Ling Yuxiu had long left Peaceful Prefecture and reached Mill Prefecture in the west. Mill Prefecture was not far from Great Thunderclap Monastery, some 1,000 miles away. When they reached that place, Ling Yuxiu finally saw her brother, and her eyes turned red. It was obvious that he had been very exhausted these days and had become much thinner. "Beast Qin didn't do anything to you, right?" Ling Yuxiu asked her secretly. Ling Yuxiu was embarrassed and angry as she said while fuming, "Brother, what are you thinking?" Saintess Xiang was also around. Ling Yuxiu laughed dryly. "Aren't I just worried about your safety? Beast Qin." Ling Yuxiu gave him a stare. "He's the sacred cult master of Heavenly Devil Cult, and you only took the position of the previous crown prince after he killed him. Be careful of him hearing you call him a beast and killing you off as well, leaving me to be the crown prince." Ling Yuxiu became resentful. "Protecting a man that isn't even yours yet and being fierce even to your brother. That's right, Great Thunderclap Monastery is nearby, and I've sent orders to retrieve the land of Great Thunderclap Monastery back to the Empire. Since we are close to the monastery, you have to be careful. There have been eminent monks coming to find me to beg." Ling Yuxiu's gaze flickered. "They are asking for the land back?" Ling Yuxiu nodded. The lands of Great Thunderclap Monastery are the best agricultural lands nearby, and since Great Thunderclap Monastery rebelled and plotted to kill the emperor to appoint another emperor, I took back their lands. I didn't eradicate them ruthlessly, yet they keep coming to beg again and again, I'm only out this time to manage the irrigation works and people, but this place will delay me for some time." Just as he was saying that, a clear voice came from outside. poor monk is here to beg. Ling Yushu didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he walked out. Qin Mu also followed him and saw a thin monk with a wax-yellow face holding onto a devil-subduing alms bowl sitting before them. A few soldiers wanted to carry him away, but couldn't lift him up no matter what. Poor monk will only beg for an alms bowl size of land. May Crown Prince give alms. The monk saw the Crown Prince coming out and lowered his eyelids. Your alms bowl should be the devil-subduing alms bowl of the previous R'lyeh in Great Thunderclap Monastery, right? Ling Yushu sneered. This would be a cult legacy treasure if placed in other sects, and an alms bowl size of land would probably be equal to the territory of Great Thunderclap Monastery, some several hundred miles of land. Monk, you are not ordinary, otherwise, you wouldn't have a cult legacy level treasure with you. At that moment, the monk suddenly saw Qin Mu and raised his eyebrows. Heavenly Devil Cult Master. Qin Mu smiled and acknowledged him, but the monk didn't have a pleasant expression. In the battle at Imperial City's Temple of Heaven, many experts of Great Thunderclap Monastery and Dao Sect had died or been severely injured. Many of the top-notch experts were slaughtered by Heavenly Devil Cult, and there were numerous eminent monks and old Taoists of Divine Bridge Realm that had lost their lives, so there was a great loss in power for the monks. If not for this, how could Ling Yushu have retrieved the lands of Great Thunderclap Monastery? That yellow-faced monk didn't say much and hurried away. Ling Yushu looked at Qin Mu and said in a low voice, "The monk left without even begging, so he must be going back to call reinforcements to find trouble with you. You have to be careful." Qin Mu shook his head. "Don't worry, R'lyeh won't pay attention to him." The yellow-faced monk was as fast as lightning as he hurried back to Great Thunderclap Monastery. When he reached the Golden Peak, he saw that the place was solemn and respectful. All the abbots of the various cloisters were gathered at the moment. Some abbots were in sorrow, and there were even teacher poor, and the rest observing the ceremony. Old R'lyeh was currently hosting a huge ceremony and had taken off his kasaya and grass shoes. All tea. Various treasures on his body were also taken off, and his body was relaxed. Monk Jingming stood behind him, quiet. The heart of the yellow-faced monk trembled violently, and old R'lyeh turned around to look at him with a smile. "Junior brother Nanyi, my time is near, and I am now resigning from the position of R'lyeh. With my body free, I plan to go out for a walk, to quietly wait for the Great Awakening and Nirvana. After I achieve perfect awakening, Jingming will bring my corporeal body back and allow it to continue protecting Great Thunderclap Monastery and promote Buddhism." The heart of the yellow-faced monk was in grief, but it wasn't good for him to show it. R'lyeh is a realm. It cannot be pushed away nor returned. Old R'lyeh smiled. "What I return is the revered one of the world of Great Thunderclap Monastery." "Then who will succeed as R'lyeh?" the yellow-faced monk, Nanyi, asked. Old R'lyeh pointed at the seat of revered one of the world and smiled. "Whoever will become a R'lyeh will take the seat. Those that are not R'lyeh won't be able to sit there. Don't you worry, there will be a R'lyeh that will sit there. My Dao friend is here, I'm off." Nanyi still wanted to ask questions, but old R'lyeh walked away and went down the mountain. Nanyi was stunned as he looked at the seat of revered one of the world. Below the mountain, an old and a young Daoist were resting their legs next to the mountain gate. "Dao Master, Daozi." Old R'lyeh and Monk Jingming went forward to greet the two travelers. Daozi Lin Xian and Old Dao Master hurriedly got up to return the greeting. Old Dao Master smiled. "You're free?" Old R'lyeh nodded and smiled. "I'm free. Let us go." The two sect masters of the two biggest righteous sacred grounds looked at each other and smiled while saying in unison, "You have also aged." Old Dao Master sighed. "I want to take a look at Little Jade Capital. I heard there are immortals there that live freely and without worry. They are then people who have truly achieved the Tao." "I would like to go to Great Ruins first," said Old R'lyeh. Old Dao Master took a glance at him. "Even though you aren't revered one of the world anymore, you still can't let Great Thunderclap Monastery go. Aren't you the same as well?" Old R'lyeh smiled. "Since you've already resigned from the position of Dao Master, why are you still bringing little Dao Master along? Aren't you trying to groom him more before you leave to become an immortal?" Old Dao Master sighed and said, "We'll go to Great Ruins first." The four people walked toward Great Ruins. Not long after they left, a young master brought four maidens who were all wearing different colored dresses. They were also carrying different items, like a jade vase, a guqin, a sword, and a pipa, as they came to the mountain gate. They looked at the monk receiving them at the gate and said, "Young Master Su Shenghua from High Heavens has come forth to visit." High Heavens. The heart of the monk receiving them trembled, and he immediately went up the mountain to report. When he reached the top of the mountain, the expression of Monk Nanyi and the rest changed drastically. They were all slightly flustered. "What should we do now that people from High Heavens have come? R'lyeh's position is now vacant, so who has the qualifications to receive the esteemed guests from High Heavens?" "Don't panic first," Monk Nanyi said. "Let's invite this young Master Su Shenghua first. No, we should all go and welcome him. Don't forget your etiquette. All of the monks went down the mountain and saw a young master with four beauties standing at the mountain gate, all of whom looked extraordinary. Nan Yi went forth and said, Amitabha, you are not Rulai? Su Shenghua's gaze was like lightning when it landed on the monk's face, while he shook his head. Rulai have no need to chant the names of Buddha. Where's Rulai? This, monk, Nan Yi said. Revered one of the world has just resigned, and there's no Rulai in Great Thunderclap Monastery today. Su Shenghua turned around and left, leaving the crowd of monks behind him. The four maidens immediately went up, and Yu Lu in green asked, Why does young master not want to go to Great Thunderclap Monastery? Su Shenghua shook his head. Old Rulai resigned, yet there's no new Rulai, which means that he felt that none of the monks on the entire mountain were worth to be Rulai, so he just left like this. Since Rulai is not satisfied with the monks on his mountain, why should I go and see their abilities? Qing Ying smiled. So, young master despises them. Young master, we saw the shamans of Roland's Golden Palace. When we went there, yet we didn't see any figures worth seeing. Even their grandmaster was merely so, avoiding to meet young master and being cowardly before even fighting. This time, there also isn't any worthy person to meet in Great Thunderclap Monastery, so should we go to Dao Sect now? Su Shenghua nodded and said, Dao Sect has 14 Dao swords, and my master said that Dao swords are very extraordinary. It's worth to take a look. They came to Mill Prefecture and went upstream Gold River. They found a ship and prepared to head down the river when they saw a youth measuring the depth of the river at its heart. The youth used his vital qi as a ruler. With a wave of his hand, trails of vital qi went straight into the river, and he would report the depth each time he did that. Beside him was an official recording the measurements with a brush. Su Shenghua stopped the boat and looked at that youth as he stood quietly. The youth seemed to notice this and looked over at him, giving off a radiant smile that revealed his white teeth. This gave a pleasant feeling. Su Shenghua felt his emotions influenced and smiled back in greeting. The hearts of the four girls beside him melted when they saw his smile. Young master actually smiled. Su Shenghua saluted the youth in the riv. And asked, This senior brother, could we have a small chat on the ship? Please wait a moment, senior brother, let me finish handling the hydrographic surveys. Su Shenghua waited for a moment, and when the youth had finished handling the hydrographic surveys, he boarded the ship and the two of them greeted each other before sitting down. Chapter 293. Primordial Spirit. I was measuring the water level just now, and there's still some mud on me. Please pardon me. Qin Mu examined this young master on the ship and felt that this person was someone from the mortal realm. He couldn't help sighing ruefully that even a man could be so charming. May I ask, where did senior brother come from? High heavens. Su Shenghua examined Qin Mu and saw that this youth was very simple. His gaze was very pure and seemed to have no impurities at all, but there was also a wild and unruly air about him. Where did senior brother come from? Qin Mu thought for a moment, but couldn't recall any place called High Heavens, so decided that it had to be some hidden sacred ground. He replied, I'm from Disabled Elderly Village. Su Shenghua had also not heard about the name Disabled Elderly Village, and memorized this name while thinking to himself, could it be some hidden sacred ground? I saw senior brother sending out dozens of vital qi threads with just a wave of a hand, and that was very bizarre. It seemed like threads were being constructed from swords, which is very different from the usual method of refining qi into a thread. This confused me a bit. Su Shenghua opened a tea bag to make tea, and the four maidens went to boil water. After waiting for a moment, they placed the tea leaves into the boiling water after it had been slightly cooled. Su Shenghua covered the teapot and said, Your sword mastery is extraordinary. You sent dozens of vital qi threads into the water, and they all went straight to the bottom of the river. Each of the vital qi threads landed on the sand, and didn't push even a speck of it away to go deeper, nor did they make any of the sand float. The strong current of the river also didn't have any impact on your vital qi thread. This kind of control is simply worthy of admiration. You have extremely high attainments in algebra, so could you have learned the sword techniques of Dao Sect before? Qin Mu was astonished. Senior brother has good eyes. I have indeed learned the 14 writings of Dao sword before. Vital qi threads are hard to control as they have no weight, so to make the vital qi thread hang straight down I had to calculate it with algebra. What I used was the calculation of magnetic force to make them unmovable. Su Shenghua was done with the tea and raised the teapot to pour Qin Mu a cup of tea while saying, To be able to control so many vital qi threads without applying any strength requires great knowledge and meticulousness down to the smallest detail. If you use this ability to control vital qi thread in controlling swords, your sword techniques would definitely be extremely terrifying, and I think that only the 14 writings of Dao sword would require such fine sword control techniques. Furthermore, your vital qi thread is different from others, using sword qi as a thread, making it a sort of a sword technique. Vital Chi thread is the spiral sword form founded by Eternal Peace Imperial Preceptor. Qin Mu was once again astonished and exclaimed in admiration, "You're a clever one. It's my first time meeting someone like you, who is able to see through my vital chi thread at first glance. Many people who were defeated by my hands had never realized it, so you're very extraordinary. Seems like high heavens are very extraordinary as well." Su Shenghua smiled. "I saw through it by luck. To be able to teach a disciple like you, disabled elderly village, is then the extraordinary one. Come, have a taste of the green destiny tea from my high heavens." Qin Mu took a whiff of the tea fragrance, then tasted a sip. It was slightly bitter and astringent when it first went into his mouth, but after that, the sweetness rushed forth endlessly into his taste buds, causing his saliva to excrete. The tea leaves of green destiny tea were also very beautiful, each of them looking like sharp feathers that floated at the top, bottom, and the middle of the cup. "Good tea. Could you gift some to me?"
Qin Mu asked.
Su Shenghua hesitated, then said, "I didn't bring much green destiny for this trip." Qin Mu smiled. "I'll treat you to wine another day." Su Shenghua's eyes lighted up, and he took out his bag of tea and gave half of its contents to Qin Mu with a smile.
"Deal."
"Where do I find you after I've settled my task?" Qin Mu put away the bag of tea. "The capital city. I'm a palace grandee there. When you're in the capital, you can find me at Imperial College." "All right. After I'm done with my task, I'll go to Eternal Peace Capital City to find you for a drink." The two of them then used tea in place of wine to toast each other, and the two teacups collided with a clink. Qin Mu and Su Shenghua seemed safe as ever, but their sleeves suddenly rose up, and the whooshing of wind came from behind them. The river surface suddenly rumbled, and the water exploded. The waves that were stirred up formed two lines upstream and downstream, only calming down after exploding dozens of times. The four maidens on the ship jumped in shock. Qin Mu and Su Shenghua were having a good chat, so why did they suddenly clash with each other? Qin Mu revealed a hint of astonishment and looked Su Shenghua deeply in the eyes. Su Shenghua was also slightly astonished and lifted the teacup to place it by his mouth. After enjoying the fragrance of the tea, Su Shenghua took the 7 strings guqin from Qin Ying's hands and played it leisurely, creating a lofty, artistic mood. It was like a god beyond the 9 heavens was using the sound of guqin to express his true feelings. It was also like an invitation calling guests from beyond the heavens. Qin Mu listened to it for a moment and praised, "Truly a lofty, artistic mood that's out of this mortal world. However, I'm in this mortal world and can't jump out of it." Ling Yuxiu shouted over from the side of the river at that moment, "The one that herds cows, come back quickly." "Got it," Qin Mu shouted back as he turned around at her. He then rose with an apology. "I've got many ordinary affairs to handle, so I won't disturb you anymore. I still have to check the irrigation works." Su Shenghua rose to send him off. "Affairs of the mortal world will only cause troubles in your heart. It would be better to go to high heavens for tranquility." Qin Mu jumped off the ship and smiled. "You're too free and unfettered. I can't live such an idle life. I like to be busy. Remember to find me in the capital. I still owe you a drink." Su Shenghua nodded, and his decorated pleasure ship floated down the river, sailing downstream. On the ship, Qin Ying came to the table, ready to take away the teacups, but Su Shenghua stopped her. "Don't touch them." Qin Ying was bewildered and immediately stopped. There were 2 teacups on the table. One had been used by Qin Mu and the other one by Su Shenghua. Qin Mu's cup still had half a cup of tea remaining while Su Shenghua's teacup was empty. Su Shenghua told Yu Lu, "Use the jade vase to protect the table and not spoil our ship." Yu Lu immediately executed her vital chi, and the jade vase she was carrying flew up and fell with the mouth of the vase facing down. A light screen poured out from the jade vase and protected the table. Su Shenghua blew at the table, and the 2 teacups suddenly exploded. Su Shenghua's teacup exploded into pieces, numerous pieces shooting out in all directions, turning the table into fine powders. Meanwhile, the half cup of tea in Qin Mu's teacup suddenly turned into a bright light and split the cup in the center. It fell in 2 pieces, but it didn't shatter. Expert. Su Shenghua had Yu Lu take away her jade vase and examine the broken pieces of the 2 teacups. With a grave expression, he said, "This youth is about the same age as me, but his cultivation is actually stronger than mine. It's truly formidable. The divine arts practitioners from Middle-earth really can't be underestimated." He had touched cups with Qin Mu, and the 2 of them had taken that chance to clash once with each other. When their vital chi collided, their divine arts were hidden in that move. Su Shenhua's vital chi was slightly suppressed by Qin Mu's vital chi. Since it was fierce and strong, the cup had exploded into pieces. However, Su Shenghua was superior in divine arts and had focused his power in one line, so Qin Mu's cup was sliced in the center. Both of their methods were high level and had intercepted the power of each other's divine arts, making them remain in the cups. They had temporarily sealed the will and pow. or of each other's divine arts, so the two cups were still complete when placed on the table. However, when an external force touched them, the will and power contained in them were activated. He is probably Daozi of Dao Sect. Su Shenhua looked upstream and praised, Dao Sect is truly extraordinary. The future accomplishments of the current Daozi will be no small matters. Now that we saw Dao Sect's Daozi, let's go to Little Jade Capital before finding the new human emperor. Grand Shaman said that this new human emperor is none other than the Heavenly Devil Cult Master, so we'll visit Heavenly Devil Cult at that time. On the river, Qin Mu ran over to help Ling Yuxiu, who was currently stabbing stakes in the dam. She asked, "Who was the person on the ship just now? Could he have evil intentions? I saw the divine arts of you two exploding on the surface of the river." Qin Mu smiled. "We were just trying to test each other out. I'm very happy today, very happy." Ling Yuxiu flicked the stake at him and heard a trembling noise as she asked in bewilderment, "What's made you so happy? I always thought there was only me who's an overlord body in this world." Qin Mu was excited and gripped his fists tightly. Looking at the decorated pleasure ship that was sailing downstream, he said, "But today, I finally found another overlord body. If Village Chief knew about this, he would definitely be so happy that he would go crazy. There's a second overlord body in this world, so the old man will definitely be happy for me." Ling Yuxiu was slightly muddle-headed and thought to herself, "What overlord body?" Qin Mu walked to and fro in excitement. "I tested his cultivation just now, and he was merely a line weaker than me. Just one line. Sister, do you know? Even on the same realm, Imperial Preceptor's cultivation is a lot inferior to mine, yet this guy is only one line inferior. If this is an overlord body, then what is overlord body?" Ling Yuxiu stabbed another stake into the huge dam and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Imperial Preceptor is a saint that appears once every 500 years. How could his cultivation be weaker than yours on the same realm? Come and help me quickly. I can't finish all of these by myself. Everyone else has gone to make water wheels. Qin Mu immediately went forward to help, but he still couldn't contain the excitement in his heart. A second overlord body. Even though his cultivation is weaker than mine, his moves and divine arts are stronger than mine. As expected of the overlord body, Ling Yuxiu saw that he was preoccupied with his thoughts and was slightly angry. However, she was also happy for him in her heart. It was natural to be happy after finding someone similar to oneself. After a moment, Qin Mu finally calmed down, and his vital qi became sensible and linked up spirit embryo, 5 elements, and 6 directions. The operating speed became faster and faster, becoming more and more smooth and unhindered. Ling Yuxiu suddenly stopped and felt slight abnormalities in her surroundings. At this moment, the sound of water became clearer, and the chirping of birds seemed sweet-sounding. The fragrance of the flowers in the air, the smell of the green grass, and even all her senses became incomparably clear. She was slightly bewildered and looked at Qin Mu. He had a clear gaze, and it met with hers. Ling Yuxiu was brought along by his gaze and suddenly entered a wonderful state which stirred her spirit embryo and soul. The two of them stood on the river dam and held hands, looking at each other with smiles. However, their bodies remained motionless. Their souls and spirit embryos flew out from their bodies and seemed to become incomparably vast. They went on a mental journey through the skies, traveling 1,000 miles. Ling Yuxiu saw that she was holding onto Qin Mu's hand as they flew high above and saw thousands of temples and monasteries on Mount Meru. They then entered North Pole and saw snow lotus herbs in the world of ice and snow. After that, they went to the South Sea and stepped onto the white clouds to observe the Jade Sea and blue sky. Later, they visited great ruins as well and saw layers and layers of divine light standing tall and upright among the boundless mountains. At this moment, they seemed to hear someone calling their names and instantly felt an invisible force of attraction coming over and pulling them back from 10,000 miles away.
Swoosh.
The souls of the two people returned to their bodies, and they realized that they were still standing on the river dam, smiling at each other. Ling Yuxiu's face turned slightly red, and she immediately let go of Qin Mu's hand. Beside them, Crown Prince Ling Yuxiu was looking at them with a stern face. Qin Mu reminisced about the feeling he had felt just now and said, "Your Highness, I had just comprehended unity technique of 6 directions realm and suddenly went into a kind of wonderful state. My spirit embryo and soul had fused together and flew out of my body to roam the vast world. Does your Highness knows what happened?" Ling Yuxiu's body trembled violently, and he cried out, "So fast? You have cultivated your primordial spirit." Chapter 294. Number 2 in the world. Primordial spirit? Qin Mu was slightly puzzled. He had perfected his unity technique on the 6 directions realm and entered comprehension. Then, he somehow brought Ling Yuxiu's soul and spirit embryo to fly out as well. Was this primordial spirit? Spirit and soul. Spirit and soul. The first is spirit, and the second is soul. Spirit means spirit embryo, and soul means soul. When you succeed in cultivating a spirit embryo, the soul is formed. Ling Yushu was much higher than them in cultivation. Besides that, ever since Crown Prince Ling Yuxia had died, Emperor Yanfeng came to value him more and appointed a new Grand Tutor, Grand Preceptor, and Grand Protector to teach him how to cultivate and how to manage the politics of the empire. Ling Yushu had also had quite plentiful gains lately, and his cultivation had increased much faster than when he was in Imperial College. Now that he was already at the peak of 7 Stars realm, he was more than capable to guide Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu. Primordial spirit is formed when the soul attaches itself to the spirit embryo to form a god in the human body. Vital qi then transforms into primordial essence of the soul, which forms the primordial spirit. Other than giving birth to a spirit weapon in 6 Directions realm, there's also the primordial spirit there. However, primordial spirit only matures after 6 Directions realm enters celestial being realm, so it can roam to the ends of the world. Both of you have just entered 6 Directions realm, so how could your primordial spirit come out of your body and roam the world? Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu were at a loss. They didn't know what was happening, and their primordial spirits had just carelessly left their bodies to roam the world. 6 Directions is heaven, earth, north, south, east, and west. It's also the fusion of the body and will and qi, qi and soul, soul and spirit, spirit and heaven, as well as heaven and earth. Only when this step is achieved are all the 6 Directions reached. Ling Yushu pondered it, then said, after 6 Directions, the soul and essence link up. With the primordial spirit and corporeal body as one, the primordial spirit can finally come out of the body. If you come out of your body without that, you might not be able to return to your corporeal body. How did you guys do it, of all things? He was completely bewildered. Qin Mu and Ling Yuxiu looked at each other and shuddered. If they hadn't achieved the fusion of body, will, qi, soul, spirit, heaven, and earth, they might not have been able to find their corporeal bodies after their primordial spirits had come out of their bodies. We were having so much fun, but luckily Elder Brother was able to get here in time and call us back. Otherwise, our primordial spirits might not have been able to find our corporeal bodies. Ling Yuxiu felt fear at the ordeal. Roaming the world is a small matter. When you reach celestial being realm, you can roam the universe and witness the strange things in it. However, there's still a 7 Stars realm in between. Ling Yuxiu threw this unexplainable matter to the back of his head and said, Imperial College teaches a lot in regards to 6 Directions realm. You should go and listen to more lessons. Shan Yoshin has already completed the water wheel and is now heading to the manufacturing factory in Mil Prefecture to improve their craftsmanship. He wants to invite B. He wanted to say the word beast but caught himself and changed it. Great Cult Master Qin to head there as well. Qin Mu hesitated. This river dam. Dozens of imperial scholars came to the side of the river, and it was Qin Wanyun and the rest. Ling Yushu said, hand the river dam to them. This time the assistant minister plans to improve the craftsmanship of the manufacturing factory by forging some river suppression beasts, so he said you must come over. They headed to the manufacturing factory and met with Shan Yoshin, who had just come there with the people from Ministry of Works. Mil Prefecture had a lot of mountains and a lot of mines. The manufacturing factory was in charge of refining black gold and black iron. Qin Mu met up with Shan Yoshin, and Shan Yoshin immediately greeted him. Refining treasures and forging weapons requires black gold and black iron, so His Majesty has long had the intention to construct a manufacturing factory in Mil Prefecture. However, Great Thunderclap Monastery had great power then, so he hesitated. But Great Thunderclap Monastery has suffered a great loss now, and His Majesty wants to take this chance to expand the manufacturing factory. Thus we invite Cult Master to come forth and improve the boilers and the industrial arts of forging and pressing. Qin Mu nodded and said, that's easy. Ling Yuxiu went forward at that moment and said to Shan Yoshin, Assistant Minister, I've cultivated to 6 Directions realm and forged my spirit weapon. Can I ask Assistant Minister to improve on it? When she was done, she took out her 9 dragons weapons. Shan Yoshin took it and smiled. Princess has a master by her side, so why are you asking me? Ling Yuxiu was bewildered, not knowing what master he meant. Si Yunxiang also took out 1,000 silks and said, this is my 1,000 silks spirit weapon. Can Hall Master Shan help me? Shan Yoshin took her 1,000 silks and examined the 2 spirit weapons. His face changed slightly, and he gently used them. He then saw the 2 forms of the spirit weapons change precipitously. The 9 dragons weapons instantly expanded and transformed into 9 flying dragons with incomparably vivid scales. On the other hand, 1,000 silks increased step by step, spreading open and folding up from time to time, doing it in an unpredictable manner. Fellow colleagues, come and take a look. Shan Yoshin immediately summoned over the numerous officials of Ministry of Works. The assistant minister came forward, and everyone observed the 2 spirit weapons and exclaimed endlessly. Assistant Minister said, truly marvelous creations excelling nature. The forging skill is truly fantastic, supernatural. The people of Ministry of Works studied them for a while before Shan Yoxin returned them back to Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang while saying, Saintess, Princess, these two spirit weapons were made by Cult Master, right? Ling Yuxiu nodded. The one that herds cows forged them for us in the sea. Shan Yoxin revealed an expression of admiration and said, Cult Master's forging skill has already surpassed that of all of us in the Ministry of Works. We might be able to surpass Cult Master in terms of some techniques, but overall, we are inferior to him.
Ing
Yuxiu was stunned and cried out, You can't make it better? We can't make it better than Cult Master, Shan Yoxin said. I had just taken a look and already learned quite a lot from Princess and Saintess's spirit weapons. Both of your spirit weapons are already perfected and Ministry of Works can't improve them anymore. Si Yunxiang was skeptical. Is Hall Master Shan giving him face because he is the Cult Master? Shan Yoxin became solemn. Cult Master Qin's forging skills and techniques are close to God and close to Tao. Based on his techniques alone, no one in the world can surpass him. His forging methods are extremely intricate, and I have never seen most of them, nor even heard about them. The pill furnace of incense Master Fan Yunxiao's ship was forged by Cult Master, and I was present at that time, gasping in amazement. His skills can be said to be #1 in the world. The two girls stared with their eyes wide open, unable to say a word. Qin Mu immediately said humbly, Assistant Minister praises me too much. I really don't deserve so much praise. I had merely learned how to forge, so I don't dare to claim myself to be the #1 in the world. Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang blinked and looked at the cowhood boy of Great Ruins while thinking to themselves, he always likes to brag, but now he actually knows how to be humble. How rare. I'm at most #2 in the world, Qin Mu said humbly. I'm inferior to Grandpa Mute from our village. Grandpa Mute is the best blacksmith in the villages around us, and when we go to the temple fair, his kitchen knives are always the first to be sold when placed with mine. Shan Yoxin sighed. Such a divine knife, I would also like to buy one back to study and treasure. Never would have I expect for them to be hidden in the fair of a small village. How I wish I could go back there and buy all of them. Cult Master, you can just teach us how to improve the manufacturing factory this time. Please. They grouped around Qin Mu like he was a revered leader, and behind them was Ling Yuxiu, Si Yunxiang, and the government minister. The four of them stood with their eyes wide open, slightly stunned. The government minister sighed and said, Heavenly Devil Cult Master, the first Imperial Academician of Imperial College, the reputable divine physician Qin, and now the #2 in the world in forging and refining treasures. This Imperial Academician, sure, is unrivaled. What other abilities does he have that people don't know about? Ling Yuxiu suddenly thought of something and said, His drawing skill is very good. He once gave me a painting and stamped it with runes. He said if he didn't do that, the me in the painting would come out and run away from the painting. Si Yunxiang also recalled an event and said, We were able to escape the hands of Long Jianan because of his paintings as well. He painted a storm on the sea and a ship breaking through the wind and waves, then the exact same storm appeared on the sea as well as the ship, ferrying us away. Ling Yuxiu looked at the government minister and asked, Does Pavilion of Art Saint have these kinds of abilities? The government minister shook his head. The talents of Pavilion of Art Saint can only draw what they see. Their paintings have grace, and those people have the skill, but I've never heard about any of their drawings coming to life. Heavenly Devil Cult Master is truly. He shook his head and said, Too surprising. How can a person have such high attainments in so many skills? Furthermore, he is still so humble. This kind of morality and conduct really make one sigh in admiration. Is the one that herds cows humble? Ling Yuxiu was slightly puzzled. The one that herds cows was clearly very arrogant, giving off the appearance of your father is the #2 in the world. Si Yunxiang was also unwilling to accept it. Their sacred cult master was usually not matched with the word humble. When she wanted to challenge him, he would give off the appearance of, You won't be able to beat me. Go train more. He's already quite humble. The government minister sighed ruefully. If I had 10 or 20% of his skills, I would be bragging about being the #1 in the world, yet he never proclaims it nor shows off. He will only say the truth when other people ask about it. He doesn't say he's the #1 in the world. Instead, he says he's the #2. I have never met such a humble person before. Ling Yuxiu was stunned. This heavenly devil cult master was out of his expectations. Such an outstanding youth, sister seems to be. He became worried if his sister would actually be a match for such an outstanding heavenly devil cult master. He then immediately shook his head. What am I thinking? That brat better not get close to my sister. They saw Qin Mu and the rest measuring the structure of the boilers. The officials of Ministry of Works were using all kinds of calculation tools to inspect everything while others were calculating. They were all so busy that they paid no attention to the group. After some time, Everyone gathered around Qin Mu and saw him using vital qi to draw the blueprints. In the air, he drew the structure of the new boiler and the forging press machine. There were also a few blueprints of human-shaped machines. Other people immediately recorded them and went to get the required materials. The manufacturing factory was buzzing with activity, and deafening sounds of forging rang all the time. Qin Mu explained his forging techniques to the people beside him as he forged, and all the officials of Ministry of Works nodded repeatedly. After some time, Qin Mu finally created the first forging press machine. It was a human-shaped mechanism with 8 arms which had a large pill furnace on its chest. In it, the medicinal stones could be sent to activate the mechanism. The upper body of this human mechanism was a composite of smelted black gold and black copper, which continuously flowed down its body. The black gold and black copper composite could flow to the hands to transform into a huge hammer or tools like steel drill or pliers. Furthermore, it had immense strength and could apply tens of thousands of pounds of pressure. The person controlling the pill furnace at the side would only feel slightly warm, which was more than bearable. By controlling the machine here, one could control its mechanism to forge the black gold and black copper into shape. The runes and mechanisms used here were very complicated, and Ling Yushu couldn't help being dumbstruck when he saw Shan Yuxin and the rest actually recording what they learned into a few thick books. When they were piled together, they were almost half the height of a human. He went forward to flip through them and sighed in admiration. Within them were mostly runes transformed from divine arts. Qin Mu had applied common divine arts and spells into his forging, brilliantly exhibiting the application of what he had learned. Cult Master is really worthy of the word sacred. He's not like Li Tianqing, that evil person. Ling Yushu was deeply moved. When he saw Qin Mu resting to the side, he immediately went to him with a smile. Cult Master, if I joined Heavenly Saint Cult, what position could you give me? Qin Mu raised his head with an astonished expression. Aren't you worried the Emperor might be fearful of you after you enter Heavenly Saint Cult? Ling Yushu was slightly excited. He has his Imperial Preceptor, and I also need to have my Imperial Preceptor. If I ascend to the throne in the future, you'll be my Imperial Preceptor Qin. Qin Mu rose and shook his head. Eternal peace is not my homeland. I'm a person of great ruins. Does your highness still remember that? I'm a person abandoned by gods and can't be your Imperial Preceptor. Do you have the guts to go against the orders of gods and let the people of great ruins become your people as well? Ling Yushu was stunned. You are inferior to your father. He would dare to do that. Qin Mu patted his shoulder and walked toward Shan Yuxin and the rest. He dares to face opprobrium and bring about his reform. The very first time he met me, he didn't see me as an abandoned person. You can only preserve the accomplishments of the previous generations and still feel that I'm an abandoned person of great ruins. Your Highness, if you had great ambitions like the Emperor, I would become your Imperial Preceptor. However, do you have them? Cold sweats ran down Ling Yushu's forehead when he thought of Emperor Yanfeng's words and actions. He knew he couldn't do it. It was not Ling Yushu who was no match for this man. It was him who was no match for an Imperial Preceptor like Qin Mu. Chapter 295, Shape of Spirit Weapon. The Ministry of Works reconstructed the manufacturing factory in Mil Prefecture while Qin Mu redesigned the Great Furnace. The manufacturing factory looked completely new, and there were new forging machine giants in it. With the Great Furnace activated, all the machine giants started operating, and the factory was instantly buzzing with activity. Shan Yuxin and the rest hurried to adjust the components during testing while Qin Mu executed his Overlord Body 3 elixir technique to circulate his vital qi. Other people first cultivated their spirit weapon before cultivating their primordial spirit after perfecting Six Directions realm. Furthermore, the primordial spirit wasn't perfect at that time as well. One would have to cultivate to celestial being realm for the primordial spirit to take shape and roam the universe. However, he had cultivated his primordial spirit before cultivating his spirit weapon. His primordial spirit was still very weak and had not been cultivated to the extent of taking shape. If it could take shape behind him, he would be a celestial being. However, between Six Directions and celestial being was 7 stars realm. He had just entered Six Directions realm and was far from that step. His primordial spirit roaming the world was only something that happened by chance. It was because he had met an expert like Su Shenghua which had agitated his mind. Only because of it did he manage to enter comprehension beside the river and brought Ling Yushu to roam the world. According to the traditional way of cultivating, he still needed to give birth to a spirit weapon with his Six Directions divine treasure. With the circulation of Overlord Body 3 elixir technique, Qin Mu felt his vital qi linking his spirit embryo, 5 elements, and 6 directions together. His soul and spirit embryo fused together and his primordial essence condensed, forming his primordial spirit. As he breathed in and out the nature of heaven and earth, his cultivation speed became much faster than before. Do other people cultivate like me? Based on the Crown Prince's words, it doesn't seem that way. He couldn't help feeling bewildered when he listened to Ling Yushu's words about how it was impossible for people to cultivate their primordial spirit at this stage. After cultivating primordial spirit, his cultivation speed was very fast, while if he didn't cultivate it, he would only stay with the normal routine. He temporarily placed his doubts aside and focused on executing Overlord Body 3 Elixir technique. He guided the vital chi in his body and mobilized his chi and blood. In his 6 directions divine treasure, the primordial essences gathered and continuously flew into the center. At that place, a spirit weapon was gradually taking shape. Its shape born from 6 directions divine treasure was usually the most compatible with one's technique. This kind of spirit weapon was usually different from other spirit weapons as it breathed together and shared the same fate as its owner. It was a spirit weapon that grew together with a person. There was no need to even think about the shape of the spirit weapon. It naturally formed its shape as it accompanied the person's cultivation. While the spirit weapon was under construction, Qin Mu still couldn't see what shape it was going to take. He could only see a ball of light as his primordial essences came flying from all directions, gathering onto that ball of light. Faint markings of runes could be seen on the primordial essences, which was very mysterious. However, Qin Mu saw that these rune markings were nothing more than his techniques and skills. They were simply displayed in the form of runes. The 9 dragons of Ling Yuxiu and 1,000 silks of Si Yunxiang also had these kinds of rune markings. When they were forged, these kinds of rune markings had to be imprinted on them to match well. The primordial essences flying towards the ball of light appeared as sword markings, so when the primordial essences flew toward the ball of light, it looked like flying swords were continuously flowing into the sword pellet. That sword pellet wasn't a pellet, but a sword. It was refining dozens, no, more like hundreds or even thousands of swords into one. Therefore, the intrinsic quality of a sword pellet was still a sword. 6 directions divine treasure giving birth to a sword pellet spirit weapon was due to primordial essences, with the form of flying swords rushing into the center. These primordial essences merged to form the shape of the pellet. The sword shapes were also called primordial swords. Only when every single one of them entered the pellet could one forge the sword pellet that belonged solely to oneself. Furthermore, the number of flying swords in the sword pellet had to match the number of primordial swords. Refining a sword pellet was the same as refining a sword until its form was even finer than a needle before turning it into the shape of a pellet. When refining a sword pellet, one would have to refine each and every single sword to the standard of being able to change their size at will. This point was very difficult. This was why the prices of sword pellets were high. Many divine arts practitioners usually use sword cases as a replacement. These could store much fewer flying stores. When refining them, bones of a beast with Taotai bloodline were needed to increase the internal space, so in truth that they weren't that cheap, either. Imperial College provided every imperial scholar with a sword case, so the Empire's treasury also had to spend quite an amount of money every year. The imperial scholars that were truly rich would usually invite reputable masters and blacksmiths to forge a sword pellet for them, as they were a symbol of status. So my spirit weapon is a sword pellet. Even though sword pellets are hard to make, it shouldn't be too difficult for me. Qin Mu had no real idea how valuable sword pellets were. After all, sword pellets were strewn everywhere around disabled elderly village. They were under Granny C's bed, in her shoes, and even eaten by some of the hens. What was even more terrifying was that Mute had an entire chest of sword pellets. It was filled to the brim and as heavy as a mountain. Qin Mu thought that it was hard work to refine a sword pellet, but since he had learned under Mute, he didn't believe that it'd be too much trouble. However, in his 6 directions divine treasure, primordial swords were still continuously entering the ball of light. Qin Mu calculated them, and his face turned slightly green. The number of primordial swords that had entered the ball of light had already reached 5,000. This meant that he had to refine 5,000 flying swords to forge his own sword pellet. But that wasn't even worst of it. There were more primordial swords entering the ball of light, which meant that his future work was still increasing. Qin Mu wasn't worried about having no money to refine his sword pellet spirit weapon though. He was never worried about money, but he was worried about the pellet being too heavy. Even if 1,000 flying swords were refined until they were extremely fine, their weight wouldn't change. If this many flying swords were added into a small pellet, its weight would be considerable. Eternal Peace Empire's flying swords were classified into 9 grades. The weight of the 9th grade one was 2 pounds, and this sword had the most inferior quality, having been forged using ordinary metal. These were weapons used by ordinary people, and even if they were all 9th grade swords, the finished sword pellet would be 10,000 pounds in weight. The bad news was that the better the flying sword was, the more it weighed. A 2nd grade flying sword would usually be 1,000 pounds. Only 1st grade flying swords, which belonged to first-ranking high officials, such as Qin Mu's Junior Protector Sword, were very light. Junior Protector Sword was made from the best materials in the world and forged by the best master of sword refinement. There were only over a dozen of them forged, and even if Qin Mu wanted to refine a sword pellet with such swords, he wouldn't have enough good materials to do so. 3rd grade sword are forged using winter iron essence and winter crystal iron. It's just that the weight would be too heavy. Even if I managed to refine them into a sword pellet, I wouldn't be able to use it. Just the sword pellet alone would exhaust me to death. As Qinmu thought about this, his primordial swords finally stopped and no longer entered the ball of light. From the start to the end, there had been 8,000 swords. 8,000 swords, holy shit. Even if I'm rich, I'll still go bankrupt trying to make so many of them. Qinmu was starting to feel a little terrified. But at that moment, he saw another type of primordial essences flying over and entering the ball of light. They were Buddhas that were coming from all directions. Wait a minute, isn't it a sword pellet? He was slightly stupefied. If his spirit weapon was a sword pellet, everything should have already been over, so why were there still Buddha-shaped primordial essences flying over? Other than them, there were also primordial knives. They entered the ball of light, followed by primordial Tao in the shapes of Wuji diagram, Taiji diagram, for symbols diagram, 5 elements diagram, and 8 trigrams. After that came all kinds of runes. There were insect markings, beast markings, and even dragon markings, as well as phoenix and bird markings. There were also god markings, devil markings, and even pictures of Yudu's words. In other words, a bit of everything. Qinmu's green face started to turn slightly purple. Those pictures were there probably because there were too many things contained in his unity technique. There was Rulai's Mahayana Sutra, great educational heavenly devil scriptures, 9 dragons monarch technique, pig slaughter knife skills, and all kinds of other techniques, skills, and divine arts. Though in great educational heavenly devil scriptures alone there were many bizarre techniques and skills. Even the calculation methods from computational canon of supreme mystery were shown by his primordial essences, becoming a part of his spirit weapon's form. So many forms. What will my spirit weapon evolve into? Qinmu was on tenterhooks. Could his sword pellet become a freak with all kinds of weapons? It was fine being a freak, but he was worried about how heavy it was going to end up after it was refined. How much money would he have to spend to refine it? After some more time, all of the primordial essences were in the ball of light, and its glow gradually dimmed. The form of the spirit weapon there slowly got clearer. Qinmu was very scared and on edge, not daring to take a look. He was afraid that his spirit weapon had a form that was a spectacle too horrible to endure. Sometime later, he finally mustered enough courage to look towards the spirit weapon in his 6 directions divine treasure and couldn't help freezing in shock. He saw that his spirit weapon still had the shape of a sword pellet and hadn't become abnormal. It wasn't like what he had imagined, which was a huge Buddha that had swords, knives, and all kinds of strange stuff stabbed into it. The sword pellet was still a sword pellet. It was just that every primordial sword had numerous markings on it. There were primordial Buddha markings, primordial Tao markings, primordial knife markings, bird, beast and insect markings, dragon and phoenix markings, god and devil markings, and writings of Yudu. Qinmu sighed in relief. It's still okay. It's at most awfully heavy, and not to the extent of crushing me. However, this sword pellet seems much bigger than other sword pellets. If I can refine a sword pellet that has the form of water, like Grandpa Mute's, it should be slightly smaller. Shan Yoshin and the rest spent numerous hours working busily for 2 days before finishing adjusting the components for a test. The manufacturing factory then began its operation. Qinmu had also not slept the entire night just to condense the form of the spirit weapon. However, he had still ample vitality. He called Shan Yoshin over and said, "The form of my spirit weapon is determined, but it's a little troublesome to refine. I require 8,000 sword embryos." 8,000 sword embryos? Shan Yoshin was shocked and cried out, "Cult Master, 8,000 sword embryos would be enough to make a sect legacy treasure for a small sect. Is Cult Master sure he needs this many swords?" Qinmu nodded and said helplessly, "The refinement of these 8,000 swords so they could change size at will before turning them into a sword pellet is giving me a great headache as well." Shan Yoshin hesitated and said, 8,000 swords is enough to equip a small army. If you want to forge so many sword embryos, you'll require metals of the best quality. Before the natural disaster, I had sold some medicine and exchanged it for some money. Qinmu thought of Hu Linger, who had managed his finances, and started to miss the little fox. He said, "I still have 1,000,000 great abundance coins here. I wonder if it'll be enough?" Shan Yoshin was shocked and smiled. "How can we spend Cult Master's money? We usually have the habit of collecting all kinds of natural materials and treasures. For example, there are people of our heavenly saint cult in the mines. When we dig out treasures, we usually don't hand them to the Empire, but hide them away in private." After looking around and seeing nobody around, he said in a low voice, "The rules of the sacred cult state to present the higher quality materials to the Emperor while bringing the highest quality ones to the treasure vault of our sacred cult." Qinmu was startled. Shan Yoshin smiled. The crafting of Sacred Cult Master's spirit weapon is naturally a huge event, so you can mobilize all of the natural materials and treasures in the treasure vault of our sacred cult. As long as Cult Master gives the order to open the treasure vault, We Heavenly Crafts Hall will take out the treasures and refine 8,000 sword embryos for Cult Master. I don't dare to say how good the materials there will be, but they won't be much inferior to the materials used for the swords of the first-ranking high officials. Qin Mu let out a shaky breath and asked, "Where's the treasure vault?" Cult Master doesn't know where his treasure vault is? Shan Yuxin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's naturally in Saint Arrival Mountain. Chapter 296, Divine Sword. The key to the treasure vault on Saint Arrival Mountain is kept by the mistress of Xi family, which is also the saintess of our sacred cult, Shan Yuxin said. The finances of our sacred cult are all managed by Xi family and all properties must go through their hands. If Cult Master wants to touch the treasure vault, you will have to fetch the key from the saintess. As long as we take out the natural materials and treasures, refining 8,000 sword embryos won't be too difficult. It will actually be quite quick when using this factory. Xi family was a big family that had an illustrious position in Heavenly Devil Cult, and the saintess was usually from it. The saintess of this generation was Si Yunxiang, which meant that the key to the treasure vault was with her. Qin Mu found her, and his words astonished her. Sword pellet refined from 8,000 swords. Can Cult Master lift so many swords? Qin Mu's face blackened. He was also slightly worried that he wouldn't be able to carry a sword pellet made from so many flying swords. Si Yunxiang took in his expression and chuckled. You're the Cult Master sacred teacher, so using the cult's materials and treasures to refine a spirit weapon is only natural. However, all of them had been accumulated by the disciples of the cult throughout a long time. By sending disaster relief, we had spent most of our money, so the treasury vault has no more money. If anything happened, it would be quite troublesome to deal with the problem without money. Qin Mu smiled. I know your troubles. I still have 1,000,000 great abundance coins here, so why don't I offer them to the sacred cult? You can also use them in times of trouble. Si Yunxiang burst with joy and smiled. Even though 1,000,000 great abundance coins is a lot with 1,000,000 disciples, everyone can only get 1 great abundance coins at most. Since Cult Master is refining a sword for himself, he will no longer need Junior Protector Sword. Qin Mu's face blackened, and he passed over his Junior Protector Sword to her. Si Yunxiang then reminded him in goodwill, there's still some other treasures in Cult Master's Taotai sack, for example, 1,000 Banners Pagoda and some other stuff, which could be used to refill the treasure vault. Qin Mu took his Taotai sack and pulled out 1,000 Banners Pagoda and the burnt Guqin. But suddenly, he was alerted and said, that's not right. I'm only refining a spirit weapon that's on the 6 Directions realm, so why do you want my Cult Master level treasures? The worth is not the same. Saintess, are you trying to fool me? Si Yunxiang sneered at him. Cult Master, the materials in the sacred cult's treasure vault are enough to refine dozens of treasures. Cult Master wants to use these treasures to refine a sword pellet, but he shouldn't leave the sacred cult's treasure vault empty, just like that, right? Qin Mu gave it some thought, and it was indeed logical, so he could only give her all the Cult Master level treasures he had. All of them had been stolen from Roland's Golden Palace, so he wasn't too pained by losing them. Cult Master, you still have the star pearls that you scavenged from the shrine in the East Sea, right? Si Yunxiang's eyes were shining. There were 3,000 of them. Qin Mu's face blackened as he said, Saintess, they're all. I've left. Si Yunxiang smiled. You're the sacred Cult Master, and I'm not taking those treasures of yours for myself. I'm just safekeeping them in the treasure vault of the sacred cult. So won't they still be yours? Our Xi family manages the finances, but isn't that a tough job? We can only see but we cannot use, so no matter how much treasures we collect. Don't they all still belong to Qin? Qin Mu thought that what she said was very logical, but he still felt that something wasn't right. In the end though, he took out the 3,000 luminous pearls. Si Yunxiang took a sneaky glance at his Taotai sack and said, there are also the 2 huge eyeballs. No way. Qin Mu's face turned black, and he had the urge to kill. Si Yunxiang probed, that dragon Qilin of Cult Master. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief and smiled. If you can raise him, you can take him away. Si Yunxiang immediately laughed. I'm just joking, Cult Master. That glutton should remain with Cult Master. Even Patriarch doesn't want him, disliking him for eating too much. Let me go and find the elder of my Xi family to fetch the treasures from Saint Arrival Mountain to refine the swords for Cult Master. Qin Mu put away his empty Taotai sack with a black face. He felt that he was standing naked after being plundered by the little maiden. That woman is addicted to money. I can't win against her. I need to let Linger handle the finances. Otherwise, I will be stripped naked and get my bone marrows sucked out by that saintess. Sacred Cult Master Qin thought to himself. Si Yunxiang ran to the side and took out a mirror. It floated in the air and spun 2 rounds. Another mirror then appeared in the mirror, and behind it was an old woman who asked, what is Saintess Yang looking for me? Si Yunxiang told her about how Qin Mu was going to refine his swords and said, The spirit weapon that the sacred cult master is refining is no small matter. May great-grandma please take out the best quality materials in the treasure vault and send them to the manufacturing factory in Mille Prefecture. The old woman frowned and said, "See, family never does business that sustains a loss. Cult master is still young and his cultivation is still low, so why does he need the best quality treasures? It's a steal." Si Yunxiang immediately showed all the treasures she had scammed from Qin Mu and made the eyes of the great-grandma of Si family shine brightly. So many treasures of the cult master level, Saintis sure has a way with housekeeping. Good, good. As expected of the one I've taught. You didn't learn from your aunt. Your aunt only knows how to splurge money like flowing water, but not how to calculate it and is a wastrel. The one she meant was Granny C. She never cared about money and always bought what was expensive and not what was right. The great-grandma of C family said, "The best quality materials for refining swords are usually extremely heavy.
A chunk that is th.
Size of a thumb usually weighs dozens of pounds. Furthermore, we don't have enough materials in the treasure vault to refine 8,000 swords. To make treasures of the cult master level, it's enough to refine 27 swords, each one weighing around 10,000 pounds. What about a grade lower?" Si Yunxiang asked. The great-grandma of Si family said, "One grade lower is also not enough. It's at most enough for 100 swords." Si Yunxiang frowned and asked, "Another grade lower?" Another grade lower would be winter iron essence, black gold essence, and black copper essence. They are more than enough to make 8,000 swords. Si Yunxiang said, "Then could great-grandma please bring all the highest quality and a grade lower ones over, while using black gold essence for the rest to make up for the lack. The highest quality ones should be enough to open up the edge for the spirit swords." The great-grandma of Si family asked suspiciously, "Winter iron essence is 3 times lighter than black gold essence, so why are you asking for it and not winter iron essence?" Si Yunxiang smiled sweetly, and the great-grandma of Si family rolled her eyes at her through the mirror. "You little wench, trying to be mischievous again. Be careful of cult master smacking your bum sore when he can't lift it up. I'll send the items to Harmony Prefecture, so get the bandit with the surname Fan to drive his ship over." Si Yunxiang acknowledged it and spun the bronze mirror 2 rounds in the opposite direction. The mirror in the mirror then vanished without a trace. After 2 days, Fan Yunxiao came from Harmony Prefecture, transporting all the materials Qin Mu needed to refine his swords. The manufacturing factory in Mille Prefecture immediately got busy again. It wasn't too much of a trouble to forge the sword embryos as it was only shaping the metal into the initial shape of a sword, but even so, the sword embryos had to be refined up to 1,000 times, hammered and cast over and over again. After refining the sword embryos, the body of the sword would be a flat club. The grinding of it into the shape of the sword required Qin Mu to do it personally, with hard work and numerous refinements. Qin Mu picked up one sword embryo, and his expression wasn't pleasant. Si Yunxiang went up to act concerned. "Cult master, what's wrong?" "It's a little heavy," Qin Mu said resentfully. "It's 2 to 3 times heavier than what I imagined. Now that one sword is 300 pounds, after refining all of them into a sword pellet, 8,000 swords." Si Yunxiang burst out laughing. Cult master wanted materials of the best quality, so they naturally are slightly heavier. The materials for the edge are better, heavier, sharper, and harder to forge than the treasured swords Emperor grants to his first-ranking officials. The so-called great crafts will need no skill. Cult master will just be able to throw his sword pellet over and you smash a whole bunch of people to death, without any need for sword moves. Qin Mu's face went black as he said, "I will still need to be able to throw it, the 8,000 swords." Si Yunxiang was overjoyed and said, "I've heard that when one refines an artifact to its maximum, its weight will change according to one's will. Cult master is an expert in refining treasures, so he will definitely refine the sword pellet to such a step." Qin Mu turned away, while carrying the sword embryo, and said some difficult-to-understand words. It was something like 100 creation 100 forge divine transformation technique and power to remove mountains. Si Yunxiang blinked and felt happy in her heart. In the factory, Shan Yoxin wanted to stay to observe Qin Mu refining his sword, but Crown Prince Ling Yushu had to handle the government affairs in the other prefectures, so he could only order the disciples of Heavenly Crafts Hall to come and help. Meanwhile, he and the officials of Ministry of Works had to follow Ling Yushu to the next prefecture. With the disciples of Heavenly Crafts Hall helping, the speed of refinement wasn't slow. However, to forge all 8,000 swords to completely match the form of Qin Mu's spirit weapon was still a huge project. It was especially so because the natural materials Si Yunxiang had transported were extremely good. It was quite exhausting to refine them until they could change their size at will. Qin Mu also had to continuously mark the spirit weapon and imprint all kinds of markings on the bodies of the swords. After a few months like this, he was a lot thinner from exhaustion. Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang had remained to help, and the 2 girls had learned numerous forging techniques from Qin Mu. They also added some high-quality materials to their 9 dragons and 1,000 silks, increasing their quality. Qin Mu finished refining 7,999 swords, which left only the last sword, the mother sword of the sword pellet. It had to be made from the best materials, or it wouldn't be able to unite all the child swords. To refine the mother sword, Qin Mu spent a lot of thought and effort. He had put aside the highest quality material for it, and this was a metal that he had never seen before. It was only the size of a fist, but such a chunk was already 10,000 pounds in weight. Si Yunxiang said that it was an object that came from outer space. However, this chunk of metal was only enough to refine the blade, and not the complete mother sword. Qin Mu took out the broken sword which came from Roland's Golden Palace. Si Yunxiang had seen that it was only a fragment, and so hadn't scammed it away from him. Qin Mu held the chunk of unknown metal in one hand and the broken sword in the other, waving them around. Suddenly, he heard a clang. The broken sword and the chunk of unknown metal actually attracted each other and collided. This was out of Qin Mu's expectations, and he saw the broken sword giving off a brilliant glow. Golden lights also flowed out from the fist-sized metal. It seemed like swords were flowing in the air, revolving in a large circle around Qin Mu, with him acting as the center. The dazzling radiance lighted up every corner of the manufacturing factory, and the brilliant rays also shot out from the doors and windows. Clanging sounds rang continuously, and Qin Mu saw the rays from the metal colliding with the glow of the broken sword. Each time that happened, his arm would go numb from the tremors. After countless collisions, the chunk of metal suddenly fell to the ground and scattered into ashes. Meanwhile, the broken sword in Qin Mu's hand was shining brilliantly. But how was it still a broken sword? It had actually absorbed the gold qi from that metal and grew out its blade, looking completely new. The body of the sword had strange markings that were wiggling about like dragons and snakes. Those markings lighted up and dimmed down right away, but Qin Mu still saw the word that was formed by those markings. Carefree. Chapter 297. Carefree Sword. Carefree? Qin Mu's heart stirred slightly, but when he took a look at the markings on the sword again, he could no longer see the word carefree. It was as if the markings that were flowing earlier had been just a hallucination on his part. However, it wasn't a hallucination. The word carefree had really appeared. This sword that's called Carefree, is it related to Carefree Village? He sunk into deep thoughts. Could Carefree's sword have come from Carefree Village? However, how did it become a broken sword? Why did this broken sword return back to normal when it met that chunk of unknown metal? All of this seemed to be destined by fate. It was destined that the broken Carefree sword would land in the hands of Roland's Golden Palace, and destined that Heavenly Saint Cult would get hold of that chunk of metal. It was destined that Qin Mu would steal the broken sword from Roland's Golden Palace, and destined that he would put it near that metal. It was destined for Carefree's sword to return back to normal. When there's too much coincidence, it cannot be a coincidence anymore. Instead, there has to be a kind of power that could have facilitated this kind of coincidence. Sister Xiang, that chunk of metal is from outer space? When did it arrive?
Qin Mu asked.
Si Yunxiang's mouth was agape, and she couldn't come back to her senses after being astonished by the turn of events for a time. When she calmed down though, she rolled her eyes at him. It's from outer space, but I'm not clear on when it had exactly arrived. I will have to get my great-grandma to check it out. Don't call me Sister Xiang. When you said it so affectionately, I feel like you are using sweet speech and honeyed words while thinking of getting rid of me in your heart. Qin Mu mumbled. In that case, could Saintess help me check the origin of this chunk of metal? Si Yunxiang took out her mirror. And spun it 2 rounds. A mirror appeared in the mirror, and the great-grandma of Si family appeared on the other side. Si Yunxiang made inquiries, and the great-grandma of Si family was astonished. Something like that actually happened?
Give me a moment, let me check.
Such a divine metal should have been recorded. Not long later, the great-grandma of Si family came back with a book and said that divine metal came from outer space. It appeared 16 years ago. The record states that on the winter 16 years ago, a divine light streaked across the sky and descended into Ghost Valley. Disciples of the cult went forth to investigate and found dozens of casualties. They picked up this chunk of divine metal there and offered it up to the treasure vault. 16 years ago? Qin Mu was slightly stunned. Since the time he had been picked up by Granny Si, 15 years had passed, while this chunk of divine metal that repaired the broken sword had appeared in the winter 16 years ago. This was very close to when he was picked up. In that case, were there any people from Roland's Golden Palace in the surroundings then? Qin Mu asked hurriedly. The great-grandma of Si family was bewildered and looked at him while asking, how did Cult Master know this? Ghost Valley is located at the back of the Duck Tongue Zone that's in front of Qingmen Pass. Back then, the disciples of our sacred cult were guarding Qingmen Pass when the divine light flew down. The disciples of our sacred cult saw the light and immediately entered Duck Tongue Zone. It borders Barbarian D Empire, which had great shamans and shaman kings from Roland's Golden Palace on guard, so they also went forth to investigate. The sacred cult lost a hall master and dozens of divine arts practitioners, while Roland's Golden Palace also lost a great deal of people. I've heard that the situation was quite bitter. They suffered disastrous damage and had no choice but to retreat from Ghost Valley. The great shamans and shaman kings of Roland's Golden Palace seemed to have gotten a broken sword. Qin Mu's heart was stirred. So that was it. The broken sword and divine metal were both from 16 years ago. Heavenly Devil Cult got the divine metal while Roland's Golden Palace got the broken sword. They were both actually one once, so when these two treasures were put together, they became complete. Great Ruins Ghost Valley. I must definitely go there and have a look, he thought to himself. The great-grandma of C family said, the Ghost Valley in Duck Tongue Zone is very treacherous. The sacred cult had gone to search it a few more times, but the place was ridden with dangers, so they retreated without heading in deeper. Qin Mu thanked the old woman. Even though Si Yunxiang was the saintess, the mistress of C family, this old woman was the one that was actually in charge of C family. She had an extremely high position in Heavenly Devil Cult, having once been a saintess before give ing up her position to Granny C. Si Yunxiang put away her bronze mirror and took a glance at the sword in his hand. Great Cult Master, your sword. Qin Mu immediately tightened his grip on Carefree Sword and said alertly, this is the mother sword of the sword pellet. I can't give it to you. Si Yunxiang burst out laughing. I didn't say I wanted it. I just wonder if, after you spent so much time and energy on this, if your sword pellet can be finished. Sword pellets have the word pellet, which means a circular shape. Piecing several thousand swords together into a circular shape requires extremely great calculations. The arc of the bottom of the hilt has to be a circular ball that's split into 8,000 portions. Each portion will have to be exactly the same and must be accurate to the mo digits. Qin Mu was rather arrogant. My calculations have always been good. Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang pouted at him. Qin Mu laughed and tightened his grip on Carefree Sword, sending his vital qi into it. Instantly, the mother sword and the child swords connected, sensing each other. The sharp swords whooshed through the air, and in a split second, sword lights filled the inside of the manufacturing factory. Qin Mu vibrated his sword, and countless of sword lights whizzed toward him. As they collided, they vanished one after another. Qin Mu's face became redder and redder as he grunted. His thighs and arms trembled. Suddenly, the stone slab under his feet cracked, and his shoes were crushed by the pressure. There were still countless sword lights flying over with a rumble when Qin Mu vanished. He had sunk into the ground from the pressure and created a huge hole in the manufacturing factory. Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang were both shocked. They immediately leaped forward and said in loud voices, come quickly and save the cult master. The other disciples of Heavenly Craft Hall that was in the manufacturing factory hurried over and heard rumblings from underground. The sword pellet was simply too heavy and was continuously pressing Qin Mu down into the ground. From the rumblings below, he had to have sunk close to 15 yards down by then. Everyone was planning to excavate a hole to save Qin Mu when his dull voice came from underground. I'm okay. The sword is too heavy. Everyone make way. Everyone immediately scattered when they saw countless flying swords spewing out from the huge hole as if it was a spring. 8,000 swords danced in the sky before stabbing themselves into the ground, making the sword hilts tremble endlessly. Qin Mu leaped out from the huge hole and landed on both his feet. However, his legs were still trembling and his complexion wasn't too good. He shook his sword once again, and countless flying swords came whooshing over. However, Qin Mu had learned his lesson and moved to stand on a pile of black iron chunks in the factory while pointing the tip of the sword down. The 8,000 swords merged together and formed a sword pellet. Just as he had said, the bottom of the sword hilts from so many swords could form a huge circular ball. It was perfect but for errors at the digits of mo. However, this sword pellet was unexpectedly big. It had a radius of 6 yards. It's rare to see such a huge sword pellet, Ling Yuxiu couldn't help saying when she walked to and fro around the sword ball with her head raised to examine it. Shrink. Qin Mu executed his magic power, and the huge sword pellet began to shrink. When it shrunk to its limit, it still had the radius of 3 feet. Qin Mu's vital qi was already mobilized to his limits, and his face was red from holding his breath, but he still couldn't shrink it any more than that. His 8,000 flying swords were all able to shrink to an inch, but because there were too many swords, the sword pellet was still very big. The time I used to refine them is too short. They still require more nourishment and refinement. If I could refine them until they're as fine as natural silk, I would be able to form a sword pellet that's the size of a pigeon egg. Qin Mu let out a shaky breath and gripped the sword hilt of Carefree Sword with both of his hands. With a sudden spin, the 7,999 swords instantly expanded outwards. They hung in the air with the tips of the swords pointing to the center of the circle. He activated Carefree Sword again, and the flying swords flew over and collided with it with a hum before vanishing into the Mother Sword. The collisions became faster and faster as more and more flying swords disappeared from the air. Everyone gave a cry of astonishment. Qin Mu was now using another refinement method for a sword pellet. There were two methods to make a sword pellet. The first was to piece all of them into a pellet with the tip of the sword facing the center of the circlet. This refinement method had a high requirement for algebra, and many sword sects from Dao sects factions used this kind of method to refine their sword pellets. The second kind was to use the mother sword to swallow the child swords. Keeping all the child swords in the mother sword was the refinement method used mostly by the sword sects of the south. The second variant required the mother sword to be extremely flexible. After entering all the child swords inside, the two hands would just have to rub the body of the mother sword, and it would turn into a sword pellet. This didn't need a high requirement for algebra. Both methods had their own advantages. Sword pellets made by the first method had an easier time executing sword skills and was quicker in making a move, laying out sword formations at any time. The second method of swallowing swords could direct the power of the child swords to the mother sword, allowing it to explode with abnormally powerful strength. These two refinement methods were not flexible. It was either one or the other. But at that moment Qin Mu had tried to accommodate both methods, and he actually succeeded. It was truly extraordinary. A well-deserved reputation of the world's number 2 in refining weapons. Si Yunxiang sighed. How I wish I could witness how the number 1 expert in the world refines weapons. How brilliant must his techniques be. Qin Mu had collected over 2,000 swords when he started to feel that he couldn't bear the weight anymore. After operating so many swords repeatedly, his vital qi was completely emptied out. He stopped holding onto the swords and shook his Taotai sack. Countless flying swords immediately flew over like fish and went inside. Even though his sword pellet was done, the only thing he could only use his Taotai sack as a storage bag, since the sword's weight was simply too great. A sword pellet that had a radius of 3 feet was just too shocking, and he wouldn't be able to lift it either. I was originally a little envious of the cowherd's sword pellet, but now I don't feel anything of the kind, Ling Yuxiu said in a low voice while holding back her laughter. Even though his spirit weapon is good, he won't be able to use it. Si Yunxiang nodded. Even if he could lift them, his vital qi will be gone after a few swings. Qin Mu hung the Taotai sack back on his pants. However, even though Taotai sacks were said to be able to dismiss magnetic forces, his was not made from a real Taotai skin. Because of that, some of the magnetic forces still affected the flying swords. The Taotai sack came to weigh 100 pounds and dragged his pants down. Great Cult Master Qin undid the Taotai sack with a black face and fetched some golden thread rope to make 2 straps to the Taotai sack. This allowed him to carry it on his back like a small backpack. Piak. A clear smacking sound rang out, and Si Yunxiang's face turned red as she rubbed her buttocks. Qin Mu had given a tight slap to her behind when no one looking. The great cult master knew she had played some trick on the materials used for refining the swords to make them so heavy. Ling Yuxiu looked over in bewilderment, but didn't ask anything. She said, "My brother has already been gone for a few months, so I'm afraid that he has already reached the southern borders. Are we still going to hurry over?" Qin Mu shook his head. "I'm not going to find the crown prince. Qingmen Pass is right to the north of Great Thunderclap Monastery and is not far from here, so I will visit Ghost Valley." Chapter 298. White Bats. Visit Ghost Valley? Ling Yuxiu hesitated and said, "The great-grandma of Si family said that Ghost Valley is very treacherous, and even the experts of Heavenly Saint Cult, as well as the great shamans and shaman kings of Roland's Golden Palace, had encountered disastrous casualties when they explored that place. So, what can we do there by ourselves?" Qin Mu didn't change his intentions. "That place might be related to my birth, so, no matter what, I have to visit it. This is my personal matter and is unrelated to the sacred cult, as it is unrelated to the two of you. I'll be fine going there by myself." He walked out of the factory and called the Dragon Qilin over. The Dragon Qilin, who had been sleeping outside, immediately stood up when he heard Qin Mu. He pulled himself together and asked, "Is it the next day already? Is it time to eat?" Qin Mu leaped onto his back and said unpleasantly, "It's not the next day. What can you do other than sleep and eat? Let's go to Qingmen Pass." The Dragon Qilin yawned and fire clouds grew under his feet as he began sprinting to the north. "Cult Master, you have gotten fatter again. You're 200 pounds heavier than before." Qin Mu was furious and scolded. "Bullshit. Just to refine those swords, I slimmed down these days. Besides, the swords in my sack are at most 100 pounds or so. You are the one who has clearly gotten fatter." Ling Yuxiu and Si Yunxiang ran out to see the Dragon Qilin already in midair and over 10 miles into the distance. Si Yunxiang frowned. "Even if you really want to go, you should prepare for it. The one that herds cows is too reckless. He's underestimating the dangers of Ghost Valley." Si Yunxiang rubbed her buttocks again. Qin Mu's slap had been hard, and she still felt her buttocks searing with pain. How would there be a lack of experts in Heavenly Saint cult? Ever since we were kidnapped by Long Jianan, Heavenly King Yu and Heavenly King Sure no longer felt at ease, so they are definitely nearby. Don't worry, if he meets any danger, they won't sit by and do nothing. What a pity. She fell into a daze and suddenly said, if the sacred cult master died in Ghost Valley, the saintess would naturally succeed him. What a pity I didn't go along with the cult master, otherwise the sacred cult master would have certainly died in Ghost Valley. Ling Yuxiu became alert and sneered, little vixen, if you dare to touch the one that herds cows, I'll break your legs. Si Yunxiang chuckled. Little hussy, I've long seen you as a thorn in my side. You've become a hindrance to me by sticking around the cult master with those big breasts of yours, taking away my chance to strike when I wanted to. The two girls stared each other in the eyes and found the other really annoying. The two of them then turned away, standing with their backs facing each other. Si Yunxiang's gaze flickered, and thousand silks quietly spread out and tunneled into the ground like fine spirit snakes, sneaking towards the direction of Ling Yuxiu. At this moment, 9 dragons behind Ling Yuxiu's back also quietly stretched their bodies, and the dragon scales shifted their positions silently. Sharp blades popped out from the dragon claws, and the dragon-shaped spirit weapons secretly flew towards Si Yunxiang. I've long found you annoying. The two girls burst forth at the same time and ruthlessly executed their moves. Ling Yuxiu's dress was split apart by thousand silks as she narrowly avoided becoming minced meat. In the meantime, Si Yunxiang's body fluttered around like a butterfly, avoiding the combined attacks of the 9 dragons. Ling Yuxiu's body flipped continuously until she slammed her palm on the ground. Terrifying magic power burst forth, and the ground trembled violently as stone pillars broke through the earth, forcing Si Yunxiang to fly into the air. Ling Yuxiu soared into the air with a few steps and stretched her hand to grab 9 dragons' weapons. Instantly, lightning and flames gathered on the 9 dragons' hammer, and she smashed down with it. I said I'll break your legs, and I'll definitely not eat my words. Si Yunxiang chuckled, and thousand silks came stabbing at Ling Yuxiu's back. The silver sword threads suddenly expanded and slashed towards Ling Yuxiu's head like incomparably fine snakes. How are your abilities compared to those of Fozi? Going to break my legs? I'll chop off your head first. Numerous disciples of Heavenly Crafts Hall walked out of the factory and raised their heads to take a look. They could saw 2 women fighting fiercely in the sky, then Si Yunxiang being smashed down, giving all the disciples of Heavenly Crafts Hall a shock. They did not know if they should go and help. They then saw Si Yunxiang becoming invisible and appearing behind Princess Yuxiu, causing her to vomit blood. This is not something we can bother with, an incensed master said. With regards to matters of jealousy, no matter which side we help, we won't be able to justify ourselves to the cult master, so let's just treat it as we didn't see anything. Everyone nodded and left. The Dragon Qilin's leg speed wasn't slow, and he reached Qingmen Pass by evening. However, the atmosphere there was oppressive. Commander-in-Chief Bian Jinyun of Qingmen Pass was old friends with Qin Mu and immediately came to welcome him. How did Divine Physician have the time to come here? I plan to visit Ghost Valley, Qin Mu explained. It's getting dark now, so I can't enter Great Ruins, so I want to rest at Qingmen Pass for a night. General, what's the situation here now? Bian Jinyun shook his head with a grave expression. The situation is grim. These few months, Barbarian D Empire has been increasing the number of their troops, and more strong practitioners have been appearing in Roland's Golden Palace. I've heard that the envoys of Barbarian D Empire have secretly gone back to the prairie, so it looks like Barbarian D Empire is planning to send their army against Eternal Peace when we are weak. In the last few days, I've seen some people on the other side of the border that looked like they'd come from Wolf Store country. Recently, the mounted scouts of the Barbarian tribe have even frequently come out to run about the area between our 2 borders with arrogant aura. I'm afraid. He had a worried expression. I've already sent people to report to the Emperor as fast as possible. If the Barbarian tribe attacks, the military power of Qingmen Pass alone won't be enough to defend. Divine Physician Qin, by right, I should be sending experts to escort you to Ghost Valley, but I really can't mobilize anybody. Qin Mu smiled. General should attach the most importance to the general situation. There's no need to worry about me. I'm just going to Ghost Valley and not the prairie, so I won't have any conflict with the Barbarian tribe. The sky was already dark, the darkness having invaded the land. Qin Mu looked into the distance and saw the brilliant rays shining into the sky from the enemy encampment 100 miles away, penetrating through the darkness like daylight. When it came to the morning, Qin Mu woke up and washed up before eating breakfast and feeding the Dragon Qilin. Bian Jinyun sent him out of the pass while saying, Divine Physician, I won't be able to send you off any farther. Otherwise, the enemy will take this chance to mobilize its troops. I can only have my mounted scouts follow you from afar as an escort. Be careful on your journey. Qin Mu gave his thanks and sat down on the Dragon Qilin's back, sprinting towards Duck Tongue Zone that was between the 2 empires. Behind him, the mounted scouts of Qingmen Pass followed from afar while riding on all kinds of strange beasts and came to Duck Tongue Zone that was in the center of the two lands. The opposite side also had sent out a few more men and horses that were dressed queerly. They rode on the strange beasts that looked like camels with wings. They were most likely the mounted scouts of Barbarian D Empire. The two sides discovered each other and made their moves at almost the same time. Sword and knife pellets filled the sky and clanged as they collided. The mounted scouts of Qingmen Pass suddenly opened up a few bottle gourds, and clouds instantly poured out, covering a radius of over 10 miles. A person's gaze then could only see a distance of 30 yards or so. Both sides instantly lost track of each other, and a rare silence fell on the battleground. Qin Mu opened Green Heaven's eyes, and his gaze penetrated through the fog to help him determine his path. The Dragon Shilin went towards the back of Duck Tongue Zone under the cover of the fog. The Emperor had indeed listened to my suggestion and kept the clouds and lightning to be used as a weapon. Even with so many soldiers stationed in Barbarian D Empire, it will probably be quite difficult for them to break through Qingmen Pass. Duck Tongue Zone was very long and stretched for 1,000 miles, all the way to Great Ruins. When it came to night time, this was a barrier that separated the two empires. When entering Great Ruins, the greatest danger was the darkness. Qin Mu was an abandoned person that was born in Great Ruins and naturally knew the things he had to look out for. Thus, he surveyed the passing scenery for things like ruins and stone statues. If he couldn't return back to Qingmen Pass before it turned dark, he would have to spend the night in Great Ruins, so he had to find a place to settle down. Duck Tongue Zone was very quiet. Not even a bird could be seen along the way. Qin Mu had a grave expression. If not even a bird could be seen, it meant that there was no safe place here. Not even the strange beasts of Great Ruins could live here when it came to nighttime. He went past a lake, which was azure like a sapphire. The surface of the lake was incomparably serene and had no ripple at all. This was a dead lake, and there were no fish or prawn inside. There's also no place to avoid the darkness in a lake. Qin Mu composed himself and continued forward. Without him noticing, the Dragon Shilin walked out of Duck Tongue Zone, and the mountains in the surroundings gradually became precipitous. A ravine appeared in front of them. Qin Mu sat on the back of the Dragon Shilin and saw that the trees in the ravine were growing vertically and horizontally. Some of them were growing on the cliffs, seemingly escaping from the Earth's magnetic force. The trees that grew horizontally covered the sky above the ravine. It seemed like he'd entered a world flipped upside down, where the cliff was the ground. The thick trees were extremely ancient, and some couldn't even be hugged by dozens of people. The roots of these trees intertwined like dragons, and phosphorescence of will-o'-the-wisps could be seen under the roots. There were bones of huge beasts there, but Qin Mu couldn't recognize who they belonged to before. What was peculiar was the corpses and bones were on the cliff, and not at the bottom of the ravine. The falling leaves were also not floating down to the bottom of the ravine, but landed on the cliff. This ravine was strangely clean without any fallen leaves or branches in sight. Thump! The Dragon Shilin accidentally bumped into a huge rock floating in the air, and that rock spun to one side, but still remained floating in the air. In the ravine in front, rocks of all sizes floated. Cult Master, we should be entering Ghost Valley, right? The Dragon Shilin asked in a low voice. Qin Mu nodded. We should. There are no other life forms here, which makes me uneasy. Just as he said this, he heard a voice coming from in front of them. You always like to eat them raw, but I like them medium done, having been roasted on the fire as oil dripped down, ending up tender inside. There have been some people coming over these few days, and they've all tasted great, yet you want to eat them raw. Aren't you too dirty? Medium well is not nice. There's no fresh and tender feeling. It's best to roast them on the fire for a moment until their hairs are burned off. It's the most delicious when they squeal as you eat them. Bullshit. Medium is the tastiest. Silence, someone is here. Qin Mu executed Mars Fire Marquis True technique and transformed into the form of Mars Sovereign. The Dragon Shilin carried him forward, coming to the place from Wick. The voice had come. Qin Mu looked around and was slightly stunned. The voices had come from here, but he couldn't see anyone that could have been talking. There was only a large fire pit on the cliff with a great shaman from Roland's Golden Palace being roasted. That great shaman had a profound cultivation and was not yet dead. However, his strength had been exhausted by being roasted, and he opened his eyes weakly to take a look at Qin Mu and the Dragon Shilin. The trees suddenly moved, and two huge, white-furred bats hung down from one tree. With their heads below and feet above, they looked at Qin Mu from right in front of him. The two white-furred bats were extremely strong, with muscles all over their bodies. Their arms were crossed in front of their chests, while their eyes revealed white lights that seemed like white flames flowing in their eyes. Qin Mu's heart leaped slightly. These two huge bats were variants and very terrifying ones at that. They had no more demon air around their bodies, having replaced it was an aura that was like that of gods or devils. They had to be the descendants of gods or devils. They're not humans. One of the huge bats pulled itself back into the crown of the tree. Killjoys. I thought there were more humans. The other huge bat also pulled its body back, and Qin Mu hurriedly asked, "Two Dao friends, how do you do?" The leaves rustled, and the two huge bats hung down again. They still had their arms crossed in front of their chests and said in unison, "How do you do? However, this is not for you. We caught him ourselves. If you have the ability, go and catch your own humans, there's still some in the valley." Qin Mu immediately smiled. This little brother has been a vegetarian since birth. The two huge bats were immediately put at ease, and Qin Mu said, "This little brother is from outside. The two Dao friends, is the valley safe to stay at night?" One of the bats smiled and said, "No wonder you look unfamiliar. The valley is very safe." Qin Mu sighed in relief and thanked the two bats. They shrunk their bodies and appeared beside the bonfire once more, waiting for the great shaman to be cooked. Just now that cow seemed to have the bloodline of Mars, but a pity he wouldn't be delicious. "Humans are the best, tasty and juicy," one of the bats said while staring at the fire. The other bat snickered and said, "So, why are you harming him? You clearly know how treacherous the valley is." Chapter 299, Weird Thing. From what the two white bats said, there seems to be quite a number of great shamans coming from Roland's Golden Palace. I will have to guard against them. Qin Mu's expression was grave as he opened up a small opening in the Taodai sack on his back, so he could draw his sword out if anything bad happened. Cult Master. Those two fellows just now were very strong. The dragon Shilin walked forward and avoided the huge rocks floating in the sky while saying, "Those two fellows are not weaker than me, and they are extremely ancient." Qin Mu looked around and said in a low voice, "They should be offsprings of some god, descendants of gods or devils. You're bragging by saying they are not weaker than you. 10 of you couldn't beat either of the two bats. Their aura is too strong." The dragon Shilin was rather unconvinced and said resentfully, "That's because I'm still young. Once I reach adulthood, 10 of them won't be able to beat one of me. I'm very useful." Qin Mu ignored the dragon Shilin that had become as fat as a ball and yet still wanted to brag. He pondered and said, "Strange, why are there still such creatures like white bats in great ruins? Could they have been left behind by the bat gods from before the catastrophe? Had the descendants of gods and devils survived the disaster?" There were temples in great ruins worshipping divine statues of bat gods, as they were gods of prosperity, blessing the people. He had once seen a stone statue of a bat god in Border Dragon City. That statue had had a bat head and a human body, with flesh wings and a membrane growing under the arms. The appearance of that bat god was slightly similar to these two white bats, but these two looked more primitive. If not for the head and wings of the bat god looked like a human. If those two white bats were the descendants of the bat god before the catastrophe, could there be other descendants of gods and devils in other places of great ruins? However, Qin Mu had never seen any of them in great ruins. He thought of something then and asked, "Fatty Dragon, where were you living at before you met Patriarch?" "Great ruins." The dragon Shilin recalled the past and was filled with reminiscence as he said, "Not long after I was born, my mother disappeared. I was giddy-headed from all the starving and was almost dead when I met Patriarch. I saw that he was quite handsome and was swindled by a spirit pill. It was a single slip-up that caused everlasting sorrow." Qin Mu was between laughter and tears. "Clearly Patriarch saw you there so pitiful from hunger that he gave you a spirit pill which made you cling to him, shamelessly sticking around and making him unable to shake you off. But come to think of it, Fatty Dragon, you're also considered an offspring of a god, right? Could the offspring of gods before the catastrophe have become the strange beasts of great ruins today?" He had a weird expression. Great ruins had to have been an incomparably prosperous era in which gods and humans lived together. Because of that, their descendants also lived here. Then, the great disaster struck, and the gods went extinct while their descendants slowly transformed into the current strange beasts. This guess was truly shocking, but it wasn't impossible. In the ravine in front, the two sides of the cliffs were covered in dense vegetation. Forests growing on the cliffs gave people an extremely preposterous feeling while the rocks floating in the air clearly showed heat distortion of the magnetic force here. Suddenly, Qin Mu felt movement from his Taotai sack, and his heart stirred slightly. He opened his Taotai sack and saw Carefree's sword gently trembling, giving off a crisp and clear sword cry. Qin Mu's vital qi went in and brought out the sword. He had planned to use Carefree's sword as the mother sword, refining it into sword pellet, so he had not made a sheath for it. However, it wasn't convenient to hold Carefree's sword in his hand all the time, so he stretched out his hand and Carefree's sword flew up to chop off a branch of an ancient tree. What a durable wood! Qin Mu cut off a branch and tried to use his vital qi thread to slice the wood, but he couldn't do so, which made him exclaim in astonishment. The quality of this wood could be compared to black iron. He executed Carefree's sword to shave the branch, and soon made a wooden sheath, in which he inserted the sword. The blade was still trembling, but it was no longer as eye-catching. Seems like it wasn't only the broken sword and divine metal that dropped from outer space 16 years ago. There is still another item, which is resonating with Carefree's sword. Qin thought to himself. The people of Roland's Golden Palace had already entered Ghost Valley, so would they find that item a step ahead of him? They too came to the end of the ravine, and the area in front of them suddenly widened. Qin walked in there without a hurry and looked around himself in alertness. At the two ends of the ravine were two huge stone statues that were carved along the mountain ranges. These two statues were as high as the mountains. The two sculptures had solemn expressions and looked dignified and divine. Their gazes were deep, and each of them stood upright with their swords propped. The bubbling of water came from afar, and it the sound of streams flowing down the sculpture's shoulders. The power of those waterfalls was immense as they surged 3,000 yards down, landing onto the hands of the sculptures before flowing down the swords and gathering below to form a river. Two rivers flowed down from the legs of the sculptures and formed the image of two dragons in the forest before vanishing into the center of the valley. The two sculptures had bat heads and human bodies. They were no one else but the Bat Gods. Two Bat Gods guarding Ghost Valley? What's the relationship between these god statues of two Bat Gods and those two white bats earlier? Qin looked into the distance, stunned. Could these two rivers flow into the ground? Cyan Heaven's eyes awaken. Another heaven instantly appeared in Qin pupils, and he looked at the place in which the two rivers vanished. He couldn't help frowning when his vision seemed to be blocked by something. He couldn't see clearly what was there in the distance. Cinnabar Heaven's eyes awaken. Qin gathered his vital qi and formed the rune formation of Cinnabar Heaven's eyes, making a circular vermi. Lion red marking in his pupils. Another layer in, it was a cyan green color of Cyan Heaven's eyes, and another layer in was the green of Green Heaven's eyes. One more layer in was the heaven's eyes that were formed by white light, while the middle contained the pupil. Blind had imparted 9 heaven's eyes awakening skills to him, and he had already learned them. However, with his cultivation, he could only awaken Cinnabar Heaven's eyes at most, and the consumption during their use was very huge. He would not use this skill on a normal day. In an ordinary situation, Green Heaven's eyes were enough, so there was no need to awaken Cyan Heaven's eyes and Cinnabar Heaven's eyes. However, even if it was Cinnabar Heaven's eyes, he still couldn't see what was at the place where the two rivers vanished. Qin heart trembled slightly when he saw a few corpses in front of the forest. They belonged to Roland's Golden Palace's great shamans. The corpses were not far from each other, but the strange thing was that some of them were vivid and lifelike as though they had just died while the others had rotted until only bones were left, yet their clothes were perfectly fine. As Qin gaze went deeper into the forest, he saw another few corpses. It was obvious that those people had encountered misfortune and died unnaturally. With Cinnabar Heaven's eyes, he suddenly saw something moving beside one corpse before vanishing in a split second. His heaven's eyes suffered a violent impact, and layers of them rapidly closed one after another. Qin was left dizzy by the impact. He felt as if there were countless miserable screeches in his brain, nearly tearing his soul apart. Luckily for him, he had already succeeded in cultivating primordial spirit and could endure this attack head-on. However, he didn't manage to see what had attacked him. Amida, Maha Amida. The miserable screeches in Qin brain became louder and louder, so he immediately executed Rulai's Mahayana Sutra. The Buddha rays around his body shone brilliantly as the gods and Buddhas of the 6 heavens appeared behind his head to chant loudly in unison. As the Buddha voice lingered around him, it instantly purified the peculiar screeches that were attacking his soul. The soil under his feet sizzled as green smoke rose with a stink from the soil. Qin stretched his hands out. As he hugged the void in front of him, a rumble sounded out as his vital qi transformed into an emerald green Bodhi tree descending from the sky, crashing onto the land in front of him. Thousands of branches and roots slammed into the ground with the trunk and the roots flailing as they tunneled into the soil. Miserable shrieks came from underground, and the ground in front of Qin started to roll as though there was something escaping there. When it passed by the huge tree, it rustled loudly from being shaken by something below it. Even my Bodhi Saha divine art can't kill this Kriatu. Qin gave a low shout, and suddenly his body became like jade, sparkling and translucent. A Bodhi tree faintly appeared behind his back, and he looked like a bull-headed Buddha which was achieving enlightenment under the tree. In Great Thunderclap Monastery, he only received Rulai's Mahayana Sutra's teachings and not the divine arts. However, the teachings were enough for him to start mulling over the divine arts. Rulai's Mahayana Sutra's divine arts were actually included in the 20 heavens of Rulai's Mahayana Sutra, with Thunderclap 8 strikes being one of them. Thunderclap 8 Strikes was a divine art that belonged to Sakura realm and was considered a top-notch divine art that was only inferior to Brahma divine arts. Bodhi Saha divine arts belonged to Bodhirksa Devata heaven, the 14th heaven counting from the top down, and the 7th heaven counting from the bottom up. Even though Rulai's Mahayana Sutra was not Shinmu's main in cultivation, he had not neglected his comprehension of it even if we didn't spend more time on it. What he was executing now was the true body of Bodhi Jade Buddha, using Buddha nature to suppress the weird creature under the ground, preventing it from coming near. That strange creature was one moment there, and the next over there, moving at an extremely fast speed. Furthermore, what's strange was that Shinmu could feel that creature splitting and gathering from time to time. Sometimes it would tunnel into the tree, and even the corpses. What exactly is that thing? At this moment, 2 breaths closed in from behind, and the carefree sword on Shinmu's back came out of its sheath, transforming into wave sword form to swirl around his body. The 2 breaths went around, flying at him from 2 sides. It was the 2 white bats. They separated and came to the top of the 2 sculptures. They hung down from their nostrils, and one of the white bats chuckled. The foolish bull doesn't know that there's a large troop coming from behind. A few hundred experts have entered. Silence. The white bat on the nostrils of the other sculpture grumbled. What are you warning him for? Large troop? Few hundred experts. Shinmu was astonished. The ones coming in were definitely not the troops of Eternal Peace Empire. The military power of Qingmen Pass was okay, but they didn't have additional troops to deploy into Ghost Valley. It's the troops of Barbarian D Empire. Shinmu could no longer hesitate and immediately walked into the forest, rushing to the center of Ghost Valley. Clashing with the army of Barbarian D Empire was definitely seeking death. That country's soldiers were wild and overbearing. The cooperation between the troops was very good, and they had the support of battle formations. When Shinmu had followed Chancellor Bashan into Roland's Golden Palace, they had met the troops of the prairie and seen their extremely powerful abilities. 800 people could then fight against a cult M. Astro-level existence, such as Bashan. Upon hearing the bat's words, Shinmu could only avoid the several hundred experts from Barbarian D Empire. The foolish bull is going to die. The 2 bats on the sculpture laughed in unison. Collapse, collapse. The Buddha rays lingering around Shinmu's body protected him and the dragon Qilin, so he didn't collapse. The 2 white bats were bewildered, and one of them flew down from the nostrils of the sculpture. It grabbed onto a branch and hung in front of Shinmu while asking in bewilderment, "Why are those things not attacking you?" Shinmu raised his head. "Dao friend, what's under the ground?" The white bat was about to reply when it suddenly flew toward the nostril of the white bat god sculpture, without a word. Several hundred soldiers of Barbarian D Empire and dozens of brilliant gold great shamans and shaman kings walked into the entrance of Ghost Valley. "Prince Pangong Tso, please." A shaman king bowed, and Pangong Tso slowly walked out from the back. With his gaze sharp as lightning, he swept through Ghost Valley and saw Shinmu, who was sitting on the dragon Qilin's back. He couldn't help being stunned and revealing a smile. "I trust you have been well since we last met, Cult Master Qin." His voice was soft and immature, but it was loud and clear, exhibiting his incomparably dense cultivation. Shinmu heard him, and his heart trembled slightly. His cultivation speed is even faster than mine. When we had clashed outside the capital city, even though he was on the same realm as me, his cultivation wasn't as dense as mine, but now he's already caught up. "I'm well." Shinmu laughed and said, "I'm very well. Little Prince looks good as well. I was quite worried that those couple knives might have chopped you to death at that time. I'm now relieved to see that you're still alive." Pangong Tso smiled. Cult Master might have been well earlier, but not now. A shaman king raised his head and said after examining the bat god sculptures, "Prince, there are 2 bats up there." Pangong Tso said nonchalantly, "Kill them." Chapter 300. Strange Ghost Valley. Several hundred experts of Barbarian D Empire didn't say a word, and just drew their spirit weapons. In an instant, several hundred gleaming knife pellets rose into the sky. Countless knife lights swept like waves toward the nostrils of the bat god sculptures in midair. The divine arts practitioners worked together to form a formation, drastically increasing the power by making their moves together. It was truly stunning. Back then, Chancellor Bashan had defended against 800 soldiers on the prairie by himself, and his divine art, Heavenly Spirit's Escarpment, had been broken numerous times. However, that was because the troop had some experts of the prairie on Celestial Being Realm and Life and Death Realm. Even though the experts Pangong Tso had brought from the army were all divine arts practitioners, the ones with the strongest cultivation were still the 4 shaman kings that had cultivated to Celestial Being Realm and Life and Death Realm. These 4 shaman kings didn't make their moves, so even though the formation's power was immense, it couldn't be compared to what Chancellor Bashan had faced. The 2 white bats flew out in a hurry and opened their mouths. Circular sound waves came bombarding at the soldiers, the divine art they executed being one that used sound waves. However, what was weird was these sound waves couldn't be heard when they reached the ears. In the sky, countless curved knives were bombarded by the sound waves and came clanging down to the ground. The several hundred experts from the army below were struck by the silent sound waves and instantly turned into a complete mess. Suddenly, the heads of Barbarian D Empire soldiers grew bigger and bigger before exploding with a bang. The noise rang in the air without stopping as the heads of the soldiers exploded one after another. The blood splattered in all directions, making the situation really shocking. The two white bats flew down from the sky and rushed toward the army with sound waves coming out from their mouths without stop. Suddenly, one of the shaman kings snorted and took out a white banner. He shook it at the two white bats, and they instantly felt their souls wavering. They fell from the sky and landed among the troops. The still alive soldiers felt the pressure in their heads suddenly vanish and hurriedly controlled their knife pellets. Countless curved knives slashed toward the place where the two white bats had descended, and the clanging rang endlessly. After a wave of knife rain, everyone controlled their curved knives back into the knife pellets that were spinning in the sky rapidly. The place where the two white bats had landed had been carved into a huge pit by the countless curved knives. Even the rocks were sliced into fine powder. Two divine arts practitioners from Barbarian D Empire went forward to check if the white bats were dead when dust suddenly filled the air from the pit. The two white bats flew out from the dust and flapped their wings, coming to the two divine arts practitioners in a flash. Their speed was so fast that no one could react, allowing them to grab the two soldiers before flying away. A shaman king saw this and jolted his shoulders. Golden rays shone brilliantly behind his back as they transformed into two golden wings. With a flap, he rose into the air and chased after the two white bats. While flying, that shaman king grew a bird's head and 6 arms. He wielded a Vajra scepter in his hand, which he smashed toward the two white bats with the rumbling of thunder. The speed of the bats who carried two divine arts practitioners was greatly decreased. The shaman was about to close in on them because of that, so the white bats could only throw their prey away. With an increase in speed after, they shook off their pursuer. The shaman king transformed his vital chi into a huge hand that caught the two divine arts practitioners. At that moment, he saw that these two people had already been sucked dry of their blood and died from unnatural causes. The two white bats landed on huge trees with their mouths open. Silent sound waves came from again and turned their pursuers into a complete mess. One of the shaman kings raised a mirror and hung it in the sky. When the light from the mirror shone onto the body of one of the white bats, both of them fell from the trees. Knife lights came down like rain and slashed toward the place where the white bats had fallen. One of the shaman kings shook his body and transformed into a golden giant with an elephant's head. He raised a huge rock that was like a small mountain and threw it where the two white bats had fallen. The primordial spirit of another shaman king showed its form behind him, and his vital chi transformed into a huge palm. With a madras smashing down, the huge rock was smashed into smithereens, and the ground trembled endlessly as the trees in the surroundings got blown away. Now they should be dead, right? Everyone didn't even have to let out a sigh of relief. As the troops rushed over, the two white bats flew up again before they even got there. They flew into the forest in a drunken manner, but were not yet dead. A shaman king shook the white banner once again, and the souls of the two white bats were bombarded once again. They fell down, and the knife rain landed on them once more. When the wave of attack was over, the two white bats flew up again. Even though their bodies weren't stable, they were still not dead. Pretty impressive. Pan Gong so couldn't help being astonished. These two white bats had truly thick skin and flesh. Even the most famous knife pellets of the prairie couldn't injure them. The only ones dealing damage to them were the shaman kings of Roland's Golden Palace. The white bats, withstanding the attacks of the shaman kings and not dying right away, was actually out of his expectation. Qin Mu, who had already gone into the depths of the forest, smiled and asked to the dragon Qilin, "Fatty dragon, do you still think you are an opponent for these two white bats?" The dragon Qilin snorted. "They're very strong, but aren't they still getting the crap beaten out of them?" The soldiers of Barbarian D Empire had already rushed into the forest of Ghost Valley to chase after their prey. The two white bats were heavily injured and were flying up and down in the forest from time to time. The divine arts practitioners of Barbarian D Empire scattered and searched for them in all directions. At this moment, a rustle came from the forest, and a divine arts practitioner from Barbarian D Empire executed his knife pellet in alert. It spun round and round, making fine curved blades fly out and revolve around itself. Some of those curved blades were big, and some small. The rustling suddenly stopped. That divine arts practitioner still didn't dare to relax. As he walked over carefully, more and more fine curved knives came out, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. He walked into a forest that was full of fruits. Most of them were apples that were the size of a fist. The divine arts practitioner carefully walked in deeper until he heard the rustling coming from his back. He immediately turned around, yet he still didn't see anything. The rustling then came from his front. He suddenly wrung his head to look before himself, but he still didn't see anything. The next moment, the sound came from his back once more. However, he was a perceptive person. Without a change in his behavior, a curved knife appeared in front of his face and gradually became larger. Since the blade was shiny to the point of being mirror-like, it reflected the situation behind the man. The apples on the trees were currently turning their heads over to face him. On one side, they actually looked similar to human faces. They had noses, eyes, and mouths with strange smiles aimed at the man. The divine arts practitioner shuddered, and all the curved blades flew out from the knife pellet, slashing toward the apples all around him. The red apples suddenly fell from the trees as the leaves swirled in the air. Countless apples flew towards the divine arts practitioner, but he was strong. His knife lights rained heavily and sliced apart countless apples. In a split second, the ground was filled with sliced apart apples which were giving off a fruity fragrance. Right then, an apple suddenly rolled on the ground. It avoided the knife light aiming at it and pounced to bite the man's leg. The divine arts practitioner felt his leg go numb and lost all feeling in it. Then half of his body turned numb. When he was about to chop the apple that was on his leg, his head was also paralyzed, and so all the curved knives dropped to the ground. The other apples rose back into the air and returned to their trees. The apples turned their heads back and looked at the collapsed divine arts practitioner with strange smiles. The man couldn't move at all, and his heart was thumping violently. He felt that his neck was very itchy, and then saw a face growing out from there. That new face had a nose and mouth which opened wide to gasp for breath, while smiling. Caught you, caught you. The face squirmed and grew outwards. Soon, there were two necks and heads on the man. Then, an upper torso grew out for the new head. The divine arts practitioner felt tearing pain, and opened his mouth to scream, but he couldn't make any noise. Meanwhile, the man that was born from that apple was crawling outward with both his hands, dragging himself out. His crawling speed was quick, and more body parts soon emerged. Finally, the two people were completely separated. The newborn one was identical to the divine arts practitioner, but for the fact that he was naked. Picking up a curved knife from the G-round, the newborn person stabbed it into the man's chest before stripping off the clothes on his body. He freed him. The apple man grabbed the knife pellet and skipped out of the forest, while the other apples watched him leave in envy. Miserable shrieks came from the forest. All of the divine arts practitioners of Barbarian D Empire who had entered the forest of Ghost Valley had encountered all kinds of unimaginable dangers. Among them, some encountered strange insects that were translucent and looked like jade. They could fly around with great agility and tunnel into people's nostrils before reaching their brains to take control of their bodies. There was only death waiting for the people who ended up like that. There were some incomparably tiny leeches that hid in the dew on the tree leaves. When a droplet landed on a divine arts practitioner's body, the person wouldn't find anything abnormal at first. They would only feel their body becoming heavier and heavier while they themselves became giddy. On their backs, there would be a huge leech that was continuously sucking them out. After a moment, that leech would grow a face and 4 limbs, yet still remain on the person's body. The leech would look exactly like their host, and it would seem as if a human was carrying another human. Once the essence and blood of the divine arts practitioner were sucked clean, he would collapse dead while the leech would run away happily. The serene forest was full of danger. The arrival of Barbarian D Empire excited the dangerous inhabitants there, and many people that had barged in lost their lives. Even though the divine arts practitioners of Barbarian D Empire had remarkable abilities, they had no way to guard against this place. Qin walked through the forest with incomparable alertness. He used the true body of Bodhisattva to protect the dragon Qilin and himself, so they've been safe this far. At this moment, he saw a monk sitting cross-legged under a tree. It was unknown when he had died, but his body had not yet decomposed. Behind him was a Bodhi tree, and it had brilliant lights and vibrant colors. It was evident that it had been transformed by an unusual treasure. The Bodhisattva true body of this eminent monk was even stronger than mine, but he still died. Rolai's Mahayana Sutra can't counter the danger here. Qin skin crawled, and he immediately dispersed Bodhisattva true body. With both of his hands spread out before himself, he intertwined his fingertips as he gently moved them through the air, with one hand raising to the heaven and the other hand facing down to earth. The first form of Dao sword, a dot threading the vast movements, yin and yang come and go within 2 modes. The vital qi threads on his hands transformed into swords when an incomparably complicated calculation was launched. The sword lights transformed into 2 faces of the Taiji diagram, with one on top and one below, protecting the dragon Qilin and him in the middle. The sword lights continuously flickered as the Taiji diagram swirled, changing yin and yang over and over again. Trails of sword lights also hung from the borders of the two Taiji diagrams. Foolish bull isn't that foolish after all. The Bodhi tree rustled as two white bats covered in wounds hung down from the crown of the tree. One of the white bats coughed up blood and phlegm. In a weak breath, it said, "This bald donkey barged into this place over 10 years ago. By relying on the blessing of Buddhism, he thought he could enter this place without worry, but ended up dying from tree insects." Tree insects. Qin Mu was slightly stunned. They're the seeds of a type of tree. Akin to insects, they leap and frisk about. They hide underground and tunnel into people's anus when they encounter them, planting their roots into the flesh. The muscles of this bald donkey have long been devoured, so only his skin is left. The tree insects have already germinated in his body. The other white bat stretched out its claw to slice at the eminent monk's head, and exuberant foliage burst out from the eminent monk's head, turning into a small treetop. This is the tree insect. However, it has already grown into a tree. That white bat was quite clever, and it looked at Qin Mu. "Foolish bull, we're injured. If you can protect us, we can point out the safe path for you so you don't meet danger." Qin Mu smiled. "Two Dao friends, actually, I'm also an apothecary that's proficient in curing injuries. Why don't I treat your injuries, so both of you can protect me after you have recovered?" The two white bats looked at each other and landed onto the ground from the Bodhi tree. They asked in bewilderment, "Physician Bullhead? There are physicians in your Mars family? Aren't you always sticking your noses up to the sky and spewing fire everywhere?" Qin Mu stuck his bull nose toward the sky and spewed out 2 trails of flames while saying, "How's my suggestion?" "Great." The 2 white bats agreed right away while thinking to themselves, after Physician Bullhead cures us, it won't be too late to fall out with him. Qin Mu's gaze flickered as he thought to himself, the best time to poison a person is while treating their injuries. These 2 fellows will no longer have a choice then and have to listen and protect me.